A's, let's break up. In a small rental house in Jiaqing District, Shanghai City, a stunning beauty cast a reluctant glance at Chao Zhe and finally uttered this cold sentence. Yao Yao, is there absolutely no possibility of reconciliation? Chao Zhe stared at the gorgeous woman before him with despair in his eyes and asked gravely. A's, our fates have diverged. Don't be sorrowful. Lu Yao shook her head sorrowfully, and a glistening teardrop trickled down her peerlessly beautiful face. She clenched her fists tightly. For Chao Zhe's safety, she had no choice but to yield to her family. Otherwise, Chao Zhe might turn into a cold corpse this very day. All right. Chao Zhe heaved a long sigh, nodded helplessly, and said tremulously, before we part ways, could I have you one last time? Lu Yao bit her rosy lips with her delicate teeth and murmured softly, yes. With her permission, Chao Zhe swept Lu Yao up in a bridal carry and carried her into the bedroom. An hour later, the two emerged from the bedroom one after another and wordlessly made their way downstairs. At this moment, a tall and handsome man stepped out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom that had been parked downstairs for a while. He cast a disdainful glance at Chao Zhe and then said gently to Lu Yao, Yao Yao, get in the car. Ignoring the man, Lu Yao wrapped her slender hands around Chao Zhe, hugged him tightly, and sobbed softly. A's, I'm leaving. From now on, you must take good care of yourself and stop overworking. Remember to have breakfast on time every morning. Just forget about me, as if I were but a dream. Sob. Chao Zhe's eyes misted over. With great effort, he held back his grief and said, Yao Yao, I've noted everything. You must also take good care of yourself. 2 minutes later, Lu Yao released her embrace of Chao Zhe. She gently stretched out her delicate hand to wipe away the tears on Chao Zhe's cheek. Taking one last look at him, she then lifted her skirt and sobbed as she got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom. The car started and gradually drove into the distance. Chao Zhe stood there motionlessly, gazing at the direction where the car was disappearing, with pangs of pain welling up in his heart. Lu Yao was the campus belle in university and also the daughter of a wealthy family from a Fortune Global 500 consortium. During her university years, out of admiration for Chao Zhe, she defied her family's strong opposition and fell in love with him. After graduation, in order to safeguard their love, Lu Yao severed all ties with her parents and stayed in Shanghai City to accompany Chao Zhe in starting his business. However, 3 years had passed. The Xiao advertising company, founded by Chao Zhe, only made a profit for 1 year before falling into the predicament of bankruptcy and accumulating tens of millions of yuan in loans. Being hounded by loan sharks every day, Chao Zhe was on the verge of a breakdown and even contemplated suicide several times. To spare Chao Zhe from further suffering, Lu Yao was left with no choice but to turn to her parents for help. Her parents promised to pay off Chao Zhe's debts on the condition that Lu Yao must return to Beijing and completely cut off all ties with Chao Zhe. This morning, Lu Yao's parents paid off Chao Zhe's debts. As a result, Lu Yao had to abide by her promise, sever her romantic relationship with Chao Zhe, and return to Beijing. Over the past few years, Lu Yao has endured countless hardships alongside Chao Zhe. A profound sense of shame welled up within Chao Zhe's heart. Alas, Lu Yao, I'm deeply sorry for you. I sincerely hope that you'll find happiness in the days to come. Chao Zhe heaved a sigh, then turned around and prepared to return to the rented apartment where he and Lu Yao had shared 3 years of love. Suddenly, a delicate and refreshing fragrance wafted over, captivating his senses. Chao Zhe noticed that a peerless beauty dressed in a resplendent Han-style robe, trailing a long skirt, gracefully glided past him and bestowed upon him a charming smile. This smile was so enchanting that it could topple cities and realms. The beauty of this peerless woman was no less than that of Lu Yao. With her tall and stately figure, she looked like the celestial fairy change descending to the mortal world in her Han-style attire. Chao Zhe stared at the alluring back of the peerless woman and was momentarily lost in a daze. It seemed to him that he had seen this woman somewhere before. However, upon second thought, he deemed it impossible. Throughout his life, he had encountered several beautiful women, yet apart from Lu Yao, he had never laid eyes on such an exquisite beauty. He averted his gaze, gave a soft sigh, then turned and ascended the stairs. He slumped onto the shabby sofa, sinking into a profound melancholy that Lu Yao had left. She was going back to live the life of a wealthy young lady. As for himself, he was still just a penniless wretch, destined to return to the ordinary life of the marketplace. Chao Zhe buried his head in his hands and let out a bitter laugh that he mocked himself, saying, "How could a common black chicken be a match for a phoenix?" Just as Lu Yao said, he'll consider these past years as a dream. Now that the dream has ended, it's time for me to deliver food on my electric scooter. Having said that, he was about to stand up and mount his electric scooter to take delivery orders when suddenly there came a soft ding. Since you broke up with Liao and let go of your heart knot, you have won the favor of the Cupid system and will have the opportunity to become extremely wealthy. System? Chao Zhe was startled. I've won the favor of the Cupid system, and there's a chance to become extremely rich? Chao Zhe shook his head, thinking he was having an illusion that he hardly believed that a penniless wretch like himself could have the chance to obtain a system. In recent years, he had been extremely unlucky. Even when drinking water, he felt as if something was blocking his teeth. His business had failed, and his stunning girlfriend had broken up with him. How could the system possibly favor me? It must be an illusion. As if noticing Chao Zhe's bewildered state, that clear electronic voice rang out again. May I ask if the host is willing to bind the Cupid system to fulfill the dream of becoming extremely wealthy? Hearing this voice again, Chao Zhe thought it shouldn't be an illusion. He quickly replied, I'm willing. Im willing, receive. Currently binding the system. Immediately afterwards, a small blue screen appeared in front of Chao Zhe, showing the progress bar of the binding. Successfully bound the Cupid system. Please check the system manual as soon as possible. Court the daughter of luck and upgrade to a first-level Cupid. A manual appeared on the blue screen. Chao Zhe opened it with his mind and soon understood the Cupid system and its relevant rules. Chao Zhe had to find beautiful women with a beauty score of over 90 and increase their intimacy with him to 100 points to absorb the luck from them. A beauty with a score of 90 corresponded to 100,000 luck points. For every additional point in beauty, the luck points increased by 100,000. A beauty with a full score of 100 had 1.1 million luck points. Chao Zhe is currently a level 0 Cupid. To upgrade to a level 1 Cupid, he requires 300,000 luck points. That means he needs to successfully court 3 beauties with a beauty score of 90, or one with a score of 90 plus another with a score of 91. He can view a woman through photos, videos, or direct sight, and the system will indicate whether the woman's beauty score reaches 90. With each level up, Chao Zhe will receive substantial rewards and an extraordinary ability. To upgrade to a higher level Cupid, he must successfully court more women of luck. The system also has a requirement. Chao Zhe is not allowed to reconcile with Lu Yao otherwise. The binding will be automatically terminated. Chao Zhe roughly grasped the rules of the Cupid system. With a bitter smile, he said, System, I'm just a penniless loser. I have no way to court these women of luck. The system's prompt tone sounded. I'm giving you a black gold card. Currently, the maximum limit per transaction is 2 million yuan, with no limit on the number of transactions. Remember, this card can only be used for women of luck and cannot be used by the host himself. Please accumulate 300,000 luck points as soon as possible to upgrade to a level 1 Cupid and obtain a cash reward of 200 million yuan and the body strengthening technique. The cash reward after upgrading can be freely disposed of by the host. Chapter 2. Female subordinate Lu Feifei. Immediately afterwards, a black gold card appeared in Chao Zhe's hand. The password was still his birthday. How miraculous it was. Truly worthy of the system. Chao Zhe was also aware that only dignitaries, billionaires, and social celebrities had the chance to possess such a black gold card. Could this card really make a one-time payment of 2 million? He still harbored great doubts in his heart. However, this could wait. First, he should see which women qualified as the women of fortune. Naturally, the first women that came to Chao Zhe's mind were Lu Yao and the Hanfu-clad beauty he had seen not long ago. Presumably, their beauty scores were close to 100, and their fortune values must be extremely high. There was no photo of the Hanfu-clad beauty, but he did have a photo of Lu Yao. So, Chao Zhe took out his phone, lit up the screen, and the screensaver was Lu Yao's photo. Staring at Lu Yao's incredibly beautiful photo, a daze clouded his mind, and a pang of sadness welled up in his heart. At this moment, the system prompted. Unable to query information about this woman, Chao Zhe was startled and quickly asked, System, why can't I query Lu Yao's information? The Cupid replied, I'm not at liberty to disclose. Please query information about other women of fortune. Seeing that the system was reluctant to tell him the reason why he couldn't query Lu Yao's information, Chao Zhe had no choice but to let it go. Then he began to search in his mind for women whose beauty scores could reach 90. He did think of several beautiful women, but then he shook his head. Either there were no photos of those beauties in his WeChat circle, or although there were photos, the system indicated that their beauty scores were only in the 70s or 80s, and they were not women of fortune. Indeed, in real life, women with a beauty score of 90 are truly rare. It might not be an overstatement to describe them as 1 in 1,000. What about Lu Feifei? That girl is quite beautiful. At this moment, Chao Zhe suddenly thought of a woman. She was a female accountant in his company. After the company went bankrupt, he still owed her half a year's salary. Coincidentally, he still had a photo on his phone with the three of them, her, himself, and Lu Yao, taken during a business trip. Chao Zhe immediately took action and began rummaging through the photo album on his phone to find that picture. Found it. Let's see if it fits, Chao Zhe murmured as he clicked on the photo, his heart full of anticipation. In the photo, there stood a young and charming woman beside Lu Yao. Although her beauty seemed to pale in comparison to Lu Yao's, she was still extremely lovely and could definitely outshine the vast majority of female internet celebrities. In the picture, Lu Feifei's inky black hair was coiled into a bun at the back of her head. Her oval face was fair and delicate. Under her willow leaf eyebrows were a pair of vivid big eyes that sparkled with charm. Her small nose was exquisitely straight. Her cherry-like lips were pink and, even without lipstick, were a lovely shade of red, arousing people's affection. She was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt on top, and her arms were as fair as jade. Beneath the white shirt, her bosom was pert, somewhere between D and E cup and very well proportioned. A small black skirt encircled her slender waist, and the bottom of the white shirt was tucked into the skirt. Her long, slender legs were clad in black stockings, and she wore a pair of black high heels, making her figure appear even more tall and graceful. At this time, the system gave a prompt. The woman of luck has been detected. Name, Lu Feifei, age, 24, appearance score, 90, height, 169 centimeters, relationship status, single, occupation, mall salesperson, fortune value, 100,000. Intimacy, 30, quite excellent. This last indeed meets the criteria of a fortune-favored lady. When Chao Zhe saw that Lu Feifei's intimacy with him was as high as 30 points, his heart was filled with both gratitude and remorse. Previously, Chao Zhe ran an advertising planning company. Lu Feifei had been diligent and responsible within the company, showing great consideration towards Chao Zhe and Lu Yao. After the company went bankrupt, many employees demanded their salaries with extremely bad attitudes. Some even threatened to attack Chao Zhe. Left with no other choice, Chao Zhe had to borrow usury to pay the employees. Only Lu Feifei and 4 or 5 other employees understood Chao Zhe's predicament and did not ask for their pay. Moreover, Lu Feifei not only waived her salary, but also lent 20,000 yuan to Chao Zhe to help him out of the emergency. Subsequently, she left the company and found a job as a cosmetics salesperson at the L'Oreal Mall in Jiaqing District. In the past few months, Chao Zhe had been overwhelmed by the usury and had not contacted Lu Feifei. He had no idea how she was faring, now that he had the Cupid card, which allowed him to spend money on the fortune-favored lady. Since Lu Feifei's appearance score was as high as 90, he should definitely spend more on her. First, he would pay back the 20,000 yuan loan and her salary. Then he would see what Lu Feifei needed and offer her a helping hand. Once her intimacy with him reached 100, he would be able to obtain 100,000 fortune points. Chao Zhe was concerned that making a phone call might disrupt Lu Feifei's work. He thought it would be better to send her a message first. I'll invite her to lunch and return the money to her in person. Besides, it's almost noon, and his stomach is growling with hunger. These days, he has been living on instant noodles and steamed buns, hardly having any meat. By inviting Lu Feifei to lunch, he can also get a free meal for himself. Feifei, are you busy? Chao Zhe opened Lu Feifei's WeChat and sent a message. A few minutes later, Lu Feifei replied, Brother Chao, I was receiving a client just now and only saw your message. Why did you think of contacting me today? There seemed to be a tinge of complaint in her tone. Since Lu Feifei left, they had hardly contacted each other. Before, Chao Zhe was busy, and besides, he still owed Lu Feifei money, so he felt embarrassed to contact her. Lu Feifei was worried that if she contacted Chao Zhe, he might think she was pressing him for the debt. After reading Lu Feifei's message, Chao Zhe felt a warm feeling in his heart and replied, It's been a long time since we last contacted. I'd like to invite you to lunch. Are you available? In fact, he still felt guilty. It was true that he wanted to repay the money, but he was also taking advantage of Lu Feifei to have a free meal. Sure. How about inviting Sister Liao too? Lu Feifei asked. No, it's just you and me. I've broken up with Liao, Chao Zhe replied dejectedly. What? What's the reason? Lu Feifei immediately sent a message along with a shocked emoji. Chapter 3. To spoil sports we'll talk when we meet. Let's meet at Ingchen Hotel at noon. Come there right after work. Chao Zhe replied. Okay. I'll get off work in 20 minutes. Lu Feifei sent a message without asking further. Chao Zhe didn't send any more messages. Instead, he called to reserve a high-end private room at Ingchen Hotel and ordered 7 or 8 sumptuous dishes. Ingchen Hotel is a restaurant with good cuisine and unique features, located only about 50 meters away from the Lower Alparis shopping mall where Lu Feifei was. Chao Zhe chose this place to invite Lu Feifei for a meal to spare her the trouble of traveling. After reserving the private room, he bound his black gold card to apps such as WeChat, Alipay, and Douyin. Upon checking, the balance shown in each was 2 million yuan. Then he logged on to Taobao and attempted to use the money on the black gold card to purchase a new set of clothes online. The clothes he was wearing cost less than 200 yuan in total and were bought last summer. They had faded after numerous washes and were really unfit to wear in public. As the saying goes, fine feathers make fine birds. His current shabby clothes might detract from his impression in front of the daughter of luck. As expected, when he tried to pay, a message indicating insufficient balance popped up. It seemed that the Cupid system was right. He couldn't use the 2 million yuan in the card until he was upgraded to a Cupid and receive cashback. For the time being, he could only rely on others for food, drink, and clothing. Fortunately, although the system had closed one door for him, it had opened a window. At the beginning, he should try his best to get the daughter of luck to take care of his basic living needs. Just as he stepped out of the door, he was blocked by a young man wearing a thick chain around his neck and with multi-colored dyed hair. The man squinted his triangular eyes and stared at Chao Zhe haughtily, saying, Hey, Chao Zhe, are you going to renew the lease of your house? If not, move out right away. After speaking, he poked his variegated head into Chao Zhe's room, seemingly searching for someone. This young man was named Huang Kuei, a scion of a landlord family. His family owned over a dozen rental properties. He didn't need to work and spent his days indulging in hedonistic pursuits. Almost every week, he would bring different women back for his own pleasure. Ever since Chao Zhe and Lu Yao rented this apartment, this fellow had lusted after Lu Yao's beauty. Whenever he encountered Lu Yao, he would strike up a conversation with her, his eyes filled with lechery. On 2 occasions, Lu Yao said that when she returned from work, Huang Kuei had followed her and even enthusiastically offered her a drink. Naturally, Lu Yao dared not accept it and told Chao Zhe about it. Chao Zhe had warned Huang Kuei several times, but this fellow flatly denied it and often issued threats, demanding that Chao Zhe move out. Huang Kuei was aware that Chao Zhe's company had gone bankrupt, so he acted recklessly and didn't pay any heed to Chao Zhe. However, the rent here was relatively inexpensive. After his bankruptcy, Chao Zhe delivered take-out and didn't have the money to rent a pricier place. He could only swallow his anger and remind Lu Yao to be cautious. Huang Kuei's beady triangular eyes kept darting into Chao Zhe's room, clearly hoping to see if Lu Yao was inside. If she was, he would surely pester her relentlessly. Chao Zhe slammed the door shut, glared at Huang Kuei, and said coldly, There are still a few days until the end of the month. Wait for my notice about whether to renew the lease. He made up his mind that since Huang Kuei had been lusting after Lu Yao, once he regained his strength, he would surely ruin this fellow financially. Huang Kuei sneered disdainfully, tugging at the corner of his mouth. You, a penniless loser whose business has gone bankrupt, are quite audacious. I really can't fathom what a peerless beauty like Lu Yao sees in you. Chao Zhe let out a cold laugh, disdaining to engage in a war of words with this real estate heir. Instead, he pushed Huang Kuei aside forcefully. In his heart, he seethed, Mark my words, Huang. You'll pay for this. I'll soon reduce you to living on the streets. Then he hastened downstairs. At that moment, Huang Kuei's taunting voice rang out from behind. Hey, Chao Zhe, where's Lu Yao? Has she dumped you? Ha. Chao Zhe couldn't be bothered to respond. Since Huang Kuei was bent on self-destruction, he'd let him have his way for a while. He was determined not to disappoint Huang Kuei in the end. He hopped on his electric scooter and arrived at the entrance of Ingchen Hotel within a dozen minutes. After merely waiting for 3 minutes, Chao Zhe spotted Lu Feifei striding out of the mall, carrying a small black handbag. When she saw Chao Zhe waving at her at the hotel entrance, a look of delight crossed her face. She trotted over to him. Brother Chao, have you been waiting long? Lu Feifei greeted Chao Zhe with a charming smile, fanning her face with her dainty hand. It was evident that she was overjoyed to see him. Her fair complexion was tinged with a lovely blush after running a short distance, making her look extremely alluring. She wore a cream-colored sun hat and a white knee-length dress that exposed her delicate shoulders. Her two shapely, fair legs were a sight to behold. On her feet were a pair of white summer sandals that were both stylish and versatile, perfectly showcasing her exquisite feet. Her 10 slender toenails were painted a deep wine red, making her feet look even fairer. Chao Zhe took a glance and was slightly amazed. When he was with Lu Yao before, Lu Feifei was indeed not as good looking. Moreover, at that time, Chao Zhe's mind was entirely on Lu Yao. So, although Lu Feifei was also a great beauty, Chao Zhe didn't have any special feelings for her. Now that he had broken up with Lu Yao, when facing Lu Feifei again, he found that this young girl was actually so beautiful. After a flash of amazement in his eyes, he smiled and said, "I've just arrived here too. Let's go in." Lu Feifei took out a wet wipe and wiped the fragrant sweat off her charming face, responding, "Okay." The two entered the Yingshun Hotel one after another. After asking about the private room, the hostess led them to the peony hall. Upon learning that Chao Zhe had already ordered the dishes, the hostess went to the kitchen to instruct the chefs to cook. "Brother Chao, you're still in an economic crisis. Let me treat you to lunch," Lu Feifei said sincerely, looking at Chao Zhe after putting down her bag. Chao Zhe picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Lu Feifei. Shaking his head and smiling, he said, "No need. I'll treat this time." Before he could finish his words, the door of the private room was pushed open, and someone said, "Hey, why is there someone in this private room?" Chao Zhe looked over, and his gaze involuntarily turned sharp. He saw 5 or 6 people standing at the door of the private room. And there were 2 of them he would recognize even if they were reduced to ashes, because they were all Chao Zhe's enemies. It was precisely because of them that Chao Zhe's company went bankrupt, leaving him with a huge debt, and Lu Yao had to break up with him. The one leading them was a young man with a slicked back hairstyle named Wang Bo. He is the general manager of Hongfeng Advertising Company and a competitor of Chao Zhe. The Wang Bo family wields considerable influence in Jiaqing District. Within the family, there are both government officials and business people, all of whom have achieved remarkable success. Over the past 2 years, relying on his family's influence and engaging in unfair competition, Wang Bo managed to drive Chao Zhe's Ziyao Advertising Company into bankruptcy, thus monopolizing the advertising market in Jiaqing District. Beside Wang Bo was a young man with a center-part hairstyle named Lu Jin, who was formerly an employee under Chao Zhe. However, when Chao Zhe was in the most difficult situation, Lu Jin, along with several key members of Ziyao Advertising Company, defected to Wang Bo's Hongfeng Advertising Company and became Wang Bo's right-hand man. Lu Jin also took away the most important clients of Ziyao Company, dealing a fatal blow to Chao Zhe and ultimately leading to the complete bankruptcy of Ziyao Advertising Company. Upon seeing the two, Chao Zhe's heart tightened. Damn it. Can't even have a peaceful meal. Running into these two spoil sports. Chapter 4. A woman's heart is like a hidden needle in the ocean. When Lu Feifei saw the approaching people, her pretty face also turned cold. Naturally, she recognized Wang Bo and Lu Jin. So she whispered to Chao Zhe, "Brother Chao, just ignore them." Chao Zhe picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said calmly. However, though he didn't want to pay attention to Wang Bo and his ilk, Wang Bo had noticed him. Wang Bo walked over and sat down at Chao Zhe's table, laughing heartily. "Isn't this our general manager Chao? I remember your company went bankrupt. How can you still afford to dine at Yingshun Hotel?" At this time, Wang Bo's right-hand man, Lu Jin, stepped forward and sneered, "Ha, General Manager Wang. I bet General Manager Chao is living off his female subordinates. What a thick-skinned guy." Lu Feifei was extremely indignant when she saw Lu Jin daring to humiliate Chao Zhe. After all, Chao Zhe was Lu Jin's former boss. "Lu Jin, watch your mouth. Although General Manager Chao has failed in business, he is not someone you can insult." Lu Feifei angrily pointed at Lu Jin with her delicate finger and rebuked. Hearing this, Lu Jin leered at Lu Feifei with his small, lustful eyes, stroked his chin and sneered, "Ha, Lu Feifei, don't think I don't know what's on your mind. You just think this good, for nothing Chao Zhe is good looking and are willing to spend money on him. Well, today you've come to have a secret date with Chao Zhe in the restaurant behind Lu Yao's back. Who would have thought that such a beautiful girl like you would like to be the other woman? You." Lu Feifei blushed with shame and anger when Lu Jin called her the other woman and was rendered speechless. Chao Zhe slammed the teacup down heavily, cast a sharp and fierce glance at Wang Bo and Lu Jin, and roared, "Wang Bo, Lu Jin, get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I don't mind making you bleed right here." "Fine, we'll leave." A gigolo like you is so arrogant. Startled by Chao Zai's almost murderous look, Wang Bo mumbled to himself, then got up and led Lu Jin and the others away. Wang Bo, remember what you said today. One day, I'll make you kneel and beg me. Chao Zai turned his head and coldly said to Wang Bo's back, Hee, sure, I'll wait and see how you, the defeated man, can make me kneel and beg you. Wang Bo laughed and then led his men out of the peony hall. They had just gone into the wrong private room. When they saw Chao Zai, they originally intended to humiliate him severely. However, upon meeting Chao Zai's murderous gaze, they dared not further provoke him. Although they were arrogant and domineering, they understood the principle that a common man's anger could result in bloodshed within 5 steps. Now that Chao Zai had been driven bankrupt by them and was left with nothing, he might very well act recklessly out of desperation. Wang Bo had used his family's influence to bankrupt Chao Zai. Firstly, he wanted to monopolize the advertising market in Jiaqing district. Secondly, he had his eye on Chao Zai's girlfriend, Lu Yao. He thought that after Chao Zai's bankruptcy, as long as he extended an olive branch, Lu Yao would, like Lu Jin and others, join Hongfeng Advertising Company. However, he underestimated Lu Yao's affection for Chao Zai. Lu Yao would rather eat instant noodles with Chao Zai than accept the position of Deputy General Manager of Hongfeng Advertising Company and a 40 stake offered by him. Therefore, Wang Bo hated Chao Zai even more. If it weren't for the anti-organized crime campaign, Wang Bo would have resorted to some evil forces to achieve his ulterior motives. Nevertheless, he believed that he would one day win over the stunning beauty, Lu Yao. Today, seeing Chao Zai together with Lu Feifei in private presented an opportunity he could exploit. After leaving, he instructed 2 of his subordinates to start secretly photographing evidence of Chao Zai's secret rendezvous with Lu Feifei from that day on and find a chance to give it to Lu Yao. He reckoned that after seeing the photos, Lu Yao would recognize Chao Zai's true nature and break up with him. Then he would have a chance. Of course, Wang Bo had other tricks up his sleeve. Since he had already offended Chao Zai, he didn't mind trampling him underfoot completely. Wang Bo had always been extremely envious of Chao Zai. What right did this penniless wretch have to possess a peerless beauty like Lu Yao? Moreover, Lu Feifei was also a great beauty and was very close to Chao Zai. Let's put aside Wang Bo's secret arrangements for now. Inside the peony hall, Lu Feifei let out a soft sigh and gently consoled Chao Zai, saying, Brother Chao, you needn't take scoundrels like Wang Bo and Lu Jin to heart. I believe that with your abilities, you'll stage a comeback one day. A warm feeling welled up in Chao Zai's heart. His eyes were as gentle as water as he said, Don't worry. They aren't worth my anger. Thank you for standing up for me just now. As for Wang Bo, Lu Jin, and those who had used despicable means to bankrupt him and force him to break up with Lu Yao, Chao Zai wouldn't let any of them off. However, there was no need to engage in verbal bravado with these people. In the end, it all came down to strength. Brother Chao, why are you saying thank you between us? When we were at Ziyao Company, you and Sister Yao always took such good care of me. By the way, did you really break up with Sister Yao? You're not lying to me, are you? Lu Feifei asked, frowning delicately. Hearing Lu Feifei mention Lu Yao, Chao Zai's eyes dimmed involuntarily. He forced a bitter smile and said, Yes, I'm not lying to you. When did this happen? Lu Feifei's mouth gaped wide open in astonishment. Lu Feifei's intimacy 20, current intimacy 50. Suddenly, the system prompted that Lu Feifei's intimacy had increased by 20 points. Chao Zai was extremely surprised and looked at Lu Feifei in disbelief. What on earth was going on with this girl? It stands to reason that she is good friends with both Lu Yao and me. After Lu Yao and I broke up, shouldn't she feel a bit regretful? Why does she show more affection towards me? Could it be that she actually wishes for Lu Yao and me to part ways? Truly, a woman's heart is like the unfathomable depths of the ocean. Seeing Chao Zai staring at her intently without a single movement, Lu Feifei waved her little hand in front of Chao Zai and asked with a puzzled look, Brother Chao, you're looking at me like this. Is there something on my face? Chao Zai snapped out of his daze, coughed twice, and explained, There's nothing on your face. In fact, your sister Lu Yao is the daughter of a prominent family in the capital. To be with me, she severed ties with her family. However, I didn't bring her happiness. Instead, I became a burden to her. After the company went bankrupt, to pay off my usurious debts, she had to turn to her parents for money. But her parents demanded that she break up with me. So, Chao Zai didn't continue. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. His eyes filled with profound disappointment. Brother Chao, perhaps you and Sister Lu Yao just weren't meant to be together. Don't be too sad. Look forward to the future. Maybe you'll find someone better later. Lu Feifei consoled him, blinking her beautiful big eyes. What Chao Zai failed to notice was a fleeting, almost imperceptible smile that flashed across Lu Feifei's beautiful eyes. Yeah. Chao Zhe put down the teacup and said gently to Lu Feifei, Feifei, I invited you to dinner today. Firstly, I want to thank you for always firmly standing by me during my toughest times. Secondly, I've recently made a fortune and plan to pay back the money I owe you. There's no rush to pay back the money. How did you make a fortune? Brother Chao, did you win a big prize in the lottery? Upon hearing this, Lu Feifei widened her beautiful eyes and stared at Chao Zhe excitedly, asking, Chapter 5, is it because he's poor? No, I've made a fortune through investments rather than winning the lottery. Chao Zhe laughed heartily. Naturally, he couldn't say that he had won the favor of the system. Well, then I'm going to take you for a ride today, Lu Feifei said happily while rubbing her little hands. Seeing that Chao Zhe said he had made money through investments, she thought it was his business secret and sensibly didn't ask for details. Yes, let's have 8 dishes for lunch today. After the meal, I'll take you out for some shopping. Chao Zhe nodded and smiled. Haha, then thank you, Brother Chao, in advance. Lu Feifei was overjoyed. Soon, the dishes were served one after another. Seeing that the dishes Chao Zhe had ordered were all very expensive, with each one costing over 200 or 300. Lu Feifei exclaimed that it was too extravagant. Brother Chao, how much money have you actually made? From now on, Feifei will follow you, she said playfully, batting her beautiful eyes. A huge amount, haha. Considering how nice you've been to me, I've decided to support you. Would you like that? Chao Zhe picked up a piece of fish and put it into Lu Feifei's bowl, half joking. Brother Chao, are you serious? Lu Feifei put down her chopsticks and looked at Chao Zhe seriously, asking, Of course, now that I've made a fortune, I'll naturally spend it on those who are kind to me. So far, apart from Li Yao, you've been the nicest to me. Chao Zhe nodded, his face showing sincerity. Lu Feifei's intimacy 25, current intimacy 75. Brother Chao, when you say so, I'm so overjoyed and deeply touched. Suddenly, Lu Feifei's eyes welled up with tears, and her beautiful eyes stared blankly at Chao Zhe. In fact, what Chao Zhe didn't know was that Lu Feifei had been secretly in love with him. For Chao Zhe was not only handsome but also extremely talented. Every advertising campaign he made was brimming with creativity. Moreover, he could sing, cook, and was very considerate of women. However, she knew she couldn't compare with Lu Yao, so she had always loved Chao Zhe silently in her heart. When Chao Zhe was in the most difficult time, she also chose to firmly support him. Nevertheless, she was reluctant to disrupt the relationship between Chao Zhe and Lu Yao. Now, hearing Chao Zhe compare her with Lu Yao and knowing that Chao Zhe always remembered her kindness, she felt that all her long-term efforts were worthwhile. Chao Zhe noticed that with just one kind word from him, Lu Feifei's intimacy with him instantly increased by 25 points. He finally realized that Lu Feifei had always had feelings for him. A surge of joy welled up in his heart. He never expected that he was so lucky. Just after obtaining the system, he could find a girl of good fortune who already had deep affection for him. As long as he made a bit more effort, perhaps he could raise Lu Feifei's intimacy to 100 points and obtain 100,000 luck points. Currently, he was at level 0, and a total of 300,000 luck points were needed to upgrade to the first level Cupid. If he got Lu Feifei's 100,000 luck points, 1/3 of the first task would be completed. Chao Zhe stretched out his hands to hold Lu Feifei's delicate little hands. Gazing into her beautiful eyes, he said affectionately, Feifei, true feelings are revealed in times of adversity. I, Chao Zhe, am not an ungrateful person. All your sacrifices are engraved deeply in my heart. When her little hands were held by Chao Zhe, Lu Feifei trembled all over. It was the first time a man had held her hands, and moreover, it was the man she adored, Brother Chao. A blush crept across Lu Feifei's charming face, making her look as delicate as a flower about to bloom. Chao Zhe decided to seize the opportunity. After dinner, he would take the little girl shopping and win her over today. He gently patted Lu Feifei's little hands and said softly, Feifei, let's have our meal first. Later, we'll go to the mall, and I'll buy you some cosmetics. You're so beautiful that you deserve the finest cosmetics. Lu Feifei nodded gratefully. However, she didn't want Chao Zhe to spend too much. With a gentle voice, she said, Brother Chao, although you've made a fortune, you should still be thrifty. I don't need extremely expensive ones. As long as they're practical, that's enough. Hearing this, Chao Zhe felt a warm current in his heart. What a kind-hearted girl she was. It was a pity that he couldn't dote on her exclusively. If he wanted to avenge himself, live a better life, and accumulate a huge fortune, he had to choose to be a womanizer. Nevertheless, no matter how philandering he might be in the future, he must treat Lu Feifei well. Half an hour later, they finished their meal. Xiao Zhe went to the front desk to settle the bill, which cost a total of 2,300 yuan. Seeing Xiao Zhe scanning the QR code to pay, Lu Feifei felt a twinge of pain in her heart. She murmured in a low voice, "Brother Qiao, you're really wasteful." Xiao Zhe naturally took Lu Feifei's little hands again and chuckled. "What's so wasteful about this? Not to mention spending 2,300 on you. Even spending 2 million on you, I'd do it willingly." Hearing this, Lu Feifei was quite pleased. Although their intimacy didn't increase, her pretty face was brimming with happiness. Being led by Xiao Zhe by the hand, she stepped out of the hotel and walked on the street. Her mind couldn't help but be in a daze. This was a scenario she dreamed of so many times, and today it finally came true. If a woman is deeply in love with a man, her world will revolve around that man. This could be clearly seen from the happy look in Lu Feifei's eyes. The two of them walked on the street. The midday sun filtered through the mottled sycamore leaves and shone on them, creating little golden dots that radiated a sense of beauty. Soon, they entered the L'Oreal Cosmetics Mall. Although it was noon, the mall was still teeming with people, and the vast majority were women. "Brother Qiao, I still have some cosmetics at home. You can just buy me a lipstick or something." After entering the mall, Lu Feifei pulled Xiao Zhe towards the low-end cosmetics counter. Xiao Zhe patted the back of her hand and smiled gently. "That won't do. Since I've decided to take care of you, I naturally have to dress you up beautifully. Don't be afraid of spending money. Brother really has money." Hearing Xiao Zhe's words, although Lu Feifei was very happy, she still didn't want Xiao Zhe to spend too much on her. After all, she knew that Xiao Zhe was no ordinary person. He had made some money from investments, but he would surely start a business in the future. It would be better to save more money for his business. Just as she was about to persuade Xiao Zhe again, she heard an indignant voice saying, "Lu Feifei, so you rejected my pursuit because you've taken a fancy to this penniless loser. What on earth do you see in him? Do you fancy his poverty?" Xiao Zhe turned his head and saw a young man, standing at about 178 centimeters tall, with a somewhat handsome countenance, glaring furiously at Lu Feifei. When their eyes met, the young man's gaze was filled with envy and hatred. He was around 28 or 29 years old, sporting a stylish spiky fringe haircut, and dressed in a branded shirt and dress pants. On his wrist was a precious wristwatch. Xiao Zhe recognized it as a Rolex Seed Weller Oyster Perpetual, worth approximately 150,000 yuan. Undoubtedly, a person who could afford such an expensive timepiece was a scion of a wealthy family. Although Xiao Zhe had never seen this man before, from his words, he could easily infer that this man was surely one of Lu Feifei's suitors. Upon hearing this, Lu Feifei's beautiful eyes turned cold, and she rebuked angrily. "Gao Lang, whom I love is none of your business. Mind your own damn business." Chapter 6. Dare you have a contest? Gao Lang, despite being scolded, didn't seem overly enraged. Instead, he feigned concern and said, "Lu Feifei, I mean well. I can't fathom what that penniless wretch has that I don't. You choose him over me. Just look at his shabby outfit. Do you think it's even worth 200 yuan? I advise you to break up with him as soon as possible, or you'll surely suffer in the end. In this world, a woman can only lead a comfortable life if she marries a wealthy man." Xiao Zhe gently wrapped his arm around Lu Feifei's slender waist, fixed his cold gaze on Gao Lang, and uttered calmly, "Are you really that wealthy?" Gao Lang cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Zhe and said with his neck stuck out, "Naturally. My family runs a tea business and has tens of millions in assets. Only I can give Lu Feifei happiness. If you, a penniless wretch, truly love Lu Feifei, then do the decent thing and let me be with her." Hearing this, Xiao Zhe let out a cold sneer. "Oh, tens of millions in family wealth. Since you're so rich, dare you have a competition with me?" "Humph, a competition? Do you even deserve it? Well, tell me, what do you want to compete in?" Gao Lang snorted. Xiao Zhe pointed at the cosmetics in the front counter and said to Gao Lang, "Let's compete to see who can buy more and more expensive cosmetics for Feifei. If you outdo me, then I'll step aside and end our rivalry." Hearing this, Lu Feifei grew a bit nervous and immediately whispered a warning, "Brother Qiao, don't compete with him. I know about his family. They're very wealthy." Xiao Zhe flashed a gentle smile. "Feifei, don't worry. I won't lose. I promise to take care of you. How could I let someone else snatch you away?" Seeing Xiao Zhe's confident demeanor, Lu Feifei stopped dissuading him. Anyway, regardless of whether Xiao Zhe won or lost, she'd choose Xiao Zhe over this rich second-generation Gao Lang. Although Gao Lang was wealthy, he wasn't the type she fancied. Ever since she first laid eyes on Xiao Zhe, she'd fallen head over heels for him. Now that Xiao Zhe had broken up with Li Yao, how could she possibly give up? Seeing that Xiao Zhe dared to bet with him on buying cosmetics, Gao Lang burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, competing with me in terms of wealth? It's like an egg trying to smash a rock. Fine, I accept this bet. He thought to himself, you're just a penniless wretch. Even your clothes have faded. I can't fathom where you get your audacity. I've got over $1 million in pocket money. Buying a cosmetic product worth $100,000 today is but a trifle for me, yet it would take you a whole year of hard labor outside. What can you possibly compare with me? The commotion they created also caught the attention of the surrounding customers and sales clerks. Everyone cast curious glances at Xiao Zhe. They all thought to themselves, this young man is dressed in such shabby clothes, and his shoes are even worn out. Yet he's betting on who is wealthier with someone wearing a Rolex worth over $100,000. It seems his wits aren't quite right. Some people quietly took out their phones and started taking pictures, eager to see how this farce would end. Others whispered to each other, sneering at Xiao Zhe for his overreaching and pretentiousness. Xiao Zhe could feel the gazes of those around him, but he didn't care. People often judge by appearances, and he'd give them a good slap in the face later. Fei, come. Led this rich brat and me to your high-end cosmetics counter. Xiao Zhe turned to Lu Fei and said. Lu Fei nodded and walked ahead. She had made up her mind that after Xiao Zhe bought the cosmetics, she'd find the store manager to return the goods and give the money back to him. She couldn't let him spend a fortune. As for Gao Lang, if he wanted to buy, let him. Anyway, returns were not allowed. The high-end counter was just 10 meters ahead. At this moment, Lu Fei walked up to a tall, beautiful young woman in her early 30s and whispered to her. The beautiful woman nodded repeatedly, then politely said to Xiao Zhe and Gao Lang, Gentlemen, have you decided to compete in purchasing cosmetics in our store? Before Xiao Zhe could say a word, Gao Lang pointed at him and laughed. Yes, this penniless wretch dared to act cocky in front of me. I'll let him see what real financial power means. You're the store manager, right? Do you have any cosmetics worth 100,000 yuan here? Bring me one. I'll pay by card. If this loser can't afford it, then the hell with him. Get out of here. The charming store manager nodded and replied with a smile. Sure. I'm Li Jia, the manager here. Mr. Gao, our store does have cosmetics priced at 100,000 yuan each, and there are even more expensive ones. However, since you two have decided to compete on your shopping capabilities in our store, I'd like to propose a condition. How about it? Otherwise, I can't offer you this convenience. She had already learned the names of Xiao Zhe and Gao Lang from Lu Fei. Gao Lang unwrapped a piece of chewing gum, popped it into his mouth, and chewed as he asked, what condition? Leaning on the counter with both hands, the store manager said earnestly, all our products come with factory certifications. No matter how much you buy, returns are not allowed. Can you comply with this? Gao Lang let out a sneering laugh. Why would I return them? I'm buying these for Lu Fei. Only a penniless wretch would even think about returning stuff. How about you, Mr. Qiao? Li Jie glanced at Xiao Zhe with her big, blinking eyes and asked, a half-smile on her lips. Xiao Zhe shrugged and replied with a calm smile. Naturally, I'll abide by the store's rules. Once I make a purchase, I won't ask for a return. Great. Then, every time you select an item, scan the code and pay for it right away until you stop shopping. The beautiful store manager tucked a wisp of hair behind her ear and said with a smile. Sure. Gao Lang slapped his chest and said to Lu Fei boldly, Fei, choose a piece of cosmetics worth 100,000 yuan by yourself. I'll buy it for you today. Hearing that this young man, surnamed Gao, was about to buy a piece of cosmetics worth 100,000 yuan for that beautiful woman in a white dress, some women watching nearby cast envious, jealous, and resentful looks. In China, it's quite good for an ordinary family woman to have 2,000 or 3,000 yuan worth of cosmetics a month. After all, the monthly salary is only a few thousand yuan. This young playboy was actually going to buy a piece of cosmetics worth 100,000 yuan for the beauty he admired. This amount could cover their expenses for 3 years. Their looks towards Gao Lang were filled with admiration, and they started whispering among themselves. This man is so rich. Whoever marries Mr. Gao would be so lucky. Don't you see the Rolex Sea Dweller Oyster perpetual watch Mr. Gao is wearing? He's definitely a second-generation rich. If I were the beauty in the white dress, I'd immediately accept Mr. Gao. He's not only rich, but also good-looking. Gao Lang also felt the envious looks from the surrounding women. Hearing their admiration for him, he felt extremely satisfied, and a self-satisfied look appeared on his face. Lu Fei was not polite either. She took a limited edition gold life revitalizing cream from the showcase and said to Gao Lang indifferently, this one cost 101,000 yuan. Scan the code. Not bad. I think it suits your skin very well. Gao Lang glanced at the price. It was indeed 101,000 yuan. He readily scanned the QR code. Then he turned to Xiao Zhe and said, You penniless loser, it's your turn. You're not going to choose something worth just 1,000 yuan, are you? Ha. Chapter 7. Going all in. Xiao Zhe raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. Don't worry. Even if I have to sell my ancestral house today, I won't lose to you. Then he turned to Lu Feifei and said, Feifei, pick a set of cosmetics for me that costs 1,000 or 2,000 more than this one of that guy surnamed Gao. I might not be able to afford anything much more expensive. He didn't immediately choose a set worth hundreds of thousands. Instead, he planned to gradually increase the stakes. You're a rich second generation, aren't you, Gao Lang? I'll compete with you bit by bit until I empty your bank card. Although my black gold card has a maximum single transaction limit of only 2 million yuan, I can keep swiping it. Am I afraid of you? Hearing that Xiao Zhe wanted to buy cosmetics worth 110,000 to 120,000 yuan, Lu Feifei no longer felt heartache. Just now, she had communicated with store manager Li Jia. After Gao Lang left, all the items Xiao Zhe bought would be returned. As long as Xiao Zhe's card had 1 or 2 million, Gao Lang would probably give in. So she took out a set of dragon blood repair skincare products from the counter and handed it to Xiao Zhe, saying gently, Brother Xiao, this one costs 123,000 yuan. At this moment, everyone looked at Xiao Zhe, hardly believing that this young man in Taobao bought clothes could afford to spend 120,000 yuan. Especially when they saw that Xiao Zhe took out a somewhat shabby second-hand phone. Sneers appeared on their faces. Most people in the world laugh at the poor rather than the immoral. In particular, when one thought that a penniless lad was trying to pose as a wealthy man. He seemed even more ridiculous. Xiao Zhe paid no heed to the looks from those around him. With a composed smile on his face, he took out his shabby phone, scanned the QR code at the counter, and entered the amount and password. Soon, the voice prompt for the receipt of payment rang out. You've received 123,000 yuan via Zfubo. The clear voice prompt astonished the onlookers. No one expected that this penniless lad actually had 120,000 yuan and was even daring enough to spend such a sum on a luxury cosmetic item. Meanwhile, Gao Lang's smug smile gradually faded away. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How could this be? How could this guy surnamed Xiao have 120,000 yuan? The shoes, clothes he's wearing, and the phone in his hand are worth no more than 1,000 yuan at most. If he were really a wealthy man, why would he be dressed like a beggar? No, this must be all his savings from working. As long as I buy another cosmetic worth over 100,000 yuan, this chap will be cleaned out. Gao Lang gritted his teeth and said to Lu Feifei, Feifei, give me another cosmetic worth around 150,000 yuan. Lu Feifei didn't say a word. She took out a 24K Cleopatra Gold Nano Care set worth 156,000 yuan from behind the counter and placed it in front of Gao Lang. Then she said indifferently, pay up. Gao Lang's face turned rather grim. He scanned the QR code, and soon the Zfubo prompt indicated the payment had been made. Then he fixed a cold stare at Xiao Zhe. Not to be outdone, Xiao Zhe asked Lu Feifei to get him a bottle of CL Depot Butte the Cream worth 180,000 yuan and paid for it without hesitation. Seeing that the cosmetic Xiao Zhe bought was more expensive than his, Gao Lang's face turned ashen. He didn't expect that this Xiao Zhe would really dare to gamble with him. At this time, the looks of the people around Xiao Zhe were no longer so contemptuous. They all speculated that this young man who looked like a penniless loser might be playing the fool to catch the wise. Some people even whispered that the young man with the surname Gao might be less capable than the one with the surname Chao and would lose this competition. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Gao Lang's competitive spirit was aroused. Damn it, how could I, Gao Lang, lose? Although I can't compare with those top second-generation rich kids, I'm not going to lose to a penniless loser. This guy surnamed Chao must be pretending to be wealthy. Come on, bring me a suit worth 300,000 yuan. Gao Lang looked at Lu Feifei and urged. Lu Feifei gave a coquettish smile. Sure enough, young Master Gao has the means. After saying that, she found a deluxe skin care product set of serum essence worth 310,000 yuan and placed it in front of Gao Lang. Gao Lang narrowed his eyes, paid the bill, and then looked at Xiao Zhe with a sneer. You've already spent nearly 300,000 yuan. I don't believe you can take out another 300,000 yuan. There was always a calm smile on Xiao Zhe's face. He also bought a suit worth 320,000 yuan. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with incredulity. They finally realized that this young man might not be a penniless loser at all. Maybe he didn't care much about his appearance. which was why he was dressed in cheap street market clothes. Could he be a newly rich demolition beneficiary? Maybe he just got the compensation money and hadn't had time to change his outfit. After all, he had already spent 600,000 yuan on cosmetics. Now Gao Lang was in a dilemma. There was still 1 million yuan left in his bank card. If he continued to buy, he would really feel heartache. After all, these cosmetics couldn't be returned once purchased. Besides, it would still be overly extravagant to really present them to Lu Feifei. However, if he didn't continue, it would mean losing to this penniless wretch. How could he still hold his head high in front of Lu Feifei? Moreover, those around would surely laugh at him. Gao Lang was a man who cared deeply about his face. It didn't matter losing to those super-rich second generation. But he couldn't be defeated by a low-class fellow. Otherwise, it would be a lifelong disgrace. Looking at the text message on his phone, which indicated that there was still 1 million yuan in his bank card, on a sudden impulse, he gently tapped on the counter, squinted at Xiao Zhe and said, "Hey, Xiao, dare to have a big scale bet with me?" Xiao Zhe gave a hearty laugh and inquired, "How big?" Gao Lang said coldly, "Let's decide the winner in one go. I'm going to buy another 1 million yuan worth of cosmetics at once. Do you dare to take it on? If you don't, you lose." He was certain that Xiao Zhe couldn't possibly come up with another 1 million yuan. If Xiao Zhe dared not accept, he wouldn't have to spend 1 million on cosmetics and he'd win. This way, he could avoid wasting another few hundred thousand. Xiao Zhe pretended to ponder for a moment, and then said gravely, "For Feifei, I'll take the bet." Hearing that Xiao Zhe really dared to gamble 1 million with him, Gao Lang was taken aback. Wasn't this guy supposed to be a penniless wretch? Had he misjudged? But since the words were out, he had to follow through. He couldn't possibly admit defeat. Alas, spending over 1 million to court a beautiful woman was quite a high price to pay. Although his heart ached deeply, Gao Lang, being a man of pride, still said to Lu Feifei, "Feifei, pick out cosmetics worth a total of 1 million yuan for me. I'll make this guy surnamed Qiao lose wholeheartedly." "Sure thing," Lu Feifei replied crisply. In fact, she had already made up her mind that no matter whether Gao Lang won or lost, she wouldn't choose him. "I, Lu Feifei, am not a bet. So what if you, Gao Lang, win? I'll definitely still choose Brother Qiao." The thought of making Gao Lang spend a fortune delighted her. She wouldn't take a single piece of the cosmetics Gao Lang bought, but it could bring considerable benefits to the store, and she and the store manager could get a handsome commission. Seeing that Gao Lang was going to risk 1 million yuan all at once, the store manager, Li Jia, was also extremely pleased. She gave Gao Lang a thumbs up and praised, "Young Master Gao is truly generous." In fact, she murmured to herself, "What a fool." Chapter 8. Where am I great? Receiving the praise from the beautiful store manager, Gao Lang's mood improved slightly, and a self-satisfied look reappeared on his face. After all, not many people had over 1 million yuan in their bank accounts. Soon, Lu Feifei fetched a set of cosmetics worth 1 million yuan and placed them in front of Gao Lang. Gao Lang looked askance at Xiao Zhe and said, "Qiao, it's not too late for you to admit defeat now. I can give you a chance. Leave Feifei, and I'll reimburse you for the 600,000 yuan cosmetics you've bought. Otherwise, if you can't come up with 1 million yuan, you're bound to lose. You'll not only squander 600,000 yuan in vain, but also fail to win Feifei. Won't you end up losing both your money and the girl?" Naturally, he hoped that Xiao Zhe would voluntarily admit defeat. In this way, although he would have to spend 600,000 yuan on Xiao Zhe's cosmetics, it was still 400,000 yuan, less compared to spending another 1 million yuan. Moreover, buying Xiao Zhe's 600,000 yuan worth of cosmetics and presenting them to Lu Feifei would better win the beauty's favor. Xiao Zhe twitched the corner of his mouth and scoffed. "I can't help but feel that you're trying to deceive me. Perhaps you're already penniless and can't come up with 1 million yuan at all. You want me to admit defeat voluntarily so that you can reap easy benefits. I won't fall for your trick. You've purchased 3 sets of cosmetics, totaling 557,000 yuan, while I've spent nearly 630,000 yuan. So far, I'm the victor." Seeing that Xiao Zhe wasn't falling for his scheme, Gao Lang gritted his teeth and snorted. "Do you think I'm out of money? I'll transfer 1 million yuan right now to show you and make you give up completely. Stay away from Feifei." After saying that, he took out his phone, scanned the QR code immediately, and transferred 1 million yuan. Then he stared at Xiao Zhe coldly and said, "Poor loser. It's time to admit defeat now. Get out of here with your 3-piece cosmetics set." Xiao Zhe let out a soft laugh and calmly replied, "I think it's you who should leave." Then he turned to Lu Feifei and said, "Feifei, Prepare a 1.5 million yuan cosmetic set for me. I'm going to see just how wealthy this rich kid is. Chao Zhe also noticed that Gao Lang might not have much money left on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried to deceive him. So, he decided to play a bigger game. Maybe after another round, he could bankrupt Gao Lang. Upon hearing that Chao Zhe intended to purchase cosmetics worth 1.5 million yuan, Lu Feifei, who had already magnified Gao Lang's offer by 1.5 times, couldn't help widening her beautiful eyes as she looked at Chao Zhe and said, "Brother Chao, are you really going to spend 1.5 million?" Lu Feifei was no novice to the world. Previously, she had worked as an accountant in Chao Zhe's company and had dealt with accounts amounting to millions. However, seeing that Chao Zhe, who had gone bankrupt half a year ago, now had over 2 million in his bank card, she was still greatly astonished. It seemed that her judgment was impeccable. Brother Chao was an extremely talented individual. He had managed to stage a comeback in just half a year. Lu Feifei's intimacy 15. Current intimacy 90. Noticing that Lu Feifei's intimacy had increased by 15 points and reached 90, Chao Zhe was also secretly surprised. The pursuit of Lu Feifei had been astonishingly smooth. He hoped that the pursuit of other lucky women in the future would be equally effortless, leading to a life of joy and leisure. Filled with pleasant surprise, Lu Feifei fetched several sets of expensive cosmetics and tenderly handed them to Chao Zhe. By this time, more onlookers had gathered around, whispering among themselves. Some people discreetly inquired about the situation here. Learning that a wealthy second generation and a penniless man were competing wildly to buy cosmetics for a beautiful woman, they were all brimming with intense interest. They were eager to see whether the wealthy scion or the man dressed in cheap street market clothes would emerge victorious. In the crowd, a woman with a sweet appearance and high-level beauty frowned slightly as she fixed her gaze on Chao Zhe and murmured, "Why does this man look so familiar to me?" She racked her brains, trying to recall where she had seen him before. At this time, Chao Zhe had calmly swiped his card to pay 1.5 million yuan. Seeing this, none of the surrounding customers dared to look down on this man in cheap street market clothes anymore. Their eyes were filled with envy. It seemed that his financial strength was stronger than that of the man surnamed Gao, for every time he bought more expensive items than Gao did. After seeing Chao Zhe pay 1.5 million yuan, the beautiful store manager, Li Jia, beamed with a big smile on her pretty face and gave Chao Zhe a thumbs up. "Mr. Chao, truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. You are so powerful." And Lu Feifei's eyes were full of admiration as she looked at Chao Zhe. She stepped forward, grabbed Chao Zhe's hand, stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the cheek, then exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Chao, you are amazing." At this moment, Lu Feifei's affection for Chao Zhe had reached 90 points, and all her emotions were quite natural. Chao Zhe felt a warm sensation on his cheek and thought to himself, "How do you know I'm amazing?" However, he didn't say it out loud in public. Instead, looking at Gao Lang, whose face was as pale as paper, he said casually with a smile, "Young Master Gao, shall we have a bet of 3 million in the next round?" Gao Lang gritted his teeth in anger. He just couldn't understand how he could lose to a penniless dude in clothes worth only 200 yuan. The image of a wealthy second generation he had built in front of Lu Feifei had completely shattered, and the customers who had previously looked at him with admiration now seemed to be mocking him. His self-esteem was severely damaged. So, without saying a word, he reached out and grabbed several cosmetic bags in front of him, pushed through the crowd, and quickly left them all. Although he had a strong sense of self-esteem, he was not the kind of person who couldn't accept defeat. Instead, he chose to leave. Chao Zhe didn't further humiliate him and regarded it as just a small episode. At this time, the on-looking crowd gradually dispersed. "Feifei, all these cosmetics are yours. Go and find a big gift bag," Chao Zhe said to Lu Feifei, pointing at the cosmetics worth more than 2 million yuan in front of him. "Brother Chao, how about returning them all?" Lu Feifei opened her small mouth and said, after seeing so many expensive cosmetics, although she liked them very much, she thought it was a great waste for her to use them. Moreover, this was the start up capital for Chao Zhe's future business. So she intended to let Chao Zhe return them to them all. However, before she could finish speaking, Chao Zhe stopped her. Chao Zhe fixed his deep, profound eyes on her charming face and said tenderly, "I've said that what I buy for you is for you. Isn't your kindness to me worth these 2 million yuan cosmetics?" Seeing that Chao Zhe was so grateful and was going to give her these expensive cosmetics worth 1 million yuan, Lu Feifei was extremely touched. Her beautiful eyes were misty, and her delicate pink lips trembled slightly as she said, "Brother Chao, I just think it's such a waste. How about returning half of them?" Chao Zhe firmly shook his head and wouldn't allow a single cent to be returned. After that, he affectionately kissed Lu Feifei on her charming face. Lu Feifei's intimacy 5. Current intimacy 95. At this moment, he noticed that Lu Feifei was looking at him lovingly, and a bold thought immediately arose in his mind. Chapter 9. Chen Rou, the bank account manager Chao Zhe, forcibly suppressed the amorous thoughts in his heart. Shop manager Li Jian noticed that Lu Feifei was gazing at Chao Zhe lovingly and knew of her affection for him. Thinking about how, thanks to Lu Feifei, nearly 3.7 million worth of cosmetics had been sold in the store all at once, she couldn't help but be in high spirits. So, with an ambiguous smile on her face, she said to Lu Feifei, "Feifei, look, your boyfriend has bought so many cosmetics in our store. He's so nice to you. I'll give you an afternoon off. Go and accompany Mr. Chao well." After saying that, she winked at her. Lu Feifei immediately understood what Li Jian meant. Her charming face blushed, but she didn't decline. Instead, she said gratefully, "Thank you, sisterly." Being referred to as Chao Zhe's girlfriend by Li Jie made her extremely happy. After all, Chao Zhe was handsome and had just demonstrated his great strength, which made her feel very proud. "You should quickly pack up the cosmetics. Put so many into 2 bags. Li Jie said with a smiling pout. Then she pulled Lu Feifei to pack the cosmetics. Since Chao Zhe couldn't offer any help, he stood aside watching Lu Feifei pack. "Excuse me, are you Chao Zhe?" At this moment, a gentle voice sounded behind him. Chao Zhe turned around and was immediately struck by the sight. This woman was extremely beautiful, on par with Lu Feifei. Standing about 170 centimeters tall, she was dressed in a purple dress, with her long black hair casually cascading down her back. She had an oval face, almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, and pinkish thin lips. A small yellow handbag hung on her shoulder, revealing her fair arms. Chao Zhe also felt that she was very familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. But he just couldn't recall it for the moment. "I'm Chao Zhe. May I ask who you are?" He nodded in response. Meanwhile, the system immediately sent out a reminder. The daughter of fortune has been detected. Name: Chen Rou. Age: 26. Beauty score: 90. Height: 170 centimeters. Relationship status: 1. Occupation: bank account manager. Fortune value: 100,000. Intimacy level: 15. You're really Chao Zhe? I'm Chen Rou. We were high school classmates. I sat in front of you. After confirming the other person's identity, the beautiful young woman beamed with delight. Chen Rou's intimacy level 10, current intimacy level 25, reminded by the charming girl. Chao Zhe also recalled that she was indeed his high school classmate. However, they were only classmates in the first year of senior high school, and they were separated into different classes in the second year. It had been 7 or 8 years since then. Both of them had changed in appearance, and they had lost touch after high school. In the first year of senior high school, Chen Rou sat in front of Chao Zhe. She had a very gentle and quiet personality, while Chao Zhe was a bit mischievous. He liked to play with Chen Rou's hair from behind, or gently kick her little bottom with his foot. Chen Rou was so annoyed that she gritted her teeth. But she was helpless against Chao Zhe. Sometimes, when she was really irritated, she would turn around and glare at Chao Zhe. Just now, when Chen Rou saw Chao Zhe buying cosmetics from Gao Lang and spending hundreds of thousands of dollars without batting an eyelid, her intimacy level with him immediately increased by 15 points. When she learned that Chao Zhe was indeed her high school classmate, the little boy who always liked to play with her hair, a flood of youthful memories welled up in her heart, and her intimacy level increased by another 10 points. Haha, what a coincidence. I haven't seen you for so many years. Who would have thought that I'd run into you here? Chao Zhe was also overjoyed. On the one hand, she was an old classmate. Back then, he thought she was very pretty and had teased her a lot. On the other hand, it is naturally because Chen Rou is also a woman favored by fortune. She has a beauty score of 90 and a fortune value of 100,000. The only fly in the ointment is that she has been in a relationship once. Yes, I haven't seen you since high school graduation. It's almost 8 years now. I never thought my old classmate would be so affluent, having struck it rich and buying his girlfriend cosmetics worth over 2 million in one go. Chen Rou exclaimed. Chao Zhe let out a soft laugh. So you saw it just now? Well, that Gao Lang insisted on competing with me. I really had no choice. He didn't mention how he had made his fortune, as it was not easy to explain. At this time, Lu Feifei had finished packing the cosmetics. Seeing Chao Zhe chatting with a beautiful woman, she walked over and asked, Brother Chao, who is this? Feifei, this is Chen Rou, my high school classmate. We haven't seen each other for 7 or 8 years. Chao Zhe introduced Chen Rou to Lu Feifei. Then he pointed at Lu Feifei and said to Chen Rou, This is Lu Feifei, my dear younger sister. The two beautiful women both nodded at each other with a smile and exchanged greetings. Hearing this, Chen Rou was unsure what kind of younger sister Lu Feifei was to Qiao Zhe. In any case, Qiao Zhe was willing to spend over 2 million on her for cosmetics, which showed that Qiao Zhe had changed greatly and was extremely generous. If she could get on good terms with him, she might just benefit from it. Just thinking about her current job gave her a headache. Every month, she had to complete a deposit task worth millions, but she didn't know many wealthy people. Every month when it was time to attract deposits, she had to grovel. Sometimes, some customers even made blatant hints about having an improper relationship with her. Just the thought of it made her feel aggrieved. However, in order to fulfill her task, she had no choice but to act insincerely and compromise. Now that her old classmate was so wealthy, perhaps asking him to help her complete some deposit tasks each month would earn her some favors. So, she smiled and said, "Old classmate, it's been ages. How about we go to the coffee shop next door and have a chat? Miss Lu, come with us." Qiao Zhe nodded. "Sure. It's rare for us to meet after such a long time. We should really catch up." Then he turned to Lu Feifei and said, "Feifei, let's go together." He agreed to go to the coffee shop not only because Chen Rou was an old classmate, but more importantly, she was the girl blessed with good fortune. If Chen Rou were an ugly woman or an ordinary male classmate, Qiao Zhe would naturally have had no interest. As for taking Lu Feifei along, Qiao Zhe planned to catch up with Chen Rou first and then figure out how to boost Lu Feifei's intimacy with him to 100 points, so as to obtain 100,000 luck points. If all else failed, he might have to sacrifice a bit of his dignity. Through today's interaction, Qiao Zhe could tell that Lu Feifei had special feelings for him. Although she also liked money, she was not a materialistic woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have rejected the pursuit of Gao Lang, a second-generation rich man. Although Qiao Zhe was reluctant to admit that Lu Feifei was infatuated with him, the fact remained unchanged. In this world, many women are extremely materialistic, yet there are a very few who are infatuated lovers. Even if you have no money and many flaws, once she sets her heart on you, she will love you passionately until the end. Lu Feifei felt this way about Qiao Zhe. Therefore, although Qiao Zhe would not marry Lu Feifei, he decided not to let her down. Instead, he would do his best to treat her well. It was not only because of the 100,000 luck points on her, but also because of her deep affection for him. Qiao Zhe was a man who clearly distinguished between love and hatred. He would repay those who were kind to him doubly, and he would also retaliate against those who treated him badly. Chapter 10. Chen Rou's purpose. Lu Feifei greeted Li Jie. Then the three of them left the mall together and walked to the coffee shop next door. They found a seat by the window and sat down. Putting down their purses, Chen Rou said with a smile, "I'm so glad to see my old classmates today. Let me treat you." Qiao Zhe shook his head and said with a smile, "Please give me a chance." As the only man present, Qiao Zhe naturally wouldn't let the ladies spend money. Anyway, he had the love god system, and the consumption on the lucky ladies could be reimbursed. He ordered 3 cups of pearl brown sugar milk tea, golden moment, each costing 168 yuan. When the two girls saw that Qiao Zhe had ordered such an expensive milk tea, they both thought he was really extravagant. After all, the milk tea they usually drank only cost about 10 yuan a cup. The price of 1 cup he ordered was enough for them to drink for 10 days. While waiting for the milk tea, Qiao Zhe and Chen Rou talked about their high school days. Recalling that green and innocent time, both of them felt deeply emotional. Lu Feifei chimed in from time to time and was also very interested in Qiao Zhe's past. "Is your grandfather in good health, Qiao Zhe?" After talking about some high school experiences, Chen Rou asked. Qiao Zhe's face darkened, and he said sadly, "He passed away the year before last. He lost both his parents in his childhood and was raised by his grandfather, who provided for his education. Unfortunately, until his grandfather passed away, Qiao Zhe hadn't been able to filially care for him properly. Originally, he planned to bring his grandfather to Shanghai City to live after his business expanded and he earned enough money. However, just when his business started to show signs of improvement, he was schemed against by his competitor Wang Bo, got into trouble, and later went bankrupt. His grandfather had raised him with great hardship but never enjoyed a single day of a good life. This was Qiao Zhe's greatest pain in his life. "I'm sorry. I'm also very sad." Chen Rou pursed her lips, looking sorrowful. She knew about Qiao Zhe's background. Qiao Zhe's grandfather had visited him at school several times. So Chen Rou had also met him. He was a very kind-hearted old man. He would scrimp and save to buy some snacks and bring them to school. He always shared some with his classmates, so everyone had a very deep impression of the old man. Although Qiao Zhe was quite mischievous at that time, he had excellent character and was always ready to help others. Naturally, it was related to his grandfather's good family upbringing. It's okay, Chen Rou shook his head. Then he asked Chen Rou, by the way, where are you working now? At this time, the waiter brought 3 cups of milk tea. Thank you. Chen Rou took the milk tea, stirred it, and said, I'm working at the district on-tie bank. The bank. That's quite good. Chen Rou picked up the milk tea, took a sip, and said with a smile. Chen Rou tucked a wisp of hair behind her ear with her slender fingers and sighed, alas. It's not as good as it seems. I'm just an employee. The pressure to reach the monthly deposit target is too great. How can it be like you? A big boss, enjoying financial freedom. How much in deposits do you need to attract each month? Chen Rou put down the milk tea, leaned back, and inquired. With a monthly deposit target of 5 million in performance based on the completion rate, I still need 3 million for this month's task. It's already the 25th of June. In this unfamiliar metropolis, Shanghai, with only 5 days left, where on earth can I get 3 million? A look of worry clouded Chen Rou's delicate face. That's such a large sum. It'll be extremely challenging to meet the target without the support of several big entrepreneurs. Chen Rou nodded in agreement. Naturally, raising a few million posed no difficulty for him. He could even present the amount to Chen Rou directly. However, he was reluctant to offer voluntarily, for fear of appearing like a toady. More often than not, toadies end up in a rather pathetic state. Despite being an old classmate of Chen Rou, he couldn't be so forward. Women typically don't cherish things obtained for free, and such an act might not enhance Chen Rou's affection towards him. Noticing that Chen Rou didn't offer to assist with the deposit task, Chen Rou grew anxious. Although they were classmates, they were on equal footing. Who would want to beg for help if it could be avoided? One maintains their dignity when not relying on others. Seeking assistance always makes one feel inferior. Chen Rou was deeply conflicted. Should she ask Chen Rou for help? If not, could she find someone more suitable? What was the main purpose of inviting Chen Rou out for coffee and a catch-up? Was it merely for old-time sake? Gradually, Chen Rou convinced herself. Losing a bit of face in front of Chen Rou was far better than appealing to those lecherous men. Old classmate, could you see if you can help me figure out a way to fulfill some of my tasks? Chen Rou gently bit her pink lips with her pearly teeth, a tinge of shyness creeping across her face as she spoke. After uttering those words, she instantly regretted it, fearing that Chen Rou might decline. Although Chen Rou was wealthy and her classmate, he had no obligation to assist her. Moreover, business owners typically placed great emphasis on their liquid funds. Having 2 or 3 million yuan deposited with her might potentially impact his own business operations. Chen Rou met Chen Rou's pleading gaze with a warm smile and replied, absolutely. A classmate's plight is my own. You're short of 3 million for your task, right? Well, I'll deposit 5 million with you. 5 million, Chen Rou exclaimed, leaping up in excitement. Immediately realizing her impropriety, she sat back down, a blush of embarrassment spreading across her cheeks. However, her elation was palpable, and her delicate face flushed with joy. With a deposit commission rate of 0.6, this 5 million yuan deposit would earn her a handsome sum of 30,000 yuan. More importantly, she no longer had to humble herself before those haughty customers, whose condescending looks and grudging patronage had always left her feeling humiliated. Chen Rou's intimacy level 10, current intimacy level 35. Her intimacy level had increased by a full 10 points. Yes, Fei, go and deposit 5 million for my old classmate. Chen Rou took a big gulp of his milk tea and then smiled at Lu Fei. He was quite pleased to see Chen Rou's intimacy level rise by another 10 points. Brother Chow, but I don't have 5 million, Lu Fei exclaimed. Momentarily stunned by Chen Rou's request, she looked at him, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Apart from the 2,100,000 yuan worth of cosmetics you gave me, I have less than 100,000 yuan in my bank account. Where could I possibly assist you, old classmate? You'll have it right away. Chen Rou gazed at Lu Fei affectionately and said with a smile, give me your bank card number. I'll transfer 5 million yuan to you right now. You can deposit it in your own account, either as a current account or a fixed term one. Hearing Chen Rou's words, the 2 young ladies were extremely shocked. Brother Chow, you're going to give me 5 million yuan? Lu Fei couldn't believe it. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Rou's small mouth formed an O shape and remained agape for a long time. Was Chen Rou this wealthy? He casually offered 5 million yuan to someone. Yes, you're my dearest friend and younger sister. Take these 5 million yuan and spend it at your leisure, Chen Rou said gently. This is too much. Lu Fei was so excited that she stammered and couldn't speak properly. At this moment, the system emitted a prompt tone. Lu Feifei's Intimacy 5, Current Intimacy 100, congratulations. You've obtained 100,000 luck points. Keep up the good work. Once you accumulate 300,000 luck points, you'll be promoted to a first-level Cupid. Chapter 11. Recognizing as sisters. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chao Zhe was overjoyed. He had already successfully obtained 100,000 luck points. If he could acquire another 200,000 luck points in the next step, he would be promoted to a first-level Cupid and could withdraw 200 million yuan in cash, which would make his financial situation much more convenient. Moreover, he would also obtain the body strengthening technique. He wondered what this skill was like. However, products from the system were surely of top-notch quality. Seeing Lu Feifei still in a daze, Chao Zhe gently patted her small hand and complained, "I'm asking you to give me your bank card number." "Oh." Lu Feifei snapped out of her daze and quickly rummaged through her bag, taking out a bank card and pushing it in front of Chao Zhe. Then she wrapped her arms around Chao Zhe's arm and gave him a smooch on the cheek. Cooing sweetly, "Brother, you're so kind." Having been kissed by this adorable younger sister, Lu Feifei, Chao Zhe was overjoyed inside, yet outwardly remained calm. He took out his phone and began to transfer the money. Chen Rou stared blankly at Chao Zhe's handsome face and his composed manner of making the transfer, thinking to herself, how wonderful it would be if Chao Zhe treated me like this. Why would I still need to work? I wouldn't have to grovel and solicit deposits from people every month anymore. She casually glanced at Lu Feifei and saw that Lu Feifei's face was extremely excited. With her beautiful eyes fixed on Chao Zhe in a daze, Chen Rou thought to herself, my looks are no worse than Lu Feifei's. Moreover, I've known Chao Zhe much longer than she has. If she can make Chao Zhe be so generous to her, I can too. From today on, I must cling to Chao Zhe like a vine to a big tree. Chen Rou's Intimacy 6. Current Intimacy 41. Upon learning that Chen Rou's intimacy had increased by 6 points, Chao Zhe could more or less guess that after seeing him give 5 million to Lu Feifei, Chen Rou must be extremely envious and eager to improve her relationship with him. At this moment, he felt someone accidentally brush against his left shoe, and that little foot stayed pressed closely against his without moving. There was no need to guess. It must be Chen Rou's little foot. Since Chao Zhe and Lu Feifei were sitting on the same side, and Lu Feifei's feet were on his right, the foot on the left must belong to Chen Rou. Chao Zhe didn't move his foot, but instead let Chen Rou's little foot fidget restlessly beneath. Feifei, I've transferred 3 sums of money. The first 2 were each 2 million, and the last one was 1 million. Check if you've received them. Chao Zhe put down his phone and said to Lu Feifei. Lu Feifei rummaged through her bag, took out her phone, and saw 3 text messages. I've received them, brother. Lu Feifei hugged her phone and scrolled through the messages, her little mouth beaming with joy. Well, this money is yours. Later, go to Chen Rou's bank to deposit it and help her fulfill a task. Chao Zhe reached out and stroked Lu Feifei's little hand, smiling. Okay, brother. Lu Feifei nodded obediently. Then she said to Chen Rou, Miss Chen, I'll come to you to make a deposit tomorrow morning. I'm free then. Chen Rou said gratefully, okay, thank you. Seeing that Lu Feifei was so favored, she also wanted to get closer to her. So she added with a smile, since you're Chao Zhe's sister and I'm his old classmate, if you don't mind, how about I call you Feifei from now on, and you call me Xiao? Sure, you can call me Feifei. You're older than me. I'll call you Sister Xiao in the future. It'll make us seem less distant. Lu Feifei, with a kind-hearted nature, quickly replied. Just now, she heard Chao Zhe chatting with Chen Rou about the old days and knew they had a good relationship before. So naturally, she also wanted to get closer to Chen Rou. Well, no problem. My old classmate and I share a lovely sister now. Haha. Chen Rou was very pleased to see Lu Feifei being so cute and kind, and she readily agreed. Then let's exchange contact information, Lu Feifei suggested. All right. Chen Rou quickly took out her phone and added Lu Feifei's mobile number in WeChat. After adding the contact information, the 3 chatted for a while. Then Chen Rou received a call from the bank leader, asking her to work overtime to handle a task. Chen Rou reluctantly bid farewell to the other 2, making an appointment for Lu Feifei to go to the bank to deposit money with her the next morning, and then left first. Lu Feifei checked the time. It was almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so she proposed to Chao Zhe, brother. Let's first take these cosmetics to my rental apartment and then go to watch a movie. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Chao Zhe had nothing to do at the moment. Moreover, he had been under great pressure due to the huge usury debt recently and felt that he should relax. As for how to bring down Wang Bo and the forces behind him, it wasn't extremely urgent. Besides, he didn't have the financial foundation and strength for that now. So he nodded and said, okay. He stood up and carried 2 bags of cosmetics. Lu Feifei affectionately wrapped her arm around his, and they left Starbucks. Lu Feifei's rental apartment was in a nearby community, only about 300 meters away. They walked towards the community. The two strolled along, chatting and laughing. Along the way, some passers-by cast sidelong glances at them. Lu Feifei was extremely beautiful, dressed fashionably, with fair skin. Although Chao Zhe was tall and handsome, his clothes and shoes were really old, not much better than those of a migrant worker. The difference between the two was quite obvious. Brother, now that you're so rich, why don't you buy some nice clothes and shoes? Lu Feifei asked curiously. She also noticed the strange looks from the passers-by around and felt a bit uncomfortable. Ha, I'm used to dressing like this, and it doesn't matter. I don't care about my appearance. Chao Zhe said calmly, though he was complaining inwardly. Damn it. Although my love god card means I have money, I can't use it for myself. Now I don't have a single cent on me. I even have to mooch off others for meals. How can I buy clothes for myself? How can I change my shoes? No. I don't want my elder brother to wear such shabby clothes and shoes. You're so generous to me, and I can't be stingy. Lu Feifei saw a younger clothing store nearby and pulled Chao Zhe towards it. Chao Zhe was in a dilemma. He was worried that it would be a violation if the daughter of luck bought things for him, and the love god system would unbind him. So he said to Lu Feifei with a smile, Feifei, really, you don't have to spend your money. You earn your money at work with great effort. I'll buy them myself in a few days. Lu Feifei gave Chao Zhe a disdainful look. I can afford this little money. If you don't buy new ones, I'll ignore you. After saying that, she pouted her lips, pretending to be angry. Lu Feifei wanted to buy new clothes for Chao Zhe. On the one hand, Chao Zhe's outfit was really shabby and affected his image. On the other hand, of course, she wanted to gain Chao Zhe's favor by giving him gifts in return. Chao Zhe was already a god in her heart. Naturally, she hoped that Chao Zhe would dress handsomely so that she would also look good when they went out together. Besides, Chao Zhe had already given her 5 million in cash. It was no big deal for her to buy him a few new clothes and pairs of shoes. Chao Zhe was rather uneasy. He was worried about violating the rules and going back to the days when he was penniless. Then, he silently asked the system in his heart, Sister System, is it a violation if the Lady of Fortune offers to buy things for me? Chapter 12. Are you tired of living? The system replied, as long as you don't ask her for them, it's fine. It doesn't count as a violation if the Lady of Fortune voluntarily gives you a gift in return. Hearing this, Chao Zhe felt greatly relieved. Then, he reached out and put his arm around Lu Feifei's slender waist, coaxing her with a smile. Feifei, don't be angry. Elder brother will listen to you, okay? But don't buy too much. Hearing this, Lu Feifei gave Chao Zhe a charming sidelong glance and muttered, bad elder brother, you always make me angry. Humph. After saying that, she dragged Chao Zhe into the younger specialty store. After entering the store, she personally selected shirts, T-shirts, shoes, and socks for Chao Zhe, choosing 3 or 4 sets of each. After seeing Chao Zhe put on the new clothes, Lu Feifei was extremely satisfied. Her beautiful eyes showed even more affection when she looked at Chao Zhe. Truly, just as a horse depends on its saddle, a man depends on his clothes. Who would have thought that Chao Zhe would look so handsome in new clothes? When Chao Zhe saw the admiration in the girl's eyes, he guessed what was going on. It seemed that she had been conquered by his good looks and charm. He couldn't help but take a look at himself in the mirror, and his back straightened involuntarily. Chao Zhe's original looks were already around 90 points, and he was 183 centimeters tall. Coupled with the new outfit from head to toe, his overall demeanor was elevated significantly. Lu Feifei went to the counter to pay the bill, spending 800 yuan. However, there was no trace of distress on her pretty face. Instead, it was filled with joy. Lu Feifei tossed Chao Zhe's old shabby clothes into the outdoor trash can. Then she handed the bag of newly bought clothes to Chao Zhe, and arm in arm with him, they exited the specialty store. After walking a short distance and taking a turn, they arrived at Fuyuan Community. Lu Feifei's rented apartment was on the 2nd floor of Unit 1, Building 10. She unlocked the door and led Chao Zhe inside, then casually closed the door behind them. At this moment, a very robust man emerged from a room inside the house. He stood at a height of 186 centimeters and was around 28 or 29 years old. His upper body was bare, with a tiger's head tattooed on his chest, and he wore a pair of flowery board shorts on his lower body. When he caught sight of Lu Feifei, his eyes lit up, and his face was brimming with blatant lust. As he squinted at Chao Zhe following behind Lu Feifei, his face was filled with hostility. After entering the house, Chao Zhe also noticed this shirtless man. Then he glanced around the interior of the house and saw that there were a total of 4 rooms. The shirtless man had come out of the leftmost room, so it seemed he was also a tenant. Damn it, is this guy doing it on purpose? Knowing there's a pretty female tenant in the house, he comes out half naked. How despicable is that? Lu Feifei frowned gracefully and headed towards her own room. Just then, the shirtless man strode quickly past her, deliberately brushing the back of his hand against Lu Feifei's arm as if by accident. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Lu Feifei realized the shirtless man had done it on purpose and scowled as she berated him. Kiki, beauty, don't wrong an innocent man. It was you who bumped into me just now, okay? The shirtless man leered and then cast a provocative glance at Xiao Zhe. Upon seeing Xiao Zhe, whose physique appeared rather frail, he was certain that Xiao Zhe was no match for him. Thus, he didn't take Xiao Zhe seriously at all. If Xiao Zhe dared to step forward, he wouldn't mind giving him a good lesson. You. Witnessing the shirtless man refusing to admit his mistake and even framing her, Lu Feifei was so enraged that her whole body trembled and she was rendered speechless. She knew that this bare-chested man was a new tenant who had just moved in the previous day. When she went to work in the morning, he had leered at her with ill intentions and even whistled at her. Now, he had the nerve to rub against her with his hands, clearly trying to take advantage. However, the shirtless man looked extremely strong and had tattoos. He might well be someone involved in the underworld. So, she didn't dare to offend him and intended to let the matter rest. Seeing that the man dared to harass Lu Feifei, Xiao Zhe couldn't help but flare up with anger. He strode forward quickly and delivered a swift kick at the bare-chested man, shouting angrily, "You scoundrel! I'm afraid you've had enough of living. How dare you have designs on my sister?" Although Xiao Zhe looked thin, he had been learning Taekwondo since middle school. Now, he had reached the 7th dan in Taekwondo and could easily take on 3 or 4 people alone. Despite the bare-chested man's great strength, he never expected that such a frail-looking man like Xiao Zhe would dare to kick him. So, without any defense, he was sent staggering by the kick and fell to the ground, hitting his forehead against the wall. The bare-chested man felt the bump on his forehead, flew into a rage, and shouted, "Damn it! You're asking for death. Today, I'll have my way with your sister right in front of you." He quickly got up from the ground, waved his fists, and charged towards Xiao Zhe. "Brother, be careful." Lu Feifei noticed that the bare-chested man was extremely burly and worried that Xiao Zhe might get the worst of the fight. Frightened, she kept warning him beside. Before her voice faded away, there came a thud. A figure flew out, followed by a shrill scream from the bare-chested man. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Zhe took a swift stride forward and lashed out several fierce kicks at the bare-chested man's head, chest, and abdomen. Each kick carried great force and landed solidly. "Ow. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. Big brother, please stop kicking. I was wrong. I dare not do it again." The bare-chested man desperately covered his chest and abdomen with his hands and kept begging for mercy. Seeing that Xiao Zhe had subdued the taller and stouter bare-chested man within a few moves, Lu Feifei couldn't help feeling a sense of admiration welling up in her heart. "Brother Xiao, you're so incredibly handsome when you fight. Get the hell out of here. If I see you again, I'll beat you up every single time." Xiao Zhe pointed at the door and shouted sternly at the bare-chested man with a bloodstained face. "Yes, yes, yes," as if granted a pardon. The bare-chested man struggled to get up from the ground and fled out with a body full of bruises and purples. Outside the door, a glint of ferocity flashed across his eyes. After the bare-chested man went out, Lu Feifei let out a long sigh of relief. She stepped forward and gently hugged Xiao Zhe's arm, speaking in a sweet and gentle voice. "Brother, how come I never realized before that you're so good at fighting?" Her soft and bouncy part lightly touched Xiao Zhe's chest, making it hard for him to contain himself. "I've been practicing martial arts since primary school and was the captain of the martial arts team in college. I've never lost a fight. From now on, if anyone dares to bully you, just mention your brother's name." Xiao Zhe reached out and gently patted Lu Feifei's fragrant shoulder, saying in a cocky manner. Lu Feifei nodded. Glancing at the room of the shirtless man, she knitted her delicate eyebrows and said worriedly, "However, elder brother, you can't always stay by my side. That man must be a new tenant who moved in yesterday. His look was lecherous when he stared at me this morning. I'm really worried that he'll take revenge on me when you're not around. Moreover, the tenants in the other 2 rooms are also men. Last week, I hung 2 newly bought bras on the balcony, but when night fell, I couldn't find them. I don't know if they were blown away by the wind or what happened." Hearing this, Xiao Zhe also frowned. Chapter 13. No, you don't understand. Xiao Zhe noticed that the house Lu Feifei rented was partitioned into 4 rooms and leased to 4 tenants. Lu Feifei had to share the bathroom, washing machine, and balcony with those 3 male tenants. It never occurred to him that Lu Feifei was in such a difficult situation. He was unaware of it before, and even if he had known, there was little he could do. After all, he was struggling to make ends meet back then. But now that he had the Cupid system and Lu Feifei was deeply in love with him, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Otherwise, Lu Feifei might be molested by that shirtless man and the other 2 tenants. Feifei, your concerns are justified. It's really inconvenient living with all these male tenants. How about you move out? He said solemnly to Lu Feifei. Hearing this, Lu Feifei's heart skipped a beat with joy. Could it be that Brother Chow wants me to move into his place? Then our relationship will take a step further. Brother Chow has earned some money. He should have bought a big house by now. Then she pursed her crimson lips and smiled, saying, Brother, if I don't stay here, where else can I stay? Chow Ziho said angrily, I'll buy you a new apartment first. Stay in a hotel these days and don't stay here anymore. He thought to himself that his rental apartment was about to expire. The landlord, Huang Kue, was pressing him to renew the lease. Now he had not a single cent on him and simply couldn't afford to renew it. If he bought an apartment for Lu Feifei, he could also stay there for the time being and avoid being on the streets. Hearing this, Lu Feifei's beautiful eyes lit up. But she still felt a bit uneasy in her heart. After all, Chao Zhe had already given her 5 million yuan, asking him to buy her a new apartment again. He had given her far too much. Although she had lent him some money and been quite kind to him, it still wasn't worth this much. Evidently, Brother Chow didn't regard her as his girlfriend because just now he had told that bare-chested man that she was his younger sister. When introducing her to Chen Rou, he had also said she was his younger sister. If she was just his sister, asking for an apartment from him really didn't make sense. After all, a new apartment in Shanghai cost millions of yuan. So she said somewhat sheepishly, Brother, forget about buying a new apartment. It's not easy for you to do investments, and you need funds for turnover. I'd better rent an apartment in a more upscale neighborhood instead. Chao Zhe placed his hand on Lu Feifei's fragrant shoulder, shook his head and chided her, saying, Feifei, you don't know how to manage your life. You'll have to buy an apartment someday. Why waste money on renting? It's settled then. I'll buy you an apartment first. In the future, when I earn even more money, bro will buy you a large villa. I'll let you know what true friendship in adversity means. Seeing Chao Zhe so insistent, Lu Feifei stopped refusing. She thought to herself secretly just how much money his brother Chow earned. Perhaps tens of millions. However, it's normal for someone with his capabilities to earn that much. It's just that he was harmed by villains in the past 2 years and couldn't turn things around. All right. Then, thank you, bro. She turned back and gave Chao Zhe a sweet smile, then opened the door to her room and walked in. Chao Zhe followed her in and surveyed Lu Feifei's boudoir. Although the room was small, it was tidily arranged, extremely clean and refreshing. There was a small bed with a light, red bedsheet, a pink thin quilt, and a pink pillow embroidered with cartoon pictures on the outside. There were also 2 lovely teddy bear dolls on the bed. Then there was a wardrobe, a wall-mounted air conditioner, and a small desk. The whole room exuded a faint fragrance. Although it was warm and cozy, it was extremely simple. Chao Zhe decided to take Lu Feifei to choose a house the next day. He'd pick a fully furnished one that they could just move into. Lu Feifei carefully put away her cosmetics, then said to Chao Zhe, Bro, let's go to the movies first. After that, it'll be just the right time for dinner. Chao Zhe nodded, indicating that it was fine. Lu Feifei booked movie tickets online. It was a romantic film. The 2 of them held hands and left the rental house. At the downstairs, each of them scanned a shared bike and rode towards the cinema. The cinema was about 1.5 kilometers away. Along the way, they chatted and laughed. At this moment, Chao Zhe felt extremely relaxed and comfortable and was also full of expectations. There's no need to fret about the exorbitant usury anymore. Moreover, by accompanying beautiful ladies to dine, watch movies, and go shopping, there's even a chance to amass a fortune. In less than 10 minutes, the 2 of them arrived at the cinema. Previously, Chao Zhe was preoccupied with business and had little time to watch movies, so he was not very familiar with this place. On the contrary, Lu Feifei and Lu Yao often went to the cinema. Lu Feifei, with great familiarity, led Chao Zhe to their screening hall and found 2 seats at the back. The 2 sat down. On the way, Lu Feifei also bought a bucket of popcorn. They munched on the popcorn while waiting for the movie to start. Since it was a romance film, most of the audience were young couples. Before the movie started, some people had already put their arms around their partners and were being affectionate. Some couples were whispering sweet nothings, making the whole screening hall extremely amorous. Seeing the couples in front whispering to each other and being so lovey-dovey, Lu Feifei's fair little face gradually flushed. However, She still calmly ate the popcorn and occasionally complained about when the movie would start. Soon, the movie began. The whole screening hall fell silent, and everyone quietly watched the film. This movie told the story of a deeply in-love couple. Because the boy was very poor, the girl's parents firmly opposed their relationship and separated them. The boy went to a gold mine to pan for gold for the sake of the girl he loved deeply, but unexpectedly fell off a cliff and died. When his body was brought back, the girl lay on the boy's body and wept bitterly. Then took out a fruit knife she had prepared in advance and slit her throat in front of her parents. When the climax of the plot was shown, the whole theater was filled with wails. Lu Feifei was no exception. She lay on Chao Zhe's shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. Chao Zhe had no choice but to embrace her fragrant shoulders and comfort her constantly, saying that it was just a plot and such things would never happen in real life. Wu, brother, no matter what difficulties you encounter in the future, I don't want you to take risks. Although Sister Liao has left you, you still have me, right? Feifei doesn't want anything bad to happen to you. Do you understand? Lu Feifei held Chao Zhe's face in her hands, sobbing softly as she spoke. Hearing this, Chao Zhe felt a flutter in his heart. Naturally, he was aware of Lu Feifei's affection for him. If he were to rank those who loved him the most in the world, Liao would be first. And Lu Feifei should also be among the top. After all, when he went bankrupt, Lu Feifei not only worked without pay but also lent him all her remaining money. Feifei, I understand. Don't worry. I won't be so foolish as to take risks. Chao Zhe nodded heavily. No, you don't understand. Lu Feifei shook her head. Then she closed her eyes, and her soft pink lips pressed against Chao Zhe's. Then her fragrant tongue clumsily explored. Chapter 14. Indulge for once feeling the warmth of Lu Feifei's lips. Chao Zhe also trembled all over. Obviously, it was Lu Feifei's first kiss, and she seemed quite inexperienced. However, she was extremely passionate, with her little face flushed and her skin burning hot. After Chao Zhe bound the Cupid system, his desires in a certain aspect increased. Otherwise, how could it be called the Cupid system? He also knew that if he wanted to become a super rich man, he could only become a ladiesman. The Cupid system serves as a catalyst that compels one to become a philanderer. Thus, he yielded to his physical instincts and reciprocated Lu Feifei's somewhat awkward and unskilled kiss. 2 minutes later, Lu Feifei was out of breath and gave in. Her beautiful eyes were misted with water and brimming with deep affection as she stared blankly at Chao Zhe. Biting her rosy lips, she murmured in a hushed voice, "Brother, I love you. Let me give myself to you, okay?" After all, her intimacy with him had reached 100 points, and her heart and eyes were filled with this handsome man before her. Chao Zhe cupped Lu Feifei's flushed cheeks with both hands, gazed into her beautiful eyes, and said gently, "Feifei, you're aware of my past relationship with your sister Liao. That relationship dealt me a great blow. In the future, I might turn into a real philanderer. I may have many women and perhaps hurt many of them too, but I believe the only one I can never hurt is you. In the future, I can be good to you all my life and treat you as my dearest younger sister. If something intimate happens between us, I'm afraid you'll regret it." Due to Lu Feifei's affection and kindness towards him, he didn't want her to be heartbroken when seeing him become a philanderer. Hence, he had to give her a warning. Now that he had obtained 100,000 luck points from Lu Feifei, whether they had an extremely close relationship or not wasn't of crucial importance, even though he adored her deeply. "No, brother, I won't regret it. I don't care that you still love Sister Liao in your heart, nor do I care if you'll love other women in the future. As long as I love you, and you have me in your heart, that's enough." Lu Feifei shook her head, her eyes firm as she spoke. She was a woman infatuated with love. A woman with such a love-struck mind, once she fell in love with a man, would love him to the core. Whether he was an octogenarian or a penniless vagrant, a lovelorn woman truly feared losing the man she adored. This was the reason why there were still women in the world who sacrificed their lives for love. Although such cases were rare, they still existed. Seeing that Lu Feifei had gone so far in her words, Chao Zhe felt that he couldn't refuse anymore. Otherwise, it would be a hurt to Lu Feifei. "Fine. Perhaps we could book a hotel room tonight," he said, nodding and planting a gentle kiss on Lu Feifei's rosy lips. He could tell that Lu Feifei was in the throes of passion at this moment. A woman was most alluring in such a state. "Okay, brother." Lu Feifei pursed her lips and nodded emphatically. Chao Zhe stood up, helped Lu Feifei up from the seat, and held her delicate hand as they walked out of the cinema with the crowd. Outside, a gentle breeze blew, and Lu Feifei felt her mind clear. The feverish sensation all over her body gradually subsided, and a sense of shame welled up within her. She was too shy to look at Chao Zhe and even dreaded the upcoming embarrassment. "Brother, how about we have a meal first? she suggested softly. She hoped to postpone her first ever experience through having a meal. Chao Zhe looked down at Lu Feifei's blushing face and said tenderly, "Sure, there's plenty of time. After dinner, we'll find a high-class hotel to stay in." He planned to use Lu Feifei's ID to book a room for a week. Once the house for Lu Feifei is purchased, they will move there, thus temporarily resolving the accommodation issue. After obtaining 200 million in cashback by achieving 300,000 luck points, Chao Zhe will buy himself a spacious mansion. Otherwise, without his own abode, he might find himself homeless when trying to court other lucky girls. The two hailed a taxi and returned to the vicinity of the L'Oreal franchise. They found a small eatery and ordered several stir-fried dishes. By the time they finished their meal and stepped out, the sun had set. The bustling metropolis of Shanghai had transitioned into its nocturnal mode. The neon lights were illuminated, and the streets were filled with a constant stream of vehicles and a lively crowd. "Feifei, how about we stay in the presidential suite at the Yijiangnan Hotel?" Standing in front of the restaurant, Chao Zhe gazed at the five-star Yijiangnan Hotel across the road and proposed to Lu Feifei. "Anyway, the love god system will reimburse us. Why should we treat ourselves poorly?" The all-inclusive high-quality services of the presidential suite were truly a luxurious indulgence. "Brother, why waste money like that? Let's just find a mid-range hotel. As long as the environment is good, it'll do." Lu Feifei shook her head, worried that Chao Zhe would spend too much. Although she had never stayed in such a high-end hotel, having seen them in novels and on TV, she was aware of the exorbitant prices of presidential suites. "Hey, I've made a fortune now. It's okay to indulge occasionally. I've never experienced staying in a presidential suite. Please accompany me this once." Chao Zhe gently coaxed, his arm around Lu Feifei's slender waist. Lu Feifei looked up at Chao Zhe, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Brother, how much money have you really earned? You've given me so many high-end jewelry pieces, 5 million yuan, and you're going to buy me a house. Now you even want to take me to stay in a presidential suite." She was genuinely worried that although Chao Zhe had made money, he would ultimately spend it all on himself. Seeing Lu Feifei looking a bit worried and reluctant to stay in the presidential suite, Chao Zhe smiled and said, "I've already made hundreds of millions, and I'll earn even more in the future." "Ah, you've actually made hundreds of millions. So much. You've really struck it rich." Lu Feifei looked at Chao Zhe in disbelief and exclaimed excitedly, "Yes, so you don't have to worry about me, sis. Now that we're wealthy, we should enjoy life to the fullest and make up for all the hardships we've endured in the past." Chao Zhe tightened his embrace around Lu Feifei's slender waist. "All right, I'll follow your lead. I'm going to be the president for one night too." Lu Feifei felt relieved. She hugged Chao Zhe's waist, jumped up and down, and was as happy as a child. "Well, our female president. Let's head over there now." Chao Zhe planted a kiss on Lu Feifei's fair forehead and then took her small hand, walking while speaking. After walking more than 100 meters, they arrived at the Yijiangnan Hotel. "Female president, take out your ID card. We'll use your ID to book the presidential suite tonight." After entering the lobby, Chao Zhe joked to Lu Feifei. Only by using Lu Feifei's ID card could they pay for the room. If he used only his own ID, he couldn't book the room. Hearing this, Lu Feifei was extremely excited. She took out her ID card from her bag and handed it to Chao Zhe. At the front desk, Chao Zhe handed both his and Lu Feifei's ID cards to the attendant and then said, "Book me a presidential suite." Chapter 15. Is there any problem with booking the presidential suite for 10 days? Upon hearing Chao Zhe say that he wanted to book a presidential suite, the three receptionists at the front desk couldn't help but be utterly astonished. Although the young man before them was exceptionally handsome, his attire was rather ordinary. The total cost of his clothes and shoes was probably no more than 1,000 yuan, and the woman beside him, despite her great beauty, also dressed in a common way, with a handbag worth only 200 or 300 yuan. How could they possibly afford to book a presidential suite? Could it be that they had misheard? They exchanged glances, each reading the shock and disbelief in the other's eyes. Then, the tall receptionist who had received the ID cards asked cautiously, "Sir, did you say you want to book a presidential suite?" "Yes. Is there a problem?" Chao Zhe nodded, also somewhat puzzled. The tall receptionist sized Chao Zhe up once again and then smiled. "No problem. Our presidential suite costs 210,000 yuan per day." She deliberately emphasized the words 210,000 yuan. Even at this moment, she still doubted Chao Zhe's spending power. After all, those who could afford to stay in a presidential suite were either wealthy or of high status. Neither Chao Zhe nor the beautiful girl in front of him seemed like people of means. She thought that either Chao Zhe was joking or he had no idea about the price of the presidential suite. Therefore, she wanted to remind Chao Zhe that the presidential suite was truly expensive. All right, got it. I'll book it for 10 days first. Chao Zhe nodded. 10 days. The three female receptionists at the front desk exclaimed in shock. Lu Feifei also found it inconceivable. She was already extremely pained at the thought of spending 210,000 yuan for one night. Yet Chao Zhe actually wanted to book it for 10 days. That would amount to 1 million yuan. Brother, why do you book it for 10 days? We only need to stay for one night to have an experience. Lu Feifei quickly stepped forward and tugged at Chao Zhe's arm, reminding him. Chao Zhe reached out and gently stroked her silky hair, smiling as he said, "It's all right. It only costs 1 million yuan for 10 days, not a large sum. I haven't bought you an apartment yet, and your rented place is currently uninhabitable. So, for now, please bear with staying in a hotel for 10 days. In fact, what he was thinking was that his own lease was about to expire and he had no place to stay. Selecting an apartment for Lu Feifei might take some time. If he couldn't find a suitable one, they could stay in the presidential suite first. With all in one services for accommodation and meals here, he could actually save a great deal of trouble. It would be a waste not to take advantage of the perks from the Love God system. Hearing this, Lu Feifei shockingly stuck out her delicate tongue. She thought to herself, oh brother, 1 million is not a small amount. When you went bankrupt, you even thought a 2 yuan instant noodle was too expensive. She opened her mouth to persuade him again. But Chao Zhe stopped her and said to the tall, statured waitress, Miss, is there any problem with booking the presidential suite for 10 days? No problem. The tall waitress stammered. But we've never had a one-time booking for 10 days. I need to call and ask the manager. Chao Zhe waved his hand and smiled, saying, go ahead and call. The two other waitress girls beside them looked at Chao Zhe with a mix of suspicion and surprise, not knowing whether what he said was true or false. Usually, the dignitaries and the wealthy would book the presidential suite for at most 2 or 3 days. Who would make a one-time booking for 10 days? Moreover, from what that beautiful young lady said just now, it seemed that one experience was enough. It appeared that this young couple had never booked the presidential suite before. Lu Feifei nestled beside Chao Zhe, also thinking that it was rather extravagant for Chao Zhe to book the presidential suite for 10 days. The cost of one night's stay was equivalent to what she could earn in a year. What about 10 days? She simply couldn't fathom it. However, she was a gentle and obedient girl. Since Chao Zhe had made the decision, she wouldn't interfere too much. Not long after the tall waiter finished the phone call, a statuesque beauty hurried over from the left corridor. The willowy woman was a full 171 centimeters in height. Her light, yellow hair was neatly pulled up into a high bun. With delicate features, she was a sight for sore eyes. She wore a black suit jacket over a white shirt. Her bosom was so ample that it seemed about to burst out of the white shirt. Her long and fair neck was adorned with a red bow. Below, she sported a black hip, hugging skirt that tightly wrapped around her perky buttocks. Her 2 long and shapely legs were bare, fair as jade and incredibly alluring. At this moment, the system issued a prompt. The daughter of good fortune has been detected. Name, Shu Xuemon. Age, 26. Beauty score, 90. Height, 171. Experience, 0. Occupation, manager of a 5-star hotel. Luck value, 100,000. Intimacy, 0. When she approached Chao Zhe and Lu Feifei, a professional smile graced her face as she politely nodded to them. Manager Su. The 3 sales clerks at the front desk quickly greeted Shu Xuemon respectfully. Shu Xuemon also nodded in their direction and asked the tall waiter, Xiaoqin, what's the urgent matter that made you call me here? The tall salesperson Xiaoqin quickly said, Manager Su, this Mr. Chao intends to reserve the presidential suite in our luxury hotel for 10 days. Since no one has ever made such a long-term reservation before, we didn't dare to make a decision on our own, so we'd like to ask for your advice. After saying that, she gave a nearly imperceptible wink to Shu Xuemon. Shu Xuemon immediately understood. It seemed that Xiaoqin suspected that this young couple was here for a prank. After all, no one had ever reserved the presidential suite for 10 days. Moreover, the young couple's outfits were indeed rather ordinary. However, as the manager of the luxury hotel who had been working here for several years, Shu Xuemon naturally knew the principle that one should never judge a book by its cover. Whether this young couple was here for a prank or truly had the financial means, she should receive them courteously. She took Chao Zhe and Lu Feifei's IDs from Xiaoqin, glanced at them, and then politely said to the two, Mr. Chao, Miss Lu, I'm Shu Xuemon. the customer service manager of the presidential suite at the Yijiangnan Hotel. Welcome to choose our Yijiangnan Hotel. Although no one in our hotel has ever reserved the presidential suite for 10 consecutive days, we'll strive to meet all our customers' needs. However, we need you to pay a deposit of 500,000 yuan first. May I ask if it's convenient for you to pay by card? Lu Feifei bit her rosy lips and nervously looked at Chao Zhe. Chao Zhe replied with a faint smile, let's skip the deposit. I'll pay the full room rate for 10 days at once. Hearing this, the hotel manager Xu Xuemon was momentarily stunned. She thought to herself, was this young man truly wealthy and bold, or just pulling a prank? However, she still wore a gentle smile on her face and said politely, then we're extremely grateful to you, Mr. Chao. We can offer you a discount and waive the fraction. You just need to pay 2 million yuan. Great. Thank you. Manager Su, I'll pay by card. He handed his black credit card to Xu Xuemon. Since Xu Xuemon offered the discount, Chao Zhe didn't haggle, lest people think he was trying too hard to show off. Xu Xuemon took the black card and glanced at it. Her delicate eyebrows lifted slightly, and her look towards Chao Zhe became respectful. Chapter 16, I'm not a child anymore. How could I let my brother bathe me? Xu Xuemon recognized this kind of card. Only genuine tycoons, dignitaries, and movie stars might own such a black credit card. Those who held it represented their extraordinary social status. She placed the black card against the POS machine, entered the amount of 2 million yuan, and then said respectfully to Chao Zhe, Mr. Chao, please enter your password. Then she turned her head aside. Chao Zhe entered the password, and soon heard the prompt sound indicating that 2 million yuan had been credited. Xu Xuemon's affinity 10. Current affinity, 10. After Chao Zhe successfully made the payment, Xu Xuemon's affinity directly increased by 10 points. She couldn't help but feel quite emotional. In the 6 years of her work, this was the first time she had received a VIP who would stay in the presidential suite for 10 consecutive days. Although this young man seemed low-key, his capabilities were not to be underestimated. She wondered which scion of a super-rich family was experiencing life in the mundane world. The woman beside him looked a bit reserved. Perhaps she had snagged a rich second-generation heir and thus transformed from a common girl into a high-society lady. Alas, with a face no less charming than this beauty's, why couldn't I find such a wealthy and handsome man? Logically speaking, in the hotel industry, beautiful women like Xu Xuemon all have the chance to land a rich man. However, most of these men just want to have some fun and seek novelty. None of them truly wishes to marry such women. Xu Xuemon was born in the countryside. After graduating from a hotel school, she joined the Yijiangnan Hotel. Although she was already 26 this year, she had always kept herself chaste, constantly yearning to marry into a real wealthy family to completely change her fate. But over the years, the men she met were either not truly rich or just wanted to take advantage of her body and keep her as a mistress. At first, she was reluctant to compromise, yet as age advanced, she gradually grew anxious. If she failed to find her ideal man, her youth would fade away, leaving her with nothing. When she saw Chao Zhe holding a black credit card and paying 2 million yuan at once, she was slightly tempted. Despite Chao Zhe already having a woman by his side, Xu Xuemon believed there might still be a chance for her. After all, Chao Zhe was young and unlikely to settle down so soon. He was going to stay at the Yijiangnan Hotel for 10 days. And surely she could find an opportunity to get closer to him. Thank you, Mr. Chao. Xu Xuemon snapped out of her reverie, bowed slightly to Chao Zhe, and said respectfully, I will escort you and Miss Lu to the presidential suite number 1818. After speaking, she made a gesture of invitation and then led Chao Zhe and Lu Feifei into a special elevator, which led directly to the presidential suite No. 1818 without any stops in between. Upon reaching the 18th floor, Xu Xuemon opened a door that looked extremely thick yet exquisitely crafted. Mr. Chao, let me show you around the suite. If you have any requirements, please feel free to tell me. After entering the room, she placed her hands in front of her abdomen and said with a smile, Sure, thank you, Manager Xu. Chao Zhe also responded with a smile. Lu Feifei simply nodded. With a constant smile on her face, Xu Xuemon led Chao Zhe and Lu Feifei on a tour around the suite. Chao Zhe and Lu Feifei were utterly stunned by the opulence within the presidential suite. Truly, it lived up to its price of 210,000 yuan per day. The total area exceeded 400 square meters, boasting a master bedroom, a secondary bedroom, a kitchen, a dining room, a study, a private cinema, a gym, a shower room, and so on. The decoration was also extremely luxurious. After the tour of the entire suite, Xu Xuemon took out a business card from her purse and respectfully handed it to Chao Zhe with both hands, saying, Mr. Chao, Here is my business card. You can always give me instructions if there's anything. Chao Zhe nodded, took the card, glanced at it, and then put it into his pocket. Since Lu Feifei was present, Xu Xiaomon didn't find it appropriate to ask for Chao Zhe's contact information. She greeted the two of them, closed the door of the presidential suite, and left. Now, only Lu Feifei and Chao Zhe remained in the luxurious suite. When facing Chao Zhe alone again, Lu Feifei's pretty face flushed red, and she dared not look directly at him. Feifei, it's still early. Let's go to the private cinema and watch a movie first, Chao Zhe suggested. He was also worried that Lu Feifei would be extremely embarrassed if he made a direct move. After all, she was still a young girl. So he decided to create a certain atmosphere first. Since he was bound to the Cupid system, Chao Zhe had a very strong desire in that aspect. Lu Feifei quickly nodded and softly said, sure. She also thought it would be wonderful to interact with Chao Zhe slowly while watching a movie and that she could gradually accept it. The two of them held hands and went to a private cinema. Lu Feifei chose another romance movie. This time, it was not a heart-wrenching tale of life and death separation, but a very sweet, themed one. Watching the affectionate interactions between the hero and the heroine in the movie, Lu Feifei gradually became infatuated. She actively put her arms around Chao Zhe's neck and began to clumsily kiss him. However, she was a bit more proficient than the first time. Chao Zhe savored the taste of the young girl's kiss, and his heart was filled with passion. He slowly guided Lu Feifei. The two were deeply in love and kissed passionately, until Lu Feifei completely let go. Brother, let's take a shower first. After a few minutes of kissing, Lu Feifei, sweating profusely and looking love-struck, coquettishly said to Chao Zhe, okay. Chao Zhe pecked her pink lips and then carried Lu Feifei into the bathroom. Brother, go out first. Seeing that Chao Zhe put her down and then reached out to turn on the faucet, Lu Feifei quickly pushed Chao Zhe out while blushing and acting coquettishly. Alas, don't you want brother to help you take a shower? Chao Zhe leaned against the bathroom door and smiled wickedly. Humph, I'm not a child. How could I let brother help me take a shower? Lu Feifei snorted. At this moment, the fair maiden's delicate face was as rosy as a perfectly ripened apple. Her beautiful eyes were brimming with tenderness as she said, brother, go take a shower. It's unhygienic to have sweat on your body. Seeing Lu Feifei's shy appearance, Chao Zhe stopped teasing her. He nodded and softly replied, sure, I'll wait for you. After saying that, he turned around and headed to the men's bathroom. After a thorough rinse, he wrapped a bath towel around himself and lay down on the large bed in the master bedroom. He could still hear the gurgling sound of water coming from the women's bathroom. It wasn't until more than 20 minutes later that he heard the sound of the door of the women's bathroom opening. Soon after, Lu Feifei's charming figure appeared at the door of the master bedroom. She was tightly wrapped in a white bath towel, which perfectly concealed her voluptuous bosom. However, it couldn't hide her fair neck, her slender arms, and her shapely, smooth legs. Leaning against the doorframe, Lu Feifei tightly grasped the bath towel with her small hand. Her pretty face was flushed, and her expression seemed a bit hesitant. Chao Zhe smiled and waved at her, gently saying, Feifei, come and lie down for a while. Don't catch a cold from the air conditioner. Hearing Chao Zhe's words, Lu Feifei seemed to find the courage. She softly responded and carefully inched her way onto the bed and slipped under the covers. Chapter 17. I'll never get married in my lifetime. Chao Zhe reached out from under the covers and encircled Lu Feifei's slender waist. He leaned close to the girl's ear and whispered warmly, Feifei, are you ready? The scorching breath of the mature man wafted onto Lu Feifei's ear, making her cheeks flush. Her heart was pounding like a panicked fawn, and her whole body was trembling violently. Unexpectedly, everything came so fast that she herself wasn't ready yet. Would it hurt? The little girl frowned her delicate eyebrows tightly, hugged Chao Zhe's waist tightly, her small face blushing intensely, and whispered in a voice as soft as a mosquito, brother, be gentle later. Chao Zhe gave a soft grunt and pressed his thin lips against Lu Feifei's soft pink lips. An hour passed. An indescribable process also came to an end. Chao Zhe held Lu Feifei's charming face in his hands. A single clear tear silently trickled down the girl's cheek. Feifei, why are you crying? Does it hurt a lot? Chao Zhe asked with a tinge of heartache upon seeing the girl's tears. No, brother. It's not because of pain. These are tears of happiness. I've finally become your woman. Lu Feifei stretched out her small hand to wipe the tears off her cheek, her charming face beaming with a happy smile. Hearing this, Chao Zhe was inexplicably touched. What on earth had he done to deserve the love of such a beautiful and kind-hearted girl as Lu Feifei? Unfortunately, he couldn't be faithful to her for a lifetime. All he could do was to treat her better materially. Yes, Feifei, rest assured, as my woman, I'll ensure you lead the most affluent life in this world. Chao Zhe tightened his embrace around Lu Feifei's slender waist and said softly, "Thank you, brother. As long as there's a place for Feifei in your heart, Feifei already feels extremely happy." Lu Feifei replied obediently, "Well, you're tired. Go to bed early." Chao Zhe nodded and gently kissed Lu Feifei's delicate cheek. "Okay, brother. Hold me while I sleep." Lu Feifei rubbed her head against Chao Zhe's chest and said coquettishly, perhaps because it was the first time she had experienced such an embarrassing thing and was exhausted. Before long, Lu Feifei drifted off to sleep, emitting a steady breathing sound. However, Chao Zhe, who was holding Lu Feifei in his arms, remained wide, awake for a long time, filled with a sense of guilt. After all, his path of growth was destined to make him a heartbreaker. He had developed an intimate relationship with Lu Feifei but was unable to offer her a complete family. He wasn't sure how much time had passed when drowsiness finally overtook him and he fell into a deep slumber. In the capital city, within a luxurious villa, a young and extremely charming woman in a pink pajamas sat on the sofa with a frosty expression. It was Lu Yao. Beside her sat a beautiful middle-aged woman. Although she was actually in her 40s, she was well maintained and looked only around 39. Yao Yao, the young man from the Zhang family, is handsome and well-behaved. The Zhang family is a first-rate family in the capital. If you and Zhang Tong were to get together, it would bring great benefits to our Lu family. There's even a good chance that our family could be promoted to a first-rate family in the future. You should meet him tomorrow." The middle-aged beautiful woman, Chen Rou, pursed her lips and patiently persuaded her daughter. "Mom, I told you before I came back that I wouldn't consider marriage within 2 years. Please don't bring this up again," Lu Yao said impatiently. "Silly girl, in 2 years. You'll be 27. You'll be an old maid then. Who would want you? I'm just suggesting that you get to know Zhang Tong. If you feel good about each other, you can start dating. It doesn't matter if you get married at 27 or 28. Chen Rou was extremely anxious when she saw that her daughter was reluctant to meet the children from the Zhang family. She held Lu Yao's little hand and tried to persuade her further. "Mom, you're so annoying. If no one wants to marry me, I'll stay single for the rest of my life. I'm tired and going to sleep now." Lu Yao forcefully shook off her mother's hand, got up, and walked towards the room. After entering, she casually locked the door. She kicked off her slippers and flung herself heavily onto the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling with a vacant look in her eyes as her thoughts flew back to the Magic City. "Ace, you had no money. Where did you have your lunch and dinner? What are you doing now?" Lu Yao murmured to herself, since she could no longer be with Chao Zhe. In order not to cause any more harm to him, she had changed all her contact information and didn't dare to contact him anymore. However, the 7-year relationship from college until now was not so easy to forget. Lu Yao lay flat on the big bed, thinking of Chao Zhe's penniless and lonely appearance, and 2 streams of clear tears welled up from her eyes. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, Chao Zhe woke up. To his surprise, the space beside him was empty and Lu Feifei was not there. He lifted the quilt and saw a bright red plum blossom imprinted on the white bedsheet. Although he knew that Lu Feifei was a virgin, when he saw this plum blossom, an inexplicable pang of pain welled up in his heart. He had taken her virginity, but couldn't give her complete love. It seemed that he was doomed to let down this kind and beautiful girl. Not seeing Lu Feifei, Chao Zhe thought she had gone to the bathroom. So he rummaged through the wardrobe to find a set of well-fitting clothes and went to the bathroom to wash up. When he returned to the master bedroom, the little girl was still nowhere to be seen. Could it really take her this long to use the restroom? A hint of perplexity welled up in Chao Zhe's heart. He pushed open the bathroom door, yet Lu Feifei was nowhere to be seen. Then he searched the suite. Eventually, he found the little girl bustling about in the kitchen. As he stepped into the kitchen, the fragrant aroma of cooked dishes wafted into his nostrils. "Feifei, there's a dedicated breakfast service here. Why are you making it yourself?" Chao Zhe stepped forward and saw Lu Feifei frying egg pancakes. Considering that the young girl had lost her innocence to him last night and might still be in pain, yet she got up to make breakfast this morning, an inexplicable pang of heartache shot through Chao Zhe. Seeing Chao Zhe arrive, Lu Feifei's eyes sparkled with joy. While making the egg pancakes, she turned back and smiled at Chao Zhe, saying, "Brother, you said you like the egg pancakes I make the most. I haven't had the chance to make them for you in the past half year. Now that I saw there's a private kitchen here, I thought I'd make them for you." Watching Lu Feifei, like a devoted young wife, carefully flatten the egg pancake with a spatula, then sprinkle it with coriander and scallions, and lay the sliced ham on the egg pancake, Chao Zhe felt a momentary daze. A man works hard outside, having a wife who loves him deeply at home. No matter how exhausted he is when he gets back, a sweet feeling will well up naturally. Isn't this the life he's been longing for? Unconsciously, he hugged Lu Feifei's slender waist tightly from behind, gently kissed her pretty face, and said tenderly, "Feifei, you're so wonderful. Whoever marries you would be extremely lucky." Hearing this, a tinge of sadness flashed across Lu Feifei's eyes. She said softly, "Brother, I'm not going to get married in this lifetime. I'll just stay with you." Upon hearing this, Chao Zhe felt a lump in his throat and a pang in his heart. Sighing deeply, he said, "Alas, it's so unfair to you." Lu Feifei tugged at the corners of her delicate lips and murmured softly, "I don't care about those formalities. As long as I'm your woman, it's enough." Then she gently patted Chao Zhe's hand, feigning annoyance. "Oh, it's all your fault for being here. The omelette is about to burn." Chapter 18. I'm going to file a complaint against you. After saying that, Lu Feifei hastily and clumsily scooped the last omelette onto a plate. Turning to Chao Zhe with a smile, she asked, "Brother, can you smell how fragrant it is?" Chao Zhe bent down, sniffed the omelette with his nose, and then gave Lu Feifei a thumbs up, sincerely exclaiming, "It's really fragrant. It still has that familiar aroma." After saying that, he reached out to grab the omelette, but quickly withdrew his hand as he got burned. Seeing this, Lu Feifei grabbed Chao Zhe's hand and gently blew on it, scolding him playfully, "Brother, you're so impatient. This omelette has just been taken out. It's at least 70 or 80 degrees. Let me see if there are any blisters." Chao Zhe replied with a smile, "I'm a grown-up man with tough skin. How can I be so delicate? Come on. Let's go to the dining table and have a meal." After saying that, he put his arm around Lu Feifei and carried the plate of omelette towards the dining table with his other hand. Lu Feifei thoughtfully laid out the chopsticks and bowls, and then brewed 2 cups of hot milk and placed them in front of the two of them. After the omelette had cooled down a bit, Chao Zhe picked it up with chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. While devouring it, he praised that it tasted excellent. Seeing this, Lu Feifei's pretty face was brimming with a happy smile. Seeing her sweetheart so fond of the egg pancakes she made, a profound sense of bliss welled up within her. Right after breakfast, Chao Zhe received a call from his old classmate, Chen Rou, inquiring when he and Lu Feifei would go to the bank to help her fulfill her task. Chao Zhe replied that they would arrive in an hour. The Ontai Bank where Chen Rou worked was a half-hour drive from the Yijiangnan Hotel. Chao Zhe decided to ask the hotel manager, Xu Xuemon, to arrange a car to take them there. After all, the presidential suite came with a chauffeur service. After the meal, Lu Feifei applied a subtle layer of makeup and accompanied Chao Zhe down the elevator to the lobby. By then, Xu Xuemon had arranged a Mercedes-Benz waiting at the hotel entrance. The driver was a middle-aged man surnamed Yang. When he saw Chao Zhe and his companion approaching, old Yang quickly got out of the car and opened the back seat door, courteously inviting them to get in. Half an hour later, the car pulled up in front of Ontai Bank. At that moment, a statuesque beauty in a white shirt and a black miniskirt was standing at the entrance, intermittently peering at the cars entering the bank's parking lot. When she saw a handsome young man and a charming young woman alight from the Mercedes-Benz, the shirt-clad beauty waved in their direction and then hastened over. "Hi, old classmate, and dear Feifei." Chen Rou greeted Chao Zhe and Lu Feifei warmly. Upon seeing them, she finally felt at ease. After all, this was about a 5 million yuan deposit, in case Chao Zhe and Lu Feifei changed their minds. Her monthly task would be completely ruined. She truly didn't want to beg those pot-bellied small business owners. When she recalled the lecherous looks those men gave her, she felt a shiver run down her spine, as if covered in goosebumps. "Sister Cheryl." After getting out of the car, Lu Feifei waved at Chen Rou with a sweet smile on her face. Chao Zhe asked Chen Rou with a smile, "Old classmate, have you been waiting for a long time?" Chen Rou pursed her ruby red lips and replied, "Not too long. How about going to my office for a cup of tea first?" Chao Zhe shook his head. "No, after helping you with the deposit. I'm going to buy Feifei an apartment." Chen Rou was stunned upon hearing this. How much money on earth had Chao Zhe earned? He had bought Lu Feifei so many luxury cosmetics, given her 5 million yuan in cash, and now was going to buy her an apartment. The housing prices in Shanghai were exorbitantly high. Chao Zhe surely wouldn't buy Lu Feifei an old, shabby, and small-sized apartment. It would at least be a new one over 100 square meters, which would cost over 6 or 7 million. In just 2 days, right before her eyes, Chao Zhe had spent 15 million on Lu Feifei. She could never earn that much in her whole life. "No, I have such good looks. Why not take the initiative to get closer to Chao Zhe?" Those greasy old men would have lewd thoughts about me just for helping me with some deposits. While Chao Zhe was giving his woman millions, such a wonderful man was right in front of her. If she didn't cherish this opportunity, wouldn't she be extremely foolish? Chen Rou's intimacy 10, current intimacy 51. Old classmate, you're really capable and so kind to Sister Feifei. Chen Rou exclaimed sincerely, with her beautiful eyes brimming with envy. Upon seeing Chen Rou's sudden increase of 10 points in intimacy, Chao Zhe immediately surmised that it might be because he had mentioned buying a house for Lu Feifei just now, which had aroused Chen Rou's envy. Haha. He still had enough money to buy several houses. By the way, Xiao, are you also planning to buy a house in Shanghai? Chao Zhe inquired of Chen Rou as they walked. Alas, even if I were sold, I couldn't afford a house. I'm on the verge of losing this job. If I become unemployed one day, I'll turn to my old classmates. You mustn't leave me in the lurch. Chen Rou gazed at Chao Zhe with a beaming smile. Haha. No problem. I'll provide you with food and shelter. Chao Zhe replied heartily. Chen Rou was a girl blessed with good fortune, boasting a beauty score of 90 and carrying 100,000 luck points. As long as her intimacy with him increased, he could offer her just as much. As the three of them chatted, they soon entered the bank lobby. Just as they stepped into the lobby, a hefty man blocked Chen Rou's path and spoke in a rather unfriendly tone. Manager Chen, I've called you so many times. Why do you always ignore my calls? When the hefty man caught sight of Lu Feifei beside Chen Rou, his eyes lit up, revealing an expression of astonishment. Mr. Wang, I've been extremely busy and didn't notice your calls. Chen Rou trembled all over upon seeing the hefty man. Looking flustered, she stammered. Oh, really? You've been busy these days? Busy in the morning and busy at night too? I think you're just being ungrateful. I'm going to file a complaint against you, sneered the hefty man addressed as Mr. Wang. His words left Chao Zhe, Lu Feifei, and the surrounding bank customers stunned. Chao Zhe noticed that Chen Rou looked somewhat panicked, while the hefty man was being extremely aggressive. So he addressed the man, saying, Are you Mr. Wang? May I ask what Chen, the manager, has done to you that you want to lodge a complaint against her? The hefty man glanced at Chao Zhe, seeing his handsome appearance and not knowing his identity. He replied, This account manager surnamed Chen asked me to deposit 1 million for her and promised to have dinner and go singing with me. After I helped her achieve the deposit goal, she wouldn't answer my calls no matter what. How can someone provide service like this? I was so indignant that I came to the bank today to directly ask her what on earth was going on and see if she still wanted my deposit. He sized Chao Zhe up again and growled in a deep voice, Young man, who are you? Is it that you're Chen's superior? Hearing this, Chao Zhe's expression turned frosty. He shook his head and said, I'm Chen's classmate. He had discerned that this Mr. Wang had helped Chen Rou meet the 1 million yuan deposit target and then pestered her to have dinner and go singing with him. Surely, the dinner and singing were just pretexts, and he surely intended to take advantage of Chen Rou. Chen Rou was also aware of Mr. Wang's ulterior motives and dared not answer his calls. That's why Mr. Wang had come to the bank to block Chen Rou and demand an explanation. Chapter 19. I'll make up a deposit of 25 million yuan for your bank. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wang let out a sneering laugh and said, Since you're not her superior, what right do you have to ask? Seeing that this young man was merely Chen Rou's classmate, he naturally didn't take Chao Zhe seriously. General Manager Wang got acquainted with Chen Rou through a friend. Upon seeing Chen Rou's exceptional beauty, he schemed to complete tasks for this charming lady, gradually approach her, and then offer some trinkets to win her over. However, this beauty was not a promiscuous woman. She was highly vigilant. After he helped her meet the deposit quota, he only received some bank, provided gifts, and she even stopped answering his calls. Did he lack those meager gifts? He simply desired to have a taste of this alluring young woman. General Manager Wang, I'm truly sorry. I'm not feeling well these days. I'll accompany you for dinner and singing when I recover. Chen Rou bowed repeatedly in apology. She also worried that General Manager Wang's ruckus in the bank lobby would affect the bank's business. If the matter reached the higher ups, she would surely be punished. Humph, stop fabricating excuses. Unless you come with me right now, do you think I'll fall for your nonsense again? General Manager Wang snorted disdainfully. I'm really not feeling well today. Chen Rou pleaded once more. At this moment, the people who had been sitting on the sofa waiting in line to handle business gathered around, looking at Chen Rou with diverse expressions in their eyes. Some were sympathetic, some were mocking, and some were gloating. Little Chen, what's going on? At this time, a middle-aged man in a white shirt and a tie pushed through the crowd. When Chen Rou saw the newcomer, her eyes filled with even more panic. How could she have attracted the director? A scolding was inevitable. She quickly stepped forward and called out, Director Chen. Then she whispered an explanation. There's a misunderstanding between me and this General Manager Wang. Director Chen was about to speak when General Manager Wang stepped forward, stared into his eyes, and exclaimed loudly, "You're the director here, aren't you? I'm lodging a complaint against your employee for being untrustworthy and utterly devoid of service awareness." Hearing that a customer was complaining about Chen Rou, Director Chen couldn't afford not to take it seriously. Thus, he inquired gravely, "Yes, I'm the person in charge of this branch. May I know your name and what issues you're complaining about regarding Chen Rou?" General Manager Wang tightened his belt and said angrily, "My name is Wang Yud. A few days ago, your manager Chen Rou came to me, begging me to help her meet a deposit target of 1 million yuan. At that time, she promised to accompany me to dinner and sing after I completed the task. But after I helped her achieve the target, she went into hiding and didn't answer my calls. Since you're the person in charge here, you must give me an explanation today." After listening, Director Chen suddenly realized this Wang Yud was trying to take advantage of Chen Rou under the guise of helping her meet the deposit target. Naturally, Chen Rou was avoiding him by not answering the calls. Wang Yud's behavior was certainly improper. How could he expect to have an affair with such a beautiful woman just because he deposited 1 million yuan? However, since Wang Yud was a major customer, Director Chen didn't dare to easily offend him. After all, someone who could make a 1 million yuan deposit at once must have some influence. And his social circle couldn't be too shabby either. So he quickly said, "General Manager Wang, what kind of explanation are you looking for?" Wang Yud put his phone in his pocket, then held up 3 fingers and said to Director Chen, "I'll give you 3 options." Director Chen nodded and said respectfully, "Please go ahead." Wang Yud pointed at Chen Rou and said, "Have Chen Rou accompany me out for a day right now, and I'll act as if nothing has happened." Hearing this, Director Chen naturally understood what Wang Yud meant. He turned his head and looked at Chen Rou. Chen Rou looked dejected, with a pleading look in her eyes. Director Chen couldn't bear it, so he smiled at Wang Yud and said, "Mr. Wang, I'm truly sorry. Whether Chen Rou accompanies you out or not is her personal freedom, and I can't interfere. What's the second option you mentioned?" Seeing that Director Chen was reluctant to persuade Chen Rou to go out with him, Wang Yud's eyes turned cold and he arrogantly declared, "Then you should fire Chen Rou. Otherwise, I'll withdraw all the 5 million yuan I've deposited in your bank and will no longer conduct any business with your Ontai bank. Moreover, I'll also persuade my business friends to stop depositing money in your bank. Your Ontai bank will lose at least 20 million yuan in deposit volume." After saying that, he folded his arms across his chest and haughtily stared at Director Chen. When Director Chen heard that Wang Yud intended to withdraw all the 20 million yuan he deposited in their bank, which was nearly 1/10 of the deposit scale of their small sub-branch, he realized that this month's performance would be ruined. If he didn't agree to Wang Yud's condition of firing Chen Rou, losing 1/10 of the deposits was definitely beyond his capacity to bear. After all, there were only 4 or 5 days left until the end of the month. Where could he find 20 million yuan to make up for such a huge deficit? Moreover, there would be a deficit of 20 million yuan every month thereafter. However, if he agreed to Wang Yud's demand to fire Chen Rou, his conscience would bother him. This young girl Chen Rou was extremely dedicated to her work and went all out for better performance. For a moment, he found himself in a dilemmatic situation. Then he turned to look at Chen Rou. Chen Rou saw that Wang had actually used the threat of firing her to achieve his goal of taking advantage of her. Tears welled up in her beautiful eyes and trickled down. These wealthy people were so overbearing. She also knew how crucial the 20 million yuan deposit was to their bank branch. Losing this 20 million yuan deposit would not only affect Director Chen but also the incomes of all the employees in the branch. She didn't want to be the bad guy. Otherwise, even if Director Chen forced her to stay, she would be scolded by her colleagues in the branch. Of course, she couldn't sacrifice her dignity and body to please Wang Yud. She really cared about this job. Although it was arduous and humble, she could earn at least 10 to 20,000 yuan per month. If she was lucky enough to attract a large amount of deposits in a certain month, she might even make 30 to 40,000 yuan. But she couldn't be too selfish and put Director Chen in a difficult position. So she gave a sad smile and said, "Director Chen, I won't put you in a tough spot. I failed to provide good service to the customers. I'd like to resign voluntarily." Chen Rou, this. Director Chen couldn't bear it. After hesitating for a while, he finally had no choice but to shake his head helplessly. Hearing this, Wang Yud sneered, and his glance at Chen Rou was full of schadenfreude. "Xiao, why do you want to resign? Isn't this guy surnamed Wang just threatening to withdraw the 20 million yuan deposit? I'll replenish 25 million yuan in deposits for your bank so that he can withdraw the money." Finally, Xiao Zhe couldn't hold back any longer. He stepped forward and gently patted Chen Rou's fragrant shoulder to comfort her. Then he casually glanced at Wang Yud. Lu Feifei immediately took out a tissue from her bag and gently wiped Chen Rou's tears. Then she turned around and looked at Wang Yud with disdain. She had just heard what had happened. Seeing that this overweight man was so unscrupulous in his attempt to monopolize Chen Rou to the extent that he wanted the bank director to fire her. Cutting off someone's source of income is like killing their parents. This Wang Yud was trying to cut off Chen Rou's means of livelihood. His intentions were extremely malicious, and he even had the audacity to have the name Yud. Disgusting. Chapter 20. The arrogant Wang Yud, hearing that Chao Zhe was going to stand up for her and deposit 25 million yuan to make up for Wang Yud's huge deficit. Chen Rou, who was sobbing, felt her spirits immediately lift from the depths of despair. The young lady widened her beautiful eyes and stared blankly at Chao Zhe. Asking in disbelief, "Old classmate, did you just say you'd help us deposit 25 million yuan? Did I hear that right?" After all, Chao Zhe had only agreed to deposit 5 million yuan yesterday, but today he was willing to deposit 25 million yuan just to stand up for her. She also knew how crucial cash was for people like Chao Zhe who were engaged in business. Making a one-time deposit of 25 million yuan was such a great favor to her. Chao Zhe nodded firmly and calmly said, "Of course you heard correctly. I'll deposit 25 million yuan for you soon." Chen Rou's intimacy 15, current intimacy 66. Upon receiving confirmation, Chen Rou was so overjoyed that her delicate body trembled. Disregarding Lu Feifei beside her, she threw herself into Chao Zhe's arms and sobbed loudly. In her most helpless moment, it was still her old classmate who came to her aid. Chen Rou simply couldn't contain her emotions. Seeing Chen Rou flinging herself onto Chao Zhe and crying, Lu Feifei was slightly taken aback. Yet, she gracefully stepped forward and gently patted Chen Rou's slender shoulder, consoling her in a soft voice. "Sister Xiao, my brother has promised you. He's surely capable of fulfilling it. Just set your mind at ease." Chen Rou continued to sob softly, not letting go of Chao Zhe. She felt that Chao Zhe's shoulders were so broad and strong. Since starting work, she had been utterly exhausted. Every day, she had to humble herself like an ant, currying favor with each client to solicit deposits. Sometimes, she even had to accompany clients in drinking. When she got drunk and vomited violently, she still had to return to the table and keep drinking. Moreover, no matter how drunk she got, she had to find ways to protect herself from being taken advantage of by those ill-intentioned clients. How she yearned for a strong shoulder to lean on. Now, her old classmate Chao Zhe had appeared, offering her a temporary haven from the storms of life with his powerful presence. Feeling the strong throb of Chao Zhe's heart, Chen Rou was even more reluctant to let go. At this moment, Wang Yud finally snapped out of his daze. Seeing the woman he fancied in the arms of that handsome young man, he was extremely indignant. Staring with a sneering look in his eyes, he scoffed, "Humph. You're going to deposit 25 million in Ontai Bank? Come on, you're just full of hot air." Previously, seeing that Chen Rou had already agreed to resign, he was in an extremely good mood. Since he couldn't have her, then he would ruin her job. Before he came, he had already made up his mind that if Chen Rou didn't submit, he would force the bank to fire her, cutting off her source of livelihood. Then he would figure out a way to control her. It was true that he had deposited 5 million yuan in Ontai Bank, and most of his friends in the circle also deposited their money at this branch. The total amount would be no less than 20 million yuan. So he was fully capable of mobilizing his friends to withdraw their deposits together to force Director Chen to fire Chen Rou. However, the tall young man in front of him suddenly stepped forward and declared that he was going to deposit 25 million yuan in Ontai Bank. It seemed that he was Chen Rou's classmate or something. Naturally, Wang Yud didn't believe it. Although Chao Zhe was wearing a new suit, it was just a Yagir suit worth a few hundred yuan. The crucial point was that the mobile phone he was holding was an old one worth about 1,000 yuan, and the screen was even a bit broken. This was simply a penniless wretch pretending to be a wealthy tycoon here. How ridiculous. Not only did he not believe it, but also the surrounding on-looking depositors and Director Chen didn't believe it either. With a humble smile on his face, Director Chen looked at Wang Yud and pleaded, "General Manager Wang, look, this young girl Chen Rou is young and inexperienced, and her service attitude is poor. I'm here to apologize to you. It's not easy for a young girl to find a job. Please forgive her. I'll treat you to lunch today, and I'll ask her to apologize to you in person." Wang Yud glanced at Director Chen sideways and sneered, "There is no room for negotiation on this matter. If you don't fire Chen Rou, I'll withdraw my deposit." Alas this. Director Chen was in a great quandary and let out a sigh. Seeing that Wang Yud remained so arrogant and simply didn't believe that he could come up with 25 million yuan and was still pressing on relentlessly. Chen Rou gently patted Chen Rou on the shoulder and said in a soft voice, "Xiao, I've already promised to deposit money for you. Why are you still crying?" Then he turned to Director Chen and said, "Director Chen, stop pleading with this man surnamed Wang. No matter how much you plead, it won't move him. I'm Chen Rou, a classmate of Chen Rou. You and Chen Rou should quickly prepare a window. I'll deposit 25 million yuan for you right away. Let that man surnamed Wang withdraw his funds if he wants to. Without him, I don't believe your bank can't function." When Director Chen heard Chen Rou say again that he would deposit 25 million yuan, he couldn't help but size Chen Rou up seriously. This young man had a handsome appearance and elegant demeanor. However, he still couldn't quite believe that he could produce 25 million yuan. There was nothing on him that could prove he was a wealthy man. Nevertheless, Director Chen still smiled courteously and said, "Oh, Mr. Chow, right? If you can deposit 25 million yuan, then we're extremely grateful to you." Then he winked at Chen Rou and urged, "Xiao Qian, quickly take your classmate to handle the deposit procedures." He thought to himself, "I can't be sure whether this Chen Rou can come up with 25 million yuan. Chen Rou should know. Before I'm certain, I can't afford to offend this Wang Yud. I still have to find a way to keep him calm." What if Chen Rou was just bragging? If she rashly believed him, she would not only become a laughingstock, but also offend Wang Yud and cause serious consequences to the unit. After hearing what Director Chen said, Chen Rou seemed to come to her senses. She took the wet wipe from Lu Feifei's hand, wiped away her tears, and then held Chen Rou's hand and said, "Old classmate, thank you. I'll take you and Feifei to the VIP window to make a deposit right away." Naturally, she believed that Chen Rou had the ability. She just felt a bit embarrassed that Chen Rou was going to deposit such a large sum for her. It would also put great pressure on Chen Rou's business. Chen Rou let Chen Rou hold his hand and followed her as they quickly walked to VIP window number 1. Lu Feifei also followed. Wang Yud glanced coldly at the backs of Chen Rou and Chen Rou and said, "Heh, Director Chen, I don't care what kind of act you're putting on. Now, arrange for someone to withdraw all my 5 million yuan deposit immediately. Later, I'll mobilize my friends to withdraw their money too." Seeing Director Chen asking Chen Rou to take Chen Rou to make a deposit, he thought Director Chen knew that Chen Rou and was trying to get Chen Rou out of the way. So he urged Director Chen to withdraw his money first. He simply couldn't believe that a young man with a shabby 1,000 yuan phone could deposit 25 million yuan. As a big boss, he didn't need to haggle with such a penniless wretch. "Mr. Wang, please give me some face. Later, I'll definitely ask Chen Rou to apologize to you sincerely. You're a magnanimous person. Please spare Chen Rou this time." Director Chen still didn't want to give up and continued to plead. "There's no room for negotiation. Withdraw my money immediately, or I'll file a complaint against you too." Wang Yud waved his hand and shouted loudly. Chapter 21, Making Decisions for Chen Rou. Seeing that Wang Yud was in a fit of anger, Director Chen had no good solution. He had no choice but to arrange a teller to come to VIP counter number 2 for him to transfer and deposit the money. VIP counter no. 1 and VIP counter number 2 were adjacent to each other. Wang Yud walked to counter number 2 with his arms folded, looking at Chen Rou with disdain on his face, eager to see how this penniless wretch could come up with 25 million yuan. Chen Rou simply ignored Wang Yud. Calmly, he took out his phone and said to Chen Rou and Lu Feifei, "Feifei, I'll transfer another 20 million to you, adding the 5 million from yesterday. You can deposit it under your own ID. In total, it's 25 million. You can use it at your own discretion. Xiao, please help Feifei with the deposit procedures." As soon as he said this, everyone present was shocked. Wang Yud couldn't quite believe it and scoffed, "Oh, what big talk. Just taking out a shabby phone and claiming to be able to deposit 25 million. I could even deposit too. 5 billion. Director Chen didn't say a word, but his face clearly showed that he didn't believe it either. Lu Feifei quickly said, "Brother, you've already given me so much. You'd better deposit this 20 million in your own account." However, the look in her eyes when she gazed at Chen Rou was filled with surging affection, and her little face was brimming with tenderness. Hearing this, Chen Rou couldn't help but envy Lu Feifei deeply. Chen Rou was really too good to Lu Feifei. She wondered what unique experience Lu Feifei had given Chen Rou that made him so willing to spend money on her. Alas, not to mention him giving her 20 million. Even if he gave her 2 million, she would be willing to go with him, although she had her own thoughts. She also knew that the money belonged to Chen Rou. It was his freedom and right to decide whom to give it to. She should first tide over the difficulties and later learn from Lu Feifei how she had conquered Chen Rou. If she could master Feifei's skills, Perhaps Chao Zhe would also give her a great deal of money. Fei Fei, I really envy how well Brother Chao treats you. Since Brother Chao has made the decision, don't oppose it. Just be nicer to Brother Chao in the future. Chen Rou gently patted Lu Feifei's arm and advised with a smile. Now that Chao Zhe was backing her up, her mood gradually changed from gloomy to sunny. She directly switched her way of addressing Chao Zhe from old classmate and Chao Zhe to Brother Chao, which sounded more affectionate. Lu Feifei glanced at Chao Zhe and was deeply touched by his extremely doting look. Leaning against Chao Zhe's arm, she said tenderly, "Thank you, brother." Chao Zhe reached out to stroke her hair and said warmly, "Why do you still say thanks between us? Hurry up and give your ID to Xiaoro to open an account for you. Later, I'll transfer money to your account." Looking at Chao Zhe's handsome appearance, Wang Yud felt secretly resentful and thus constantly urged Director Qin to withdraw his money as soon as possible. Lu Feifei took out her ID. Chen Rou and the teller helped her open an account, which was successfully opened within a few minutes. Chao Zhe took out his phone, opened the bank app, and started to transfer money to Lu Feifei's account. Each transfer was still 2 million yuan. Just now, Wang Yud didn't believe that Chao Zhe had 25 million yuan. So Lu Feifei deliberately set up the receipt voice broadcast function for her app of the account in Ontai Bank. 2 million yuan has been credited to your account with the last 4 digits, 9,188. The balance is 2 million yuan. Your account ending with 9,188 has received 2 million yuan. The balance is 4 million yuan. Your account ending with 9,188 has received 2 million yuan. The balance is 6 million yuan. Your account ending with 9,188 has received 2 million yuan. The balance is 20 million yuan. When hearing the voice prompt of the arrival of the money, the worry on Director Qin's face gradually dissipated, and his look towards Chao Zhe was filled with respect. As for Wang Yud, the sneer on his face gradually turned into gloom and trepidation, and he no longer urged Director Qin to transfer money to him. "Fei Fei, I've just transferred 10 installments to you, totaling 20 million yuan. Deposit the 5 million yuan I gave you yesterday into your account at Ontai Bank, as well to help Xiaoro fulfill her task." Chao Zhe stuffed his shabby phone into his pocket and put his arm around Lu Feifei's slender waist. "Okay, bro." Lu Feifei took out her phone and started operating on the mobile banking app, transferring 25 million yuan to the newly opened Ontai account. Your account ending with 9,188 has received 5 million yuan. The balance is 25 million yuan. After Director Qin confirmed that Chao Zhe had truly deposited 25 million yuan in his bank, he was extremely excited. He stepped forward, reached out with both hands to tightly grasp Chao Zhe's hand, and bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Chao. Thank you, Mr. Chao. I'm so grateful to you." Then he turned to Lu Feifei and bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you, Miss Lu." Chao Zhe shook hands with Director Qin and then let go. He gently patted Director Qin on the shoulder and said calmly, "You're welcome. Xiaoro is my classmate. I do hope Director Qin will take good care of her and ensure she won't suffer any grievances." Hearing this, Director Qin was startled and quickly nodded obsequiously, saying, "Mr. Chao, rest assured. I guarantee that Miss Qian won't endure any grievances." He secretly thanked his lucky stars that he hadn't succumbed to Wang Yud's coercion and expelled Chen Rou. Otherwise, it would have been like sacrificing a watermelon for a sesame seed. This Chao Zhe's capabilities were unfathomable and far beyond what Wang Yud could match. However, a doubt lingered in his mind. Why didn't Chao Zhe transfer 20 million all at once but preferred to transfer 2 million each time? Of course, despite the doubt, he didn't dare to inquire. Seeing that Chao Zhe had truly deposited 25 million for Chen Rou, Wang Yud realized that his strategy of cutting off the source of support had failed. He was extremely resentful, but helpless. After all, his 5 million was insignificant compared to Chao Zhe's 25 million. So he threw out a sentence, "I won't withdraw the money today." Then he slunk out of the bank hall dejectedly. Director Qin glanced at Wang Yud's retreating figure and, after some thought, decided not to go out to see him off. Being overly obsequious to such an ill-mannered customer might only lead to being taken advantage of. He turned his gaze back and respectfully said to Chao Zhe, "Mr. Chao, I'm extremely grateful to you for helping us out just now. Please do me the honor and give me a chance. Let me be the host for lunch today to express my sincere gratitude." Chao Zhe waved his hand and calmly replied, "Next time. I still need to buy an apartment for my sister." Seeing that the other party didn't give him face, Director Qin didn't dare to persuade further and could only nod repeatedly, saying, all right. You must give me a chance next time." Chen Rou was still extremely excited at this moment. She originally intended to persuade Chao Zhe to stay for lunch at noon, but seeing that he had declined Director Qin's invitation, she didn't mention it. She decided in her heart to thank Chao Zhe and Lu Feifei separately when there was an opportunity later. They not only helped her keep her job, but also, with this 25 million yuan deposit, she could get a commission of 5,000, which was 125,000 yuan. It was as if this money was given to her by Chao Zhe. Although Chao Zhe and Lu Feifei were not short of money, she couldn't be stingy and must repay them handsomely. Lu Feifei carefully put away the deposit receipt, took Chao Zhe's hand, and bid farewell to Chen Rou. Chen Rou and Director Qin accompanied Chao Zhe and Lu Feifei to the car and watched them leave before returning to the bank lobby. They found a seat in a corner, and Director Qin said earnestly, "Qian, today we really owe it to your classmate to save the day in time and subdue that Wang Yud. Otherwise, the performance of our business department this month would have been in vain. You must strengthen your relationship with your old classmate. In this way, our tasks in the future will be much easier. If you need any resources, just mention it in time. As long as it's within my authority, there won't be any problems." Chen Rou nodded and smiled. "Yes, Director. Don't worry. I'll do my best to maintain a good relationship with Chao Zhe." The two then continued to discuss what kind of gifts would be appropriate to give to Chao Zhe later. At this moment, Chao Zhe and Lu Feifei were sitting in a Mercedes-Benz, deliberating on which area to purchase a house. "Brother Chao, I believe Jiahui Community is a better choice. It's close to my workplace. I only need to walk a little over a kilometer to get to work and back." In the back seat of the car, Lu Feifei tilted her little head and leaned on Chao Zhe's shoulder as she spoke. "Brother is so wealthy now. You can just stay at home and enjoy life. Why do you still need to go to work?" Chao Zhe gently stroked Lu Feifei's delicate and boneless little hand and said in a tender voice, "But I can't stand being idle. I'll be bored to death if I don't go to work at home." Lu Feifei smoothed the hair beside her ear and said coquettishly, "Alas, you really don't know how to enjoy your blessings. Well, then let's go to Jiahui Community to see if there are any suitable houses." Chao Zhe sighed. Hearing this, Lu Feifei was extremely delighted. She planted a kiss on Chao Zhe's face and said happily, "Thank you, brother." Chao Zhe shook his head helplessly. Jiahui Community is a new housing development. The quality of the houses is quite good, and it's not far from the Laurel Mall where Lu Feifei currently works. Chao Zhe didn't want her to travel a long way. Since Lu Feifei had deep affection for him, Chao Zhe naturally didn't want her to go to work again, toiling away like a beast of burden for meager hard-earned money. However, the little girl disagreed. She didn't want to be kept like a canary and insisted on going to work. Chao Zhe thought it made sense. This little girl had no other hobbies if she didn't go to work. She might really be extremely bored at home. He still had to upgrade his Cupid card and couldn't accompany Lu Feifei at home every day, then let her continue going to work. Anyway, he would give her 1 or 2 million yuan every month later. She could just treat going to work as having fun and wouldn't have any pressure. The car continued to head towards the city. At this moment, the phone in Lu Feifei's bag suddenly rang. She picked it up and saw it was her mother's call. She wondered what her mother could want at this time. Pressing the answer button, she called out "Mom," only to hear her mother's anxious voice coming from the other end of the phone. "Feifei, your grandfather is on his last legs. Take a day off and come back today to see him off." After saying that, Mother Lu began to sob on the phone. Is grandfather's illness that serious? I'll take a leave and rush back right away. Woo-woo. Seeing her mother crying on the other end of the phone, Lu Feifei also broke down in tears. Chao Zhe was with his head close to Lu Feifei's, so he also heard Mother Lu's voice and knew that her grandfather was about to pass away. So he quickly put his arm around Lu Feifei and comforted her in a soft voice. "Feifei, go back and have a look first. We can buy the house some other day. Maybe there will be a miracle for your grandfather's illness." Lu Feifei shook her head while crying bitterly and said, "Brother, my grandfather has late-stage lung cancer. There's no cure for this disease." Woo-woo. Hearing this, Chao Zhe could only heave a deep sigh. Indeed, if it was late-stage lung cancer, it was like a death sentence. There was simply no special medicine to save him. He was also extremely sad and could only gently pat Lu Feifei's shoulder to offer feeble comfort. Then he said to the driver, "Master Yang, please take us directly to the high-speed railway station." "Sure, Mr. Chao," driver Lao Yang replied. Lu Feifei and her mother sobbed on the phone for a while before stopping. Mother Lu told her daughter to be careful on the way and then hung up the phone. "Feifei, I'll transfer 1 million yuan to you. It'll be more convenient if you need money when you get home." Chao Zhe took out his phone and said to Lu Feifei. Lu Feifei quickly reached out her hand to stop him. "Brother, I still have some money on me. You've deposited so much for me today. I can't take any more. You'll need a lot of money for investments in the future. Xiao Zhe gently pushed aside Lu Feifei's little hand and replied with a smile. You don't have to worry about this. Brother has already mastered the method of making money. Earning 1 million yuan is as easy as picking up money. You just spend money as you like from now on. After saying that, he transferred 1 million yuan to Lu Feifei. Lu Feifei hugged Xiao Zhe's arm and let out a soft sigh. Brother, I don't know how to repay you in this lifetime. Silly girl. Do we need to use the word repay between us? Don't say such things again, Xiao Zhe said tenderly as he gently stroked Lu Feifei's hair. Lu Feifei nodded slightly and replied softly, Yes, brother, I understand. Thinking of her grandfather who would soon pass away, her mood gradually sank. Her delicate face was filled with a sorrowful look, and 2 lines of clear tears rolled down her cheeks. Xiao Zhe reached out to wipe away her tears and tightly embraced her in his arms, but he didn't know how to comfort her. During the journey, Lu Feifei called the store manager, Li Jie, to explain the situation and asked for a 7-day leave. Her hometown was Yicheng in Jiangsu province, which wasn't too far from Xiao Zhe's hometown, Xing County in Zhejiang province. It was quite convenient to take the high-speed train from Shanghai to Yicheng. Lu Feifei bought the tickets on 12306, then quietly leaned on the back seat, hugging Xiao Zhe's arm, with a sorrowful look on her face. Xiao Zhe didn't disturb her. More than 20 minutes later, the car arrived at the high-speed railway station. The driver, Lao Yang, drove the car into the parking lot. Xiao Zhe escorted Lu Feifei to the entrance. Lu Feifei tightly embraced Xiao Zhe, then tiptoed and bestowed a gentle kiss on his lips, saying tenderly, Brother, I'll come back to accompany you after I've settled my grandfather's affairs. Xiao Zhe nodded gravely, planted a gentle kiss on her fair cheek, and said warmly, All right. Pay attention to safety on the way. Call me when you arrive. Okay. Lu Feifei released her embrace of Xiao Zhe and then entered the station. Still glancing back at Xiao Zhe from time to time, Xiao Zhe waved to her and then left the station. He found Lao Yang's Mercedes-Benz in the parking lot and took the car back to the Yijiangnan Hotel. It was already 11 a.m. He entered the exclusive elevator for the presidential suite, intending to go to the restaurant for a meal. When he reached the 18th floor and stepped out of the elevator, then turned right into the corridor, he bumped head on into a woman. He was immediately assailed by a delicate fragrance. Ouch! The woman let out a soft cry. When she saw clearly that it was Xiao Zhe, she quickly apologized repeatedly. Sorry, Mr. Xiao. Xiao Zhe also noticed that this fragrant woman was the hotel manager, Xu Xuemon. It's okay. He shook his head with a smile. Xu Xuemon stepped aside, preparing to let Xiao Zhe pass first. Xiao Zhe casually noticed that Xu Xuemon's eyes were red, rimmed, and there were still tears on her face. Could it be that he had hurt her just now? Chapter 23. Xu Xuemon encounters family misfortune. Seeing the tears welling in Xu Xuemon's beautiful eyes, Xiao Zhe was startled. Could it be that he had used too much force just now? It couldn't be. When the two of them collided, the other person's head brushed past his shoulder. It was just that her bosom pressed against his chest, full of elasticity. But surely her fullness wasn't so frail as to be knocked that easily? And she even cried in pain? No, there must be other reasons. Manager Su, did I knock you hard just now? Xiao Zhe called out to Xu Xuemon, who was about to leave. Xu Xuemon was stunned for a moment, then shook her head and said, No, Mr. Xiao. You didn't knock me. The young lady wiped the tears from her cheeks and forced a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, yet her expression was extremely sorrowful. Then why are you crying? Xiao Zhe stared at Xu Xuemon's beautiful eyes in puzzlement. I'm not crying. Xu Xuemon looked a bit flustered and quickly shook her head. You're not crying? Then why are your eyes red and there are tears on your face? Xiao Zhe frowned and pursued the question. Oh, maybe some bug got into my eye just now and I rubbed it. Xu Xuemon wiped the corner of her eyes with her small hand, then forced a smile on her face, bowed slightly and said, Mr. Xiao, I still have something to do. I'll go downstairs first. After saying that, she was about to turn around and enter the elevator. Xiao Zhe frowned and blocked her way, saying in a deep voice, Stop. Manager Su, if you're in any difficulty, you might as well tell me. Maybe I can help you. Xu Xuemon had a beauty score of 90 points, 100,000 points of luck. And her intimacy with Xiao Zhe was also 10 points. If she really had any difficulties, Xiao Zhe wouldn't mind giving her a hand. Maybe it could further enhance her intimacy with him. Upon hearing this, Xu Xuemon stared fixedly at Xiao Zhe. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope dawned on her. Perhaps this Xiao Zhe could truly offer her a helping hand. Having thought this through, she gently wiped away the clear tears welling up at the corners of her eyes, sighed, and said, Alas, Mr. Xiao, I just feel somewhat embarrassed to ask you for help. It's all right. I'm not the kind of person who chatters aimlessly. If you need assistance, just speak your mind. Chao Zhe stroked his chin and said in a gentle voice. Xu Xuemon let out a soft and pursed her delicate pink lips. Then, with a sobbing voice, she said, My mother called me this morning and told me that my father accidentally ran over and killed 3 people while delivering goods by car last night. Out of fear of being beaten by the victims' families, he fled the scene after the accident, leaving the car behind. Now, he has been arrested and detained in the detention center for hit and run. The families of the 3 victims are demanding compensation of 9 million yuan from our family before they are willing to issue a letter of understanding, with 3 million yuan for each victim. My father works as a delivery driver in Taoli County, Nanhu Province, our hometown, and my mother works in a factory in the development zone. Their incomes are not high, and our family doesn't have much money. My mother just called me and asked me to try every means to raise 9 million yuan. Otherwise, without the letter of understanding from the victims' families, my father will face more than a decade in prison. Those victims are innocent, and I do want to compensate them. Yet I also don't want my father to endure the pain of imprisonment. However, after working for several years, my total savings amount to only 500,000 yuan, which is a far cry from the 9 million yuan required. I just called my relatives and friends to borrow money, but they all said they had none after hearing about this incident. Upon reflection, I realized that even if they were to lend me the money, I likely wouldn't have the means to repay it. So, who would be willing to offer me a loan? After all, it's 8 or 9 million, not 80 or 90,000. Alas, I'm so useless. After saying this, Xu Xuemon's tears welled up again, falling like pearls slipping off a broken string. In fact, she had approached their general manager to borrow money earlier. The manager gave her a long, winded talk, stating that she didn't have the repayment ability. Even if she got the loan, she'd spend her entire life in debt and would never be able to turn things around. In other words, her life would be ruined. So, the general manager advised her not to borrow money. Instead, she should pay as much as she could and let her father go to prison. However, Xu Xuemon's heart ached at the thought of her father, who had raised her from childhood, suffering in prison in his old age. Originally, she didn't plan to tell Chao Zhe about this. After all, she wasn't on familiar terms with him, and she didn't want to become a laughingstock. But Chao Zhe called out to her, and a glimmer of hope ignited within her. Chao Zhe nodded after listening. He thought to himself that Xu Xuemon was a filial and honest woman. He took out a clean tissue from his pocket and handed it to the sobbing Xu Xuemon. In a gentle voice, he said, Manager Su, there's no need to be so anxious. I'll try to scrape together 9 million for you first to relieve your pressing need. Xu Xuemon took the tissue and wiped away her tears. When she heard Chao Zhe say that he would help her raise 9 million yuan, her delicate body trembled slightly, and she quickly knelt down in front of Chao Zhe. Mr. Chao, I'll never forget your great kindness in this lifetime. Please rest assured that I'll definitely repay you. Xu Xuemon's intimacy increased by 50 points, and the current intimacy is 60. The system prompt indicating that Xu Xuemon's intimacy had directly increased by 50 points couldn't help but astonish Chao Zhe. It seemed that his timely assistance had an excellent effect. He reached out his hand to help Xu Xuemon up and said in a gentle voice, Let's talk about repaying the money later. I don't care about these millions. First, try to obtain the understanding of the victims' families and strive for a suspended sentence for your father. Otherwise, if he really goes to prison, he'll suffer a great deal. Give me your card number, and I'll transfer the money to you. Hearing this, Xu Xuemon was extremely touched. She couldn't have imagined that although she was a stranger to Chao Zhe, he was willing to offer generous help, which was far better than those relatives and friends. The gratitude in her heart welled up like a gushing spring, yet she didn't know how to express it. Thank you, Mr. Chao. Thank you, Mr. Chao. My card number is. It's a Longxing bank card. Chao Zhe nodded, took out his old-fashioned mobile phone, and began to transfer money to the girl. When Xu Xuemon saw Chao Zhe's mobile phone, she was greatly shocked. This Mr. Chao was so wealthy but so frugal with himself, yet so generous when helping others. He was truly an extraordinary and noble man. She stared at Chao Zhe with her beautiful eyes, her heart filled with deep emotions. Soon, Chao Zhe's transfers arrived one after another. When Xu Xuemon saw Chao Zhe transfer 5 consecutive payments of 2 million each, she quickly reminded him, Mr. Chao, you've transferred 1 million more than necessary. 9 million is enough. Chao Zhe put away his phone and replied with a gentle smile, I haven't transferred too much. This 1 million is for you to handle some matters back there. After appeasing the family members, you may also need to make some rounds with certain departments. Otherwise, if they handle the case impartially, Your father might end up being sentenced. Seeing that Qiao Zhe had considered everything so meticulously, Xu Xuemon's heart melted involuntarily. Indeed, in China, it is a society where human relationships play a significant role. Sometimes, it's really necessary to smooth things over. Xu Xuemon's intimacy 20, current intimacy 80. After her intimacy reached 80 points, the young lady involuntarily threw herself into Qiao Zhe's arms, her face streaming with tears as she said, "Mr. Qiao, no, brother. You're now my real brother. I won't be able to repay your kindness even if I serve you like a beast in this lifetime." Chapter 24. I'll serve you well when I return. Xu Xuemon tightly wrapped her arms around Qiao Zhe's neck, raised her exquisite head, and stared at Qiao Zhe with her beautiful, infatuated eyes. She said affectionately, "Brother, if you don't mind my humble background, I'd like to be your younger sister and serve you all my life." She truly didn't know how else to express her feelings. Although she thought her actions were rather bold and even a bit embarrassing, she felt that perhaps only in this way could she convey a tiny fraction of her gratitude. Seeing that the young lady's intimacy was rising so rapidly, Qiao Zhe was also extremely delighted. In just a short while, the intimacy level had reached 80 points. If it increased by another 20 points later, he could obtain another 100,000 luck points, getting one step closer to an upgrade. Thus, he gently stroked Xu Xuemon's hair and said tenderly, "How could I ever despise you? You're a filial daughter with a kind heart. You're an excellent girl. From today onwards, you're my younger sister." Seeing that Qiao Zhe agreed to take her as his younger sister, Xu Xuemon was overjoyed. She wrapped her arms around Qiao Zhe's neck and showered his face with kisses. "Brother, I'm so happy." Wah! After the kisses, she burst into tears again. This time, they were tears of joy. Qiao Zhe reached out his big hand and gently wiped the tears from her face, then planted a kiss on her charming face. In fact, both of them were well aware of what this brother-sister relationship truly entailed. In the depth of their emotions, Xu Xuemon tiptoed and kissed Qiao Zhe on the lips, slowly closing her beautiful eyes. Qiao Zhe also couldn't help but respond. Fortunately, they were in the private elevator of the 1818 presidential suite. Qiao Zhe had the elevator card, and since Xu Xuemon was in charge of the presidential suite, only she had the access permission to the elevator, so no one would barge in suddenly. Qiao Zhe noticed that Xu Xuemon's kiss was rather clumsy, which also indirectly confirmed the accuracy of the system. The system had previously indicated that Xu Xuemon had zero romantic experience. After a while, they parted their lips. Xu Xuemon's face was flushed with a shy glow as she said, "Brother, this was my first kiss." Qiao Zhe nodded and said tenderly, "I could tell. Alas, it's all my fault that I took your first kiss." At this moment, Xu Xuemon had made up her mind about the most important matter in her heart, and her mood improved. She pursed her lips and shyly said, "No, Xuemon is willing." Xuemon is not only willing to give her first kiss to brother, but also willing to give herself to you. After hesitating for a while, she glanced in the direction of the presidential suite, bit her pink lips with her pearly teeth, and said, "Brother, is Miss Liu in the room?" Qiao Zhe shook his head and said, "She has gone back to her hometown." "Why do you ask?" Xu Xuemon pulled Qiao Zhe's hand and whispered like a mosquito, Then, if brother wants me, I can give myself to you right now. I'm still a. After saying that, the girl lowered her beautiful head, her charming face blushed, and even the tips of her ears turned red. She just couldn't bring herself to say the word virgin. Hearing this, Qiao Zhe shook his head, reached out and stroked her little face gently, and said, "Even if brother desires you so much, it's not the right time now. You'd better go back to your hometown as soon as possible and handle your father's matter quickly. When you come back, then we'll." He didn't finish the rest of his words, but naturally Xu Xuemon understood. In fact, during their passionate kiss just now, Qiao Zhe had already felt a bit of a stir in his body. After all, he was only 26 years old, in the prime of his youth when his blood was boiling. Moreover, Xu Xuemon was extremely beautiful and still a virgin. If he didn't have any thoughts, he would be abnormal. Qiao Zhe increasingly found that the Cupid system was making his desires in that aspect grow stronger. However, reason triumphed over desire. Although Xu Xuemon offered to give herself to him right now, Qiao Zhe considered that her father's matter couldn't be delayed, and the earlier it was resolved, the better. Therefore, he still managed to suppress the fury within him and declined Xu Xuemon's kind offer, asking her to return to her hometown first to handle some affairs. Seeing that Qiao Zhe was so considerate, Xu Xuemon was naturally extremely grateful. Then, she took Qiao Zhe's hand, gently caressed it, and said in a soft voice, "All right, elder brother, I'll go back first to deal with my father's matters. Wait for me, okay? I'll surely serve you well when I come back." After saying that, her little face turned even redder. Chao Zhe patted the girl's small hand and nodded with a smile. Okay, then I'll wait. Shu Xuemon then said tenderly yes. I'll come back as soon as I've sorted out my father's affairs. During the days when I'm away, if you have anything to do, you can directly contact Xiaoqin, the tall girl at our front desk. I'll go downstairs and tell her later. All right. Hurry back. Call me if there's anything. Chao Zhe gently patted Shu Xuemon's fragrant shoulder and exhorted. Sure, I will. Shu Xuemon tiptoed and gave Chao Zhe a kiss on the cheek. Then, she parted from him reluctantly and headed towards the elevator. Chao Zhe watched Shu Xuemon enter the elevator before turning around and returning to the presidential suite. Since Lu Feifei had also gone back to her hometown, he was at a loose end. So he sat on the sofa in the living room watching TV. Before long, Xiaoqin, the tall front desk attendant, called and said that they were going to arrange for the chef to cook a customized set meal for him in the private kitchen of the presidential suite at noon. Chao Zhe didn't want to make lunch too complicated, so he asked them to simply prepare some lunch. Xiaoqin agreed. Half an hour later, she brought several people over and delivered the lunch to him, wheeling the dining table into the restaurant of the presidential suite. Although it was said to be simple, in fact, the meal was still quite sumptuous. Chao Zhe sampled each dish and then sent Xiaoqin and the others away. After that, he went to the bathroom for a shower, changed into a clean pair of pajamas, and reclined on the spacious bed, preparing to take a nap. Shortly after lying down, he received a call from Lu Feifei. On the other end of the line, Lu Feifei sobbed as she informed him that her grandfather was on his death bed and might only have 1 or 2 days left. She intended to stay by her grandfather's side throughout the night to see him off. Chao Zhe consoled Lu Feifei tenderly, urging her to take care of herself. They chatted for over a dozen minutes before ending the call. Once again turning on the TV, finding no appealing programs, Chao Zhe began to doze off. In the previous period, due to the hefty debt, he had endured tremendous mental stress and thus suffered from insomnia and poor sleep. Now, free from the burden of debt and residing in the extremely comfortable environment of the presidential suite, Chao Zhe unexpectedly slept until 4:30 p.m. He was roused by a call from Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin informed him on the phone that they would arrange for someone to cook several special dishes in the private kitchen of the presidential suite that evening. Assuring his satisfaction, Chao Zhe initially didn't want to be so troublesome, but considering he had already spent a substantial amount of money, and since this service was available, he decided to give it a try. Soon, Xiaoqin led several chefs, wheeled in a pile of ingredients, and got busy in the kitchen. Chapter 25. The female anchor, Lemon. At 5:30 p.m., the waitress Xiaoqin reported that the dishes were ready and invited Chao Zhe to the dining room. Sure enough, there were over a dozen dishes on the table, looking, smelling, and tasting excellent. Chao Zhe glanced at the dishes and immediately felt a surge of appetite. Xiaoqin set the tableware and then introduced the names of the dishes to Chao Zhe with a smile. This is the braised shark's fin in yellow sauce. It used to be a dish in the imperial cuisine of the Qing dynasty and later became a representative of the official cuisine in the capital. The shark's fin is soft yet chewy, and it tastes delicious. This one is the truffle and Chinese prickly ash stew. It uses rare black truffles and top-grade Chinese prickly ash as the main ingredients. After being stewed until the soup is rich and thick, it has a smooth and tender texture, which is a perfect combination of nourishment and flavor. This is the dragon beard and phoenix tail soup. It is made from precious ingredients such as shark's fin and bird's nest, carefully simmered with a variety of supplementary ingredients, offering a delicate and rich taste. And this is the imperial roast duck, made from high-quality duck meat through a unique roasting process. The skin is crispy, the meat is tender, and it has a bright red color. It is a classic among Chinese delicacies. Chao Zhe calmly nodded, pretending to be someone who often dined on such gourmet food. In fact, he had only heard of most of the dishes on the table and had never seen them before. Although Chao Zhe had made some money when he first started his business, he soon lost it all. He had never had the chance to enjoy such fine cuisine. Xiaoqin asked if he would like to open a bottle of red wine, but Chao Zhe declined. He thought that red wine was more suitable to be drunk in the company of a beautiful woman. Although Xiaoqin was fairly good looking, her beauty was just around 70 points on a scale, still far from being a real beauty. Chao Zhe was thinking that when Lu Feifei came back, he would ask Xiaoqin to arrange a customized dinner. Drinking red wine with Lu Feifei would surely create a wonderful atmosphere. Maybe having Shu Xuemon accompany him for a glass of red wine would also be a good idea. The dishes were indeed extremely delicious, so Chao Zhe ate heartily. After the meal, he sent Xiaoqin and the others away. He went to a private cinema and watched a war movie. During the movie, He received a call from Xu Xuemon. Xu Xuemon told him that she had started contacting the victim's family, and their attitude was extremely poor. They even threatened to beat her. Xiao Zhe analyzed the situation for Xu Xuemon, saying that this was merely the negotiation tactic of the victim's family, aiming to put pressure on her so as to get more money. He comforted Xu Xuemon, saying that if the money was not enough, she could just tell him, and he would transfer more to her. He told her not to worry. As a result, after hearing this, Xu Xuemon's intimacy with him increased by 5 points, reaching 85 points. After hanging up the phone with Xu Xuemon, Xiao Zhe had no mood to watch the movie anymore. He went to the bathroom to take a shower and then lay in bed, extremely bored. Suddenly, he remembered that the system asked him to pursue more lucky girls. There should be many beautiful women on Douyin. As long as he gave them gifts, he would have a chance to pursue more lucky girls, and thus he could level up much faster. He still had to speed up his leveling up process and become the top-tier billionaire in this world as soon as possible. He must not be lazy. He should look for a large number of lucky girls and pursue them one by one, for this process itself was full of joy. Xiao Zhe was a man of action. As soon as the thought came to him, he prepared to look for lucky girls on Douyin. He immediately took out his phone and opened the Douyin app. He thought he could quickly find lucky girls once he entered the live streaming rooms. However, he visited more than 20 live streaming rooms in succession. Although the female streamers he saw were all very beautiful, the system didn't give any prompt sound. It seemed that those beautiful women were just enhanced by beauty filters, which deceived Xiao Zhe's eyes but couldn't deceive the system's discerning eye. It was not until he browsed the 26th live streaming room that the system suddenly prompted. A woman blessed with good fortune is detected. Name, Bai Yueming. Age, 23. Appearance score, 91. Height, 169 centimeters. Experience, 0. Occupation, middle school teacher. Luck value, 200,000. Intimacy, 0. After browsing more than 20 live streaming rooms, he finally found a woman blessed with good fortune. The proportion of such Douyin goddesses was really low. However, Xiao Zhe still felt a glimmer of joy in his heart. After all, having one was better than having none. The beauty in the live streaming room was known as Lemon on Douyin. She had a fair, oval face, with eyebrows as delicate as painted strokes. Her big, bright eyes were full of charm. Below her pert nose was a cherry, like small mouth, and when she spoke, her well-arranged teeth were revealed. A cascade of hair fell over her left shoulder, while her delicate collarbone on the right shoulder was exposed, looking extremely alluring. Her neck was also elegantly long, and below it were a pair of plump bosoms. Fortunately, they were wrapped in a pink shirt, with just a hint of cleavage peeking out, looking fair and delicate. The number of viewers in the live streaming room was not large, only 100 or 200. Lemon had just finished a PK match and had won a total of 2,317 dough coins. Her opponent was a streaming host named Queen, who had won 13,200 dough coins. However, it seemed that Queen had some urgent matters and was not in front of the camera. Since Lemon lost, she had to do 30 squats as a penalty and then ended the call with the opponent. After sitting back in front of the screen, she let out a sigh and said, "Alas, I lost to Queen again just now. I've had to do penalties 5 times this week. My mentality is on the verge of collapse." Dozens of viewers on the screen were constantly consoling Lemon. "Ming Ming, you've already done an excellent job. You only have a bit over 10,000 followers, while the so-called Queen has over 200,000 followers and only defeated you by 10,000 dough coins. You've shown great grace in defeat. Ming Ming, don't be disheartened. You've exerted so much effort. Rest assured, we'll always be by your side. Come on, Anchor, you're the best. Let's type on the public screen that Ming Ming is the best." A group of viewers who didn't even send a single dough coin but enjoyed the Anchor's high-level good looks free of charge were typing paragraphs of words on the screen to show their support and affection for the Anchor. Ming Ming tucked a wisp of hair behind her ear and began to express her gratitude on the public screen to the generous patrons who had helped in the ranking battle. "Thank you, my white-robed senior brother. Thank you, my egg-named junior brother. Thank you, the first-class protected idiot in the village. Thank you, my love for my young aunt." After thanking the top donors, she stood up, covered her chest with her small hand, and bowed deeply. Then she started waving goodbye to the screen, smiling sweetly as she said, "Gentlemen, Ming Ming is about to end the live stream. See you at 7 p.m. tomorrow night." Although Xiao Zhe had come across Douyin before, he hardly ever watched live streams of beautiful women. So after he discovered that Ming Ming was a woman blessed with good fortune, he started looking for the most expensive gift and then clicked to send it. Just as Ming Ming was starting her farewell, a carnival special effect suddenly appeared on the screen. Chapter 26. Happy Shake. West Lake Morning Breeze sent 1 carnival. Right after that, Chaoze sent another 2 carnivals. West Lake Morning Breeze sent 1 carnival. West Lake Morning Breeze sent 1 carnival. After gifting 3 carnivals, Chaoze's level soared from level 0 to 31 all at once. As the special effects of the 3 carnivals fluttered up, Lemon's live streaming room instantly erupted with excitement. Those viewers who were just sending farewell messages to Lemon were as elated as if it were the Chinese New Year, and they all started to speak up one after another. A big shot has come to Mengming's live streaming room. Thank you, Big Brother West Lake Morning Breeze. Brother Morning Breeze is magnificent. A divine tycoon has descended from the heavens. Just as she was about to turn off the live stream, Lemon was suddenly stunned. She covered her mouth with her little hand, unable to believe that right before the end of the live broadcast, a generous big shot had suddenly appeared and gifted her 3 carnivals. This was the first time she had ever received a carnival previously. She hadn't even received a Douyin number 1. Lemon, whose real name was Bai Yueming, was a teacher at Jiaqing Experimental Middle School. She had just obtained her teaching position this year, but was still in the internship period, earning only 4,800 yuan a month. Fortunately, the school provided dormitory accommodation, so she didn't have to rent a house. However, in the Magic City, such a meager salary was far from sufficient. Expenses for food, clothing, shoes, cosmetics. Everything required money. Therefore, Bai Yueming had to conduct live streams at night to earn some pocket money. Sometimes, she could make 200 or 300 yuan in a single night of live streaming, but more often than not, she couldn't even earn 100 yuan. So, when she suddenly saw 3 carnivals, Bai Yueming was completely dumbfounded. 3 carnivals were worth 9,000 yuan. With a 50 share, she would get 4,500 yuan, which was more than what she could earn from a month of live streaming. It was even almost equivalent to her monthly salary. Seeing Lemon standing there in a daze and not saying a word, the viewers started to get anxious. The eldest brother has arrived. You should welcome him promptly. Mengming, what are you standing there in a daze for? Hurry up and thank the eldest brother. Mengming, are you stunned by the carnivals? Why aren't you welcoming the eldest brother? Little Mengming is utterly bewildered as she's never seen a carnival before. Brother Chenfeng, please don't mind. Finally, Bai Yueming came to her senses. She covered the fair cleavage on her chest with her left hand, then bent at a 90-degree angle, and said in a trembling voice, Thank you, Brother Chenfeng, for the 3 carnivals. I'm sorry, I've never received a carnival before. I was just stunned by your generous gift. Then she straightened up, clasped her hands together, and uttered several more words of gratitude before sitting back beside the stool. A blush suffused her face, clearly indicating her extreme excitement. At this time, the system prompted that Bai Yueming's intimacy had increased. Bai Yueming's intimacy 10. Current intimacy 10. Chaoze sent a message, you're welcome. What kind of talent does the anchor have? Show us some. Mengming quickly said, Brother Chenfeng, Mengming is a dance anchor. How about I do a happy shake dance for you? Before Chaoze could reply, some viewers started commenting. Great, great. Brother Chenfeng is here tonight. We're in for a treat. Mingming's happy shake is the cutest. The popularity has been low these days, and Mingming has been unhappy. She hasn't done the happy shake for almost a week. Thanks to the generous Brother Chenfeng, we can finally watch Yao Yao do the happy shake tonight. Seeing that everyone was highly anticipating Bai Yueming's happy shake, Chaoze then typed a message. All right, then let's do the happy dance. Lemon nodded and sweetly smiled, saying, Then Mingming will perform the happy dance for Brother Chenfeng and all the gentlemen in the live streaming room. Please don't laugh at Mingming if she does a poor job. She was highly intelligent in social situations. Even though this dance was mainly for Chaoze, she didn't offend the viewers in the live streaming room. Although many of these fans were just ordinary folks with limited means, they still contributed to the popularity of the live stream. Sometimes, they would grab a few virtual coins or small gifts from other live streams and bring them to her room. Many hands make light work. With a little contribution every day, her income could increase. Hence, she always took good care of the feelings of these ordinary viewers. Seeing that Lemon agreed to do the happy dance, the viewers started typing on the screen again. I'm starting to record the video. Wait a bit, Ming. I need to clean my glasses. I'm getting ready for. Amid the shouts of the viewers, Bai Yueming pushed the stool aside and stood up. Her upper body was dressed in a pink shirt tucked into a pair of beige shorts, revealing a willow-like slender waist. Her long legs were tightly wrapped in black stockings, looking extremely alluring. As the dynamic music began to play, Lemon started her dance. She gracefully waved her fair right arm, swayed her delicate waist, then waved her left arm. Subsequently, she swayed her hips while waving her hands 8 times, followed by 2 circular hip, swaying movements. She fanned herself with her small hands and tossed her head. Her long black hair fluttered in the air as her wonderful figure moved, exuding a sense of youthful vitality. It was evident that Bai Yueming had excellent dancing skills, although she boasted a remarkably high level of beauty. Perhaps due to her relatively short tenure in live streaming or the saturation of dance streamers in the market, as of now. The popularity of Lemon's live stream was not particularly high. 2 minutes later, after Bai Yueming finished performing the happy shake, she gracefully extended her slender hand to wipe the fragrant sweat from her forehead. Then, with a charming smile, she said, "Brother Chenfeng, Ming didn't dance well. Please forgive me." After that, she gently moved her stool and sat back in front of the screen. Picking up the water cup on the table, she took a delicate sip, her movements exuding elegance. "Your dance was superb. It's the most wonderful happy shake I've ever seen." Chaoze sent a message. Immediately afterwards, he sent 3 carnivals. "Thank you, Brother Chenfeng, for your generous rewards." "Thank you, Brother Chenfeng." Seeing that Shihu Chenfeng Chaoze had sent another 3 carnivals, Bai Yueming promptly put down the water cup and clasped her hands together, offering continuous words of gratitude. At that moment, her charming oval face was as radiant as a blooming flower. Bai Yueming's intimacy increased by 3. Current intimacy level, 13. With the 6 carnivals sent by Chaoze, the popularity of Lemon's live stream began to rise. Originally, there were only 130 viewers, but now the number had increased to over 300 and was still growing gradually. Some of Lemon's loyal fans were extremely excited because the arrival of a big shot in the live stream meant that Lemon would not end the broadcast early, and they could spend more time admiring her stunning beauty. Moreover, due to her previously low popularity, Lemon had always shown great care and attention to almost every fan, responding to their remarks. This made some ordinary viewers feel flattered, and they loved staying in her live stream, chatting idly with her. In real life, a beauty like Bai Yueming, who could easily score over 90 points in terms of looks, would generally pay no heed to ordinary guys like them. Only in the live streaming room, in pursuit of popularity, would such a high-profile young anchor deign to interact with ordinary men. Even if you're just an ordinary viewer who sends a simple virtual gift like a little heart or a small virtual beer, you're likely to receive thanks from the young anchor. Thus, these ordinary men can find a sense of self-esteem and presence in front of the young anchor. Seeing that Westlake Morning Breeze had sent 3 expensive virtual gifts again, the ordinary viewers in the live streaming room started to make a ruckus. "Ming, you've received 6 top-tier virtual gifts from Brother Morning Breeze tonight. You're not allowed to end the live stream so early. You should accompany Brother Morning Breeze well, right? Ming usually ends the live stream at 9 p.m., but tonight, you can't end it until 10 p.m. Chapter 27. My big brother said he'll take you on. Ming wasn't a fool. Having finally met a generous viewer willing to spend money on her, she naturally wouldn't end the live stream so early. At this moment, a viewer suggested, "Ming, since Brother Morning Breeze is here tonight, why don't you challenge Queen to another PK and make her suffer the penalty?" Although Ming was eager to engage in a PK with Queen to gain some glory, considering that Westlake Morning Breeze had already sent her 6 top-tier virtual gifts, she felt embarrassed to ask him to spend more. So, she shook her head and said, "Let's forget it today. Brother Morning Breeze has already spent a lot on me. I'll ask Brother Morning Breeze to teach Queen a good lesson another day." Chaoze thought this young girl was quite well behaved and not overly greedy. He couldn't help but form a very favorable impression of her. Thus, he decided to give her a hand to see if he could further enhance their rapport. He sent a message in the live streaming room. "Ming, anyway, I'm free right now. How about you having another PK with that so-called Queen? I'll avenge you." When the viewers saw that Westlake Morning Breeze, Chaoze, offered to help Lemon Bai Yueming in the PK, they instantly became extremely excited. "Ming, with Brother Chenfeng backing you up today, we must take fierce revenge. If the Queen loses, let her dance the orangutan dance. No, better yet, let the Queen imitate a caterpillar. Last time when Ming lost, the Queen made Ming crawl on the ground. We must get payback." The viewers began to offer suggestions to Lemon, looking as if victory was in their grasp. Seeing that Chaoze had offered to avenge her, Bai Yueming naturally didn't stand on ceremony. Instead, she clasped her hands together and said, "Thank you, Brother Chenfeng, for avenging me. Then I'll connect with the Queen." Chaoze replied, "Go ahead." Bai Yueming nodded obediently and tapped on her phone a few times. Soon, A beautiful woman was connected. The beauty had an oval-shaped face. Her smooth and silky hair was pulled back into a bun, and she wore a red corolla on her head, dressed like the queen of the daughter country. She wore a pink gauze embroidered with peonies over her upper body. Her slender neck and rounded arms were bare, with fair, delicate skin. The daughter of fortune detected, name, Husini, age, 24, appearance score, 90, height, 168 centimeters, experience, 1, occupation, streamer, fortune value, 100, 000. Familiarity, 0. After Queen Husini took the mic, she let out a soft laugh and said, Ming Ming, are you itching for a beating again? Bai Yueming picked up the water cup and took a sip, retorting defiantly, Queen, dare you have another PK with me? This time, I'll surely make you lose. The queen extended her delicate hand to adjust the flower crown on her head and smiled, saying, Ha, Ming Ming, you've had 5 consecutive losses this week. It seems you just can't be tamed. Why are you here to challenge me this time? Do you have a big shot supporter now? At this moment, some viewers in Ming Ming's live streaming room returned from the queen's room and started leaving messages. The queen's patron, young Master Yin, is here. He's a level 60 big shot. A level 60 big shot has spent at least 8 million yuan. He's a veritable tycoon. It'll be quite difficult for Ming Ming to defeat the queen tonight. If young Master Yin is here, Brother Chenfeng won't be intimidated. Didn't you see Brother Chenfeng casually send 6 carnivals? Hearing what the viewers said about the queen's patron being present, Bai Yueming felt a bit troubled. Young Master Yin was a loyal fan of the queen. He had risen from level 0 to level 60 in the queen's live streaming room, spending nearly 8 million yuan. Once, when the queen was having a PK with a relatively powerful streamer, young Master Yin sent 30 carnivals in a row, worth 90,000 yuan in total, and finally crushed the opponent. Apart from young Master Yin, the queen doesn't have any other powerful big brothers. Usually, only some casual fans offer her gifts. During the previous PK match between Lemon and the queen, young Master Yin was absent. That's why Lemon thought that with Big Brother Westlake Morning Breeze this round, she would have a chance to defeat the queen. Normally, when Lemon and the queen have a PK, young Master Yin only sends the queen some airplanes, balloons, etc., not carnivals. Because the queen doesn't need carnivals to beat Lemon at all. Seeing young Master Yin in the queen's live streaming room, Bai Yueming immediately lost her confidence. She asked the queen with a smile, Is your big brother young Master Yin here? Yes, big brother young Master Yin is here. But I don't even need big brother young Master Yin to deal with you. I can handle you easily, the queen said with a smile, making a grasping gesture with her little hand. Lemon didn't dare to make a decision on her own. Instead, she frowned slightly and sought Chao Zai's opinion. Big brother Morning Breeze, big brother young Master Yin on the other side is also here. Let's call it off this round. Before she could finish her words, Chao Zai sent 3 words. Take on the queen. Chao Zai thought to himself, what's the big deal about a 60-level big brother? Even if it's a 75-level big brother, so what? A 75-level big brother has no more than 20 million or so. Even if there are 10 or 100 of them, I can still handle them. My card has an infinite credit limit. I can outspend him. After seeing the message sent by Chao Zai, Lemon's confidence soared. She laughed at the queen and said, Queen, my big brother said he's going to take you on. Get ready. Really? Then come at me with your big brother. Ha ha ha. Let's see who takes on whom. My eldest brother, young Master Yin. And the brothers in the live streaming room are no pushovers. Queen also laughed. She was a forthright person. The key was that young Master Yin was here today, which gave her full confidence. Although Queen and Lemon had a war of words in the live streaming room, in fact, they had a good private relationship. The streamers' confrontations in the live streaming room were also to liven up the atmosphere, deliberately creating animosity to encourage fans to send more gifts to them. Okay, then let's have a 5-minute PK. Lemon nodded. What kind of punishment shall we set? Fine, just a 5-minute one. Whoever loses shall lie on the ground and imitate a caterpillar. Queen rolled her eyes and then said. She was eager to see Lemon wriggling her body like a caterpillar on the ground again. Agreed. Then let's mute the microphones. Bai Yueming pursed her lips. In fact, she was still extremely nervous. She was well aware of young Master Yan's arrogance and his generosity in sending gifts. When encountering a powerful rival, young Master Yin would send 10 carnivals in a row. Although not long ago, Westlake Morning Breeze had sent 6 carnivals to her, which was only worth 18,000 yuan. There was still a huge gap compared with young Master Yan's over 8 million. She was worried that Westlake Morning Breeze didn't know how powerful the opponent was. If they lost, Westlake Morning Breeze would lose face and might not come to send her gifts in the future. Therefore, she hoped that Westlake Morning Breeze was not a person overly concerned about winning or losing. Of course, in this PK, if Westlake Morning Breeze sent her a few more carnivals, her income today would be extremely substantial, equivalent to months of live streaming earnings. Guys, the other side has a powerful patron today. We have to step up our efforts. We can't rely solely on Big Brother Westlake Morning Breeze. Lemon raised her tiny fist and shouted something in the live streaming room. Chapter 28. Overpowering Young Master Yin. Hearing Lemon's call, some of the viewers in the live streaming room began to raise their fists, while others started to post inspiring words like "many hands make light work." However, only a few actually sent gifts. At this moment, the health bar of the queen on the other side started to change. Some of her fans successively sent kisses, sunglasses, hot air balloons, and so on. In just a few seconds, nearly 3,000 beans were accumulated. But young Master Yin didn't send any gifts. Perhaps he thought that the queen didn't need his help to defeat Lemon. On Lemon's side, there was only one kiss and some little hearts, totaling only about 100 votes. Compared with the queen, there was a difference of more than 2,000 votes, and her health bar was instantly overwhelmed by the queen's. She couldn't help being a bit anxious. Then, with her hands clasped in prayer, she pleaded, "Brother Chenfeng, come to my rescue quickly." Seeing the opponent's health bar advancing, Chao Zhe sent a carnival gift, reaching over 30,000 votes. Immediately, he pushed back the queen's health bar, leaving only a small segment. "Thank you, Brother Chenfeng. Thank you, Brother Chenfeng. Brother Chenfeng is so mighty." Lemon, who had been frowning just now, instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, with her little mouth grinning from ear to ear. The fans in the live streaming room were also cheering. Brother Chenfeng will definitely defeat the queen tonight. Mingming has turned the tables today. We're going to have our day. Brother Chenfeng, defeat young Master Yin on the other side tonight. We're so looking forward to it. These viewers, since they didn't have to spend their own money, were egging on big spenders like Chao Zhe to send gifts just to gain a sense of presence. Upon seeing a carnival gift sent in by Yueling's live streaming room, Lord Yin from the opposing side immediately sent 3 carnival gifts. The votes for the queen soared to over 93,000, instantly pushing back by Yueling's health bar. Lord Yin from the other side has made his move and is overwhelming us. Brother Chenfeng, could you lend Lingling a hand? Bai Yueling feigned extreme helplessness. Lingling, fret not. I guarantee your victory. Chao Zhe typed a message on the screen. Really? Then I'm counting entirely on you, Brother Chenfeng. Bai Yueling clapped her hands. She was well aware that relying on the ordinary viewers was in vain. Only Westlake Chenfeng stood a chance. Hence, she no longer pinned her hopes on the viewers to vote. Upon seeing Lord Yin send 3 carnival gifts, Chao Zhe promptly sent 6. Regardless of how many gifts the other side sent, he would double the amount. Competing with me in terms of wealth? You don't stand a chance. I'm merely amusing myself with you. With my 2 million, I can send 660 carnival gifts at once, and I can repeat this N times. Dare to challenge me? I'll bankrupt you, and even your entire clan. After Chao Zhe sent 6 carnival gifts, Bai Yueling's votes skyrocketed to 210,000, pushing back the queen's health bar once again. The viewers in Bai Yueling's live streaming room, witnessing the Titans battle, ceased sending virtual hearts and flowers, and instead watched the show and cheered. Wow! Brother Chenfeng has sent 7 carnival gifts. Brother Chenfeng is mighty. Defeat the queen. Brother Chenfeng, crush the queen. Seeing the queen's health bar being suppressed, Lord Yin in the queen's live streaming room sent another 6 carnival gifts all at once. The queen's vote count rose to over 270,000. However, it merely pushed Lemon's vote bar slightly to the left. Chao Zhe let out a cold sneer and gifted another 12 carnivals. Along with the 7 carnivals he had sent earlier, he had given a total of 19 carnivals. Lemon's vote count immediately reached 570,000, suppressing the queen's vote bar to less than half. When Bai Yueming saw that Westlake Morning Breeze had suddenly sent another 12 carnivals, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She simply couldn't believe that this generous patron who had suddenly entered her live stream tonight was so lavish. Excluding the 6 carnivals he had sent earlier without any specific purpose, he had already sent 19 carnivals during this park. This was equivalent to 57,000 yuan in cash. It was truly a windfall tonight. At this moment, her charming face was as radiant as a summer flower, beaming with joy. Bai Yueming's intimacy increased by 15. Current intimacy, 28. On the other side, When the Queen saw Westlake Morning Breeze suddenly appear in Lemon's live stream and send 19 carnivals in less than a minute, her small mouth hung open in shock. She had never heard of Westlake Morning Breeze before. Why did this generous patron suddenly show up in the live stream of a small anchor like Lemon? Moreover, he was so willing to support her. Although there were many patrons on Douyin, there really weren't many who could spend 40 or 50,000 yuan in one go. At this moment, the Queen was filled with curiosity. However, she wasn't overly worried about losing. After all, young Master Yin was no ordinary figure. He had once sent her 30 luxury gifts at one time. Inside a luxurious villa in the United States, young Master Yin, who was lying on the sofa voting for the Queen, Husini, frowned when he noticed that a powerful big brother suddenly appeared in the live streaming room of the little anchor Lemon, almost overshadowing him. Young Master Yin, around 26 or 27 years old, was a rich second generation. His family boasted assets worth over $1 billion. As the only child in his family and currently studying in the United States, his parents gave him a monthly allowance of 600,000 or 700,000. He joined Douyin only because he was infatuated with the Queen and never gave gifts to other anchors. Over the past few months, he had spent over $1 million on the Queen. He planned to return to China next month, specifically going to Shanghai to meet the Queen and have his way with her. So, as long as he was around, he wouldn't allow the Queen to lose in the PK. This was the first time someone dared to compete with him and try to make him lose face in front of the Queen. Absolutely not. Damn it. This Westlake Morning Breeze is really going head to head with me. I'll send another 20 fireworks and see how you can keep up, he murmured to himself. After saying that, young Master Yin quickly tapped the Carnival Special Effect 20 times. The Queen's vote count on the bar shot up rapidly and soon overtook Lemon's. Now, the Queen had nearly 900,000 votes, far surpassing Lemon's 570,000. Seeing young Master Yin engage in a tit-for-tat battle, the viewers in both live streaming rooms were in awe. These wealthy individuals were truly astonishing. They were sending fireworks as if money were of no consequence, tossing out 10 or 20 at a time. Filled with admiration, they wished they could be as rich and send fireworks to their beloved female anchors, making the anchors completely devoted to them and at their every whim. Chao Zhe saw that young Master Yin had once again presented 20 packs of high-end cigarettes. A disdainful smile curled up in his heart. He wondered what kind of family background this person had. He hoped that this so-called rich man was not someone who embezzled public funds out of vanity. Without hesitation, he sent out 40 carnivals, pushing Lemon's vote count to over 177 million and once again firmly outpacing Queen. There were still 2 minutes left until the end of the PK. In the luxurious villa in the United States, young Master Yin frowned even more tightly. It seemed that he had encountered a tough opponent today. Every time, the other guy presented twice as many packs of cigarettes as he did. Damn it, this is really making me lose face. Chapter 29. Such arrogance. Young Master Yin thought to himself that although he had a monthly allowance of 600,000 or 700,000 yuan, he couldn't spend it all on Queen. He had other expenses. Looking at the remaining balance of a little over 300,000 yuan in his phone, he hesitated. It wouldn't be a big problem to spend 200,000 or 300,000 yuan on Queen each month. Today was June 26th. He had already spent nearly 90,000 yuan on Queen tonight, and he had spent about 200,000 yuan on her previously, almost reaching the monthly spending limit he had set for her. If he continued to spend, he might be in dire straits in the last few days of the month. However, having already spent 90,000 yuan, it would be extremely embarrassing to admit defeat now. What would Queen think of him? He had already made an appointment with her to meet next month. What should he do? Young Master Yin couldn't believe that after spending nearly 30 packs of cigarettes tonight, he still couldn't defeat that bastard Westlake Morning Breeze. That guy had presented 59 packs of cigarettes so far. He hesitated for approximately half a minute. Then, in a moment of impulsive passion, his vanity once again got the upper hand. No way, he thought. I've already sent 30 luxury gifts. It would be too galling to admit defeat like this. The young Master Yin resolved to outshine Westlake Morning Breeze and help the Queen win this round, unwilling to tarnish his image as a generous tycoon in the Queen's heart. Currently, the opponent had 29 more luxury gifts than he did. If I send another 60 luxury gifts all at once, which amounts to 180,000 yuan, and boost the Queen's votes to 2.7 million. Let's see if the other side still dares to respond. With that, he gritted his teeth and immediately sent a flurry of the luxury gifts, presenting another 60 in one go. The screen was instantly filled with the animation of these gifts. That night, the young Master Yin had sent a total of 89 luxury gifts to the Queen, costing nearly 270 yuan. Consequently, the Queen's progress bar soared once more. There was still 1.5 minutes left until the end of the PK. When Chao Zhe saw the other side send another 60 luxury gifts and suppress the Queen's progress bar, he smiled faintly and tapped out 120 more luxury gifts on his phone. Anyway, he aimed to double, suppress. Soon, the progress bar of the Queen was pushed back by the gifts sent for Lemon. After sending out 120 luxury gifts, Lemon's vote count rose from 1.77 million to over 5.37 million. There was only half a minute left until the end of the PK. In both live streaming rooms, neither Lemon nor the Queen said a word. They both widened their beautiful eyes, covered their mouths with their little hands, and stood there in a daze in the live streaming rooms. They had never witnessed such a scene before. In previous PKs between the two of them, the young Master Yin had never sent luxury gifts to the Queen, only some ordinary presents. After all, there was no need to use the high-end gifts against a minor opponent like Lemon. In tonight's PK, young Master Yin spent nearly 270,000 yuan, but still failed to help the Queen secure victory. For the opponent, Westlake Morning Breeze casually splashed out 530,000 yuan, seemingly not even exerting full effort. At this moment, the viewers on both sides were utterly bewildered, only typing on the screen. Holy cow! What a tycoon! Incredible! I bow and worship. Everyone could tell that Big Brother Westlake Morning Breeze was definitely set on guarding Lemon tonight. He always outgunned young Master Yin by sending gifts worth twice as much, and it seemed to him an effortless feat at this time. Young Master Yin, in his luxurious villa in the United States, turned ashen-faced. His hands were already trembling slightly. If he wanted to outdo Westlake Morning Breeze, he needed to send out gifts worth at least 300,000 yuan again, equivalent to 100 carnivals. However, if he spent another 300,000 yuan, he might well be penniless by the end of the month. Even if he spent that much, could he really defeat Westlake Morning Breeze? There was still half a minute left. As soon as he sent out a gift, the other side would surely follow suit immediately. So, he silently exited the Queen's live stream room and slumped diagonally on the sofa, his face clouded with gloom. Half a minute passed in a flash. In the end, Lemon won the final victory with 5.37 million votes, easily outshining the Queen's 2.7 million votes. During this process, Lemon's delicate face flushed with excessive excitement. From this PK, she made a net profit of over 260,000 yuan. What an astonishing figure! With her current annual internship salary of 60,000 yuan, it was equivalent to 4 years of hard work. All of this was a gift from Big Brother Westlake Morning Breeze. Bai Yueming's intimacy increased by 22. Current intimacy, 50. Thank you, Brother Chenfeng. Thank you, Brother Chenfeng. Bai Yueming stood up, covering the cleavage of her chest with her left hand, and bowed 7 or 8 times in succession, expressing her gratitude ceaselessly. Her voice was already a bit tremulous. The viewers in the live stream room were also constantly thanking Big Brother Westlake Chenfeng. Many people were also extolling Chao Zhe. Since Chao Zhe had spent over 500,000 on the live stream platform, the platform immediately promoted Lemon's live stream. Now, the number of viewers in her live stream room had reached over 3,000. At this time, the look of surprise on Queen's face finally faded. She noticed that her patron, young Master Yin, had exited the live stream room. Her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Although the appearance of Westlake Chenfeng had made young Master Yin spend nearly 270,000 on her in one night, significantly increasing her earnings, she was also worried that young Master Yin, having suffered a defeat this time, might not come to her live stream room to give rewards in the future, which would be a long-term loss for her. Seeing that Westlake Chenfeng had effortlessly spent over 500,000 on Lemon, she felt a twinge of envy. This Big Brother was so generous. If he were her patron, how wonderful that would be. Although she had been severely defeated by Westlake Chenfeng, she didn't hate him. Instead, she hoped to establish a good relationship with him. A little bit of his generosity would be enough for her to live comfortably. Just then, a subtitle flashed on the screen of Queen's live stream room. Westlake Chenfeng had entered the live stream room. Immediately afterwards, the special effects of a carnival appeared. Westlake Chenfeng sent a carnival. Westlake Chenfeng sent another carnival. Westlake Chenfeng sent a third carnival. Westlake Chenfeng sent a fourth carnival. The Morning Breeze from the Westlake sent 30 carnivals. At first, Queen Husini was a bit dazed. When she saw the continuous appearance of the carnival special effects in the live broadcast room, she immediately exclaimed with delight, "Thank you, Brother Brother Chifeng, for the medical expenses you sent. At the beginning, she thought that Westlake Chinfeng would only send 1 or 2 carnivals as a formality. However, the special effects just wouldn't stop. Her little mouth was grinning from ear to ear with joy. Thank you, Brother Chinfeng. Thank you, Brother Chinfeng. Brother Chinfeng, that's enough. That's enough. She couldn't have imagined that Westlake Chinfeng was so generous. He sent medical expenses worth 90,000 yuan all at once. Oh my, what a magnate he was. How incredibly generous. Husini's intimacy increased by 10. Current intimacy is 10. After sending 30 carnivals, Chao Zhe exited the Queen's live broadcast room and returned to Lemon. By then, Lemon had finished her show. When she saw Westlake Chinfeng come back, she immediately greeted him with a beaming smile and inquired, Brother Chinfeng, shall I ask the Queen to do the punishment right now? Seeing that Westlake Chinfeng had just sent 90,000 yuan in medical expenses to the Queen, she further refreshed her understanding of Westlake Chinfeng's generosity. So, her face showed even more humility. After all, how many big shots on Douyin could send 90,000 yuan in medical expenses to others? Chapter 30. Before success. One meets with misfortune all right. Chao Zhe typed out these 2 words. He really didn't care whether the Queen was punished or not. After all, these punishments were just for entertainment and to add some atmosphere to the live broadcast. What he cares more about is the intimacy level of these ladies blessed with good fortune. He hopes to quickly raise the intimacy levels of the 2 ladies to 100 and obtain their good fortune values. After getting Chao Zhe's consent, Bai Yueming immediately asked the Queen to take the punishment. Naturally, the Queen didn't shirk and obediently crawled on the ground like a caterpillar. Her appearance was extremely adorable. At this moment, Chao Zhe saw a private message on Douyin. It was Yueming sending a friend request. Naturally, he accepted it. Hello, Brother Chinfeng. I'm extremely grateful that you sent me so many gifts. I'm so excited that I don't even know how to express my gratitude. Right after the friend request was approved, Bai Yueming sent a message. Chao Zhe replied indifferently, You're welcome. I still have some matters to attend to. I'll log off now and come to watch your live stream tomorrow. Since he had already increased the intimacy level by 50 points today, he estimated that it wouldn't increase any further. So he didn't intend to waste more time, let alone act like a love seeker. For a love seeker would never increase a woman's intimacy level. Okay, Brother Chinfeng, go ahead with your business. See you tomorrow. Bye. Bai Yueming quickly replied. At this time, the Queen had also finished the punishment. Chao Zhe exited Bai Yueming's live stream room but didn't log off from Douyin. He saw another private message. After opening it, he found it was a friend request from the Queen. Chao Zhe clicked to agree. As long as the ladies blessed with good fortune were willing to increase the intimacy level, there might be a chance later. The Queen also quickly sent a message, Hello. Big Brother Chinfeng, thank you so much for the medical expenses you gave just now. After all, it was the first time they contacted each other. Naturally, Chao Zhe couldn't reveal any thoughts. He replied indifferently, It's nothing. A piece of cake. When Husini heard Westlake Morning Breeze say that 90,000 yuan for medical expenses was just a trifle, she didn't think he was showing off at all. He really had the means. She believed that Westlake Morning Breeze was definitely more powerful than young Master Yin. Young Master Yin would spend 200,000 or 300,000 yuan in her live stream room in a month, while tonight, Westlake Morning Breeze had spent over 600,000 yuan in the live stream rooms of Lemon and herself. So, naturally, she hoped to maintain a very close relationship with Westlake Morning Breeze. Then she tentatively said softly, I'm really looking forward to Brother Morning Breeze coming to my humble live stream room more often in the future. Chao Zhe still simply replied, Sure. When the Queen saw that Chao Zhe's reply was rather flat, she didn't dare to say more. After all, such generous and powerful big shots all had their tempers. If they didn't want to talk and she bothered them, it would often backfire. So she sent a message, Okay, then I won't disturb Brother Morning Breeze. I'll end the live stream soon. Bye. Chao Zhe sent an OK emoji. The 2 girls both sent their WeChat IDs. Chao Zhe opened WeChat and added them as friends. Soon, the 2 girls approved the friend requests and sent a message saying, Hello, Brother Morning Breeze. Chao Zhe replied with a smiling face emoji. He noticed that the IP addresses of Lemon and the Queen were both in Shanghai. It seemed that he could ask them out later and give them some gifts to further enhance their intimacy. There should be no woman in this world that money can't win over. If there were, they would be as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Putting down his phone, Chao Zhe began to take stock of the girls with good fortune he had contacted recently. The intimacy level with Lu Feifei had reached 100 points, and he had already obtained 100,000 fortune values. As for Xu Xuemon, the manager of Yijiangnan Hotel, he had also gained 100,000 fortune values from her, and currently, their intimacy level had been elevated to 85. With a bit more effort, he should be able to win her over. Regarding his old classmate Chen Rou, he could also get 100,000 fortune values from her, and their intimacy level had reached 66 points, so there was also hope to succeed in pursuing her. Apart from Chen Rou and Xu Xuemon, there were also Bai Yueming and Husini, whom he met on Douyin tonight. Bai Yueming, with a beauty score of 91, carried 200,000 fortune values, while Husini, with a score of 90, had 100,000 fortune values. The intimacy level with Bai Yueming had reached 50 points, while that with Husini was only 10 points. However, the intimacy levels with both girls were increasing rapidly. If he could successfully raise the intimacy levels with Xu Xuemon and Chen Rou to 100 points, he would be able to accumulate 300,000 fortune values. Upgrade to a first-level Cupid and obtain the body strengthening technique rewarded by the system, as well as a cashback of 200 million funds. He wondered what kind of skill the body strengthening technique was and hoped it would prove useful. Moreover, the 200 million fund cashback was extremely alluring. He could freely allocate and utilize it, no longer having to rely on others for a living. To upgrade to a first-level Cupid required 300,000 fortune values. He was curious about how many fortune values were needed for the second-level upgrade and what skills would be unlocked then. Chaoze rubbed his waist and forced a bitter smile. He mused that if an extremely high amount of fortune values were needed for the next upgrade, whether his body could endure the process. He didn't want to fail before achieving his goal like the heroes in the past, leaving behind endless regrets. This Cupid system had many merits, yet it was overly effective in arousing desires. As long as he had a slight interaction with the girls with good fortune, he would be filled with strong longings. Alas, Chaoze heaved a long sigh, switched off the light, and went asleep. The next morning, after Chaoze finished washing up, Xiaoqin came up to serve him breakfast and then left. Just then, the phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from the landlord, Huang Kuei. Only then did Chaoze remember that today was already the third day since Huang Kuei had issued him an ultimatum. If he didn't pay the rent and renew the lease, Huang Kuei would kick him out. He answered the phone and heard Huang Kuei's haughty voice on the other end. Chaoze, why are you so dilatory? Today is the last day. Haven't you borrowed the money yet? If you don't want to rent, I'll rent it to someone else. Chaoze let out a sneer and said, Oh, your rent is too high. I can't afford it. Rent it to whoever you like. Huang Kuei was taken aback. His houses should be the cheapest in the entire Jiaqing district. Now that Chaoze didn't want to rent anymore, was he planning to leave Jiaqing? If Chaoze left, would that stunning beauty, Lu Yao, also leave with him? If you don't rent my house, where else can you find such an affordable place? Huang Kuei asked doubtfully. You don't need to worry about that. Anyway, I won't rent your house. Chaoze replied coldly. Humph, if you don't want to rent, then don't. It's not like I'm begging you to rent my place, Huang Kuei snorted. Keep a good watch on your houses. Don't let them all end up in someone else's hands. Chaoze sneered. What do you mean? Huang Kuei asked, puzzled. You'll know later, Chaoze said and hung up the phone. This Huang Kuei had ill intentions towards Lu Yao. Moreover, after his own bankruptcy, that person had repeatedly taunted him. Once he had the time, by leveraging the matter involving Huang Kuei, he would surely ruin that person's fortune. Meanwhile, standing in front of Chaoze's rental house, Huang Kuei was stunned upon hearing the beeping sound of the phone getting hung up. What did Chaoze mean? He couldn't fathom it. However, upon learning that Chaoze would no longer rent his house, a sense of loss welled up in his heart. In the past couple of days, the door of Chaoze's rental house remained shut, and he hadn't seen Lu Yao either. He felt as if he had lost his soul. Chapter 31. Husini's greeting. Could it be that Lu Yao had broken up with Chaoze? Huang Kuei scratched his colorfully dyed head and murmured to himself. Yes, they must have broken up. How could Lu Yao live with a bankrupt and penniless loser in the long run? Without money, even the most beautiful love couldn't last. Didn't this mean that his chance had arrived? Thinking of Lu Yao's peerless beauty, Huang Kuei's heart skipped a beat. He must offer her meticulous care when she needed it most to win her heart. But where had Lu Yao gone? He hoped she hadn't left Shanghai. Even if she had left Shanghai, he would search for her and give her a warm home. Huang Kuei began to indulge in sweet dreams. After hanging up Huang Kuei's call, Chaoze picked up his phone and opened WeChat. He saw messages from two people. The first one was from Bai Yueming of Lemon, and the second was from Husini, the queen. He first opened Bai Yueming's WeChat message. Good morning, brother Chifeng. Did you sleep soundly last night? Last night. Ming was so excited that she didn't sleep a wink. It was my first time to receive so many carnivals. I'll be grateful to Brother Chifeng for my whole life. Today is Saturday, and I don't need to go to class. I was too excited last night and didn't sleep well. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. I hope I can see Brother Chifeng in my dream. Chao Zhe saw that the time when Bai Yueming sent this message was around 4 o'clock in the morning. It seemed that the wave of carnivals last night really stunned that girl. Bai Yueming was just a small streamer. There were only 100 or 200 people in her live stream room when he entered, and many of them were freeloaders. She only earned more than 2,000 beans from the first PK with the queen, and only made about 100 yuan after the settlement, while he made her earn more than 200,000 yuan in one night. It was normal for her to be too excited to fall asleep. If he hadn't obtained the system, he would definitely not be able to fall asleep either if a rich woman splurged 100,000 or 200,000 on him all at once. The little girl sent him a message, naturally hoping to keep in touch with him so that he could go to her live stream room and spend more. Chao Zhe replied with a message, "Ha ha ha. Those carnivals made you stay awake all night. Look at you, so inexperienced. What time are you going to start the live stream tonight? I'll go to support you again." Then he opened the WeChat of the queen, Husini. Husini sent a greeting message, "Happy weekend, Brother Chifeng." It seemed that this girl also wanted to keep in touch with him all the time. But maybe she didn't have any special topics, so she just sent a greeting message. "Happy weekend." Chao Zhe simply replied with the same message. Although he intended to court the daughter of fortune, he had no desire to be a sycophant. Instead, he aimed to make the woman truly fall for him from the bottom of her heart. Only in this way could he gradually increase their intimacy level to 100 points. Being a sycophant wouldn't win a woman's favor. Rather, it would likely lead to being toyed with by her. Perhaps for some women, even if you offered them 1 billion yuan, it might not raise their intimacy level to 60 points. Moreover, she might take the 1 billion yuan you gave and go to the person she liked. Therefore, when Chao Zhe planned to utilize his financial power, he would also make gradual observations to see if the woman's intimacy level could increase. Otherwise, he wouldn't make further investments. Of course, he definitely wouldn't act in a lecherous way to ingratiate himself with women and make them think he was a repulsive guy. Instead, he would appear somewhat aloof, making the women understand that if they wanted more from him, they had to take the initiative and play the sycophant. Brother Chifeng is awake. As soon as Chao Zhe replied to the message, Queen's message popped back. It seemed that she had been glued to her phone all the time. "Yes, just woke up," Chao Zhe replied. At this moment, in an apartment in Qinghe District, Shanghai City, Husini, the so-called queen, was lying on a small bed with a bare face. When she saw that Westlake Chifeng had replied to her message, her heart skipped a beat. In fact, she had woken up an hour ago, and the first thing she did after getting up was to send a greeting message to Chao Zhe. The previous night, Westlake Chifeng had a show of strength competition with that young Master Yin in the live streaming room. As a result, young Master Yin suffered a crushing defeat and voluntarily left her live streaming room. Then Westlake Chifeng came to offer her 90,000 yuan for medical expenses. This PK had filled her with both joy and worry. What she was worried about was that after the live streaming ended last night, she sent a message to Lord Yin, but the other party didn't reply. This big shot had spent over 1 million on her, and they had originally agreed to meet next month. Actually, she was a bit worried about meeting him, because she knew what would happen when she met the big shot. Although it wasn't her first time, she had also had a video call with Lord Yin. In her heart, Lord Yan's appearance was truly unappealing. He was fat, with his face full of freckles and several pimples, like sores oozing pus. She wondered if she would feel nauseated if she met him. However, Lord Yin was really generous to her. He spent 200,000 or 300,000 every month. It could be said that most of her income came from him. She had actively reached out to Lord Yin last night, but he didn't reply. It was very likely that last night's fiasco had hit him hard and he might quit the internet. If so, she would lose a big shot and most of her monthly income. What she was happy about was that Lord Yin might be too ashamed to face her after the setback. Then wouldn't she be spared from seeing his disgusting face and flabby body? In this aspect, it could be considered a good thing for her. That big shot Westlake Morning Breeze was truly prodigal. Not only did he spend over 500,000 on Lemon at their first encounter, but he also gave her 90,000 as medical expenses, as if his money had come easily. This big shot was not only prodigal but also extremely generous. She easily added his WeChat. If she could establish a good relationship with him, the losses from young Master Yin could surely be compensated, and she might even gain more. After all, the medical expenses of Westlake Morning Breeze had reached 90,000 yuan, and that was just for one PK. If he was willing to help her, It might not be a problem for her to earn over 1 million yuan a month in the future. Having thought this through, Husini was no longer as sad about the possible loss of young Master Yin as her big brother. The first thing she did after waking up was to send a message to Chao Zhe to greet him. She held her phone all the time, hoping to see Chao Zhe's reply at the first moment. As a result, she waited for an hour before receiving Chao Zhe's message. Is Brother Morning Breeze also in Shanghai? Husini asked. She had seen Westlake Morning Breeze's IP location in Shanghai yesterday, so she asked. Yes, I'm in Jiaqing District. And you? Chao Zhe asked. Brother Morning Breeze, I'm in Qinghe District. We're so close. Husini replied. Yes, it takes less than an hour to drive there, Chao Zhe replied. Since the distance between Jiaqing and Qinghe was only 40 kilometers, considering the road conditions in Shanghai, an hour's drive was sufficient. Yes. Why is there nothing in your WeChat moments, brother? The queen asked. She had just browsed through Chao Zhe's moments and found that only the last 3 days' messages were shown. And there was nothing to see in his moments. At this moment, Husini suddenly had the idea of meeting Westlake Morning Breeze. Chapter 32. The first offline meeting. For some inexplicable reason, Queen was somehow seized by the idea of having an offline meeting with Chao Zhe. And this desire was quite intense. After all, if she met such a generous benefactor, the chances were high that he would develop a greater fondness for her, and subsequently, he might spend more in her live streaming room. However, she was worried that Chao Zhe might be an oily middle-aged man or an ugly guy like young Master Yin. So, she wanted to check if there were any selfies in Chao Zhe's WeChat moments. If Westlake Breeze was not extremely ugly, she thought it would be okay to meet him. I don't post on my moments, Chao Zhe replied. You probably guessed what Queen was up to. I'm eager to catch a glimpse of what a handsome gentleman Brother Breeze is. Ha. Queen probed tentatively. Hee. Perhaps I'm an old codger. Chao Zhe found this girl quite interesting and thus replied with a smiley message. Upon seeing Westlake Breeze's response, Queen could more or less tell that he was joking and that he shouldn't be too old, but it was inappropriate for her to directly ask for his photo. So, she replied, even if Brother Breeze is an old man, he's a dashing one. Immediately afterwards, she inquired, I'm wondering if Brother Breeze is available today. I'd like to visit you in Jiaqing District. She decided to take a gamble and strike first. She couldn't let Lemon meet Westlake Breeze first, or else she might end up with nothing but the scraps. The scene of Chao Zhe splashing out money on gifts last night was still vivid in her mind. His money seemed to come like a gust of wind, and he spent it so recklessly. After meeting, if the other party is not too old or too ugly and makes that kind of request, she would consider it then. If it's absolutely unacceptable, she'd find an excuse to decline, like saying she's having her period. She'd slowly keep him on the hook and let him shower her with gifts. Once he's spent enough, and she no longer wants to live, stream, she'd figure out how to sever the relationship. Earning money is important, but she couldn't overly compromise her own well-being. When Chao Zhe saw that the other party offered to meet him, his heart skipped a beat. This queen had asked about his WeChat moments before. Surely she wanted to check out his looks. Presumably, if he was good-looking, she might be willing to take their relationship to the next level. Then his financial prowess could come into play, quickly raising the girl's intimacy level to 100 points and obtaining her 100,000 luck points. So he replied, well, I'm free today. If you want to come over and have some fun, I happen to have the time. Great. Then I'll drive over. Brother Chifeng, send me your location. I'll arrive in about 2 hours. Seeing that Chao Zhe was available, Husini quickly replied. She decided to take the plunge and go to him, hoping he wouldn't disappoint her too much. Okay, I'll send you the location. Chao Zhe replied, and then sent the location. Okay, Brother Chifeng. I'll contact you when I arrive. Husini put down her phone after replying. Since she'd made up her mind, she didn't hesitate. She got up to wash up, put on makeup, and dressed up meticulously. Chao Zhe lounged in bed for a while longer before getting up to wash up. After breakfast, he sat in the presidential suite, watching TV and waiting for the queen to arrive. At 9:50 a.m., Husini drove her car to the Yijiangnan Hotel following the navigation. All the way, she was filled with doubts. Why did someone as wealthy as Chao Zhe choose to stay in a hotel? Didn't he have his own property in Shanghai? Or was he a rich man from out of town on a business trip in Shanghai? However, since he was staying in a 5-star hotel like Yijiangnan, he should not be a fake millionaire. There were reports online about people embezzling public funds to pose as rich men and reward female streamers. Husini was still worried that she might encounter such a phony wealthy guy. She could end up losing her virtue without making any money. After parking the car, she intended to send a WeChat message to Chao Zhe, but fearing that he might not see it in time, she initiated a WeChat voice call. A few seconds later, the other end answered the call. A magnetic male voice came through the phone. "Hey, have you arrived?" Upon hearing the voice, Husini was first stunned and then overjoyed. The voice was not only pleasant, but also sounded youthful. It seemed that the man on the other end was not an old geezer at least. "Yes, brother Chenfeng. I'm in the parking lot of Yijiangnan Hotel. Can you come down?" She said hurriedly, her voice tinged with excitement. "Okay. Wait for me in the hotel lobby for a while." Chao Zhe replied from the other end of the phone. "Sure, brother Chenfeng," Husini murmured in response. After the call ended, she put away her phone. This was her first in-person meeting with a big brother. And he wasn't even her #1 patron on the live streaming platform. Although she had psychologically prepared herself for this meeting in the morning. As the moment of face-to-face encounter approached, she felt extremely nervous. She wondered if she had been too impulsive. What if this elder brother was ugly? Even worse, what if he was one of those penniless losers exposed online who embezzled public funds to pose as a wealthy man? That would be even more troublesome. People are often like this. Before actually meeting a stranger, they feel extremely nervous and vacillate between gains and losses. However, since she had already come, she had no choice but to brace herself. She took out a small mirror from her handbag and carefully checked her makeup, seeing that her makeup was flawless. She then got out of her Mercedes-Benz C260L, slung her handbag over her shoulder, and walked to the lobby of Yijiangnan Hotel. After sitting down in a prominent spot, she held her phone nervously, waiting for Westlake morning breeze to come downstairs. From time to time, people emerged from the elevator, and most of them would glance at her when they passed by. The looks from the men were full of admiration. Some men even deliberately lingered nearby and stole glances at her now and then. Husini was relieved when she saw that none of these passing-by men approached her actively, as many of the men here had potbellies or extremely ordinary looks. After a few minutes, her eyes suddenly lit up, for she noticed a tall and handsome figure walking out of the elevator. After exiting the elevator, the handsome man looked around and then strode towards her. As the man came closer, Husini's heart pounded wildly. Could he be Westlake Morning Breeze? The man stood upright, his height easily exceeding 180 centimeters. His short hair was neatly combed, looking extremely refreshing. His face had well-defined features, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, a high-nose bridge, and thin lips slightly pursed. He was wearing a light blue younger shirt on the upper body and a pair of light-colored casual pants on the lower body. The first impression Husini had of the man was that he was of exceptional grace and handsomeness. After getting out of the elevator, Chao Zhe also quickly noticed Husini. It was obvious that Husini's outfit was strikingly different from what she wore during the live broadcast the previous day. Her brown hair fell loosely on her shoulders, making her facial skin appear even fairer. She had an exquisite oval face, willow leaf eyebrows as if painted with ink, a high-nose bridge, and small lips, looking extremely delicate and charming. Around her slender and fair neck, there was a dainty platinum necklace, adding a touch of refinement. She was dressed in a light green chiffon dress with ruffled sleeves, giving an impression of coolness. With her high-level beauty and elaborate dressing, she exuded a distinct aura of a goddess. Queen. Chao Zhe walked straight up to Husini and greeted her with a smile. Chapter 33. Husini's past brother Chenfeng? A surge of joy welled up in the queen's heart, and she exclaimed. As expected, this tall and handsome man was Westlake Chenfeng. She quickly stood up to greet him. "Well, my real name is Chao Zhe. The Chao from Emperor Cao Cao and the Zhe meaning kindness. And you?" Chao Zhe nodded and, with a handsome smile, reached out his big hand to Husini and inquired. Although he had learned from the system that the queen's real name was Husini, he had to pretend not to know. After all, he couldn't keep calling her queen after meeting her. A blush crept onto Husini's pretty face. She quickly stretched out her small hand to shake hands with Chao Zhe and said, "Brother Chenfeng, oh, Brother Chao. My real name is Husini, the Hu from the ancient surname. The Xi in which means being in harmony with others, and the E meaning being carefree and content. Brother Chao, you can call me Sini from now on." At this moment, her heart fluttered. She never expected that this overbearing elder brother would be so young and handsome, 100 times better than that young Master Yan. It seemed that this outing wasn't a bad deal. Perhaps it could even be regarded as an unexpected boon. Chao Zhe felt that the queen's little hand was extremely soft and delicate. He wasn't a lecher. After shaking hands with Husini, he immediately withdrew his hand. At this time, the voice of the system rang in his ear. Husini's intimacy increased by 10 points. Current intimacy, 20 points. Chao Zhe understood in his heart. It seemed that at the beginning, Husini must have assumed that he was an old and ugly elder brother. now that she had seen him in person and felt quite satisfied, so the intimacy increased by 10 points. As long as this woman was willing to increase the intimacy, it was fine. After listening to Husini's self-introduction, he nodded and said with a smile, "Well, Sini, how about I take you out for a stroll in the streets first, and then go back to the hotel for lunch?" Now that Chao Zhe had the ability to squander money, he naturally wanted to give full play to his forte. Last night, he only spent 90,000 yuan on gifts for Husini, and her intimacy was only 10 points. But today she came to meet him. The reason was naturally that she saw he was very generous and extraordinary in his spending, and wanted to build a good relationship with him so that he would spend more on her in the future. There was no doubt that Husini was a gold digger. However, gold diggers also had their advantages. As long as you threw money at them, you could quickly increase their intimacy. Fortunately, although Husini was money-oriented, on the whole, she still kept herself pure. Because she only had one relationship experience so far. With her 90-point appearance, there must have been many suitors. She has only been in one relationship, which is truly commendable. One can't help but wonder how many young ladies nowadays can remain so pure. However, it's also possible that Husini is biding her time, as she has excellent personal qualities and doesn't want to be promiscuous. She intends to find a worthy man before giving her heart. Chao Zhe decided to take her to the mall for some shopping to further enhance their intimacy. "Sure, since we're in Brother Chao's territory, of course I'll follow your lead," Husini said with a smile, tucking the loose hair behind her ear. She thought to herself, "I'm attracted to your good looks. Now I need to see your real capabilities. If you're truly a wealthy man, I don't mind taking our relationship to the next level. That Prince Yin ignored me anyway, and he's so ugly. Well, let's go to the L'Oreal Mall first," Chao Zhe suggested. Since women generally adore luxury goods, he planned to first take Husini to buy some high-end cosmetics, and then get her some branded clothes and bags. As for buying a luxury car, he put it on hold for now and make a decision based on whether Husini's intimacy with him increased. Great. At the mention of going to the cosmetics mall, Husini's beautiful eyes lit up. She was in dire need of cosmetics at the moment. Since Chao Zhe offered to take her to the cosmetics store, he must be planning to buy some for her. Considering Chao Zhe's financial status, he'd probably spend at least 20 or 30,000 on cosmetics for her, and she could use them until the Chinese New Year. Let's walk there. The L'Oreal Mall is just over 300 meters away, so there's no need to drive, Chao Zhe proposed. It was inconvenient not having a car, but since it was his first time here, he couldn't very well take Husini's car. Chao Zhe thought to himself that when Lu Feifei returned from Yicheng, he would buy her a car so that he would also have a car to drive on normal days. However, he still had to accumulate 300,000 qi and fortune points as soon as possible to achieve the cash back of 200 million and buy himself a car, which would make his travel more convenient in the future. The Yijiangnan Hotel was originally located in the center of Jiaqing District. There were quite a few luxury stores selling cosmetics, clothes, bags, and so on nearby, making it extremely convenient to come and go. The two walked out of the lobby of the Yijiangnan Hotel and strolled on the street. The weather at the end of June was already a bit sweltering. The dazzling sunlight filtered through the lush branches and leaves beside the sidewalk and fell to the ground, forming tiny golden spots. Husini put on a sun hat, but her charming face was not concealed. Passers-by looked at the handsome young man and the beautiful young woman walking on the street and couldn't help turning their heads and casting sidelong glances from time to time. "Brother Chao, what kind of job do you do?" After walking for a while, Husini inquired. "Me? I'm in the investment business," Chao Zhe replied. He didn't want to say that he was an unemployed vagrant because it wouldn't help increase their intimacy. After all, his current task was to invest in the daughter of Qi and Fortune, so it didn't really count as lying. An expression of admiration appeared on Husini's face and she flattered. "So Brother Chao is engaged in investment. No wonder you're so generous. Last night, you casually splashed more than 500,000 in Lemon's live stream room, and you also gave me 90,000 for medical expenses. I really envy you investment tycoons." Hearing this, Chao Zhe smiled and said, "Well, it's okay, but sometimes it can be quite arduous. The Cupid system is really exhausting." He then asked, "What about you? Apart from being a live streaming host, are there any other occupations?" Husini shook her head and replied in a sweet and gentle voice, "No. I'm currently a full-time live streaming host, and I've been in this profession for over a year. Before that, I tried several jobs, but none of them paid well enough for me to support myself. Initially, I worked a regular job during the day and did live streaming at night. It was only after my live streaming started to gain some traction that I quit my job and became a full-time live streaming host. Now, I can make a living on my own. However, it was really tough at the beginning. There were hardly any viewers in my live streaming room. Even thinking about that feeling now still makes my heart ache. Xiao Zhe listened attentively, nodding from time to time. He then realized that Husini also had her own heart-wrenching journey. What Xiao Zhe didn't know was that after graduating from university, Husini had worked in a company, served as a private tutor, worked as a salesperson in a shopping mall, and even handed out flyers on the street, enduring many disdainful looks. She had truly endured a great deal of hardship before gradually transitioning to become a live streaming host. Husini had done quite well. A single live streaming session could earn her several hundred or even tens of thousands of yuan, and her monthly income was relatively high. Nevertheless, many other live streaming hosts might never achieve success in their entire lives. Xiao Zhe nodded and said, "Well, I'll visit your live streaming room more often when I'm free. Then I'll thank Brother Chao in advance for your support." Husini expressed her gratitude immediately. As they were chatting, they soon arrived at the L'Oreal Cosmetics specialty store. "Sini, pick out any cosmetics you like. I'll cover all the expenses today." Once they entered the store, Xiao Zhe made it clear, leaving Husini with no concerns. Upon hearing this, Husini was naturally overjoyed. Of course, she was well aware that on this first encounter, she couldn't choose overly expensive items. Otherwise, she would leave an impression of extreme greed on Xiao Zhe, be looked down upon by him, and then would no longer be able to gain benefits from him in the future. Chapter 34. What a coincidence. Having been a live streamer for over a year, Husini surely understood the principle of making sustainable gains. By plucking a little wool from the fans each time, she could do so month after month, and the small amounts would accumulate. In this way, the fans could afford it, and she could also maintain this income stream. The fans' money was like a spring, flowing towards her continuously. If she plucked too much at once, she would scare the fans away, which would be a losing proposition. All right, then Sini won't stand on ceremony. Husini playfully stuck out her tongue and said, gazing at the dazzling array of cosmetics in the large mall, she was extremely excited. Although she used to frequent cosmetic malls, she dared not spend much, going once every 1 or 2 months and spending 7 or 8,000, or even up to 10,000 yuan on cosmetics was considered a large amount. After all, she knew that being a live streamer was a career for the young, and she would surely get married in a few years and then couldn't do live streaming anymore. So, despite having earned nearly 1 million yuan in the past year or so, she didn't dare to spend extravagantly. However, today it was Xiao Zhe who would foot the bill. So she didn't have to spend her own money and could be a bit more unrestrained. Of course, her goal was still to keep the expenditure within 30,000 yuan. She was selecting her favorite cosmetics in the mall, with Xiao Zhe following beside her. Husini picked up a bottle of Prestige Supreme moisturizing cream priced at 200 yuan, then asked Xiao Zhe with a smile, "Brother Xiao, what do you think of this moisturizing cream?" Worried that the price was too high, she didn't dare to make a decision on her own and thus sought Xiao Zhe's opinion first. Xiao Zhe merely glanced at it and then shook his head, saying, "Not quite good." Oh. Hearing this, Husini put it back. Recently, her skin had been rather dry. She usually used moisturizing creams costing around 1,000 yuan. But the effect was not very satisfactory. She had always wanted to buy a cream like this, yet the high price made her reluctant to part with her money. Unexpectedly, after asking Xiao Zhe, he just took one look and shook his head, saying it was not good. Did he think it was too expensive? So she picked up another moisturizing cream priced at around 3,000 yuan and asked Xiao Zhe, "Brother Xiao, what about this one?" But Xiao Zhe still shook his head. What's so good about this kind? Seeing that Xiao Zhe still said no to a cosmetic product worth only 3,000 yuan, Husini was completely at a loss. Since Xiao Zhe had brought her to the cosmetics store for shopping, he couldn't be just joking with her, could he? However, she didn't dare to show any emotion on her face. Instead, she said with a smile, "Okay, then I'll choose another one." After saying that, she reached out to pick a product priced at only 300 yuan. However, before her small hand could touch the cosmetic, it was suddenly grabbed by a big hand. She turned her head and saw that it was actually Xiao Zhe. Then the man's magnetic voice rang in her ear, "Sini, the ones you've chosen are all too cheap, only costing 3,000 or 4,000 yuan each. Since we're already here, just indulge in a good shopping spree. Come along. I'll take you to the high-end section to do some shopping." Husini felt relieved. So, what Xiao Zhe meant by not good wasn't that the cosmetics were of poor quality, but that the prices were too low. However, she herself thought they were quite good. With a budget of 3,000 or 4,000 yuan, she could buy 7 or 8 items. If they went to the high-end area, she might only be able to pick one piece, which wasn't cost-effective. So, pursing her small lips and smiling, she said, "Brother Chow, I think these are all wonderful and very suitable. Why go to the high-end area and spend extravagantly?" Hearing this, Chao Zhe rolled his eyes at Husini. "You're such a silly girl. You're missing the chance to let someone else foot the bill. How stupid." After saying that, without caring about Husini's reaction, he put his arm around her slender waist and walked towards the high-end cosmetics counter. Chao Zhe naturally had his own considerations. If you only buy such cheap cosmetics, how much can the intimacy level increase? Without an increase in intimacy, how can I level up? Husini was suddenly embraced around her slender waist by Chao Zhe. Her pretty face blushed slightly, but she didn't struggle. Instead, she quite enjoyed this feeling. After all, Chao Zhe was a handsome guy, and she wasn't at a loss. When they reached the high-end counter area, Chao Zhe pointed at the high-end cosmetics domineeringly and said to Husini, "Sini, you can choose whatever you like from the cosmetics here today. I'll pay for them all." Boom. Hearing Chao Zhe's words, Husini felt as if there was a loud explosion in her head. Those cosmetics could cost tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions. This man actually let her choose freely? This was just too exaggerated. Any one of these cosmetics was something she had always dreamt of, but could never hope to own in her lifetime. "Brother Chow, is what you said true?" With a tremor in her voice, she cast her beautiful eyes upon Chao Zhe. "Do I look like I'm telling a lie?" Chao Zhe arched his eyebrows and retorted. Husini blinked her big, beautiful eyes and said delightedly, "Brother Chow would definitely never tell a lie." "Then I'll start choosing." Husini's intimacy level has increased by 12. Current intimacy level, 32. "Sure, go ahead and choose." Chao Zhe nodded, quite satisfied in his heart. This little girl's intimacy level is rising rather quickly. Husini was extremely excited. Her pretty face flushed with exhilaration. She nodded vigorously, released Chao Zhe's arm, and hastened to select cosmetics. Just as Chao Zhe was about to follow her, a voice of accusation rang out from behind. "Chao Zhe, do you think what you're doing is fair to Yao Yao?" Chao Zhe turned around and saw a beautiful woman with an oval face, dressed in a beige dress, glaring angrily at him. He couldn't help but be startled, for he had encountered another acquaintance here. How strange. Last time when he was buying cosmetics for Lu Feifei at L'Oreal, he bumped into his high school classmate, Chen Rou. This time, he ran into Lu Yao's best friend, Lu Mengzhu, who was also a great beauty. How could it be such a coincidence? At this moment, the system also provided a prompt. Detection of the girl favored by fortune. Name, Lu Mengzhu. Age, 26. Appearance rating, 91. Height, 167. Experience, 1. Occupation, small business owner. Fortune value, 200,000. Intimacy, 20. Lu Mengzhu's intimacy decreased by 5. Current intimacy is 15. Lu Mengzhu is a native of Shanghai City and can be considered a wealthy second generation. Her father runs a small foreign trade company. After graduating from university, she stayed at her family's foreign trade company to assist her father. Chao Zhe and Lu Yao remained in Shanghai to open an advertising company. Lu Yao once went to Lu Mengzhu's foreign trade company to expand business, and the two got acquainted and later developed into close friends with an extremely good relationship. Therefore, Chao Zhe was also quite familiar with Lu Mengzhu. When Chao Zhe and Lu Yao's company encountered difficulties, Lu Mengzhu repeatedly asked her father to offer assistance. However, her family's strength was limited and their funds were not abundant, so they were unable to save Chao Zhe's company. Although Lu Yao and Lu Mengzhu had a good relationship, there were numerous affairs in Lu Mengzhu's company. Additionally, Chao Zhe and Lu Yao had been struggling to repay loans for the past 6 months, so their interactions had become less frequent. Unexpectedly, when he brought Husini out for shopping today, he unexpectedly ran into Lu Mengzhu, and she even thought he was having an affair. Beside Lu Mengzhu was a young man wearing a pair of delicate gold-rimmed glasses and having a rather handsome appearance. At this moment, he was looking at Chao Zhe with a half-smile. However, Chao Zhe could tell that there was a faint trace of disdain and hostility in the young man's eyes when he looked at him. Chao Zhe also knew him. This was Lu Mengzhu's boyfriend, Yu Songqing, who also worked at Lu Mengzhu's father's foreign trade company as the deputy general manager. Chao Zhe was perplexed as to why Yu Songqing regarded him with a hint of hostility. He had never offended the latter. After a moment of stupefaction, Chao Zhe forced an awkward smile, cast a glance at the two of them, and said, "Mengzhu, you and Mr. Yu are also shopping at the mall." Chapter 35. Were you having an affair before? Seeing that Chao Zhe completely ignored her topic, Lu Mengzhu was extremely indignant. She extended her delicate hand and pounded hard on Chao Zhe's arm, scolding, "Chao Zhe, don't try to divert the topic." You've been having an affair with another woman behind Yao Yao's back. I never thought you were such a man. Don't you know how heartbroken Yao Yao would be if she found out? When Yu Songqing witnessed Lu Mengzhu hitting Chao Zhe, a glint of hostility flashed across his eyes again. Mengzhu, it's not what you think. I've broken up with Lu Yao. Chao Zhe rubbed his aching arm and quickly whispered an explanation. He glanced back and saw that Hu Sini was selecting cosmetics not far away and seemingly paying no attention to their side. What? Hearing this, Lu Mingzhu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Chao Zhe. At this moment, she was utterly shocked, as if she were listening to a preposterous tale. How was it possible? In her impression, Li Yao's love for Chao Zhe was unwavering until death. Moreover, during their usual interactions, Lu Mingzhu also believed that Chao Zhe was deeply in love with Li Yao. The way he looked at Lu Yao was the kind of look only seen in the eyes of deeply in love couples. How could they have broken up? Was it because Chao Zhe went bankrupt that Lu Yao couldn't hold on any longer and voluntarily proposed to break up? And immediately after their breakup, Chao Zhe found a new lover who happened to be a wealthy second-generation rich girl. Just now, she saw Chao Zhe embracing a beautiful girl while choosing cosmetics. So she guessed that the girl must be from a wealthy family. I've broken up with Lu Yao. A flicker of sorrow flashed across Chao Zhe's face as he spoke again. Lu Mingzhu finally came to her senses, yet the look of shock on her face remained undiminished. She softly inquired, when did this happen? Where is Yao Yao? Chao Zhe pursed his lips, looking dejected as he replied, 3 days ago. She went back to Beijing. Why did you two break up? Why didn't she say goodbye to me when she left? Lu Mingzhu, deeply saddened upon hearing this, said with a voice that trembled slightly. As Lu Yao's best friend, she was aware of Lu Yao's feelings for Chao Zhe. Now that they had broken up, she could empathize with Lu Yao's pain. Alas, Chao Zhe heaved a profound sigh, tilted his head back to gaze at the ceiling of the mall, his eyes misty with a veil of moisture. His tone was sorrowful as he said, she didn't want to see me driven crazy by the loan sharks. So she went home and asked her parents to pay off my debts. The condition her parents set was that she must break up with me. After the debts were cleared, she fulfilled her promise to her parents. She left without saying goodbye to anyone. Perhaps she wanted to completely forget about Shanghai and everything here. Hearing this, Lu Mingzhu sighed deeply. She only knew that Lu Yao came from a well-off family. But she had no idea that Lu Yao was born into a wealthy and prominent family. Therefore, it was quite easy for Lu Yao's parents to pay off Chao Zhe's debts. As parents, they surely hoped their daughter could live a happy life. How could they bear to see her suffer with a penniless guy like you? So, the prerequisite for paying off Chao Zhe's debts was to make Li Yao break up with him completely. Poverty finally tore a loving couple apart. Lu Mingzhu thought to herself that in this world, there were too few parents like her father who didn't care about social status in a match. She sniffed and stared at Chao Zhe with knitted brows, saying angrily, Chao Zhe, I really can't believe that you've got a new girlfriend just a few days after breaking up with Yao Yao. Were you having an affair before the breakup? Beside her, Yu Songqing folded his arms, and his look towards Chao Zhe was even more disdainful. Mingzhu, what do you take me for? Chao Zhe felt rather aggrieved as Lu Mingzhu had always misunderstood him. Humph, so you weren't having an affair before? Then let me ask you, who is that woman to you? When did you get to know her? Lu Mingzhu pointed at Hu Sini's back and whispered persistently, she's just a friend. I met her yesterday. Things are not as you imagine, Chao Zhe said, pursing his lips. He couldn't explain to Lu Mingzhu why he was with another woman right after the breakup. Humph, better not have done anything wrong to Yao Yao before, or I'll look down on you for the rest of my life. Lu Mingzhu tucked the loose hair behind her ear and stared into Chao Zhe's eyes. How could that be? I swear I didn't do anything wrong to Yao Yao before, Chao Zhe said aggrievedly. Mingzhu, aren't you going to buy a handbag? What on earth are you still chatting about here? At this moment, Yu Songqing gently tugged at Lu Mingzhu's skirt and whispered a reminder. Yu Songqing had just heard that Lu Yao had broken up with Chao Zhe, and he couldn't help feeling secretly elated. All along, he hadn't taken quite a fancy to Chao Zhe. On one hand, it was rather irksome to him that such a peerless beauty as Lu Yao had ended up with a penniless wretch like Chao Zhe, which stirred up a pang of jealousy within him. On the other hand, his girlfriend Lu Mingzhu also had a fairly good relationship with Chao Zhe. Sometimes, out of habit, Lu Mingzhu would playfully punch or pinch Chao Zhe, and seeing this, he would feel a twinge of jealousy deep in his heart, yet he dared not voice his feelings. Although he was Lu Mingzhu's boyfriend and the deputy general manager of Luelu Foreign Trade Company, in truth, he came from an ordinary background, which could be regarded as a bit of a social climb into the Lu family. Therefore, his status within the Lu family was not particularly high. Lu Dehua, Lu Mingzhu's father, quite admired Yu Songqing's talents and had played matchmaker for his daughter and Yu Songqing. However, Yu Songqing was not the type of man Lu Mengzhu fancied, but she had to date Yu Songqing under the coercion of her father. Since childhood, Lu Mengzhu had always been extremely obedient to her father. Lu Mengzhu reluctantly agreed to date Yu Songqing, mainly out of love for her father. She didn't want her aging father to toil so arduously for the company any longer. Lu Mengzhu herself had little interest in foreign trade business, while Yu Songqing was truly a capable person who could assist her father admirably. After being urged by Yu Songqing, Lu Mengzhu frowned slightly and then said to Chao Zhe, "Chao Zhe, if you encounter any difficulties, just give me a call. I don't want you to wallow in self-degradation." After saying that, she turned her head to glance at Husini, who was still selecting cosmetics not far away, and then walked out of the L'Oreal Cosmetics store with Yu Songqing. Watching Lu Mengzhu's figure disappear, Chao Zhe then retracted his gaze and let out a soft sigh in his heart. He also knew that the words Lu Mengzhu said when leaving were a misunderstanding of him. She must have thought that he had started relying on women for a living. But if he wanted to make a fortune, he had to get in touch with more beautiful women. Did he have any other choices? At this moment, he saw Husini selecting luxurious cosmetics inside the counter while a shopping guide was introducing them to her. He stepped forward and asked, "Sini, how's your selection going?" Husini had also noticed Chao Zhe talking to a beautiful woman just now, but she didn't know that woman, so it wasn't appropriate for her to get closer. Not knowing what the relationship between that woman and Chao Zhe was, she was also a bit absent-minded when selecting things. However, she had still chosen several items, each worth around 10 to 20,000 yuan, and the total value didn't exceed 80,000 yuan. Seeing Chao Zhe come over and ask, she opened the shopping bag and showed it to Chao Zhe, smiling sweetly and saying, "Brother Chao, I've selected several items. It's almost 80,000 yuan. That's about it." Hearing that it was only 80,000 yuan, Chao Zhe thought it was far too little. How many points of intimacy could this increase? Chapter 36. Husini's bountiful harvest. Hearing that Husini had only selected cosmetics worth 80,000 yuan, Chao Zhe immediately shook his head and frowned, saying, "No, this is too little. You came all the way from Qinghe district. You should at least select cosmetics worth 1 or 2 million yuan. Then he turned to the shopping guide girl beside him and said, "Beauty, please help this young lady select cosmetics worth over 2 million yuan. Price is no object, as long as they suit her." Hearing that Chao Zhe thought what she had bought was too little and intended to buy her cosmetics worth 2 million yuan, Husini was instantly stunned. Her small mouth gaped wide, and she stammered, "Brother Chao, this. Chao Zhe interrupted with a smile, "Stop stuttering. Hurry up and choose. As long as you like them, it's no problem even if you buy the whole counter. Don't worry about the money for me." Hearing what Chao Zhe said, Husini was overjoyed. Although she knew that Chao Zhe's saying he could buy the luxury counter for her was a joke, it was enough that he had such a kind thought. Moreover, he said such doting words in front of other people in the mall, which made Husini feel extremely proud. So she stepped forward and wrapped her arm around Chao Zhe's, then tiptoed to give him a kiss on the cheek and said, "Brother Chao, you're so good to me." Husini's intimacy increased by 20 points. Current intimacy, 52 points. Receiving the additional 20 points of intimacy from Husini, Chao Zhe was also very satisfied. He reached out and gently tapped the tip of the girl's nose, smilingly saying, "Hurry up and choose. I'll take you to buy some clothes and bags later." Yes, Husini was even happier upon hearing this, and quickly nodded in agreement. At this moment, she felt as if her legs were floating. She thought her trip to Jiaqing was truly the right decision. The shopping guide young lady standing beside was both delighted and envious when she saw Chao Zhe promise to buy cosmetics worth 2 million yuan for his girlfriend. Her own boyfriend was so stingy when it came to buying her cosmetics worth 5,000 yuan. In contrast, this man not only could afford 2 million yuan worth of cosmetics, but even said he would buy all the cosmetics at the luxury counter for his woman. The difference between men was truly vast. No way. I'll go back and quarrel with him. If he doesn't buy me cosmetics worth tens of thousands of yuan, he won't be allowed into my bed tonight, the shopping guide thought, a flicker of envy crossing her mind. Then, she quickly responded respectfully, "Certainly, sir. I'll recommend some products for your girlfriend right away." She never doubted the capabilities of those hidden billionaires. Although the total value of the high-end cosmetics at this counter was 70 or 80 million yuan, for billionaires with assets worth billions, buying an entire counter would pose no pressure at all. After all, this was Shanghai, a city teeming with the wealthy. After about 10 minutes, based on Husini's skin condition, The shopping guide recommended cosmetics worth 2 million yuan. However, Chao Zhe thought it was not enough and added several more items, bringing the total value to over 3 million yuan. Almost every item was priced over 7 or 8,000 yuan, and some even cost hundreds of thousands of yuan each. At the cashier, Chao Zhe paid 3.58 million yuan in 2 installments without hesitation. Seeing Chao Zhe make the payment, not only did the shopping guide heave a sigh of relief, she really hit the jackpot today, selling products worth over 3 million yuan and earning a commission of 2 or 300,000 yuan. Even Husini felt relieved. She never expected that Chao Zhe would really buy her so many high-end cosmetics. These cosmetics, calculated according to her usual consumption level, would take a full 30 years to afford. Husini tightened her embrace around Chao Zhe's arm, and the softness of her chest pressed tightly against his arm, arousing an involuntary tremor in Chao Zhe's heart. The darn Cupid system had significantly heightened his desires in a certain aspect. However, since they were in the mall, Chao Zhe had no choice but to suppress it, amidst the envious, jealous, and resentful looks of the clerks and customers nearby. Husini walked out of the mall with Chao Zhe's arm in hers. Even now, Husini still felt that this was too unreal. Just from a live broadcast last night, she had made the acquaintance of such a super wealthy man. Now she no longer doubted that Chao Zhe could buy that high-end cosmetics counter. As she walked, she mused, how could this young Chao Zhe be so extravagantly wealthy? Could he be the scion of a prominent family? If so, wouldn't she have struck gold? Even if she were to be the mistress of such a scion, she would enjoy a lifetime of wealth and luxury. Husini's intimacy increased by 15 points. Current intimacy, 67 points. Just as they stepped out of the mall entrance, Husini's intimacy suddenly increased by 15 points, leaving Chao Zhe bewildered. It seemed that he had somehow managed to win her over. As long as she was willing to increase her intimacy, that was fine. Chao Zhe carefully carried the cosmetics handbag for Husini, and the two continued their stroll towards the parking lot of the Yijiangnan Hotel. As he walked, he calculated in his mind that Husini's intimacy had increased from 10 points to 67 points in less than a few hours. It seemed that the money power strategy still worked on her. Chao Zhe decided to strike while the iron was hot, spending more money on her to increase their intimacy. Sini, what else do you need? I'll buy it for you. He tightened his embrace around the queen's slender waist and said tenderly, actually, I don't lack anything. If you really want to buy me something, get me a bag. Husini pursed her red lips and replied. Her way of addressing Chao Zhe had changed from brother Chao to brother, indicating that she had developed affection for him. A higher level of intimacy signified a deeper love from the woman towards the man. Previously, Chao Zhe had promised to buy her cosmetics, as well as clothes and bags. She thought Chao Zhe would only spend a few tens of thousands of yuan on cosmetics and then buy some other items, which she could accept without guilt. However, Chao Zhe had bought her cosmetics worth over 3 million yuan. She felt too embarrassed to ask for more and thought a single bag would suffice. All right, let's put the cosmetics in your car first and then go buy the bag. Chao Zhe nodded. The two of them walked hand in hand to the parking lot of the Yijiangnan Hotel. They placed the cosmetics in the trunk. And then Chao Zhe took Husini to the shopping mall. There was a Wanda Plaza near the Yijiangnan Hotel, which housed several world-class bag brands. After entering the mall, Chao Zhe was extremely generous and bought Husini 3 bags, all of which were extravagantly luxurious. One of them was an LV City Signatures patchwork bag, worth as much as 900,000 yuan. It was crafted by splicing 15 different materials together, boasting extraordinary creativity and design. The other 2 were a Hermes matte alligator, skin Birkin bag, and a Rebel Rose handbag. Chapter 37. Prepared. The Hermes bag is named after the famous French female singer Jane Birkin. Handcrafted from crocodile skin, its outer lock buckle is inlaid with 9 diamonds, totaling 10 carats. The bag, with a total value of 780,000 yuan, features a black color that is both stain-resistant and aesthetically pleasing. The rose-shaped handbag is characterized by its rose form and unique inlay craftsmanship. Its surface is adorned with 28 diamonds, 89 sapphires, and 900 tourmalines, all set on a body made of 18K white gold. This design not only showcases a lady's nobility and elegance, but also makes it a luxurious and one-of-a-kind handbag, with a total value as high as 630,000 yuan. The 3 bags cost Chao Zhe a total of 2.31 million yuan, yet he paid without hesitation. Husini received these 3 world-class luxury bags and was on the verge of tears with gratitude. Her intimacy level with Chao Zhe directly increased by 20 points. reaching 87 points at the moment. Qiao Zhe was highly satisfied with Husini's reaction. If an intimacy level of 60 points indicates that a woman has fallen in love with a man, then an 87-point intimacy level allows for in-depth communication with the woman. After the payment, Husini's eyes were full of love when she looked at Qiao Zhe. Disregarding the presence of other customers around, she wrapped her arms around Qiao Zhe's neck, stood on tiptoe, and planted a kiss on his thin lips. After the kiss, her pretty face blushed slightly. Parting her delicate lips, she exhaled softly and said, "Brother, thank you so much. I love you." Qiao Zhe thought to himself, sure enough, money talks. Today, Qiao Zhe bought cosmetics and a handbag for Husini. Coupled with the medical expenses he paid for her in the live streaming room yesterday, he had spent 598 million yuan on Husini, which made Husini fall head over heels in love with him. "Hiki, how are you going to thank your elder brother?" Qiao Zhe's heart fluttered with excitement. He gently stroked Husini's delicate cheeks and asked with a smile, "Elder brother, don't ask. Just watch my performance today." Husini bit her rosy lips and replied. Gone was the domineering air of the live streaming room queen. Her charming face was full of a young girl's shyness. Husini's charming appearance made several young men around drool with desire, yet no one dared to approach her. After all, the man beside her was not only handsome, but also wealthy. He had casually bought a handbag worth over 2 million yuan for this beauty. He must be the son of a tycoon. Seeing the envious and jealous looks of the men around, Qiao Zhe's vanity was greatly satisfied. Who would have thought that Qiao, could finally have my day? It's all thanks to the Cupid system. Husini, seemingly aware of the strange looks from people around, gently tugged at Qiao Zhe's arm and whispered, "Elder brother, let's go back first." It was almost noon by then. Qiao Zhe nodded and left Wanda Mall with his arm around Husini's slender waist. Along the way, Husini was like a happy lark, chattering sweet nothings beside Qiao Zhe. The infatuated Qiao Zhe would occasionally kiss the goddess on her lips in response. The two first sent 3 expensive handbags to Husini's car and then walked back to the hotel. Earlier, Qiao Zhe had instructed Xiaoqin to prepare lunch in the private kitchen of the presidential suite. Seeing that Qiao Zhe was staying in a presidential suite that cost 210,000 yuan per night, Husini gained a deeper understanding of Qiao Zhe's prodigality. For the average person, staying in a room that cost a few hundred or 1,000 yuan per night was already quite luxurious, yet Qiao Zhe chose such an expensive place. How wealthy he must be! Admiration for Qiao Zhe welled up even more within her, and she secretly resolved that after lunch, she must have an in-depth conversation with him to let him know of her profound affection. After meeting Xiaoqin told Husini that Mr. Qiao had specifically instructed earlier that he would be hosting a beautiful young lady for lunch today, and the lunch must be meticulously prepared. When Husini learned that the price of this lunch prepared for her had reached 280,000 yuan, she was deeply touched. Xiaoqin gracefully introduced today's dishes to Husini. The first dish was a diamond-studded strawberry platter. Strawberries of the finest quality were placed on a plate inlaid with a 2-carat diamond, accompanied by a bottle of red wine worth 30,000 yuan, with a total price of 60,000 yuan. The second dish was chocolate and sturgeon caviar, made from the world's top-grade chocolate and paired with premium sturgeon caviar, priced at 70,000 yuan. The third dish was seafood treasure curry, crafted with ingredients such as Devonshire crabs, white truffles, Scottish lobsters, and top-grade abalones, costing 50,000 yuan. Additionally, there were Riesling grape jelly, Buddha, jumping over the wall, braised shark fin, and so on. Many of these dishes were completely unknown to Husini. Prices were marked beside each of these dishes. She calculated that the cost of this meal was indeed 280,000 yuan. A single meal cost as much as nearly 2 or 3 years' salary of an ordinary person. In order to quickly enhance Husini's affinity, Qiao Zhe really spared no expense. However, it was only the system's money. As he found that this girl was rather materialistic, the power of money was quite effective. At this moment, the system's prompt tone rang in Qiao Zhe's ear. Husini's affinity 6. Current affinity 93. During this lunch, Xiaoqin had been waiting on them, pouring wine and serving dishes for Qiao Zhe and Husini, enabling Husini to experience the long-awaited high society life. While having the meal, she was thinking about how to serve this wealthy young master Qiao Zhe well after the meal. At this time, in the general manager's office of Hongfeng Advertising Company, Qiao Zhe's old rival, Wang Bo, the general manager of Hongfeng Advertising Company, was listening to the report from his subordinate Lu Jin. After Lu Jin betrayed Chao Zhe, he jumped to Hongfeng Advertising Company with some business backbones and was appointed as the office director by Wang Bo, becoming Wang Bo's trusted subordinate. The two were sitting face to face at the moment. Lu Jin offered a cigarette to Wang Bo and lit it for him personally. Then he lit one for himself, took a puff, and said, "General Manager Wang, in the past 2 days, the people I arranged to follow Chao Zhe found that he didn't return to his original rental house, and it seems that Lu Yao has left Shanghai City." "Oh, then Chao Zhe isn't in the rental house. Where could Lu Yao have gone?" Hearing this, Wang Bo sat up straight from the sofa, blew out a smoke ring, and asked. Lu Jin flicked the ash off his cigarette and replied with a frown, "Lu Yao's whereabouts are unknown. We haven't found out yet." However, it seemed that Chao Zhe had suddenly become extremely wealthy. He had actually moved into the Yijiangnan Hotel and was staying in the presidential suite. "He's staying in the presidential suite? Are you kidding me?" Hearing this, Wang Bo was utterly shocked. He turned his head, frowned, and looked at Lu Jin, asking. "The presidential suite at Yijiangnan costs 210,000 yuan per day. Even he himself couldn't bear to be so extravagant. How could that good for nothing Chao Zhe afford to stay there?" Lu Jin nodded gravely and said, "It's absolutely true. Where did he get so much money?" Wang Bo was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Lu Jin and inquired. Lu Jin took another puff of his cigarette, shook his head, and replied, "I'm not sure about that, but it seems that Chao Zhe has had a run of good luck with women these days. The day before yesterday, he invited Lu Feifei to dinner at the Yingchun Hotel. At noon today, he took a beautiful woman to the L'Oreal Mall. He bought over 3 million yuan worth of cosmetics for that woman and then several luxury brand handbags. After that, they went to the Yijiangnan Hotel and took the exclusive elevator for Suite 1818, the presidential suite." Hearing that Chao Zhe had spent over 3 million yuan on a beautiful woman, Wang Bo was even more astounded. Had Chao Zhe regained his former prowess? Wang Bo deeply feared Chao Zhe's capabilities. Originally, Wang Bo's Hongfeng Advertising Company had almost monopolized the entire advertising market in Jiaqing District, and he had been living a very comfortable life. However, after Chao Zhe founded the Xiao Advertising Company, with his highly creative advertising plans, he had gobbled up 1/3 of Wang Bo's market share within half a year. Wang Bo predicted that it wouldn't be long before he would have to cede his market share to Chao Zhe, and he was extremely worried. Then, using his family connections, he constantly caused troubles for Xiao Advertising Company, such as tax inspections, investigations into illegal operations, and environmental protection checks, which kept Chao Zhe constantly on the run. Meanwhile, on his own side, he engaged in price-cutting competition with Chao Zhe through his family's strong financial resources. In order to survive and avoid losing the market, Chao Zhe had no choice but to follow suit with low prices. As a result, he had to operate in debt and finally piled up debts and went bankrupt. However, what Wang Bo never expected was that after Chao Zhe's bankruptcy, he suddenly became extremely wealthy. How could this be possible? Chapter 38. Why is there no sign at all? The resurgence of Chao Zhe's strength was absolutely unacceptable to Wang Bo, because he knew how terribly he had harmed Chao Zhe. Before, he even told Chao Zhe face that he would make Lu Yao separate from Chao Zhe. He promised Lu Yao that if she joined Hongfeng Advertising Company, she could serve as the deputy general manager and hold 49 of the shares. In fact, he just wanted Lu Yao to become the mistress of Hongfeng Advertising Company. It was all his doing that led to Chao Zhe's bankruptcy. So Wang Bo thought that if Chao Zhe could stage a comeback, the first person he wouldn't spare would definitely be Wang Bo himself. Chao Zhe's company had been bankrupt for half a year, yet he suddenly became extremely wealthy. This in itself was abnormal. "Director Lu, I believe the source of Chao Zhe's money is improper." After a moment of deep thought, Wang Bo stared into Lu Jin's eyes and said gloomily. His brows were knitted into a frown as he felt a sense of danger. Hearing this, Lu Jin nodded gravely, stubbed out his cigarette forcefully in the ashtray, and then said, "General Manager Wang, I also think the origin of Chao Zhe's money is rather shady. It's highly likely that he's involved in organized crime or drug-related activities since he's amassing wealth at such a breakneck pace. I truly can't fathom any other means to acquire a fortune so rapidly. Why don't you ask the old master to arrange for someone to investigate him?" The old master Wang Bo mentioned was his father, Wang Dehuai, who currently serves as the deputy district head of Jiaqing District. He is in charge of powerful departments such as public security, supervision, and the court, a veritable person in power. Previously, when Wang Bo drove Xiao Company into bankruptcy. On one hand, he relied on his family's substantial financial resources. However, more importantly, he exploited the public power under his father's command. Wang Bo nodded, his expression frigid as he said, "Yes. I'll talk to the old master when I get home tonight. First, we'll look into the source of this Chao Zhe's funds. If they're of dubious origin, we'll send him behind bars. Precisely, we must eliminate the root cause." Lu Jin sneered, a glint of cruelty flashing across his eyes. At the Yijiangnan Grand Hotel, in the presidential suite's secondary bedroom, Chao Zhe and Husini had finished their lunch and returned to the room to rest. Just now, Chao Zhe had shown Husini the opulence of the presidential suite, which left the young lady extremely thrilled. She nestled against Chao Zhe's arm, sitting on the edge of the bed and sighing, "Brother, you wealthy tycoons truly know how to indulge. The money you spend in one day is what an ordinary person can't earn in several years." Hearing this, Chao Zhe gently patted her perky behind and laughed. "Don't make such comparisons. After all, by spending so much, I'm also contributing to the nation's economic growth. Without consumption, the economy can't keep circulating, right? Hee. What you said makes sense, brother." Husini was slightly startled for a moment and then giggled charmingly. Just now, when Chao Zhe patted her on the hip, she felt a tremor all over her body, and a blush tinged her delicate face. Chao Zhe turned her pretty face towards him, raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, "Someone said in the mall that she would give me a good reward. Why is there no sign of it?" After binding to the Cupid system, whenever he had physical contact with a woman of good fortune, he couldn't help but feel a surge of desire. Hearing this, Husini's face became even redder. She gently bit her pink lips and murmured in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "We walked so much this morning and are all sweaty. Let's go take a shower first." Hearing this, Chao Zhe stroked the girl's fair and delicate cheek and said with a mischievous smile, "You're really bold. Do you mean we'll take a shower together? It'll be flagged by the censors." The queen gave Chao Zhe a coquettish look and giggled. "Who said I'll take a shower with you? Big brother always has wild thoughts. Well, I'll go take a shower first. You should also wash up quickly." After saying that, she swayed her slender waist towards the women's bathroom. After entering the bathroom, thinking that she was going to give herself to that tall and handsome man outside later, Husini's heart fluttered. She had been in a relationship once, which only lasted for about half a year. During that time, they had been intimate once, but that man was really useless and couldn't satisfy her at all. Moreover, he was extremely stingy and reluctant to spend money. Since Husini couldn't have his heart nor his money, she proposed to break up. As she was taking a shower, she mused in her heart that today, with Chao Zhe, he would actually be her first real man, and perhaps also her last. In every aspect, Chao Zhe met her criteria for an ideal partner. He was young, handsome, and wealthy, with a gentle and considerate nature. However, the gap between them was too wide. She was willing to give herself to him physically, yet she knew she might never become his wife and could only be his mistress. A woman hidden from the public eye. Nevertheless, this was enough. As long as he treated her well, there was no need to strive for a formal status. As for that Master Yin, she decided to give up on him. Just the thought of his face made her feel nauseous. Husini used the expensive bath lotion and shampoo in the bathroom, inhaling the refreshing fragrance, and her heart was filled with gratitude. She was thankful to fate for allowing her to meet Chao Zhe and find the man of her dreams. She was also prepared to offer everything she had to this man. After taking a shower, she returned to the second bedroom, blushing and wrapped in a bath towel. At that moment, Chao Zhe had already finished his shower and was lying on the bed, looking at her with an ambiguous smile. From noon until 5 p.m., an indescribable story unfolded in the second bedroom of the presidential suite. A young man and a young woman were deeply in love with each other. Their bodies and souls were intertwined, and they enjoyed an intense and fulfilling experience, which also rapidly deepened their affection. After another passionate encounter, Husini said in a trembling voice, "Brother, you are so amazing." Husini's Intimacy 7. Current Intimacy, 100. Congratulations. You have obtained 100,000 luck points. Your current luck points are 200,000. Once you accumulate 300,000 luck points, you will be promoted to a first-class Cupid. Hearing the system's prompt, Chao Zhe felt a surge of joy in his heart. The efforts he had put in this afternoon were truly worthwhile. Finally, he had 200,000 luck points. If he could earn another 100,000 luck points, he would be able to achieve initial financial freedom. The small goal of 200 million would also be within reach. Come on, He encouraged himself silently in his heart. At this moment, Husini was lying on the bed like a pile of mud, her almond eyes full of a blurred look. Throughout the afternoon, she had also felt Chao Zhe's passionate love for her. So her level of closeness to him increased by another 7 percentage points. Chao Zhe lay beside the queen, looking at the woman who had brought him 100,000 luck points, his eyes brimming with affection. He reached out to tuck the quilt around her and asked with a gentle smile, "Do you like it?" The blush on Husini's face had not yet faded. With a charming look in her beautiful eyes, she said coyly, "Yes, I like it. But Big Brother has worn me out. Big Brother, you're so strong." Presumably, after this time, she wouldn't even want to. Haha, am I really that amazing? Chao Zhe said with a smile. After saying that, he got up, wrapped himself in a bathrobe, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. When he returned to the secondary bedroom again, Husini was no longer on the bed, and the sound of running water came from the women's bathroom. She had also gone to take a shower. Chapter 39. I really can't take you anymore. Chao Zhe lay back on the spacious big bed. At this time, his phone rang. It was a call from Lu Feifei. Lu Feifei sobbed and told Chao Zhe that her grandfather had passed away. She would wait until after the first 7-day mourning period for her grandfather and then return to Shanghai. Chao Zhe comforted Lu Feifei tenderly before hanging up the phone. Shortly afterwards, the queen, Husini, wrapped in a white bathrobe and wearing a pink shower cap, approached the big bed. Like a lotus emerging from water after a bath, her long and slender neck was completely exposed. Her fragrant shoulders were fair, and her collarbones were exquisitely shaped. The bath towel barely covered her lofty bosoms, yet it failed to conceal the snow-white cleavage. Chao Zhe couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. However, it was mealtime at the moment, so he didn't take any further actions towards Husini. He also thought it necessary to let the young lady have a good rest. After all, there was still a whole night ahead. He and Husini dressed up and headed to the exclusive restaurant of the presidential suite. Xiaoqin was still there to serve them tonight. The dishes were still sumptuous, and they shared a bottle of high-end red wine. After dinner, Chao Zhe suggested that since Husini had come here with great difficulty, he would take her out for a stroll. Husini said that she was too tired in the afternoon and didn't want to go out. She proposed to watch a movie with Chao Zhe in the private cinema of the presidential suite. Chao Zhe readily agreed. Then they embraced each other and sat on the spacious sofa to start watching the movie. He chose a war blockbuster. However, shortly after the movie started, regardless of the cruel war killings on the screen, a fierce battle occurred between the two of them. 1.5 hours later, the movie ended. Husini, gasping for breath, hugged Chao Zhe's neck and said in a sweet voice, "Bad elder brother, you didn't even let Sini watch the movie peacefully." Chao Zhe gently pecked her charming face and said with a smile, "The war in the movie is too bloody. How can it be as delightful as our warm-hearted battle?" Husini gently bit her rosy lips, pouting coquettishly. "Humph, you always like to bully Sini. I really can't stand you," she exclaimed. "Alas, I'm all sweaty. I have to take a shower first." With that, she slid off Chao Zhe's body and staggered towards the bathroom. At 7:50 p.m., the two of them were lying on the big bed. Husini gently tugged the quilt upwards to cover the alluring sight and said softly, "Brother, I'll send a message to my fans to ask for a leave. I won't do the live broadcast tonight." She usually started her live broadcasts at 7:30 p.m. Having spent the whole day with Chao Zhe and now lying beside him, it was obvious that she couldn't do the live broadcast. However, having just gained over 100,000 fans, she didn't want to lose any. Okay, Chao Zhe nodded. Although Husini was already his woman, he didn't intend to interfere with her work for the time being. As long as she loved her job, that was enough. Chao Zhe also took out his phone and opened WeChat first. He saw that Bai Yueming had replied to him in the morning, saying, "I'll be waiting for Brother Chao to grace us with your presence tonight." And not long ago, she had sent another message, "Brother Chao, I'll start the live broadcast at 7:30 p.m. tonight. I'm looking forward to your support." Only then did Chao Zhe remember that he had promised Bai Yueming this morning to support her in her live broadcast room. So he opened Douyin and entered Bai Yueming's live broadcast room. At this time, the popularity in the live broadcast room was much better than yesterday, with about 300 or 400 people inside. Bai Yueming was sitting on a stool, chatting with the viewers. Today, she was dressed in a pink dress, with her long, cascading hair flowing over her left chest. Her complexion was fair and her features were exquisitely sweet. Some viewers were asking Lemon whether Big Brother Westlake Morning Breeze would come to the live streaming room tonight. Others were inquiring if Lemon had added Big Brother Westlake Morning Breeze on WeChat and had video calls with him. Some were even speculating about Big Brother Westlake Morning Breeze's identity in the live streaming room. In short, many viewers still couldn't get enough of the PK match between Westlake Morning Breeze and young Master Yin last night. Since Lemon had a close relationship with the Queen, and they often had PK matches together, most of Lemon's fans were also fans of the Queen. At this time, Husseini had announced that she wouldn't be doing a live stream tonight due to personal matters. And then she came over to Chao Zhe's side to watch Lemon's live stream. Just then, some fans left comments in the live streaming room. Have you noticed that the Queen isn't doing a live stream tonight? Did she go to console Big Brother Young Master Yin? Yeah. I just saw the Queen say she has something to do and won't be live streaming tonight. She must have gone to accompany Big Brother Young Master Yin. Young Master Yin was badly defeated by Big Brother Westlake Morning Breeze last night. Alas, just thinking about our delicate Queen being in the company of Big Brother Young Master Yin makes my heart ache. Looking at the comments from those viewers in the group, Husseini didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fearing that Chao Zhe might misunderstand, she explained, "Oh, these people just love to make wild guesses. Brother, I've never even met that so-called young Master Yin. He's still in the United States." Chao Zhe put his arm around her slender waist and said tenderly, "Well, I believe you, but now that you're mine, you're not allowed to have any more entanglements with that young Master Yin. Of course, if one day you want to leave me, it's okay, but you have to tell me in advance." Husseini stared deeply into Chao Zhe's eyes with her big, watery eyes and said affectionately, "Brother, rest assured. Since I met you, I've determined that you'll be my man for this lifetime. I won't have any entanglements with young Master Yin anymore." Chao Zhe naturally believed what Husseini said. After all, her intimacy with him had reached 100 points. At this time, Ningming also noticed the Douyin post Husseini had made. She said in the live streaming room, "Our Queen really has something to do. Please don't make wild guesses. Otherwise, if the Queen finds out, she'll scold you." She was also extremely curious in her heart. Generally, the Queen took a rest on Monday evenings. Saturday and Sunday evenings had the best viewership. She shouldn't have skipped the live stream. So, while chatting and boasting with the viewers in the live streaming room, she took out her phone and privately sent a message to Husseini, "Queen's sister, don't tell me you're really having a tryst with that young Master Yin?" She also added a mischievous smile emoji at the end. Hearing the WeChat notification on her phone, Husseini picked it up, pouted her little mouth, and immediately replied, "You little minx. If you keep talking nonsense, see if I won't tear your mouth apart. Focus on your live stream. I really have something to do tonight. I'll have a PK with you tomorrow evening." Bai Yueming saw the message from Husseini. Her face remained calm, but she found it extremely amusing inside. This woman must have something going on tonight. However, she didn't reply to the message and instead concentrated on the live stream. At this time, finally, some viewers noticed that Chao Zhe had entered the live streaming room. When did Brother Westlake Morning Breeze come in? Meng, you're so inattentive during the live stream. You didn't even notice Brother Westlake Morning Breeze coming. You should have welcomed him. Brother Westlake Morning Breeze is so mighty. He thrashed that young Master Yin yesterday. Welcome home, Brother Morning Breeze. Brother Morning Breeze is my idol. Chapter 40. A blissful night when Chao Zhe entered the live streaming room. A group of viewers started typing frantically in the room to flatter Chao Zhe. They were all proud to have a chance to talk to a generous big shot like Westlake Morning Breeze. If Chao Zhe replied to them, they'd be overjoyed for days. After all, in real life, poor guys like them had no opportunity to talk to the wealthy. But on the internet, everyone had the right to speak. At this time, Bai Yueming also noticed Chao Zhe's arrival. Immediately, a cute look appeared on her pretty face, and she said in a sweet voice, "Welcome home, Brother Morning Breeze. Have you had dinner, Brother Morning Breeze?" Chao Zhe replied that he had. He said he had something to do that evening, just came to have a look and would leave soon. Since he promised Bai Yueming in the morning that he would support her live stream at night, he naturally had to keep his promise. However, with the charming Husseini here tonight, he couldn't stay in Mengming's live streaming room for long. He had important things to do. After the Queen had a rest, he still had to train with her. Chao Zhe discovered that this Cupid system not only increased his internal energy, but also seemed to strengthen his body. When he was burdened with huge debts in the past, although he could fight with Lu Yao for an afternoon, he obviously felt a lack of stamina. However, since he obtained the Cupid system, no matter how long the time was, he didn't feel tired at all and even became more powerful as the battle went on. Is it very likely that this Cupid system has the function of strengthening the kidneys? Lemon felt a bit disappointed when she heard that Chao Zhe was leaving soon, but she didn't dare to show it on her face. Still with a smile on her face, she said, Elder brother Chen Feng is so busy but still comes to see Ming Ming. This little girl is truly flattered. As soon as she finished speaking, the viewers in the live streaming room started to stir up the atmosphere. Ming Ming, elder brother Chen Feng doesn't like you being just flattered. He'd prefer it if you. Ming Ming, if you really do, elder brother Chen Feng's virtual gifts will surely flood the screen. Ming Ming, show us. Bai Yueming pretended not to understand anything and ignored these ill-intentioned perverts. Brother, do you also like to see Ming Ming? At this time, Husini, who was snuggled beside Xiao Zhe, saw the chaotic comments from the viewers in the live streaming room. She gently stroked Xiao Zhe's arm and giggled. Hearing this, Xiao Zhe tapped the tip of the queen's nose and laughed. Haha, I didn't expect you to know so much. Later, do you want brother to let you? Upon hearing this, the queen blushed slightly. Not today, okay? It's a risky period. Wait till next week. If you're free, brother, I'll. She couldn't even finish the sentence due to her shyness. Hearing this, Xiao Zhe was overjoyed. He reached out and hugged Husini even tighter, kissed her pink lips gently, and said with a smile, good. Sini, you're truly an adorable girl who understands me so well. Haha. Then, he continuously sent out 30 carnivals on his phone. Instantly, the special effects of luxury gifts filled the screen in Bai Yueming's live streaming room, immediately causing a stir among the viewers. Everyone exclaimed that brother Chen Feng was truly magnificent, so generous that he had no equal. Bai Yueming was also extremely happy. She immediately stood up, covered her fair and delicate chest, and bowed several times, continuously expressing her gratitude. Thank you, brother Chen Feng. You've spent so much. Bai Yueming's intimacy increased by 5 points. Current intimacy, 55. Xiao Zhe also received a prompt about the increase in Bai Yueming's intimacy. 5 points wasn't a large amount, but it was still an increase. After bowing, Ming Ming's small mouth was grinning from ear to ear. She said coquettishly, brother Chen Feng, what kind of dance would you like to watch? Ming Ming will dance one for you. How about dancing apple fragrance? I'll log off after watching it, Xiao Zhe typed. Okay, brother Chen Feng, Bai Yueming replied obediently. She took a few steps backward and began to dance apple fragrance. It had to be said that this little girl really had a talent for dancing. She danced gracefully to the rhythm of the music, with light steps and a charming figure, just like a butterfly fluttering among the apple trees, full of aesthetic appeal. Xiao Zhe was admiring Bai Yueming's dance, while rhythmically patting Husini's ample bosom with his hand. Husini rolled her eyes inwardly. If you keep patting me there, won't it make me itch all over? Yet, a contented smile graced her face as she watched Bai Yueming dance to apple fragrance alongside Xiao Zhe. Seeing that Xiao Zhe had just sent 30 virtual gifts named Huazi to Bai Yueming for free, she didn't feel the slightest bit of jealousy. She simply didn't care about such a trifle. 30 Huazi gifts were only worth 90,000 yuan, and Yueming would only get 45,000 yuan after the cut. Fortunately, she had been decisive and come straight to Xiao Zhe. She had received gifts worth over 6 million yuan today alone. Moreover, Xiao Zhe was so young and handsome that his good looks were comparable to those of a celebrity, and his skills were truly out of this world, providing an absolute indulgence. Husini mentally applauded herself for the decision she had made that morning. It was almost the wisest decision she had ever made in her life. She had gained both wealth and a man. It was truly a great bargain. However, she also mildly thanked Yueming in her heart. If Yueming hadn't challenged her to a PK match yesterday, she wouldn't have met Xiao Zhe, this super, wealthy, and extremely handsome guy. She'd treat Yueming to a sumptuous meal when she got the chance. Soon, Yueming finished dancing to apple fragrance and sat down on a stool. Xiao Zhe bid Bai Yueming farewell and left her live streaming room. Husini suddenly let out a shriek. Xiao Zhe's mischievous hands began to invade the queen's territory. For the poor and helpless queen, this night was destined to be a sleepless and arduous one. However, perhaps it would also be a blissful night. The next day, at 10 a.m., Husini finally woke up from her slumber. She stretched lazily. What a wild night it had been last night. Just thinking about it, a blush crept onto her charming face. She still felt a bit sore and exhausted. Nevertheless, she prepared to get out of bed. Seeing Husini getting up to dress, Xiao Zhe took her little hand and gently persuaded her. You didn't sleep well last night. Why not take a bit more rest and go back this afternoon? Husini stroked Xiao Zhe's face and replied with a smile. Brother, I'm fine. You go on sleeping. I have some matters to attend to in Shanghai. I'll come to accompany you next time. Xiao Zhe asked curiously, apart from live streaming, you don't have other jobs. What could you possibly have to do when you go back? As she was dressing, Husini explained. I've made an appointment with 2 good female streamers to visit the elderly in the nursing home at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Frowning, Chao Zhe asked, "Do you have to visit the elderly this afternoon? Can it be on some other day?" Husini shook her head and explained the reason. Chapter 41. His background might be extraordinarily complex. Husini sat back on the edge of the bed, put her arms around Chao Zhe, and explained the reason. Almost every weekend, Husini went to the Qinghe nursing home with those 2 female streamers. They would buy fruits, snacks, daily necessities for the elderly there. They would massage the old people and chat with them. This had become the most significant part of Husini's life. Since she was abandoned by her parents since childhood, she was raised by an elderly spinster in the village. The old woman lived frugally to support her schooling. When she was a freshman in college, unfortunately, the poor old woman passed away due to illness. Then Husini became an orphan again and completed her college education through student loans. After that, she took on multiple jobs. Although the money she earned was meager, she repaid the loans through her own hard work. After her live streaming career showed some signs of improvement, she invited several like-minded female anchors to visit and console the elderly. She transferred her longing and gratitude for her grandmother to the old people in the welfare home to soothe her lonely soul. Although she also loved money, there was a pure haven deep in her heart, which was the place where love dwelled. After hearing Husini's words, Chao Zhe was also deeply touched. Perhaps many people in this society have experienced heart-wrenching hardships. These hardships have left deep imprints on them, but others have no idea. Just as Chao Zhe only saw Husini's beautiful appearance before, how could he know what kind of suffering she had endured beneath that beautiful exterior? Being abandoned by her biological parents, a miserable childhood, struggling to make a living by working odd jobs everywhere. Husini was a kind-hearted girl. Chao Zhe secretly made up his mind to do something for her in the future. After telling her story, Husini felt a sense of relief and went to the bathroom to wash up. Chao Zhe also got up to freshen up, then had lunch with Husini and saw her off downstairs. In the parking lot, Husini kissed Chao Zhe goodbye and made an appointment to meet again next week, hoping that Chao Zhe could bring her a surprise. Chao Zhe readily agreed because next week was Husini's safe period. After watching Husini drive away, Chao Zhe decided to take a stroll on the street to digest his food. From yesterday afternoon until now, he had been staying in the presidential suite without going out. Although he had had a great time, now that Husini had left, it would indeed be a bit dull for him to stay inside alone. He wandered aimlessly on the street. Although it had already entered summer, the temperature was only around 26 or 27 degrees, so it wasn't too hot walking on the street. The bustling crowd flowed on the street. The vast majority of people were toiling like cattle and horses for their livelihoods. Only a very small number of people could live without a care in the world. Looking at the food delivery riders speeding by on their electric bikes, Chao Zhe let out a sigh from the bottom of his heart. Just a few days ago, during lunch and dinner times, as well as on weekends, he was still one of the over 100,000 food delivery riders. After going bankrupt, in order to maintain the basic livelihoods of himself and Lu Yao, he had no choice but to work as a food delivery rider and constantly pondered how to pay off the huge debt of tens of millions. He was a man who never admitted defeat and always wanted to let Lu Yao live a prosperous life through his own efforts. He also hoped that Lu Yao's parents could accept him. However, Wang Bo's methods were too despicable. In this world, one couldn't always achieve their goals just by hard work and toil. Very often, the fates of those at the bottom were often in the hands of the rich and powerful. They could crush your struggles and dreams as easily as pinching an ant to death. Looking at the backs of the food delivery riders in a hurry, Chao Zhe clenched his fists tightly. He thought to himself that it was precisely Wang Bo, Lu Jin, and others who had forced him to become a food delivery rider and driven Lu Yao away. He would surely make them regret their actions. Inside a villa in Jiaqing district, a middle-aged man with a solemn appearance sat on the sofa, perusing a newspaper. Wang Bo, the general manager of Hongfeng Advertising Company, gently placed a cup of hot tea on the tea table beside the middle-aged man, then took a seat on the chair beside him and inquired, "Father, have you sent people to investigate the matter of Chao Zhe suddenly becoming wealthy? Last night, after he returned home, I told you about Chao Zhe's sudden visits to 5-star hotels and purchases of luxury cosmetics. I asked you to arrange for your subordinates to look into it and see if this Chao Zhe is involved in organized crime or drug-related activities." Hearing this, Wang Dehuai, the deputy district head of Jiaqing district, put down the newspaper, picked up the teacup, gently blew aside the floating tea leaves on the surface, took a sip of tea, and said, "Yes, I've had it investigated. However, it's quite strange. He has a black gold card from China Construction Bank under his name. But when my secretary called the bank's president, he was told that they didn't have the authority to conduct a query. It seems that the level of his card is very high. Upon hearing his father's words, Wang Bo was taken aback. Frowning, he asked, "He actually has a black gold card? Who gave it to him?" Although Wang Bo didn't have a black gold card, he knew that only dignitaries and the extremely wealthy were eligible to possess such a high-level card. Although the Wang family was considered powerful in Jiaqing district, when compared across the entire Shanghai city and the nation of Huaxia, they were far from being at the top and didn't have the qualification to apply for a black gold card. Wang Bo had previously investigated Chao Zai's background and learned that he was from an ordinary family in Xing County, Zhejiang Province, and now had no relatives left. As for Lu Yao's background, he hadn't been able to find out anything. Wang Dehuai shook his head and said gravely, "I'm not sure about that. We've checked the surveillance footage of these days and his movement trails. Apart from his contacts with Lu Feifei and that young woman yesterday, as you mentioned, he also went to Lantai Bank. I've arranged for the people from the Public Security Bureau to investigate. He booked the presidential suite at Yijiangnan Hotel for 10 days. He bought high-end cosmetics worth millions at L'Oreal Mall for Lu Feifei and that young woman yesterday respectively, and also deposited 25 million yuan for Lu Feifei at Antai Bank. However, we can't find out the source of his black credit card." After hearing his father's words, Wang Bo's heart was like a tempestuous sea. With a very gloomy face, he said, "Dad, you mean Chao Zai has spent over 30 million yuan in just 3 days?" "Yes." Wang Dehuai picked up his teacup and took another sip of tea. Glancing at his son, he said, "Chao Zai's background might not be as simple as we thought. Those who own black credit cards are hardly likely to be involved in crimes like drug-related or underworld activities. If it's not something extremely excessive, you'd better not provoke him in the future. If he has a powerful backing, it might not be something our Wang family can afford to provoke." After saying that, he picked up the newspaper and walked into his study. Hearing this, Wang Bo remained silent and sank into deep thought. He wasn't quite convinced that Chao Zai had a powerful backing. If so, why didn't that powerful force behind him step in when he had bankrupted and humiliated Chao Zai in the past 2 years? But if there was no such powerful backing, where did Chao Zai's black credit card come from? Moreover, the black gold card in Chao Zai's possession boasted a high level of privilege. Even when the father in charge of the Public Security Bureau sent someone to investigate, they couldn't find out where the problem lay. Chapter 42. Chen Rou's invitation. Wang Bo fell into deep contemplation. If Chao Zai were still a penniless wretch, Wang Bo wouldn't have to concern himself any longer. He could just think of a way to drive Chao Zai out of Jiaqing district. However, Chao Zai had inexplicably come into a fortune, which made Wang Bo restless day and night. Chao Zai would surely seek revenge on him. No, he had to strike first. He fished out a cigarette from his pocket, stepped onto the balcony, lit it, and then picked up his phone to dial a number. The call was quickly answered. A respectful voice came from the other end. "Young Master Wang, what are your orders?" Wang Bo said indifferently, "Chao Si, reserve a private room at Starbucks. We'll meet there in half an hour." "Very well, young Master Wang," Chao Si replied respectfully. Half an hour later, at the Starbucks coffee shop, in a beautifully decorated private room, a middle-aged man with a strong build and a face full of ruggedness sat at the table. He glanced at his watch and murmured, "Young Master Wang said he'd be here in half an hour. It's almost 40 minutes now." This was Qiao Si, a gang leader in Jiaqing district. He was attached to Wang Bo and, through this connection, had managed to get in touch with Deputy District Chief Wang, thus obtaining protection. Qiao Si often did some dirty work for the Wang family that they were not convenient to handle themselves. After receiving Wang Bo's call, he thought that Wang Bo must have run into some trouble again. They were not convenient to take action themselves, so they needed his help. He just didn't know how difficult this matter would be. Another 5 minutes passed when the door of the private room was pushed open, and 2 men walked in. Qiao Si quickly stepped forward and said respectfully, "Young Master Wang, you've come." Immediately, he took out a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Wang Bo, lighting it for him personally. Then he gave one to Lu Jin standing beside Wang Bo. "Young Master Wang, please take a seat." Qiao Si led Wang Bo to the seat, and then ordered coffee. The reason why he fawned on this young man Wang Bo was, of course, due to the power of Wang Bo's father. After all, Wang Bo's father, Wang Dehuai, was in charge of public security and prosecution. As long as he said a word, he might easily crush Qiao Si. After the waitress left, Wang Bo finally began to speak. "Lao Si, I've called you here this time to help me deal with someone. Tell me, young Master Wang, who is it we're dealing with and to what extent?" Qiao Si nodded and said, Wang Bo took a puff of his cigarette, flicked the ash, and said, "This man is called Xiao Zhe. He used to run a company named Xiao Advertising, which was a competitor of my company. Later, I brought it down, and he was burdened with huge debts. Originally, I thought he would leave Shanghai City, but unexpectedly, he suddenly became rich these days and even has a black gold card. My father suspects that there's some big power backing him, so he told me not to act against him for the time being. However, this man bears a grudge against me. If there really is some power supporting him, then I might be in danger. It's not convenient for me to step forward directly at the moment. Please arrange a subordinate to go and test him, have a conflict with him, and get him sent to the police station to see if anyone will come forward to rescue him. If no one comes to his rescue, then the source of his money will be unclear, and it will be easier for me to deal with him." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xi nodded and said, "I understand. However, young Master Wang, if there is a powerful force backing him, why didn't this force support him when you started to take action against him and even let him be burdened with huge debts?" Wang Bo shook his head and said, "This is exactly what puzzles me. That's why I've asked you to arrange someone to probe. Otherwise, if I were to mobilize my father's power and there really is a powerful force behind him, it might be difficult to handle the situation later." Xiao Xi stroked his chin and said, "Well, I understand." Then, after a moment of contemplation, he smiled and said to Wang Bo, "Young Master Wang, how about doing it like this?" Wang Bo nodded frequently as he listened. Xiao Zhe was strolling on the street when he received a call from his old classmate, Chen Rou. He checked Chen Rou's information and found that the girl's intimacy level with him had reached 66 points. He thought to himself that he should make another effort to see if he could raise it to 100. So he pressed the answer button, and Chen Rou's enthusiastic voice came from the phone. "Brother Chow, I'm off work today. I'd like to treat you and Fei Fei to lunch. Please do me the honor." Xiao Zhe replied with a smile. "Fei Fei has gone back to her hometown. I'm the only one here." At this moment, Chen Rou was lying on the small bed in her rental apartment when she called Xiao Zhe. When she heard that Lu Fei Fei had gone back to her hometown, she couldn't help but feel a surge of joy and suddenly sat up on the bed. Although she was extremely happy inside, her tone sounded quite regretful. "Ah? What a pity. Well, today I'll still invite only you, Brother Chow. I'll invite Fei Fei separately when she comes back." Xiao Zhe also intended to get in touch with Chen Rou, so he nodded and said, "Fine. You choose the place." Chen Rou thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to Musi Villa. The environment there is quite nice." Xiao Zhe smiled and said, "It'll cost you a fortune then." "Haha, Brother Chow. You helped me keep my job yesterday and also earned me a commission of 120,000 yuan. It's only right for me to spend a bit." Chen Rou replied heartily. "All right. How will you get there?" Xiao Zhe asked. Musi Villa was about 12 or 13 kilometers away from the urban area. Xiao Zhe planned to ask Xiao Qin to arrange a car for him to get there. He wondered if Chen Rou had a car. "I'll take a Didi there." Chen Rou replied. "Okay." Xiao Zhe hung up the phone and then called Xiao Qin, asking her to arrange a car to take him to Musi Villa. More than 10 minutes later, driver Lao Yang drove the Mercedes-Benz to pick up Xiao Zhe and headed towards Musi Villa. Driver Lao Yang was a very talkative man. He accompanied Xiao Zhe and chatted all the way, so Xiao Zhe didn't feel overly bored. More than 20 minutes later, the car arrived at Musi Villa. After getting off the car, Xiao Zhe told Lao Yang to do as he pleased and that he would contact him when he needed the car after the meal. Then he walked into the villa on his own. Musi Villa was a small garden-style restaurant built against the mountain. There were lush trees on both sides of the road. Jasmine, gardenia, and rose were in full bloom, exuding a rich fragrance. There were also 2 small lakes by the mountain, where many water lilies were planted, and lotuses in various colors, red, blue, purple, and white, were vying for beauty. Dappled sunlight filtered through the branches and leaves, casting a golden glow on the ground, like crushed gold adorning the area. From time to time, several flying birds, seemingly in search of mates, flapped their wings, chirping merrily and chasing one another through the woods, bringing a touch of commotion to the tranquil mountain resort. Occasionally, several young couples could be seen cuddling intimately on the park benches, kissing or whispering sweet nothings to each other without a care in the world. Xiao Zhe found himself immersed in the mountain resort, as if stepping into a beautiful painting, and his heart was filled with tranquility. Previously, he had only heard of this place in the Jiaqing district, but had never visited it. After all, the consumption here was not low, starting at least at 10,000 yuan. After strolling around the resort for about 10 minutes, Xiao Zhe received a call from Chen Rou saying that she had arrived and was waiting for him in the Zijing Hall private room. Hanging up the phone, Xiao Zhe entered the hotel lobby approached the bar to inquire about the location of the Zijing Hall, and then followed a waiter towards the room. Turning a corridor, a fragrant breeze wafted over, and a stunning beauty appeared from the other end of the corridor. Chapter 43. The orange, starred head and the shady green willows. Seeing the beautiful woman approaching, Qiao Zhe was momentarily stunned, for she looked extremely familiar to him. Yes, it was her. Qiao Zhe recalled that it was the day when he parted ways with Lu Yao downstairs of the rental apartment and almost bumped into this stunning woman in Hanfu. This time, however, she was not wearing Hanfu but cool summer clothes. The woman stood at a height of 172 centimeters, with a charming face that could topple kingdoms. Like a blooming peony, magnificent and yet not vulgar. Her willow leaf eyebrows resembled distant mountains veiled in a gentle mist, and her almond-shaped eyes were like autumn waters brimming with tenderness, exuding an air of unique charm. Her nose was straight and noble, lips as red as vermilion, and chin slightly upturned, all in perfect proportion. It seemed as if every part of her face was meticulously crafted by the heavens, a flawless masterpiece of beauty. She donned a light red floral dress on her upper body, with fair and delicate arms as smooth as jade. The hem of the dress just reached her knees, revealing a section of snow-white calves. On her feet were a pair of white transparent sandals, showing off her dainty and fair toes. Only Lu Yao could rival her in terms of beauty at present. Could her beauty score reach 100 points? Qiao Zhe snapped out of his daze and quickly consulted the system, hoping to obtain information about this stunning beauty. However, the system replied, unable to query information about this woman. Qiao Zhe was once again astounded. Why couldn't he find any information about Lu Yao and this beauty? Could it be that their beauty was so overwhelming that the system was unable to make a judgment? That didn't seem right. The system had previously stated that a lucky girl with a beauty score of 100 points possessed 1 million luck points. Even if this beauty scored 100 points, there should have been a prompt. System, why can't I get the information about this beauty? Qiao Zhe silently asked in his heart. The calm voice of the Cupid system still echoed in his ear. No comment. You can query information about other beauties. Qiao Zhe grumbled to himself, thinking there was no reason for the system to keep it from him. At this moment, the stunning beauty had approached Qiao Zhe. She gave him a charming smile, sized him up from head to toe, then pursed her lips and brushed past him. Miss, do you know me? Upon seeing the peerless beauty offer him another tender smile, Qiao Zhe felt his heart flutter. Gazing at her retreating back, he inquired. The peerless woman halted in her tracks, turned around, and cast a glance at Qiao Zhe. A charming smile graced her incomparably beautiful face as she gently parted her vermilion lips and said, At the head of orange star, green willows form a shade. At the head of orange star, green willows form a shade? Hearing this, Qiao Zhe scratched his head and quickly asked the woman with a smile, My lady, what does this phrase mean? Noticing Qiao Zhe's confusion, the peerless woman shook her delicate head and sighed, saying, Silly infatuated lad, your level is too low. It's imperative that you level up quickly. After saying that, she coyly winked at Qiao Zhe. Then, swaying her slender waist, she swept past with a fragrant breeze, quickly disappearing from the corridor. Qiao Zhe intended to step forward and question her further, but thought it would be extremely impudent. It was already a great fortune that such a peerless beauty was willing to utter a single word to him. If he were to chase after her, it might seem like he was pestering her. He mused silently in his heart. That woman called me an infatuated lad and told me to level up quickly. Could it be that she knows the secret about me? Or perhaps she knows I have a system? Could this system be related to her? Recalling the day he obtained the system when he also encountered this peerless woman, Qiao Zhe's doubts deepened. This woman was not only extremely beautiful, but also exquisitely mysterious. However, every time she looked at him, her expression was extremely kind. When she left today, she even winked at him. She should bear no ill will towards me. Could it be that after I level up, I'll be able to find out more about her? I've never seen such a beautiful woman. She must be a celestial maiden descending to the mortal world. After the figure of the stunning woman disappeared from the corridor, the nearby waiter snapped out of her daze and couldn't help letting out an exclamation. Only then did Qiao Zhe withdraw his thoughts and nodded with a smile, saying, This is the second time I've seen her. However, I've also seen a woman almost as beautiful as her. That is my ex-girlfriend. The waiter also smiled and said, Sir, you're truly blessed. But what she was thinking in her heart was, You really know how to daydream. Although you're extremely handsome and seem to be quite wealthy, it's unlikely that you could find a girlfriend as beautiful as that one just now. Such beauties can only be married by the high-ranking officials and the extremely wealthy families. Naturally, Chao Zhe couldn't imagine that the waiter was secretly scorning him in her heart. He still lingered on the words orange stars at the head. Green willows shading said by the stunning woman, but he couldn't make any sense of them. Before he knew it, the waiter led him to the Bauhinia Hall. At this moment, a beautiful woman was sitting at the dining table, perusing the menu to order dishes. Seeing someone enter, the beauty waved at Chao Zhe and said delightedly, "Hi, Brother Chao." Then she stood up, trotted towards Chao Zhe, took his hand, and said coquettishly, "Brother Chao, come and see what dishes you like." The waiter who brought Chao Zhe in nodded at him with a smile and then exited the private room. As she reached the door, the waiter was secretly astonished. This handsome guy was truly blessed. Although the beauty inside the private room was not as stunning as the one she saw earlier, she was still an absolute stunner. Could it be that he wasn't boasting when he said his ex-girlfriend was as beautiful as a fairy? Inside the private room, after greeting Chen Rou, Chao Zhe was warmly pulled by her to sit beside her, and they began to order dishes. Chen Rou was wearing a light blue low-cut spaghetti strap dress today. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail that hung in front of her plump bosom. Her delicate shoulders on both sides were half exposed, with fair and delicate skin, which was extremely alluring. "Brother Chao, do you prefer spicy food or non-spicy food?" Chen Rou raised her beautiful eyes to look at Chao Zhe and said softly, her breath fragrant like orchid. A faint scent of perfume from Chen Rou lingered around Chao Zhe's nose, and as he felt the pleasant aura of the woman beside him, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at the beauty beside him. His eyes accidentally caught a glimpse of the alluring expanse of her fair skin on her chest, and his heart skipped a beat. He quickly averted his gaze and replied with a smile, "A little bit spicy, please." "Very well. Then let's order a chopped pepper fish head. The fish here are all wild fish from the reservoir, and they taste superb." Chen Rou nodded with a gentle smile. She seemed to have sensed Chao Zhe's gaze, and a blush crept across her pretty face. However, she didn't reach out to cover that enchanting sight. Didn't she wear this low-cut spaghetti strap dress today just to let her old classmate feast his eyes? This was also part of her way of rewarding Chao Zhe. Chen Rou was extremely confident in her figure, with a voluptuous bust and hips. She thought to herself secretly, "I don't believe I can't charm you." Chao Zhe had loved fish since childhood, so he naturally approved wholeheartedly of Chen Rou's suggestion. Then the two of them sat closely together, discussing and ordering 6 or 7 more dishes. Chao Zhe stopped Chen Rou's impulse to continue ordering and said with a smile, "Xiao, that's about enough. Don't spend any more money. Sister-in-law, you're so kind. You've always doted on me so much." Chen Rou cast a tender glance at Chao Zhe, closed the menu, and then scanned the QR code to place an order. Hearing this, Chao Zhe replied with a mischievous smile, "You didn't say so when we were in senior high school. You complained that I pulled your hair from behind and said I was the worst boy." Chapter 44. Brother's bad habits haven't changed a bit. Chen Rou was momentarily stunned, then playfully pounded Chao Zhe's shoulder with her little fist and said coquettishly, "Humph. You just loved to bully me back then. You pulled my hair hard from behind. It hurt so much, but now you know you were wrong, right? You must make it up to me." Chao Zhe promptly caught the little hand that was pounding him and gently stroked the back of her hand with his fingertips. In a soft and gentle voice, he asked, "Then what kind of compensation do you want?" Chen Rou's pretty face blushed slightly when her hand was held by Chao Zhe. She blinked her beautiful eyes and pretended to be mysterious, saying, "I'll tell you when I've made up my mind." Then she pursed her pink lips and asked, "Brother Chao, why did Fei Fei suddenly go back to her hometown?" Chao Zhe answered truthfully, "Her grandpa was seriously ill and passed away. She'll come back a few days after the funeral." "Oh." Chen Rou nodded gently. A twinge of guilt flashed through her heart. Was she taking advantage of the situation? Was she stealing someone else's brother while Lu Fei Fei was dealing with family matters? However, this feeling of guilt soon vanished. After all, Chao Zhe wasn't Lu Fei Fei's boyfriend, so she wasn't really stealing him. Besides, she had just invited Chao Zhe to a meal, and nothing had really happened yet. The two continued chatting for a while, reminiscing about their high school days and discussing Chen Rou's recent work. The restaurant was highly efficient. Before long, 7 or 8 delicate dishes were successively served, filling the air with tantalizing aromas. The cuisine at Musée Mountain Villa was truly of top-notch quality, making one's mouth water. Chen Rou picked up her chopsticks, selected a tender piece of fish, and gently placed it into Chao Zhe's bowl. Her gaze was focused and gentle as she said, "Brother Chao, you've been toiling away in the investment field. Have more fish to replenish your energy." Chao Zhe looked up at the earnest-looking young lady. There was a hint of amusement in his eyes, and he deliberately teased her. How do you know I'm exhausted from investing? Have you discovered something? Chen Rou raised her eyebrows, shook her head in a somewhat bewildered manner, and asked in puzzlement, Huh? I haven't noticed anything. Isn't investment a mental, demanding job? Mental work is extremely taxing on one's spirit. Xiaozhe couldn't help bursting into laughter. With a hearty guffaw, he said, You're rather ill-informed. Who says investment only requires the use of the brain? It can also involve other parts. Chen Rou was even more perplexed by Xiaozhe's words. She stared at him with her beautiful eyes, curiously inquiring, One can invest with other parts? Which parts? Xiaozhe picked up a slice of beef and popped it into Chen Rou's mouth. Smiling, he said, I can't tell you about this. Hurry up and have your meal. Chen Rou caught the beef with her small mouth, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. Then she gave Xiaozhe a coquettish sideways glance and said, Humph. You're still keeping secrets from me. Then she got up, picked up Xiaozhe's bowl, and ladled a bowl of Ganoderma lucidum and walnut chicken soup for him. The soup contains various ingredients such as glossy Ganoderma, walnut kernels, chicken, Chinese wolfberries, red dates, and ginger slices. It was specially ordered by Chen Rou before Xiaozhe arrived, and it has the effect of nourishing the brain. She really thought Xiaozhe was in the investment business and overused his brain, so she ordered such a bowl of soup. Seeing Chen Rou's thoughtfulness, Xiaozhe was both touched and amused in his heart. You should order more sea cucumbers and Pylos antler stewed chicken soup for me. Those are the right remedies. Brother Chow, do you have a girlfriend now? Chen Rou also served herself a bowl of soup, took a small sip, and asked Xiaozhe with her big, dark, and shining eyes blinking. I had one before, but we've broken up now. Xiaozhe wiped his mouth with a tissue after finishing the soup. Don't tell me it was you who proposed the breakup. I guess you must have dumped your girlfriend after getting rich. You can't be like Chen Shimi. Chen Rou put down the soup bowl and said with a smile. In fact, she was very happy in her heart. Do you think I'm such a person? What about you? Do you have a boyfriend now? Xiaozhe picked up a piece of spicy chopped pepper fish head and put it into his mouth. He found it extremely spicy, but also very refreshing. Chen Rou shook her head. No, I had a boyfriend before, but we broke up 2 years ago. She answered truthfully, and couldn't help feeling a bit regretful in her heart. How nice it would be if she had never had a boyfriend before. Then she would have more confidence in pursuing Xiaozhe. Now that Xiaozhe was so rich, he would surely look for a girlfriend who was a virgin and wouldn't want someone like her, an imperfect woman. Thinking of this, a flicker of disappointment flashed across her heart. We're both in the same boat. We've both become lonely souls. Xiaozhe raised his eyebrows and gently patted Chen Rou on the fragrant shoulder as if to comfort her. Alas, only I, a poor lass, am left uncherished. Brother Chow, with such excellent conditions, won't you marry a wealthy heiress in the future? Chen Rou inquired tentatively. Xiaozhe shook his head, forcing a bitter smile as he replied. I'm not considering such matters for now. I did encounter a wealthy heiress, yet we couldn't be together. Then he asked Chen Rou, Do you have any plans after lunch? Brother, whatever programs you desire, I'll arrange them for you today. Chen Rou responded with a sweet smile, taking a step further in her form of address. I haven't decided yet. Well, to express my gratitude for this sumptuous lunch, how about I take you to buy jewelry this afternoon? He grasped Chen Rou's slender hand and gently caressed her fair wrist, feigning regret as he said, Such a beautiful wrist without even a piece of gold. What a pity. Chen Rou's cheeks flushed when Xiaozhe held her hand. It wasn't that she didn't want to buy jewelry for herself. She was simply short on money. She was an extremely ambitious person, always aiming to save enough money to buy an old and shabby apartment in Shanghai City. If brother buys me jewelry, I'll owe you too much and may not be able to repay you. Chen Rou didn't withdraw her hand, but let Xiaozhe hold it as she cooed. Haha, if you can't repay me, then you'll have to marry me. Xiaozhe burst into laughter. When chatting with his old classmate, Xiaozhe found himself quite unrestrained. After all, in the first year of senior high school, he used to play with Chen Rou's hair, grope her body, or even give a gentle kick to her plump little bottom. Hee, you haven't changed a bit. Always fond of teasing me. Chen Rou giggled, playfully pounding her right fist on Xiaozhe's body, looking more like a coquettish girl. Xiaozhe extended his slender arm and wrapped it around Chen Rou's waist, saying tenderly, Come on, let's go to Master Zhou's gold shop, and I'll make it up to you properly. Seeing that Xiaozhe was truly going to buy her jewelry, Chen Rou was overjoyed, thinking to herself that it was worth treating him to this meal. Chen Rou's intimacy 5, current intimacy 71. Noticing the increase in Chen Rou's intimacy, Xiaozhe was also delighted. It seemed that no girl could resist gold and silver jewelry. He decided to buy more for her later at the gold shop, hoping to further boost the girl's intimacy. After they had finished their meal, Chen Rou went to the counter to settle the bill. Meanwhile, Chao Zhe called the driver, Lao Yang, asking him to wait in the parking lot. Soon, Chen Rou came back after paying the bill and naturally slipped her arm through Chao Zhe's. After all, with an intimacy level of 71, she felt it was quite natural to do so. The two walked through the tree-lined path of the villa and reached the parking lot. By then, Lao Yang had already turned on the car's air conditioning and opened the rear door for Chao Zhe and Chen Rou. When he saw Chao Zhe bringing another beautiful woman, a flash of shock crossed his eyes. He thought to himself, the rich really know how to have fun. Changing women is as easy as changing clothes for them. He politely gave Chen Rou a gentle smile. After they got into the car, he closed the rear door and then went to the driver's seat in the front. Lao Yang, take us to Master Zhou's gold shop opposite your hotel, Chao Zhe instructed. Sure thing, Mr. Chao? Driver Lao Yang responded with a grunt and started the car. Chapter 45. What kind of driving skills do you have? As the car set off, Chen Rou sat side by side with Chao Zhe in the back row. Immediately, her slender waist was encircled by Chao Zhe, and her left hand was tightly grasped by a large hand. The young lady felt the warmth of the man's palm. With a stranger sitting in the front, she couldn't help breathing in short, rapid gasps. Her right fingers unconsciously twisted the corner of her skirt, and her heart was pounding so hard that it seemed about to burst out of her chest. She laid her head on Chao Zhe's shoulder. The man's chin gently rested on the top of her hair, and his breath brushed past her ear, bringing a faint tickling sensation. Although in the past 2 days, she had fantasized about having an intimate encounter with Chao Zhe, when they were actually snuggled up so closely together, she still felt a twinge of nervousness and shyness. It had been 2 years since she last had such close contact with a man, and the fluttering feeling in her heart made her pretty face flush. Especially when the man beside her was someone who made her heart skip a beat. Xiao, Chao Zhe called her in a low voice, his voice deep and gentle, like a gentle breeze caressing the surface of a lake, stirring up ripples in the young lady's heart. Chen Rou looked up and met Chao Zhe's gaze. She found that his eyes were peculiarly deep, with a hint of magic in them. Chen Rou replied softly, her voice betraying a barely perceptible tremor. Her fingers instinctively tightened on his clothes. Chao Zhe didn't answer. Instead, he simply lowered his head slightly, and his lips gently grazed her forehead, as light as a feather. Chen Rou caught her breath, and her cheeks instantly burned scarlet. Her fingers tightened a little more, and the tips of her fingers almost dug into his fabric. In such close proximity to Chen Rou, the Cupid system reactivated the primal desires within Chao Zhe's body. His large hand began to caress Chen Rou's slender waist in a rather unruly manner. Immediately, Chen Rou trembled all over and couldn't help but emit a soft moan. Don't be nervous. Noticing this, Chao Zhe whispered softly into Chen Rou's ear. His voice carried a hint of a smile, and his warm breath fanned across her ear, stirring a tingling sensation. Chen Rou bit her lower lip, attempting to calm her racing heart. However, Chao Zhe's breath was so close that she simply couldn't compose herself. Chao Zhe's palm gently glided across Chen Rou's back, with his fingertips barely grazing her spine. Then, it circled around the back and reached towards her full bosom, sending a shiver down her spine. Brother, Chen Rou looked up and softly called out. Her beautiful eyes that were fixed on Chao Zhe gradually became hazy, and her red lips quivered slightly. The catalytic effect of the Cupid system also left Chao Zhe deeply infatuated. His warm lips brushed past Chen Rou's ear and then nestled against her tender cheek as he whispered, Xiao, close your eyes. Chao Zhe's voice was deep and gentle, with an air of non-negotiability. Hearing this, Chen Rou obediently closed her beautiful eyes, and her heart was pounding like the drums on a battlefield. She could sense Chao Zhe's breath getting closer and closer. A warm and moist touch lightly landed on her lips, as delicate as the flit of a dragonfly. Her fingers tightly clutched the corner of his clothes, and her breathing almost ceased. Chao Zhe's kiss gradually deepened. His lips gently sucked on her lower lip. With a touch of tentativeness and tenderness, Chen Rou's breathing became even more rapid. Her slender fingers involuntarily climbed onto his shoulders, and the tips of her fingers trembled slightly. Her body gradually went limp, and she almost completely nestled in his embrace. The air inside the carriage seemed to grow thin, and the temperature gradually rose. Chen Rou's mind went blank, with only Chao Zhe's scent and touch remaining. His palm gently caressed Chen Rou's full bosom, and his fingertips carried a hint of scorching warmth, as if about to completely melt her reason. Brother. Her voice was tinged with a sob, and her breathing was rapid and erratic. Driven by the love god system, Xiao Zhe's kiss gradually became intense, and the entanglement between their lips and teeth carried a hint of irresistible possessiveness. Chen Rou's fingers tightly grasped his shoulders, and her fingertips almost dug into his skin. Her body trembled slightly, and her breathing became even more rapid and chaotic, as if she were about to suffocate the next second. Like a fish on the verge of suffocation, she opened her small mouth with difficulty and tried her best to respond to Xiao Zhe's deep kiss. Chen Rou's intimacy increased by 10 points. Current intimacy, 81. Xiao Zhe was greatly surprised. Under his passionate kiss, Chen Rou actually increased her intimacy by 10 points at once. This was really remarkable. The driver, Lao Yong, who was driving in the front, consciously adjusted the rear view mirror in the car to avoid the embarrassment of seeing the amorous scene behind. 5 minutes later, their lips parted. Chen Rou tightly hugged Xiao Zhe's arm. Her pretty face was flushed, and her eyes were still hazy, wearing a shy expression. Blushing, she leaned close to Xiao Zhe's ear and whispered, "Brother, after we go to the mall and finish shopping, come to my place. I'll cook dinner for you tonight." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhe's heart skipped a beat. The young lady was extending an invitation to him. However, he didn't want Chen Rou to be overly fatigued. If they were to cook in her room, they would have to go grocery shopping and do the vegetable washing. Moreover, Chen Rou's rental apartment must be rather shabby, far less comfortable than a presidential suite. So he shook his head, leaned close to Chen Rou's ear, and whispered softly, "I've reserved a presidential suite at the Yijiangnan Hotel. There's a privately customized kitchen there. How about you cook for me there tonight?" Hearing that Xiao Zhe had booked a presidential suite, Chen Rou wondered if he had made preparations long ago. So, this fellow had a premeditated plan. But a presidential suite was no cheap affair, it was quite a luxury. Yet, thinking that she had never stayed in a presidential suite before, she was filled with yearning. Thus, she nodded and replied tenderly, "Sure. Tonight, let Big Brother have a good taste of my skills." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhe raised his eyebrows and whispered with a smile in her ear, "What kind of skills are you referring to?" Chen Rou immediately realized that Xiao Zhe must have had dirty thoughts. Her pretty face flushed even redder. She stretched out her small hand and gently patted Xiao Zhe's chest repeatedly. Pouting her pink lips, she murmured softly, "Big Brother, you're so naughty." Xiao Zhe grabbed Chen Rou's small hand and held it tightly. He said with a low-pitched laugh, "Stop hitting me. If you keep hitting me, my heart will be broken. I was talking about your cooking skills. It's your own mind that went astray." Chen Rou gave Xiao Zhe a coquettish sideways glance and bit her pink lips, saying, "Humph, men. Don't think I don't know what's on your mind." Xiao Zhe embraced Chen Rou in his arms and said tenderly, "Take a little nap. You'll need the energy to pick out jewelry when we arrive at Zhou Daren's jewelry store." Hearing this, Chen Rou nodded obediently, leaned on Xiao Zhe's shoulder, and closed her eyes. More than 20 minutes later, the car drove into the parking lot in front of Zhou Daren jewelry store. Xiao Zhe put his arm around Chen Rou and got out of the car. He told the driver, Lao Yong, to go back to Jiangnan Hotel first. He and Chen Rou would walk back to the hotel later. Lao Yong responded and drove away. Xiao Zhe took Chen Rou's little hand and stepped into Zhou Daren jewelry store. Chapter 46. Shu Shuaman is back since it was Sunday. There were many customers in the store. When they reached the counter, Xiao Zhe said boldly to Chen Rou, "Xiao, just buy whatever you like. Big Brother will reimburse you." He intended to increase Chen Rou's intimacy level to over 90 points, or even 100 points, through his financial prowess today. Hearing Xiao Zhe's words, the customers who were also selecting jewelry beside them couldn't help but cast their gazes over. They saw a young couple. Although they were both extremely good-looking, their outfits were quite ordinary. Everyone gave Xiao Zhe a mocking look, thinking that this man was just boasting in front of his girlfriend. However, the beautiful girl nodded seriously and said, "Okay, then thank you, Big Brother," as if she truly believed that her boyfriend had such ability. Everyone sneered in their hearts. "Oh, these young people these days are really good at showing off. They're trying to gain attention in front of us. They really don't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is." Some people deliberately slowed down their actions of selecting jewelry, wanting to see how this young couple would perform next. Naturally, Xiao Zhe felt the mocking looks from the surrounding customers, but he didn't care. He didn't do it to show off, but rather to buy more for Chen Rou to enhance her affection towards him. As long as Chen Rou showed a liking for a piece of jewelry, he immediately asked the clerk to pack it for her. Naturally, Chen Rou believed in Xiao Zhe's financial strength. After all, just a few days ago, Xiao Zhe had deposited a staggering 25 million yuan for Lu Feifei. So, even if she bought jewelry worth millions today, it wouldn't be a big deal for Xiao Zhe. Moreover, it was Chao Zhe who told her to choose freely. She selected some bracelets, necklaces, diamond rings, earrings, and hair ornaments. Of course, during the process, she constantly observed Chao Zhe's expression. There was always a doting smile on Chao Zhe's face, encouraging her to keep choosing, which gave her the courage to continue. When the total cost was nearly 1 million yuan, she felt embarrassed to choose more. "Brother, I think it's about enough," she said sweetly, hugging Chao Zhe's arm. "Not enough. You should buy a few anklets and foot bracelets," Chao Zhe said with a smile. He thought that beautiful women would look fashionable and sexy wearing anklets and foot bracelets. Chen Rou's pretty face blushed, and she gently punched Chao Zhe. However, since Chao Zhe liked it, she decided to buy. So, they went to the counter specializing in foot bracelets and anklets, selected several exquisite accessories, and spent another over 100,000 yuan. Then Chao Zhe went to the cashier to pay and left Showdown jewelry store with Chen Rou, carrying the bags. Several young couples who had previously doubted Chao Zhe's strength had been following them. Seeing that Chao Zhe indeed paid over 1 million yuan for all the jewelry, they couldn't help but feel a complex mix of emotions. And two of the girls started to pester their boyfriends to buy more for them. "Look at how well that guy treats his girlfriend. He bought that woman jewelry worth over 1 million without even blinking an eye. But when I asked you to buy me something worth just 100,000, you were so reluctant. Humph, you simply don't love me. Shenhao, if you don't buy me that diamond, we're breaking up." Little did Chao Zhe know that his extravagance had nearly torn two young couples apart. At this moment, however, he was in high spirits. After buying the gold and silver ornaments, Chen Rou's intimacy with him had increased by 11 points, reaching 92 points. Chen Rou wrapped her arm around Chao Zhe's, chatting away merrily like a joyful lark as they headed towards the memory of the South Hotel. As soon as they stepped into the lobby, a statuesque beauty approached them. Chao Zhe took a closer look and recognized her as Xu Xuemon, the manager of the presidential suite. When Xu Xuemon caught sight of Chao Zhe, her eyes lit up with delight. But upon noticing the beautiful girl beside him, a subtle shadow briefly crossed her eyes. Who could this beauty be? She wondered silently. In the blink of an eye, her charming eyes sparkled with newfound radiance again. With a sweet smile on her face, she stepped forward to greet Chao Zhe. "Brother Chao?" Chao Zhe was also taken aback. "Xuemon, when did you come back? Have you sorted out the family matter?" Xu Xuemon replied gratefully, "I just returned not long ago. The family matter has been settled. The other party has issued a letter of understanding. My father will probably be given a suspended sentence and won't have to go to prison. Thank you so much. Brother Chao?" She originally intended to return and surprise Chao Zhe. However, seeing that Chao Zhe had brought another beautiful woman, she naturally didn't want to express her affection for him directly. Chao Zhe smiled and said, "It's all right now. There's no need to talk about gratitude." Then he pointed at Chen Rou and introduced to her, "Let me introduce you. This is my high school classmate, Chen Rou." Then he pointed at Xu Xuemon and said to Chen Rou, "This is my younger sister. She is currently the manager of the presidential suite at Yijiangnan Hotel." Hearing this, the two women glanced at each other. They both thought the other was extremely beautiful and quickly greeted each other. "Hello, Miss Chen. Hello, Miss Xu." Chen Rou thought to herself, "Is she really your younger sister? I'm afraid she's your other lover." Xu Xuemon also murmured in her heart. Brother Chao is even trying to pursue his female classmate. She also noticed that Chen Rou and Chao Zhe were carrying several gift bags from Showdown jewelry store. Surely, Chao Zhe had bought a lot of gold and silver jewelry for Chen Rou, and that's why Chen Rou was willingly involved with her old classmate. "Xuemon, tonight Xiao plans to cook in the private kitchen of the presidential suite. Could you help prepare the dishes? How about that?" Chao Zhe smiled and said to Xu Xuemon, "Sure, no problem. If Miss Chen doesn't mind, I can be your assistant." Xu Xuemon quickly replied with a smile. After that, she looked at Chen Rou expectantly. Xu Xuemon was also an excellent cook. Of course, she wanted to seize this opportunity to show off in front of Chao Zhe. As the saying goes, to win a man's heart, one must first win his stomach. Chen Rou originally intended to cook for Chao Zhe alone, hoping to showcase her culinary skills to him and get closer to him in the future. Now, this Xu Xuemon actually proposed to join in the cooking, obviously also trying to show her affection to Chao Zhe. After a brief moment of thought, she smiled and nodded. "Of course not. I'd be thrilled." As the exclusive customer manager of the presidential suite, Miss Chen must be quite skilled at cooking. After all, Chao Zhe had introduced Xu Xuemon as his sister just now. If his sister wanted to cook with her for her brother and she refused, Chao Zhe might have some misgivings. Chao Zhe was overjoyed at this. Having these two beautiful ladies cook for him was surely a unique pleasure. After the meal, inviting them to a candlelit dinner would be simply delightful. Great. Thank you, Miss Qian, for giving me this chance. Xu Shuaman quickly expressed her gratitude. Then the three took the exclusive elevator of the presidential suite up to the 18th floor. Xu Shuaman went to arrange for the kitchen to prepare some dishes first. Qiao Zhe showed Chen Rou around the presidential suite. After witnessing the opulence of the presidential suite, Chen Rou was in awe and adored Qiao Zhe even more. She took many photos and posted them on her WeChat moments. Many people liked and commented on her posts, and her vanity was greatly satisfied, thinking that it was this man in front of her who had brought her such a luxurious experience. Chen Rou wished she could offer herself to him right away. Chapter 47. Delicacies, Fine Wines, and Beautiful Women. After visiting the presidential suite, Chen Rou admired Qiao Zhe even more. However, thinking that Xu Shuaman was still in the outside kitchen preparing dishes, she didn't find it appropriate to become Qiao Zhe's woman at this moment. Moreover, she would have a long time alone with Qiao Zhe at night. So, she strongly suppressed the shy impulse in her heart and softly said to Qiao Zhe, "Brother, take a rest first. I'll go to cook with Shuaman." Qiao Zhe patted her fragrant shoulder and said with a smile, "Okay, go ahead. I'll savor your and Man's cooking skills later tonight." "Yeah." Chen Rou nodded and then went to the kitchen. At this time, Xu Shuaman had already arranged 3 assistants to select and wash the vegetables. Seeing Chen Rou coming, she quickly introduced the prepared dishes with a smile. There were more than a dozen dishes, a combination of meat and vegetables. Chen Rou's beautiful eyes lit up when she saw these delicate dishes and gave Xu Shuaman a thumbs up. Actually, it was only a little past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But in order to let Qiao Zhe, this great tycoon, enjoy a delicious dinner, the 2 beautiful ladies were preparing with great care. One of the 2 ladies was a hotel customer manager and the other was a bank customer manager. Both of them had high emotional intelligence and outgoing personalities, being good at communication. During the process of preparing the dishes, they quickly got to know each other's occupations and how Qiao Zhe had helped each other solve difficulties. Gradually, they became familiar with each other and no longer addressed each other as Miss Qian and Miss Xu, but as Man and Xiaorou. They truly felt a sense of regret for not having met earlier. Qiao Zhe, having nothing to do, went to a private cinema to watch a movie. At 5:30 in the evening, Xu Shuaman and Chen Rou found Qiao Zhe in the private cinema and invited him to a restaurant. Upon entering the restaurant, a tantalizing aroma of dishes wafted over. There were more than a dozen stir-fried dishes on the table, each a masterpiece of color, aroma, and taste. "Brother, there are 16 dishes in total. I cooked 8 of them, and the other 8 were made by Shuaman. Please give us your scores later," Chen Rou said to Qiao Zhe with a charming smile, pursing her lips. Qiao Zhe sat down at the table, sniffed the air, and took a satisfied breath. He smiled and said, "Very well. You 2 younger sisters have worked hard. If the food suits my taste, I'll give each of you a generous red envelope tonight." Hearing that Qiao Zhe would give them red envelopes, the 2 girls were overjoyed. They hugged Qiao Zhe's arm and jumped up and down like children. "Brother, it'll definitely satisfy you. Brother, you're sure to give us the red envelopes." They had witnessed Qiao Zhe's generosity before, so they knew the red envelopes would not be small. Qiao Zhe had a system, so he didn't care about how much money he put in the red envelopes. His main goal was to enhance the intimacy with the 2 girls as soon as possible. Currently, Chen Rou's intimacy had reached 92 points, and it wouldn't be long before he could win her over. Xu Shuaman's intimacy had also reached 85 points, and he hoped to achieve the same with her soon. "Hey, how come there's no red wine with such a sumptuous meal? Shuaman, bring a few bottles of the most expensive red wine from your hotel." Qiao Zhe, sitting at the head of the table, said to Xu Shuaman, "How could there be a lack of fine wine when there were delicious food and charming ladies?" Xu Shuaman said, "Brother, the most expensive red wine in our hotel is the 2000 ch To Petrus, priced at 350,000 yuan per bottle. Brother, do you think? Then bring 3 bottles first. I'll transfer the money to you right away." Without waiting for Xu Shuaman to finish, Qiao Zhe directly took out his phone and transferred the money to her. Xu Shuaman originally meant that a bottle of wine costing 350,000 yuan was too extravagant. It would be more cost-effective to have a red wine worth a few thousand or 10,000 yuan. After all, it was among their own people, and there was no need to be so extravagant. However, Qiao Zhe directly chose the most expensive one. This left both Chen Rou and Xu Shuaman astonished and delighted. After all, in their social stratum, it was almost impossible to drink red wine worth 10,000 yuan. and Chao Zhe allowed them to drink the wine priced at 350,000 yuan per bottle, which was only accessible to the upper class society. Xu Xuemon's affection 3, current affection 88, Chen Rou's affection 2, current affection 94, both girls' affection levels increased. Chao Zhe transferred 1.05 million yuan to Xu Xuemon and asked her to immediately arrange for someone to deliver 3 bottles of the 2000 ch Topi Trus. Soon, the red wine was brought up. Xu Xuemon personally opened the wine, let it breathe, and poured the wine. The feast officially began. Chao Zhe tasted the dishes cooked by the 2 girls respectively. The taste was indeed excellent, and he found each dish had its own unique charm. So, he gave an evaluation that they were on a par and sent each girl a red envelope worth 200,000 yuan. The 2 girls were extremely delighted upon receiving the generous red envelopes and promptly stood up to toast Chao Zhe. At the beginning, everyone drank with great refinement, sipping the wine in small sips, enjoying the dishes, and having conversations. However, as the atmosphere grew increasingly intense, the 2 young women began to toast Chao Zhe with half a glass and then a full glass of wine at a time. It was truly a sight of them gulping down the red wine. Initially, the 3 of them were seated separately, but after the 2 bottles of red wine were finished, the 2 beauties moved their stools beside Chao Zhe. One fed Chao Zhe dishes, while the other held the wine glass for him. Chao Zhe found himself in a state where food was brought to his mouth and wine was ready at his lips. "Brother, have some food. Brother, have another glass." At this moment, the 2 young women were slightly tipsy, looking at Chao Zhe with blurred eyes. Chen Rou, having experienced intimacy, sat on Chao Zhe's lap and occasionally planted kisses on his face and lips. Shukshaman, also affected by the alcohol, was not willing to be left behind and followed suit. Just as alcohol can lead men astray, it can also have a similar effect on women. Chao Zhe felt extremely tempted, with a burning desire within him. He saw that they had eaten and drunk enough, and then smilingly proposed to the 2 women, "Let's call it a night for the wine. How about playing landlord?" The 2 young women were already full, and the alcohol was taking effect. They also wanted to lie down and have some entertainment, so they happily agreed. Then the 3 of them got up and headed towards the presidential suite. Both of them vied to support Chao Zhe. In fact, this amount of alcohol was nothing to Chao Zhe, but since the beauties wanted to support him, he let them do so. When they arrived at the presidential suite, Chao Zhe suggested that they take a bath before playing cards. Not to mention that the level of intimacy between the 2 young women and Chao Zhe had reached 80 or 90 points, and they had already developed feelings for Chao Zhe, even if their intimacy was not that high. After having drunk so much wine and seeing Chao Zhe's handsome face under the lamplight, their hearts would still be filled with longing. Losing one's inhibitions after drinking is not exclusive to men. Women are equally prone to such behavior. Haven't you witnessed numerous inebriated women throwing themselves at men and planting passionate kisses on them? Therefore, Chao Zhe's suggestion met with no opposition from the 2 young ladies. The presidential suite boasted 3 bathrooms, which conveniently allowed each of them to bathe separately. Chao Zhe finished his shower first, then returned to the master bedroom and reclined on the expansive bed. Since the 2 young ladies were still in the shower, they couldn't commence a game of landlord just yet. So he launched the Douyin app and entered by Yueming's live streaming room, where he sent 30 carnivals as gifts, thereby garnering 3 points of intimacy. At this juncture, Bai Yueming's intimacy level with him reached 58 points. After having a brief chat with Bai Yueming, he exited her live streaming room. Subsequently, he visited Hu Xini's live streaming room, sent another 30 carnivals, and then exited Douyin, awaiting the arrival of Xu Xuemon and Chen Rou. More than 40 minutes later, Xu Xuemon and Chen Rou emerged from the showers, clad in pajamas, and made their way to the master bedroom. Chapter 48. The first level Cupid Xu Xuemon rummaged through the room and retrieved a deck of playing cards. The 3 of them settled on the commodious bed and initiated a game of landlord. They had discussed the rules of the game in advance. If Chao Zhe lost, he would have to present each of the young ladies with a generous red envelope. Naturally, this was his own proposal, for he was a wealthy man. In the event that Chao Zhe emerged victorious, he would be entitled to a massage service from the charming ladies. Both ladies emphasized that it had to be a proper massage, and Chao Zhe readily concurred. Should either Chen Rou or Xu Xuemon lose to each other, the loser would present the winner with a red envelope containing 520 yuan. During the initial rounds, everyone adhered to the rules. When Chao Zhe won, the young ladies would give him a gentle massage on his head and feet. However, as the effect of the alcohol gradually kicked in, they became increasingly unable to control themselves and the decorum gradually went awry. This made Chao Zhe extremely irritated, wishing he could immediately. Of course, both Xu Xuemon and Chen Rou had received tremendous favors from Chao Zhe. Just before they started drinking, Chao Zhe had waived Xu Xuemon's debt of tens of millions. He had also deposited 25 million for Chen Rou, enabling her to avoid retaliation from Wang Yud and keep her job, no matter what might happen next. The two of them had actually made full mental preparations. Chao Zhe had helped them solve such huge difficulties, and they knew they had no way to repay him. Only by dedicating themselves to him could they offer a meager return. Moreover, if they put in more effort, perhaps Chao Zhe would bestow more upon them. As the night deepened, the sentiment grew more intense. After more than 3 hours and an indescribable bliss, Chen Rou and Xu Xuemon fell into a sweet slumber with smiles of contentment on their faces. Chao Zhe then successively received system notifications. Chen Rou's intimacy 6. Current intimacy 100. Congratulations. You have obtained 100,000 luck points. Current luck points 300,000. You have been promoted to a first-level Cupid. Receive a cashback of 200 million yuan. Reward, superpower, body strengthening technique. The maximum limit per transaction for the Cupid card has been increased to 10 million yuan. Xu Xuemon's intimacy 12, current intimacy 100. Congratulations. You have obtained 100,000 luck points. Current luck points 400,000. Reaching a cumulative total of 800,000 luck points will promote you to a second-level Cupid. You will get a cashback of 1 billion yuan and be rewarded with the mental control technique. Chao Zhe was overjoyed. Finally, he leveled up. He quietly got out of bed and walked to the second bedroom by the light in the room. When he turned on his phone, sure enough, there were 200 million yuan lying in his bank account. He could freely dispose of this money. Even if there was no system now, he wouldn't starve to death. However, although 200 million yuan was no small amount, it was still a long way from financial freedom, and he had to continue working hard. What was the body strengthening technique? Chao Zhe clicked on the system panel and saw a small book similar to a martial arts manual in it. After he opened the book through his consciousness, he found that it recorded some actions of a rather intimate nature, which were indescribable. After reading it once, those moves had completely integrated into his mind. Immediately afterwards, he seemed to feel the cells in his body reorganizing, and his bones were making slight cracking sounds. But he didn't feel any pain at all. On the contrary, he felt extremely comfortable all over. 1 minute later, the system sounded a prompt again. You have learned the body strengthening technique. In the later stage, as you pursue more lucky girls and obtain more luck points, your body will become stronger. Currently, you are a first-level Cupid. Ordinary swords and knives can no longer pose a threat to you, and ordinary car accidents can't cause you fatal harm either. Chao Zhe was shocked. Just by learning the body strengthening technique, could his physical fitness become so strong? Could he even resist swords and car accidents? He was a bit skeptical, so he quickly walked to the dining room, took out a fruit knife, and gently stabbed his arm. As a result, the skin wasn't pierced, and he didn't feel any pain. Then he exerted a bit more strength. This time, the fruit knife only left a shallow mark on his arm without any bleeding. However, Chao Zhe knew that although he hadn't used all his might just now, even this partial strength was quite considerable. He glanced at the marble, inlaid dining table in front of him and estimated that it weighed at least 500 or 600 caddies. Lift, he shouted in a low voice, grasping the edge of the marble table with his hand. As a result, he effortlessly lifted the table with one hand. As if it were child's play. Excellent, he exclaimed. Damn it, with my current physical condition, I can easily handle 20 or 30 men armed with knives and clubs. Chao Zhe gently put down the marble table, his heart filled with joy. Who else do I need to fear in the future? Moreover, the system said that as I acquire more luck points, the level of the Cupid system will rise, and my body will surely become even stronger. Can I resist bullets or even rocket-propelled grenades in the future? Who can pose a threat to me then? Even the president of the most powerful country in the world, the so-called beautiful country, won't be a concern to me in the future, right? Haha. Chao Zhe knew that powerful force was the greatest strength in this world. Although wealth was important, it paled in comparison to powerful force. Initially, Chao Zhe was somewhat dissatisfied with the Cupid system for forcibly separating him from Liao. Now, such emotions had completely vanished. In the future, once he became even stronger, perhaps even a Superman, wouldn't he be able to have whatever he desired? Wealth and beautiful women would surely be at his fingertips. Yes, It's truly wonderful. After testing his superpowers, Chao Zhe returned to the master bedroom, lying between the two women, and gradually drifted into a dreamland. Early the next morning, Xu Xuemon awoke before dawn. She found herself nestled in Chao Zhe's embrace, and her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink. Recalling the wildness of the previous night after getting drunk, a wave of humiliation washed over her. While Chao Zhe was still slumbering, she quickly dressed herself and hastened out of the presidential suite. In fact, Chao Zhe had already roused from his sleep the moment Xu Xuemon sat up in the bed. Catching sight of the girl's bashful countenance, he chose to feign slumber. After all, this was the girl's first time. She had been quite uninhibited under the influence of alcohol last night, but she would surely be extremely shy once she sobered up. Moreover, Chen Rou was also lying in the bed, and this made it even more difficult for her to face the situation. Thus, Xu Xuemon opted to flee at the earliest opportunity. Not long after Xu Xuemon left, Chen Rou also awoke. As she opened her beautiful eyes, she saw Chao Zhe's deep, set eyes fixed upon her, with a playful smile on his face. Chen Rou remembered how bold and even shameless she had been the previous night. Overwhelmed with shame, she immediately grabbed the quilt and buried her head under it. At this moment, a blaze of desire ignited within Chao Zhe. With a devilish grin, he pulled Chen Rou into his arms. Chapter 49. The beautiful car model Ah help. Chen Rou let out a shrill scream. Immediately afterwards, an hour later, Chen Rou gently bit her pink lips with her pearly teeth. She raised her small fist and lightly pounded on Chao Zhe's broad chest. Then, with a scarlet face, she slipped on her skirt and put on her slippers before dashing into the bathroom, as if fleeing from a nightmare. Chao Zhe hummed a tune and went to freshen up as well. Half an hour later, after the two of them got dressed, they received a call from Xu Xuemon, inviting them to the restaurant for breakfast. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Xu Xuemon and Chen Rou exchanged a glance. Both of their faces flushed slightly, and then they smiled at each other. However, they quickly let go of their shyness and started chatting and laughing affectionately. The bond between female warriors who have fought side by side is truly special. After breakfast, Chen Rou went to work. Meanwhile, Chao Zhe took Xu Xuemon with him to buy a car. Without a car, getting around in the future would be rather inconvenient. As for buying a house, he decided to wait until Lu Feifei came back and make the purchase together. Now that he had 200 million in cash, there would be no financial burden for him to buy a car and a house for himself. Moreover, the upper limit of each consumption on the Cupid card had reached 10 million. When buying a house for Lu Feifei, he no longer needed to make each transaction limited to 2 million. Frankly speaking, it was quite troublesome to be restricted to a 2 million per transaction limit. When purchasing high-value items worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, he would have to make multiple transactions. Upon learning that Chao Zhe was going to buy a car, as the exclusive customer service manager of the presidential suite, Xu Xuemon naturally had to provide excellent service to this big customer. So, she personally drove Chao Zhe to the car exhibition in Jiaqing district. The reason why Chao Zhe chose to go to the car exhibition instead of a 4S store to buy a car was that there were car models at the exhibition. Car models are generally quite beautiful, and he hoped to see if he could encounter a woman of good fortune. He planned to buy himself a Rolls-Royce Phantom. This car is extremely luxurious and outshines many other high-end cars. Perhaps, when he travels around in the future, it will attract the attention of more women of good fortune. Of course, taking Xu Xuemon to the car exhibition with him also meant that he was going to buy a car for her. Now she has become a woman in her own right and contributed 100,000 luck points to him. Naturally, he couldn't treat her shabbily. Not only Xu Xuemon, but also Chao Zhe intended to present all the lucky women he had courted with a luxury car and a home. He was a man who knew how to repay kindness. The Jiaqing District Auto Show Center was situated in the western part of Jiaqing District. After more than 20 minutes, Xu Xuemon drove to the auto show center. After getting out of the car, she naturally wrapped her arm around Chao Zhe's and strolled towards the interior of the auto show. Today, due to the large-scale promotional event at the auto show, the place was bustling with a sea of people. The two of them walked in chatting and laughing along with the crowd into the auto show. On the scrolling large screens on both sides, information about some well-known brand models on display at this auto show was being broadcast, such as Mercedes, Benz, BMW, Maybach, Bentley, Ferrari, Rolls-Royce. In front of some high-end cars, men were crowded in layers. Some of them stood still to watch, while others took pictures with their mobile phones. Of course, What attracted the men even more was not the luxurious vehicles, but the sexy and tall car models. These car models had an average height of over 172 centimeters. They all had long ponytails, wore white body, hugging skirts, revealing their long and fair thighs, and posed beside the cars to draw the attention of the visitors. There was also a professional salesperson beside each car model to give a detailed explanation of the luxury car on display. However, most people didn't listen attentively to the salesperson's explanations and instead let their eyes wander over the sexy car models. Qiao Zhe and his companion walked on, searching for the Rolls-Royce exhibition area all the way. Although all the car models were extremely beautiful, the system didn't give any prompt indicating the discovery of a woman blessed with good fortune. It seemed that most of the car models merely had good body proportions, and not many boasted high-level good looks. It was rare for them to meet the standard of a 90-point goddess. Qiao Zhe finally came across a car model whose appearance scored 90 points. However, the system showed that she had had 7 relationships, and her fortune value was 0. Naturally, Qiao Zhe wouldn't waste his time on such a woman. After passing by 6 or 7 exhibition booths, they finally arrived at the Rolls-Royce booth. This booth showcased several models of Rolls-Royce cars, including the latest version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. In front of the car, a sexy car model was posing in eye-catching ways, and there were quite a few onlookers around. Many people were completely transfixed. Nevertheless, the system still gave no prompt. At this moment, a sweet-looking female salesperson was elaborately introducing the car to the surrounding audience. Ladies and gentlemen, this Rolls-Royce Phantom continues the tradition of being a top-tier luxury sedan, combining classic design with modern technology. The body lines are elegant, exuding solemnity and luxury. The interior is adorned with top-grade leather, solid wood, and metal, crafted by hand with delicate details. It features a star-studded ceiling. She just kept repeating the promotion work because she knew that the onlookers around had no real intention of buying. To be more precise, they didn't have the financial means to purchase this luxury car worth over 9 million. They were just there to feast their eyes, both on the luxury cars and the sexy car models. Xu Xuemon noticed the price of the car, 9.58 million. She gently tugged at Qiao Zhe's arm and whispered, "Brother, this car costs 9.58 million. Are you really going to buy it?" Qiao Zhe smiled and replied, "Of course. It'll be much more convenient for traveling in the future." Hearing this, Xu Xuemon was extremely excited. She tightened her grip on Qiao Zhe's arm and softly chuckled, saying, "Brother, you're truly extraordinarily imposing." Qiao Zhe gave a gentle smile and was about to beckon the salesperson over to say that he wanted to buy the car. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded beside him. "Excuse me, are you Brother Qiao?" Qiao Zhe turned his head and saw a charming car model standing on his left, smiling at him. Judging from her appearance with high heels on, she seemed to be around 183 centimeters tall. At this time, the system also issued a reminder. The daughter of luck has been detected. Name, Mihi. Age, 23. Appearance score, 92. Height, 175 centimeters. Experience, 0. Occupation, car model. Luck value, 300,000. Intimacy, 25. Qiao Zhe briefly glanced at the speaking woman. This car model named Mihi, even with high heels on, was almost as tall as him. She was wearing a purple off-the-shoulder and hip, revealing long dress. She had an oval face, skin as fair as jade and as delicate as fat, tender and glistening lips, and slightly raised eyebrows, exuding a hint of playfulness. Her S-shaped figure wrapped in the purple dress was simply perfect, with prominent front and back curves. Her beauty was like the sunshine of early summer. Impossible to ignore. Who would have thought that such a beautiful car model had 0 experience, with a purity level of 100? She must be a refreshing presence in the car model industry. With a facial attractiveness score of 92 and a luck value reaching 300,000. A surge of delight welled up in Qiao Zhe's heart. He mused that the other party had a 25-point affinity towards him and addressed him as Brother Qiao. Obviously someone acquainted with him. Yet, he simply couldn't recall who she was. A sense of bewilderment clouded his mind as there was no car model among his friends. To his astonishment, she could blurt out his name at once. "Excuse me, who are you?" Qiao Zhe asked, scratching his head with a tinge of awkwardness. Chapter 50. You gotta take me under your wing later. Seeing that Qiao Zhe didn't recognize her, the gorgeous car model pouted slightly and reminded him, "Brother Qiao? I'm Mihi from the dance team of Shanghai Normal University. Aren't you Qiao Zhe from the school's martial arts team?" We once participated in the New Year's Eve party together. I even told you that I wanted to learn martial arts from you. Don't you remember? Thanks to the beauty's reminder, Xiao Zhe finally recalled. In college, he joined the martial arts team and served as its captain. Mihi was 3 years his junior and joined the dance team as a freshman. During the New Year's Eve party organized by the school when Xiao Zhe was a senior, the martial arts team's program was the first to be staged, followed by the dance team where Mihi belonged. Before the party, there were several rehearsals, during which the dance team and the martial arts team had a few interactions. However, at that time, Mihi had just entered the university. Although she was already beautiful, she was extremely innocent. Moreover, there were numerous beauties in the dance team. So Xiao Zhe didn't have a profound impression of Mihi. However, Mihi had a deep impression of Xiao Zhe, the captain of the martial arts team, and always regarded him as an idol. However, she was introverted at that time and didn't dare to actively ask Xiao Zhe to add her on WeChat. Half a year later, Xiao Zhe graduated from university, and the two had no further contact. Xiao Zhe almost forgot about Mihi, his junior schoolmate. He never thought he would meet Mihi at the auto show. Moreover, he couldn't imagine that after several years, Mihi, who was once a very green and shy little girl, had now blossomed into a graceful and charming beauty, outshining all the others. He patted his head and said with an embarrassed smile, "Oh, look at my poor memory. Well, I remember now. Mihi, I'm really sorry. Are you working as a car model here?" "Yes, Brother Chow. I've been working as a car model here for almost a year. What about you? Are you here to buy a car?" Mihi tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and asked with a smile. Her smile was so bright that it was more radiant than the warm spring sun. "Yes." Xiao Zhe nodded with a smile and replied, "What a coincidence. The deputy general manager of this auto show is my aunt. If you want to buy a car, I'll ask her to give you a discount later." Mihi raised her delicate eyebrows and said, "Thank you in advance," Xiao Zhe said with a gentle smile. Naturally, he wouldn't reject Mihi's kindness. After all, she was a girl of good fortune with 300,000 luck points. Since Mihi was willing to offer her help voluntarily, it would increase his chances of contacting her. At this time, Mihi also noticed Xu Xuemon standing beside Xiao Zhe. Seeing that Xu Xuemon was also very beautiful, the young girl asked with a smile, "Brother Chow? Who is this?" At that time in college, she also knew that Xiao Zhe's girlfriend was Lu Yao, the campus belle. She was a goddess-like figure. So when she saw Xu Xuemon, who was beautiful but still far inferior to Lu Yao, she couldn't imagine that Lu Yao would break up with Xiao Zhe. After all, a peerless beauty like Lu Yao even made Mihi herself feel inferior. How could Xiao Zhe be willing to part with Lu Yao? Xiao Zhe introduced with a smile. "Oh, let me introduce her to you. This is Xu Xuemon, my younger sister." Hearing Xiao Zhe introduce her in this way, Xu Xuemon couldn't help but secretly murmur in her heart, "How many good younger sisters do you actually have? I'm afraid all the women you've loved are your so-called sisters." However, she immediately flashed a charming smile, reached out her hand to Mihi, and said softly, "Hello, Miss Me. I'm Xu Xuemon. I've come here with my brother to buy a car today." Mihi quickly held Xu Xuemon's delicate hand and said warmly, "Hello, Sister Xuemon. Welcome." She thought Xu Xuemon might be Xiao Zhe's cousin or something, and since she seemed a bit older than herself, she called her sister. After shaking hands with Xu Xuemon, Mihi turned to Xiao Zhe and asked, "Brother Chow, what kind of car are you planning to buy?" Xiao Zhe replied with a gentle smile, "I'm planning to buy a Rolls-Royce Phantom for myself and a Ferrari 12 Cylindri for Xuemon." As soon as he finished speaking, the two women present were stunned. Xu Xuemon had no idea that Xiao Zhe was going to buy her a car. Now, hearing that he was going to buy her a Ferrari, and specifically a Ferrari 12, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. This car was worth more than 6 million yuan. She was in a daze for a moment, her body trembling slightly. She turned to look at Xiao Zhe and said, "Brother." Xu Xuemon was so excited that she was rendered speechless. Mihi was also extremely shocked because the total value of the two cars was almost approaching 16 million. Mihi's intimacy 10, current intimacy 35. "Brother Chow, you've struck it rich. You actually bought such expensive cars." Mihi's beautiful eyes widened in amazement as she stared blankly at Xiao Zhe and inquired, "Well, I've made a bit of money." Xiao Zhe replied with a faint smile. "Haha, Brother Chow has made a fortune. You've got to take this little sister under your wing in the future." Mihi playfully blinked her big, beautiful eyes. "Haha, no problem," Xiao Zhe replied heartily. Then he asked, "Do you have these cars in stock here?" Mihi shook her head. "There are no cars in stock. But my aunt can get these 2 cars for you within a week." At this moment, Xu Xuemon finally came to her senses. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Xiao Zhe was filled with affection. She wished she could throw her arms around Qiao Zhe and give him a few kisses right then and there. However, since this was a public place, she couldn't openly display her feelings. She secretly made up her mind that she must repay Qiao Zhe well that night. Thank you, brother. You didn't tell me before. I almost fainted from excitement just now. The recovered Shu Shuaman tightly clasped Qiao Zhe's arm and looked up at him with deep gratitude, smiling happily. Qiao Zhe reached out and gently stroked the girl's hair, smiling as he said, "Haha, I just wanted to give you a surprise." Mihi glanced at the affectionate interaction between the two. She finally realized that Shu Shuaman was not Qiao Zhe's cousin at all, but his sweetheart. She was quite puzzled. Had Qiao Zhe broken up with Liao? However, she didn't feel it was appropriate to ask. After Qiao Zhe finished speaking, he turned to Mihi and said, "Mihi, then I'll trouble you to ask your aunt to help us book the cars. We can sign the car purchase contract first." Mihi quickly nodded and replied, "Okay, I'll take you to see my aunt right away." She was also secretly delighted in her heart, for her luck was truly excellent. She unexpectedly ran into an acquaintance and landed an order worth 16 million yuan. This order came with a 3 commission, and she could net nearly 500,000 yuan. Soon, Mihi led Qiao Zhe and Shu Shuaman to her Aunt Milan's office, and they quickly signed the contract. The money Qiao Zhe used to buy the Rolls Royce for himself was the cash he withdrew the day before, which cost 5 million yuan, and he still had 190 million yuan left. As for the Ferrari he bought for Shu Shuaman, it was paid for with the Eros card, which was like getting it for free. After signing the contract, Mihi took Shu Shuaman's hand and sincerely said to Shu Shuaman and Qiao Zhe, "Sister Man, brother Qiao, you've helped me earn a commission of 500,000 yuan. You must give me a chance to treat you to lunch today." Chapter 51. Saving a person. Seeing that Mihi was Qiao Zhe's junior sister, and that Qiao Zhe looked at Mihi with a hint of affection in his eyes, Shu Shuaman smiled and said, "Xiao He, I have no problem. It depends on whether your senior brother agrees or not." After saying that, she looked at Qiao Zhe. Qiao Zhe thought that he had nothing to do anyway, and was also planning to have more interactions with Mihi to see if he could win her over and obtain her 300,000 point luck value. Currently, Mihi already had a 35-point affinity towards him. He'd figure out how to further increase it later. Then he nodded and smiled, saying, "Sure. It's been years since we last met. Let's have lunch together and catch up." Seeing that Qiao Zhe and Shu Shuaman agreed, Mihi cheerfully proposed, "There's a restaurant called Shi's Fish Head Restaurant opposite the auto show. They cook extremely well. Let's go there for lunch. It's not too far. We can just walk there." Back in college, Qiao Zhe was Mihi's idol. Now that he had become a big boss, Mihi naturally admired him even more. Moreover, Mihi thought that if she could build a good relationship with Qiao Zhe, his friends from the wealthy circle might come to her to buy cars in the future, and she could earn a hefty commission. So she was playing the long game. She asked Qiao Zhe and Shu Shuaman to wait a moment while she went to the changing room to change into casual clothes before leading them to the restaurant. A few minutes later, Mihi changed her clothes, and the 3 of them walked out of the auto show center. Along the way, the men around, seeing Qiao Zhe accompanied by 2 gorgeous ladies, couldn't help but cast envious glances at him. They all thought to themselves that this man must be a super rich second generation. Alas, such outstanding beauties were monopolized by the wealthy. What a world. Damned rich people. I'll be reborn as a damned rich person in my next life. Naturally, Qiao Zhe paid no heed to the envious, jealous, and resentful looks of the people around, and thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being accompanied by 2 outstanding young ladies. Shi's Fish Head Restaurant was opposite the auto show center, and they had to cross a road. When the 3 of them reached the traffic lights, the green light had just been on for a short while. With more than 20 seconds left, they walked across the road along the zebra crossing. About 6 or 7 meters ahead of them, an old man with his hands behind his back was slowly crossing the road as well. Suddenly, a red sports car seemed not to notice the red light at the intersection and came roaring madly from dozens of meters to the old man's right. Shukshaman and Mai were startled by the explosive roar of the sports car. When they saw the sports car was about to ram into the old man in front, they were so terrified that they stood still on the spot. The old man, who had already reached the middle of the road, also heard the roar of the sports car. He turned his head to the right and was immediately petrified, not knowing how to dodge. It seemed that the old man was about to be knocked flying by the red sports car. Suddenly, a blur flashed before the 2 girls' eyes. A figure beside them dashed forward like an arrow shot from a bow, crashing into the red sports car that was about to hit the old man. Then, with a swift movement of the hand, he scooped up the stunned old man in his arms and took a few quick steps to reach the other side of the road. It was only then that the driver of the sports car seemed to come to his senses. He hit the brakes hard, and the car spun in place. All this happened within just 2 seconds. Shukshaman and Mai also came to their senses. They saw Chao Zhe on the other side of the road, supporting the old man, gently patting his back and whispering words of comfort. Seeing no cars on the road, the two girls trotted across to the other side. "Brother, are you hurt?" "Woo-woo." Shukshaman quickly reached Chao Zhe's side. She examined him for a moment. Seeing that he was still comforting the old man and seemingly not seriously injured, the tense knot in her heart finally loosened, and she hugged Chao Zhe, sobbing loudly. Just a few seconds ago, when she realized that the figure dashing towards the sports car was Chao Zhe, she abruptly shut her eyes, her whole heart seeming to leap out of her chest. However, the next second, she still opened her eyes. She assumed that Chao Zhe must have been sent flying by the impact and severely injured. She intended to rush Chao Zhe to the hospital for emergency treatment right away. Man, don't worry. I'm fine." Chao Zhe gently caressed Shu Xuemon's tresses to console her. A surge of emotion welled up within him. Truly, the affection of a girl with 100-point closeness towards him was indeed special. At this moment, Mihi also reached Chao Zhe's side. She sized him up for a second. Seeing that Chao Zhe only had a scratch on his right arm, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Noticing Shu Xuemon sobbing uncontrollably, she too was instantly in floods of tears. She lay on Chao Zhe's shoulder and sobbed softly. "Brother Chao, you really gave me a fright just now. What if?" The girl's tears instantly dampened Chao Zhe's t-shirt. Chao Zhe was both amused and exasperated. Having no time to console the frightened old man, he had to pat Mihi's delicate shoulder and comfort her. "Xiao He, I'm truly fine. Stop crying, stop crying." In fact, he too was a bit shaken. The red sports car was speeding at least 70 miles per hour. At that time, it was only 20 or 30 meters away from the old man, meaning it would take just 1 or 2 seconds to hit the old man. By the time he noticed, he had almost no reaction time. But instinctively, he didn't want the old man to be sent flying, so he immediately sprang into action. He himself didn't anticipate that he could move so swiftly. In just 1 second, he reached the old man's side, scooped the old man into his arms, and carried him to the roadside. However, he still grazed the car. But he found that despite the car traveling at a speed of 70 miles per hour, when he collided with it, he didn't feel excruciating pain, nor was he sent flying. There were just a few abrasions on the part that had made contact. It seemed that the physical strengthening technique he had mastered after being promoted to a first-class Cupid last night was truly remarkable. At this time, the old man had calmed down from the shock. He tightly grasped Chao Zhe's hand to express his gratitude. "Young man, what's your name? If it weren't for you, an old man, would have lost my life. I must thank you properly." The old man looked to be around 75 or 76 years old. He was simply dressed and had a kind face. Chao Zhe shook his head and said with a smile, "Grandpa, as long as you're safe, there's really no need to thank me." Before his words faded away, a figure rushed over. The man raised his fist and aimed it at the old man, shouting angrily, "You old bastard! What were you doing standing in the middle of the road? Why weren't you killed?" It was the sports car driver. Before his fist could land on the old man, he was kicked by Chao Zhe and flew 3 or 4 meters away. He landed heavily on the ground, groaning and unable to get up again. At this moment, the traffic police on duty near the traffic lights rushed over. "Sir, are you okay?" A middle-aged traffic policeman asked the old man. "I'm fine, thanks to this young man." The old man's gratitude deepened as he saw Chao Zhe kick the driver away and save him once again. He said to the middle-aged traffic policeman, "Please don't worry about me. That driver ran a red light defiantly and even tried to hit me just now. He might be mentally unstable. You should control him immediately and conduct a thorough investigation to prevent him from harming others." "Sure, sir." The middle-aged traffic policeman responded politely. Then, the middle-aged traffic policeman gave Chao Zhe a thumbs up and praised, "Well done, young man." After saying that, he went with his colleagues to deal with the offender. Chapter 52. The important figure. After the middle-aged traffic policeman left, the old man pestered Chao Zhe for his name and contact information. "Young man, you must tell me your name and contact details. Otherwise, I won't be at peace for the rest of my life." As he spoke, he took out a pen and a small notebook from his pocket. Chao Zhe had no choice but to tell him his name and phone number. "Sir, do you need me to take you to the hospital for a check-up?" Chao Zhe was still concerned about the old man's health and held his hand. "No need. I'm perfectly fine. How about you? Are you hurt?" the old man asked with concern. Seeing that the old man was in good spirits, Chao Zhe felt relieved and smiled, saying, "I'm okay too. Please be careful on your way home. My friends and I are going for a meal. The old man nodded vigorously and replied, Okay, okay. By then, the two girls had stopped crying. Shu Xuemon gently stroked the abrasion on Chao Zhe's arm and scrutinized it with her beautiful eyes, seeing that it was just a minor scrape. She felt both can be translated as pity here and murmured complaints in a low voice. Mihi took hold of Chao Zhe's big hand and said softly, Brother Chao, you really gave me a fright just now. Come on, let's go to Shi's fish head restaurant. I'll accompany you for a drink at lunch to calm your nerves. After saying that, she took Chao Zhe's hand with one hand and Shu Xuemon's with the other and walked towards Shi's fish head restaurant. After the three of them left, the old man trembled as he fished out his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. In the VIP room 666 of Shi's fish head restaurant. After ordering the dishes, Chao Zhe, Shu Xuemon, and Mihi sat there chatting. Brother Chao, your speed and skills when you saved the old man just now were truly remarkable. No wonder you're the captain of our school's martial arts team. I still hope to be your apprentice. Mihi looked at Chao Zhe with an expression of admiration, like a young fangirl. Ha ha ha, practicing martial arts requires enduring hardships. You look so delicate. I'm afraid you won't be able to persevere. Chao Zhe shook his head and said. Chao Zhe knew that apart from his previous foundation in martial arts, his current skills were largely due to the supernatural abilities bestowed by the system after he was upgraded to a first-class Cupid. Naturally, Mihi couldn't learn them. So, it was impossible for him to take her as an apprentice. I can endure hardships. I've endured a great deal while learning dance. Brother Chao, please agree to take me in as your apprentice. Mihi was reluctant to give up and shook Chao Zhe's big hand as she pleaded. Naturally, Mihi hoped to have more opportunities to interact with Chao Zhe under the pretext of becoming his apprentice. She used to be a young fangirl of Chao Zhe. Now, seeing that his skills were even better and that he was so imposing, she naturally admired him even more. Women all have a tendency to admire the strong. Whether a man is extremely strong in physique or has great economic strength and power, he can attract more women. Shu Xuemon cast a fleeting sidelong glance at Mihi's hand clutching Chao Zhe's arm, then gracefully lifted the teacup to take a delicate sip. She mused inwardly that this Mihi was no ordinary girl. It seemed her intentions went beyond the obvious. Fine then, but let's get this straight first. If you fail to learn martial arts from me, you can't blame me for being a poor teacher. Chao Zhe gently patted Mihi's arm and said with a smile, Thank you, Brother Chao. If I don't learn it, of course I won't blame you. After all, the master only shows the way, and the student's effort makes the difference. Mihi's pretty face immediately lit up with excitement upon hearing Chao Zhe's consent. Congratulations, brother. You've taken on a beautiful disciple. Shu Xuemon winked at Chao Zhe with her charming eyes, a hint of an ambiguous smile playing on her lips. Haha. Chao Zhe forced a dry laugh and gulped down a large mouthful of tea. Subsequently, Chao Zhe and Mihi began to reminisce about their college days, with Shu Xuemon interjecting from time to time. Half an hour later, the dishes were gradually served. Mihi called her aunt, Milan, informing her that she would accompany Chao Zhe to have a drink at noon and thus wouldn't go to work in the afternoon. Milan naturally had no objections. After all, Chao Zhe had purchased 2 luxury cars at their auto show center that morning. If Mihi could build a good relationship with such a wealthy man, perhaps Chao Zhe would patronize their auto show business in the future. After hanging up the phone, Mihi ordered 2 bottles of red wine to drink with Chao Zhe and Shu Xuemon. She claimed it was to calm Chao Zhe's nerves, but in fact, it was also to soothe her own and Shu Xuemon's anxiety. Shu Xuemon also thought that since Chao Zhe had nearly been hit and sent flying by a car, she should accompany him to have a drink at noon to calm his nerves. Although she had driven here, she could just call a designated driver after drinking. When Chao Zhe was rescuing someone, Shu Xuemon had truly been extremely frightened. She had developed a 100-point level of intimacy with Chao Zhe and already regarded him as her one and only man. She dared not even imagine what would happen if something were to befall Chao Zhe. The 3 of them enjoyed the dishes, sipped the wine, and engaged in lively conversation. Chao Zhe was in an extremely jubilant mood. This kind of life, where one didn't have to toil and could just indulge in pleasures with the company of a beautiful woman, relying on the system, was sinful yet blissful. After several rounds of drinking, suddenly someone knocked on the door of the private room. Then the door was gently pushed open, and a few people entered. Chao Zhe and the 2 women turned their heads and saw 3 people entering one after another. At the front was the old man who had nearly been hit by a car in the morning. Right behind him was a middle-aged man with a commanding appearance. At the back was a young man looking like a secretary, carrying a briefcase. Chao Zhe found the aged man with the commanding appearance quite familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. As soon as the old man entered the room, he immediately bowed to Chao Zhe with cupped hands and said, "Young man, I'm sorry to interrupt your meal." Then he pointed at Chao Zhe and said to the middle, aged man with the commanding appearance behind him, "Sure, this is Chao Zhe, the benefactor who saved me this morning. Why don't you go up quickly and thank him?" The middle, aged man nodded and strode quickly towards Chao Zhe. Clasping his fists, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "I'm Chen Rou from the government of Shanghai City. Mr. Chao, you risked your own safety to save my father this morning. I'm deeply indebted to you. Please accept this bow from Chen Rou." With that, he bowed deeply to Chao Zhe. Hearing the name Chen Rou, Chao Zhe was greatly startled. No wonder this person looked familiar. It turned out to be one of the top-ranking leaders in the city government. In news programs, one can often see the prominent figure attending various events. No way. Chao Zhe was slightly stunned. The old man he saved in the morning turned out to be the father of Leader Chen. He quickly helped Chen Rou up, saying repeatedly, "Leader Chen, I can't bear such a grand salute from you. Please rise quickly, quickly." Only then did Chen Rou straighten up. Then he tightly grasped Chao Zhe's hand and shook it vigorously, saying modestly, "You are my benefactor. There's no need to address me as Leader Chen. Just call me by my name." Chao Zhe shook his head. "That's inappropriate. I'd better still call you Leader Chen." Then he moved the stool aside and hurriedly invited Chen Rou and the other two to sit down. Shu Xuemon and me, he also assisted in entertaining them, helping old Master Chen to sit. They were secretly shocked. By saving a person, Chao Zhe had actually befriended a person of high status and great power. As the exclusive customer manager of the presidential suite, Shu Xuemon occasionally encountered such figures. However, such prominent people only treated her like a servant. As for me, a mere car model, she never had the chance to come into contact with such high-ranking individuals. The two girls stood beside Chao Zhe, feeling rather ill, at ease, not knowing where to put their little hands. Chapter 53. Xiao, are you just hungry? He and Shu Xuemon stood nervously behind Chao Zhe, feeling rather at a loss. Chao Zhe, however, remained calm. After old Master Chen and the others were seated, he smiled and said, "Sir, Leader Chen, it was just a trifling matter. You came all the way here to express your gratitude. I really don't deserve such courtesy. Moreover, Leader Chen is always buried in a multitude of affairs." Deep in his heart, he truly thought that Chen Rou and old Master Chen were being overly polite, especially considering that Chen Rou held such a high-ranking position. What he didn't know was that Chen Rou was a filial son who attached great importance to his father's safety. Since Chen Run's mother passed away shortly after his birth, it was his father who single-handedly raised him with great hardship, sending him to school and then to university. Old Master Chen was named Chen Rou. After the death of his first wife, in order to take good care of Chen Rou, he never remarried. Therefore, Chen Rou was extremely grateful for his father's sacrifices. When Chen Rou told him that he had been saved by a young man after a car accident, Chen Rou rushed over right after work to express his gratitude to the benefactor in person. Old Master Chen tightly grasped Chao Zhe's right hand, his face filled with gratitude. "Young benefactor, you saved my old life. I'm limited in my capabilities. If you have any requests, you can tell my son." Leader Chen grasped Chao Zhe's left hand and said sincerely, "Mr. Chao, in the future, if there's anything I, Chen Rou, can help with, as long as it doesn't violate the law, just speak up." Hearing this, Chao Zhe's heart skipped a beat. Although he had a natural inclination towards a simple and detached life and disliked befriending the powerful, in Chinese society, which values relationships, having connections often makes things easier. Especially when dealing with annoying pests, having a powerful person speak up can make those pests behave like well-behaved grandchildren and stop their barking. For example, Wang Bo and his lackeys would surely act like obedient little ones in front of a high-ranking leader like Chen Rou. Of course, the prerequisite is that Chao Zhe himself must not break the law. Otherwise, even if he finds someone, it will only cause trouble for others. "Well, then I'd like to thank you, sir, and Leader Chen." Chao Zhe didn't refuse but nodded heavily and expressed his gratitude. The three of them sat together, chatting about yesterday's traffic accident. Leader Chen informed Chao Zhe that the driver, who almost hit Mr. Chen, was under the influence of addictive substances and thus had hallucinations and ran a red light. Currently, the Public Security Bureau is conducting a further investigation into the case. Chao Zhe nodded, thinking that the driver was indeed problematic. Otherwise, he wouldn't have almost killed Mr. Chen and then dared to come up and act arrogantly and beat someone. Since Leader Chen had other official duties to attend to, he had a brief conversation with Chao Zhe. left his own and his secretary Lu Xuechen's phone numbers with Chao Zhe, and then left with Mr. Chen and Secretary Lu. After Leader Chen left, Xu Xuemon and me, he finally relaxed, their expressions brimming with excitement and elation. Because Chao Zhe had made acquaintance with such a powerful and influential figure in Shanghai City, it would be much more convenient for him to handle any matters in the future. Mihe's intimacy 15, current intimacy 50. Mihe's intimacy directly increased by 15 points. With Chao Zhe having the backing of a big shot, and she having Chao Zhe to rely on, she wouldn't have to fear being bullied in the future. As for Xu Xuemon, her intimacy had already reached 100 points and couldn't increase any further. Yet the joy on her face was genuine. The man she had found was wealthy and could even earn the gratitude of the powerful and influential. She was filled with an overwhelming sense of pride. By this time, the three of them had almost finished their meal. Mihe settled the bill and then parted ways with Chao Zhe and Xu Xuemon. She made an appointment with Chao Zhe to contact him in her free time and learn martial arts from him, fulfilling her dream from college. Xu Xuemon called a designated driver. She and Chao Zhe returned to the Yijiangnan Hotel and went directly to the presidential suite. After taking a bath, it was not until 4 o'clock in the afternoon that the two emerged from the master bedroom. Xu Xuemon was radiant, yet her legs were a bit weak. Brother, call Xiaoro over tonight. How about we play do diju together? She gently leaned on Chao Zhe's shoulder and tenderly proposed. In her heart, she thought that she alone could no longer bear Chao Zhe's affection. I can't handle it. Truly can't handle it. Who said there's only an exhausted ox, but no over-plowed field? Why is it the opposite with Chao Zhe? Is it because I'm new to this and not his match? Regardless of the reason, she really dared not face this fierce man alone at night. If Chao Zhe still wanted to do something with her at night, she wouldn't be able to get out of bed or go to work the next morning. So, she came up with the idea of asking for reinforcements to share the burden. Hearing this, Chao Zhe's eyes lit up and he quickly replied, great. Call her and ask Lao Yang to pick her up for dinner. Sure. Xu Xuemon was also overjoyed. With anticipation in her heart, she called Chen Rou. Chen Rou was, of course, extremely delighted to receive Xu Xuemon's call. Drinking, playing do diju, and having some fun. It couldn't be more enjoyable. She had also planned to come and see Xu Xuemon and Chao Zhe that night, so she readily agreed. At 4:50, driver Lao Yang picked up Chen Rou and brought her to the Yijiangnan Hotel. Xu Xuemon came down personally to greet her and led her to the presidential suite. Upon seeing Chao Zhe, Chen Rou immediately stepped forward and clung tightly to Chao Zhe's arm, coquettishly saying, Brother, have you missed me? Chao Zhe put his arm around the young girl's slender waist and planted a kiss on her delicate pink lips. Raising his eyebrows, he smiled and said, Oh yes. Both your brother and his other part have missed you terribly. Humph. How improper. Hearing this, Chen Rou blushed prettily. She gently pinched Chao Zhe's arm and coquettishly said, Is the meal ready? I'm starving. I didn't even have lunch. Xu Xuemon beside them pursed her lips and smiled. Winking at Chen Rou, she softly said, Xiaoro, as soon as you come and hug your brother, you say you're hungry. I'm afraid it's not just your stomach that's hungry, right? As soon as Chen Rou heard this, she immediately let go of Chao Zhe's arm. Blushing, she rushed towards Xu Xuemon, gnashing her teeth and saying, You naughty girl. You've learned all the bad things from my brother. Stop right there. I'll tear your mouth apart. As Xu Xuemon ran, she giggled. Haha, did I hit the nail on the head? The two young girls chased each other playfully towards the dining room, and Chao Zhe followed closely behind. That evening, Chao Zhe transferred money and asked Xu Xuemon to get 2 bottles of red wine. The two young girls accompanied Chao Zhe, drinking and chatting. Brother, did you and Man stay in the hotel all day today? Chen Rou picked up her wine glass, toasted Chao Zhe, then put down the glass and asked. No. This morning, I took Man to buy a Rolls-Royce Phantom and a Ferrari 12. Chao Zhe replied after finishing his drink. You bought such an expensive car? Brother, did you get your money so easily? Chapter 54. The depressed Meng upon hearing this, Chen Rou couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes in astonishment, gazing blankly at Chao Zhe as she inquired. Chao Zhe took a sip of his wine and boasted arrogantly. Haha, your brother here has reached the pinnacle in investment. I've mastered the art of making money with money. Today, Man went with me. That Ferrari 12 has been given to Man. When Fei comes back in a few days, I'll take you and her out. I'll also get each of you a Ferrari 12. Hearing this, Chen Rou was slightly stunned for a moment. Immediately, she pounced on Chao Zhe, showering his face with kisses and hugs, and said affectionately, Brother, I love you so much. After saying that, she was about to undress Chao Zhe. At this moment, She didn't know how else to express her affection for Chao Zhe other than offering herself. Shu Xuemon beside them smiled and said, Xiao, could you hold back your passion for a while? We haven't finished our drinks yet. Chao Zhe gave Chen Rou a gentle peck on her delicate cheek and said with a smile, the night is long. Let's drink first. Only then did Chen Rou blush and climb off Chao Zhe. She poured herself a full glass of red wine, toasted Chao Zhe, and then gulped it down in one go. She believed that only when she had enough to drink could she truly let loose that night. Half an hour later, after the three of them finished their drinks, they took a shower in the bathroom and then fetched a deck of cards to play landlord on the bed. They played until past 9 o'clock at night, yet the two girls still lost multiple rounds and were defeated. However, judging from their rosy cheeks, although they lost, they were in a state of great delight. With contented expressions on their faces, they fell asleep first. Meanwhile, Chao Zhe grew more and more valiant as the battle went on. His spirit was still extremely exuberant, and he had no trace of drowsiness. He picked up his phone and opened Douyin. First, he entered Bai Yueming's live streaming room and sent 30 carnivals. To Chao Zhe's disappointment, Bai Yueming only politely thanked him in the live streaming room that night, without any increase in their intimacy. Previously, Bai Yueming's intimacy score with him was 58 points. After he sent 30 Huazi gifts today, the intimacy score remained unchanged at 58 points. Chao Zhe couldn't help frowning. He had spent 90,000 yuan tonight. Yet he couldn't increase Bai Yueming's intimacy any further. Had she grown accustomed to his gifts? Or did she think it was a matter of course for him to support her? Well, he couldn't spoil her like this. If she couldn't increase the intimacy, it meant he couldn't obtain the fortune value from her. Even though Bai Yueming had a beauty score of 91 and carried 200,000 fortune value. If she refused to further increase the intimacy, she was no different from a useless person. So he exited Bai Yueming's live streaming room and entered the live streaming room of the queen, Husini. When Husini saw Chao Zhe, she immediately greeted him warmly. Welcome, big brother Chinfeng, to my humble live streaming room. Her intimacy score with Chao Zhe was now 100 points, and she had wholeheartedly attached herself to him. However, in the live streaming room, she still had to pretend that she had never met Chao Zhe offline. The fans of the queen were extremely excited when they saw Chao Zhe gift 30 carnivals in Lemon's live streaming room and then come to see their goddess. They enthusiastically welcomed the big shot. Chao Zhe exchanged a few words with Husini and then, without hesitation, continuously sent out 100 carnivals. Husini naturally understood his intention. After all, she had met Chao Zhe before and they had been in a loving relationship. Chao Zhe had regarded her as his woman. Some of the other viewers were confused. Since Chao Zhe had only gifted 30 carnivals in Lemon's live streaming room but 100 in the queen's, it seemed rather unusual. Could it be? Everyone had their own speculations, but no one typed them out on the public screen. At this moment, in Bai Yueming's live streaming room, some viewers who had just come back from the queen's live streaming room left indignant messages on the public screen. Big shot Chinfeng only gifted 30 carnivals here in Mingming's room, but just now he gifted 100 in the queen's. What's going on? Right. Big shot Chinfeng got to know our Mingming first. Why would he gift more to the queen? Could it be that the queen? I think the queen has taken the initiative. Truly, it's hard to fathom people's hearts. Big shot Chinfeng is still interacting with the queen in her live streaming room. I'm sure they've got something going on between them. When Bai Yueming saw that the viewers had revealed that Westlake Chinfeng had suddenly gifted 100 carnivals in the queen's live streaming room, a pang of jealousy shot through her heart. Although the queen and she were on good terms, and the queen had always taken good care of her. However, considering that Westlake Morning Breeze got acquainted with herself earlier, yet ended up gifting more to the queen. Just last night, Westlake Morning Breeze sent 30 carnivals each to herself and the queen. Why was there such a big difference today? She hadn't offended Westlake Morning Breeze either. When he entered her live streaming room tonight, she had been extremely enthusiastic. Moreover, it was quite strange that after Westlake Morning Breeze sent her 30 carnivals, he only chatted a few sentences and then went directly to the queen's live streaming room without saying goodbye and started sending carnivals like crazy. Did she say something inappropriate? Bai Yueming thought carefully and felt that she hadn't done anything improper. But where exactly did the problem lie? Seeing that her fans were speculating that the queen and Westlake Morning Breeze had already met in person and even had an intimate relationship. Some people even began to complain that Westlake Morning Breeze favored the new over the old. Bai Yueming thought she should say a few words. Dear fans, please don't make wild guesses. It's Big Brother Morning Breeze's right to decide who to gift and how many to gift. Big Brother Morning Breeze sent me 30 carnivals again tonight. That's already a lot. I'm very grateful to him. Please stop making wild comments about Big Brother Morning Breeze and the Queen. One is my kind big brother, and the other is my dear best friend. Please say more harmonious words. I'm begging you, dear fans. However, the fans below were still indignant, thinking that Westlake Morning Breeze was partial to the Queen and it was unfair to Ming Ming. The more they said so, the sadder Bai Yueming felt. She looked at her watch. It was already 9:30. She forced a smile and said, "Alas, dear fans, time's up. Ming Ming is going to end the live stream. See you tomorrow night." After speaking, she rose to her feet, covered her chest and bowed, then waved her hand and ended the live stream. Putting down her phone, she knitted her delicate eyebrows and murmured to herself, where on earth did things go wrong? She was deeply puzzled. Westlake Morning Breeze left her live stream without a word and then headed straight to Queen's live stream, where he lavishly sent 100 carnivals. That was a staggering 300,000 yuan. Thinking that the money wasn't hers, Bai Yueming felt a sharp twinge of pain as if her flesh was being pinched. Could it be that Queen had really met Westlake Morning Breeze offline? It was incredibly swift. From June 25th to today, June 29th, it had only been 5 days. Could Queen have had an in-depth interaction with Westlake Morning Breeze? It seemed rather far-fetched. Even that young Master Yin probably hadn't met Queen offline. Would she really go on a date with Westlake Morning Breeze first? Moreover, initially, Westlake Morning Breeze hadn't sent many gifts to Queen. But if Queen hadn't met him, then why would Westlake Morning Breeze send 100 carnivals to Queen? Chapter 55. Laying a trap. Bai Yueming grew more and more perplexed as she ruminated over Chao Zhe's peculiar actions. She logged into Queen's live stream using a private account. To her heartache, Westlake Morning Breeze was still in Queen's live stream, engaging in lively interactions with Queen and the fans there. After chatting with Westlake Morning Breeze for a while, Queen danced a passionate dance at his request. Her seductive demeanor made Bai Yueming clench her teeth in secret. Half an hour later, Westlake Morning Breeze sent another 100 carnivals in Queen's live stream, bid farewell to Queen, and then exited the live stream. After Chao Zhe exited, the Queen soon bid farewell to her fans and closed the live streaming room. Hiss! Bai Yueming drew a long breath, her delicate eyebrows furrowing even tighter. Westlake Morning Breeze had stayed in the Queen's live streaming room for nearly an hour and even sent 200 carnivals. That was a whopping 600,000 yuan. She could get 300,000 yuan after the split. Why did he seem to neglect her? Could it be because she hadn't met him offline? That didn't seem right. If it was due to the lack of a private meeting, he wouldn't have sent 30 carnivals in her live streaming room first today. Westlake Morning Breeze left after sending the gifts. Let's not mention Bai Yueming lying in bed, deep in thought. After Chao Zhe exited the Queen's live streaming room, he embraced a beauty and lay down. He knew that Bai Yueming and the Queen had common fans. The fact that he had spent nearly an hour in the Queen's live streaming room and sent 200 carnivals would surely reach Bai Yueming's ears tomorrow or even tonight. Then Bai Yueming would definitely reflect on the reason why he treated them differently. After she figured it out, he'd see if she'd take action. If she couldn't be as proactive as Husini, then there was no need for him to waste more time on her. Although girls with good fortune were relatively rare, he wouldn't miss her. The next day, at 5 in the morning, Xu Xuemon and Chen Rou, having rested throughout the night, woke up, with their energy somewhat restored. However, Chao Zhe roused them up to continue. Time flew by, and it was 7:30 in the morning. The two girls, looking radiant, went to the bathroom hand in hand. After washing up, Chen Rou had her breakfast first, and then driver Lao Yang drove her to work. Xu Xuemon received a notice from the hotel general manager and had to go to a meeting, so she couldn't accompany Chao Zhe. Chao Zhe was bored staying alone in the presidential suite and decided to buy a house. Originally, Chao Zhe planned to wait for Lu Feifei to come back and buy one together. But considering that he had nothing to do at the moment and still had over 100 million in funds on him, he thought he might as well buy one for himself first. He couldn't always live in the presidential suite. He took a fancy to a newly developed real estate project, Yulanwan Community. Yulanwan Community was adjacent to the moat, with beautiful scenery, and it was only 2 kilometers away from the urban area. After breakfast, having nothing to do, Chao Zhe decided to take a stroll there. After going downstairs, he walked straight west along Tuanjie Road. After walking about a kilometer, he reached the Riverside Park. At this time, a couple walked towards him. The man was about 185 centimeters tall, with dyed yellow hair and 2 green dragons tattooed on his arms. His face wore a dissolute expression. The woman was about 168 centimeters tall, with a facial beauty score of around 70. She had dyed red hair and was dressed very provocatively. Her rather large and prominent bosoms, presumably a size E cup, had a large part of the fair skin exposed. Under the sunlight, it was as smooth as snow, and they jiggled violently as she walked. The woman was wearing a black miniskirt, showing off her long legs, which were really eye-catching. Nevertheless, Chao Zhe didn't have much of a reaction. After all, among the women he had encountered, each one was more beautiful than this woman. Chao Zhe secretly thought that this woman looked like a woman of the streets. He silently sneered in his heart that with such improper dressing, she was probably a prostitute. The couple was walking in the middle of the not very wide sidewalk, seemingly having a happy conversation, and didn't notice Chao Zhe walking towards them. Seeing that the buxom woman was about to collide with him, Chao Zhe frowned and instinctively dodged to the left. However, the woman seemed to suddenly come to her senses and also dodged towards the front, right. Losing her balance, she threw herself into Chao Zhe's arms. Concerned that the woman might fall, Chao Zhe also put his arms around the buxom woman and asked with solicitude, "Miss, are you all right?" Just as he helped the woman steady herself and was about to release his hold, the buxom woman suddenly shouted at the yellow-haired man, "Husband, this guy is being a hooligan." After saying that, she pounded Chao Zhe's chest vigorously with her small fists. The yellow-haired man glanced at Chao Zhe, his eyes wide with rage, and cursed, "Damn you! How dare you take advantage of my girlfriend? I'll beat you to death." As he cursed, he rushed towards Chao Zhe, raising his large palm like a cattail leaf fan to slap at Chao Zhe's face. Chao Zhe was only slightly stunned for a moment before he sensed something amiss. He had kindly helped this buxom woman just now, yet he was being framed as a hooligan. It was actually her who had pressed her chest against him. Could these two be up to some scheme? In a flash of thought, Chao Zhe instinctively reached out and grabbed the yellow-haired man's wrist, then gently pushed him to the ground. "Damn it! You took advantage of my girlfriend, and you even dared to hit someone. Rong, quickly call the police. I'll hold him down." The yellow-haired man said as he got up immediately after falling to the ground, stepped forward and grabbed Chao Zhe's arm. Then turned to the buxom woman. The buxom woman, crying, shouted to the passers-by around, "Help! There's a hooligan who's also beaten someone. Catch him." While pretending to dial 110 on her phone after taking it out of her bag, she let down her hair when no one was paying attention. She also ripped off half of her bra, exposing her two plump breasts. At this moment, people around quickly gathered. Seeing the busty woman in disheveled clothes with loose hair and the yellow-haired man tightly holding a young man's arm, they all rebuked Chao Zhe as a lecher. Some even took out their phones to take pictures. Chao Zhe had noticed the busty woman's actions. He thought that these two must be deliberately framing him. But he had no grudges against them. Why were they targeting him? Chao Zhe was being held by the yellow-haired man. It would be easy for him to escape. He could simply push the yellow-haired man away several meters with just one shove. Who could catch him? However, he thought that if he left, it would be even more difficult to defend himself. He stared coldly at the yellow-haired man and asked, "Who are you? Why are you setting me up?" "Who's setting you up? You're the one molesting women and still trying to deny it. Just wait for the police to arrest you." The yellow-haired man looked furious and refused to let go of Chao Zhe's arm. Chao Zhe frowned deeply and thought that there must be someone targeting him. He took out his phone with one hand and quietly turned on the video recording function. With the other hand, he grabbed the yellow-haired man's arm and exerted a little force. The yellow-haired man let out a cry of pain. "Ah, you dare to hit me. Oh, it hurts so much." The yellow-haired man let out a series of painful wails. His fat face quickly turned as red as a liver. Chapter 56. Take me to meet Xiao Si. Tell me, who sent you? Chao Zhe let out another fierce shout. Suddenly, it dawned on him that since he had deduced that this man-woman pair was setting a trap for him, he had to interrogate them to find out their mastermind before the policeman arrived. After saying that, Chao Zhe exerted more force. Now that he had been promoted to a first-level Cupid, he was extremely strong. His hand, like an iron clamp, seized the yellow-haired man's arm. In an instant, the chubby arm turned purple, causing the yellow-haired man excruciating pain. "No. You. Ouch." The yellow-haired man let out another groan, and big drops of sweat rolled down his forehead. "Tell me or not." Chao Zhe squinted his eyes and roared angrily. There came a crisp cracking sound. The yellow-haired man's arm bone was fractured. The bone, deep pain was unbearable. After several shrill screams, he had no choice but to confess obediently. "Ah, big brother, please let go. I'll tell you. It was Xiao who told us to set you up." "Xiao?" Chao Zhe rummaged through his memory for this name, but found no impression at all. He had never even heard of this name, let alone known the person. Who is Xiao Si? Why did he tell you to set me up? Xiao Zhe fixed his sharp blade, like eyes on the yellow-haired man, and said coldly. After that, he increased the pressure again. Xiao Si is my elder brother. He just told me and Xiaorong to pretend to be a couple, bump into you by chance, frame you for molesting, and then call the police to have you locked up in the detention center. As for why he did this, I have no idea. Big brother, please let go. My arm is broken. Despite his face turning deathly pale from the pain, the yellow-haired man managed to blurt it all out in one breath. The ill-fated girl Xiaorong saw that this handsome young man had effortlessly subdued the burly and brutish yellow-haired man. Moreover, he had made the brute spit out the truth so quickly. A pang of unease shot through her heart as she held her phone, indecisive whether to flee or stay. In fact, she hadn't intended to dial 110 just now. Instead, she had called the number of Yuan Bin, the head of the nearby security station. According to the pre-arranged plan, the yellow-haired man, namely Man Niu, was supposed to detain Xiao Zhe. After she dialed Chief Yuan's number, Chief Yuan would arrive at the scene within 5 minutes to handle the situation and take Xiao Zhe back to the security station. As for the reason why they wanted to take Xiao Zhe to the security station, neither she nor Man Niu knew. After a brief moment of contemplation, she decided to make a hasty escape. The scheme had been exposed, and Xiao Zhe was holding his phone to record the whole thing. Their plan to frame Xiao Zhe for being a hooligan had come to naught. She had only run a few meters when she felt a tight grip on her wrist, and then she couldn't break free at all. Xiaorong looked at Xiao Zhe in terror, her voice trembling as she said, Big brother, I was wrong. Please let me go. The onlookers had also grasped the situation. This handsome young man must have offended someone he shouldn't have, and now his enemies were trying to get him into jail. Fortunately, the young man was extremely skilled and had quickly subdued the yellow-haired man and forced him to tell the truth. Just then, the wail of a siren resounded, and a security vehicle sped towards them from afar. The car door opened, and 2 security officers stepped out. The one in the front was a security officer in his early 30s, wearing a pair of glasses. He was Chief Yuan of the security station. He pushed through the crowd and walked forward, shouting, Who called the police just now? Who is the hooligan? After speaking, he cast a sweeping glance at Xiao Zhe, the blonde-haired man, and Xiaorong. Realizing that her plot had been exposed by Xiao Zhe and the plan couldn't succeed, Xiaorong quickly said, Comrade Peace. Officer, I'm truly sorry. It was just a misunderstanding just now. No one was being a hooligan. I've already privately settled things with this brother Qiao. Thank you for coming all the way here. As she spoke, she kept winking at Chief Yuan. Chief Yuan was taken aback upon hearing this. Something was amiss. The original plan was that someone would report a hooligan incident, and the informant would first subdue a man surnamed Qiao. After he arrived, the man surnamed Qiao would be taken into the station. Why was this woman who reported the incident now saying it was a misunderstanding? He looked at Xiao Zhe and the blonde-haired man, who was as tall and stocky as a tower, with a puzzled look in his eyes. The blonde-haired man quickly said, Comrade Peace. Officer, it's a misunderstanding. It was truly a misunderstanding. I'm really sorry. He knew that it was pointless to claim that Xiao Zhe was a hooligan now, as the other party had recorded the whole thing just now. Xiao Zhe stared coldly at the peace station chief, suspecting that he had been bribed to deal with him. There was no way the police could arrive within 5 minutes. Since the peace station chief was in cahoots with Xiao Si, it would be meaningless for him to report to the chief that the blonde-haired man, Xiaorong, and Xiao Si had framed him. Even if he did, the peace station would take the blonde-haired man and Xiaorong away, but would surely release them soon. The current problem was to find that Xiao Si first and see who was pulling his strings. So, seeing that Xiaorong and the blonde-haired man were both explaining and apologizing to the peace station chief, Xiao Zhe remained silent. Director Yuan glanced at Xiao Zhe. Knowing that there was no reason to take him away at this moment, he said to Xiaorong, Since you've resolved it on your own, then it's all settled. Sign your name on the police call record. Shearing nodded repeatedly and said, Sure. After she signed the record, Director Yuan left with his subordinate. Before leaving, he cast a meaningful look back at Xiao Zhe. Xiao Zhe just twitched the corner of his mouth in a faint smile. The onlookers gradually dispersed. Come on, take me to see Xiao Si, Xiao Zhe said coldly to Man Niu and Xiaorong after everyone had left. Man Niu's right arm was fractured and was hanging limply. He didn't dare to refuse Xiao Zhe's request, for fear that his left arm would also end up in the same state. Since this lad wants to see the boss, then let him. The boss has over 100 men under his command. No matter how capable this Chow guy is, he can't possibly be a match for the boss. Once we see the boss, we'll all act together. I must break one of this Chow guy's legs. The boss has connections. Even if I break Chow Zay's thigh, at most I'll pay some compensation. They can't do much to me. Presumably thinking this way, he immediately nodded obsequiously and said, "Sure, Brother Chow. We'll take you to see Brother Chow right away. Maybe there's some misunderstanding between you two. It'll be sorted out once you talk it through face to face." Chow Zay sneered and said, "You don't need to worry about this." Then he said to Xiaorong, "Your name is Xiaorong, right? Order a DD ride. We're going to see Chow Si right now." After returning to the security station, Director Yuan Bin immediately took out his phone and called Chow Si. At this moment, Chow Si was playing card games with several of his underlings in his villa. When he saw Yuan Bin's number on the phone, he walked into the yard to answer it. As soon as the call connected, he heard Inspector Yuan berate, "Hey, fourth brother, what on earth is going on? Didn't we agree that your men would report the incident and I'd arrest those involved? How come your two underlings then claimed it was just a misunderstanding and they'd already sorted it out?" Hearing this, Chow Si was taken aback and promptly inquired, "What? How could this happen?" Chapter 57. Effortless subjugation. Seeing that Chow Si seemed oblivious to the situation, Yuan Bin said irritably, "Go and find out right away. Don't mess up young Master Wang's business." With that, he hung up. Chow Si frowned while clutching his phone. Just as he was about to call Huang Mao, 3 individuals walked into the yard. At the front were Huang Mao, Man Yo, and Xiao Rong, a woman from his venue. The person trailing behind looked somewhat familiar. After staring at the man for 3 seconds, Chow Si finally recognized him. Wasn't this Chow Zay, the one Wang Bo had asked him to deal with? Astonished, he wondered, "Why has Chow Zay come to my villa with Man Yo and Xiao Rong?" "Big brother, this guy surnamed Chow says he wants to see you." Man Yo quickened his steps and reached Chow Si's side, announcing loudly upon spotting him. Xiao Rong also trotted over to Chow Si and said fearfully, "Fourth brother, this guy is quite formidable. He broke Man Yo's arm. We need to call for backup right away." Chow Zay saw Huang Mao and Xiao Rong quickly run to a middle-aged man with a muscular build. He didn't chase after them. Instead, with his hands behind his back, he sized up the middle-aged man and asked calmly, "Are you Chow Si?" Chow Si also came to his senses. He had heard what Xiao Rong said just now and seen Man Yo's right arm hanging limply. He understood something from it. It seemed that this young man was quite capable. He had subdued Man Yo and Xiao Rong, forced them to reveal his plan, and as a result, Chief Yuan couldn't arrest Chow Zay, and then Chow Zay forced the 2 of them to come to see him. I'm indeed Chow Si." He forced a smile without any real mirth and said, "You've got a lot of nerve to break into my villa." At this moment, 8 or 9 men rushed out of the villa. They were all wearing short-sleeved shirts, with tattoos on their necks, faces, or arms. They stood behind Chow Si, with fierce looks in their eyes. It was obvious at a glance that they were villains. Chow Zay glanced at them and remained extremely calm. Before his body was enhanced, just relying on his taekwondo skills, he really wouldn't have been a match for these people. Moreover, these people were armed with daggers and machetes. But after the enhancement, he naturally wasn't afraid. Ordinary swords and knives couldn't cause any harm to him even if they struck his body. Although coming to Chow Si's villa to look for him made him seem like he was intruding on private property, it was Chow Si who had provoked him first. If he endured this silently, he didn't know what methods Chow Si would use to deal with him later. And he also needed to quickly find out why Chow Si was targeting him. "Chow Si, why did you let your subordinates frame me? It seems we don't even know each other." Chow Zay stepped forward and said coldly. If he could avoid taking action, he decided to refrain from doing so as much as possible. Chow Si didn't deny anything. He shot a disdainful glance at Chow Zay and arrogantly sneered. "There's no particular reason. I just find you loathsome. You even injured Man Yo's hand and then came right to my doorstep. You clearly don't pay me, Chow Si, any heed. Then don't blame me for being merciless." With a wave of his hand, he addressed those beside him, "Break one of his legs for me." Although Wang Bo suspected that there might be some powerful forces backing Chow Zay, Chow Si noticed that Chow Zay, fully aware of his frame-up, had come alone to his villa instead of bringing a horde of people or getting the authorities to deal with him. He concluded that Chow Zay must have no significant influence. In that case, they might as well beat him up first. Even if Chow Zay had some power, there was still Wang Dahui to smooth things over for him. After receiving the order, Chow Si's 4 subordinates immediately brandished their fists and rushed towards Chow Zay at full speed. Man Yo grabbed an iron rod and also turned to charge at Chow Zay, shouting an obscenity, "You bastard! You crippled one of my hands. I'll break both of your legs. These individuals were all ruthless and would aim for the vital parts when fighting. However, to Qiao Zhe, their movements seemed like a slow-motion replay. They were incredibly slow. He moved swiftly, exerting only a slight amount of force. With a simple and precise strike of his hand knife, he hit the necks of these 5 people, knocking them unconscious to the ground. Seeing this, Qiao Xi and the others couldn't help but be extremely astonished. They never expected this young man to be so proficient in martial arts. Without even clearly seeing how he made his move, several of their own men had fallen to the ground, unable to get up, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Draw your weapons. He broke into a private residence and committed violence. Even if we hack him to death, we won't bear any responsibility. Qiao Xi shouted sharply, though his voice was trembling. The remaining 4 or 5 underlings quickly took out daggers, switchblades, machetes, and iron bars and rushed towards Qiao Zhe. Some stabbed at Qiao Zhe's neck, while others slashed at his abdomen. However, to Qiao Zhe, their movements were like watching 1 or 2-year-old infants feebly brandishing small knives. He launched another swift attack, knocking these underlings unconscious. He casually snatched a dagger. Then he stepped forward and delivered a chop to Xiao Rong's neck. Xiao Rong trembled, and her bosom jiggled as she collapsed to the ground. Only Qiao Xi, with his eyes wide open, remained at the scene. Qiao Zhe stepped forward and grabbed his neck, saying in a frigid voice, "Tell me, why did you frame me?" Seeing his underlings all knocked down by Qiao Zhe, Qiao Xi didn't know if they were killed by Qiao Zhe or what the situation was. Fear welled up in his heart, and he quickly cowered. Stammering in a trembling voice, I'll tell you. It was Wang Bo who instructed me to do this." Hearing this, Qiao Zhe felt a pang in his heart. That Wang Bo really was a persistent nuisance. Why did he instruct you to do this? Qiao Zhe tightened his grip and asked in a deep voice. Qiao Xi felt as if his neck was being clamped by a pair of iron tongs, and he could hardly breathe. He quickly used both hands to push away Qiao Zhe's big hand, gasping for breath as he said, I can't breathe. Only then did Qiao Zhe loosen his hand slightly, yet Qiao Xi still felt as if he were choking. Qiao Zhe said coldly, "Speak." Qiao Xi opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Not daring to conceal anything, he stammered, "Wang Bo has been investigating you these days. He noticed that you've become extremely wealthy, but through his father, Wang Dehuai, you couldn't find out your identity. So he wanted me to set you up and get you into the police station to see if anyone would come to your rescue. If no one did, he would find other ways to get your money. After all, his father is the deputy district head in charge of public security and prosecution, and he has plenty of methods." Hearing this, Qiao Zhe narrowed his eyes slightly, a dangerous glint shining in them. Originally, he planned to crush Wang Bo through business, means once he had enough money. But he never expected that now that Wang Bo knew he was rich, he was eyeing his wealth again and even resorted to the underworld. Since that was the case, he had to act ahead of schedule. "Qiao Xi, with my skills, killing you would be as easy as pie. You might just suddenly vanish from this world one day. If you don't want to die, truthfully disclose the evidence of Wang Bo and Wang Dahuai's illegal and criminal activities," Qiao Zhe said coldly. Immediately afterwards, he pinched the dagger between his left index finger and middle finger and exerted a little force, and the dagger snapped in two. Chapter 58. Reporting to Qinjin, Qiao Xi looked at the 2 broken pieces of the dagger on the ground and couldn't help but shiver. His bones were surely no match for the dagger. If Qiao Zhe were to do the same thing to himself, even if it meant sending Qiao Zhe to prison, he himself would be either dead or disabled. I'll talk, he quickly said. "Speak." Qiao Zhe released Qiao Xi's neck, took out his phone, and started recording. Qiao Xi took a deep breath and then said tremulously, "I have a ledger that records the money I gave to Wang Dehuai and Wang Bo. There's also a USB drive with footage from a pinhole camera, documenting the process of Wang Dehuai having fun with women at our club. Moreover, Wang Dehuai has other issues regarding his personal conduct. He keeps 2 mistresses outside." Qiao Xi also mentioned some other illegal and disciplinary matters involving Wang Dehuai and Wang Bo. "Brother Qiao, I've told you everything I know. Please spare me." After saying that, Qiao Xi looked at Qiao Zhe obsequiously, fearing that he would be killed. Having roamed the underworld for 1 or 2 decades, he had never seen such terrifying skills as Qiao Zhe's. This man must be extraordinary. Could he be the legendary elite soldier? Was there a powerful force behind him? He only pondered for a moment before collapsing to the ground, because Qiao Zhe delivered a karate chop to him, and he fainted along with his subordinates. Qiao Zhe had practiced martial arts and controlled the force of the karate chop well. It was estimated that Qiao Xi and his subordinates wouldn't wake up until evening, which would give him enough time to handle things. Just now, he had obtained the ledger of Qiao Ci's bribery of Wang Dehuai and his son, as well as the USB drive with the footage of Wang Dehuai with women. These were all bombshell pieces of evidence. If he had obtained such things a few days ago, it might have been a bit troublesome for Qiao Zhe to bring down Wang Dehuai. After all, the other party held a high-ranking and influential position in Jiaqing district and could mobilize forces to stop him. However, now that he had mastered the body-strengthening technique, even if Wang Dehuai resorted to a gun, he could still make his escape. More importantly, he had just made the acquaintance of Chen, a high-level leader in Shanghai City, the previous day. Wasn't the campaign against organized crime and evil forces in full swing at present? He would submit these pieces of evidence to Chen. As a high-ranking city leader, it wouldn't be difficult for Chen to take down Wang Dehuai, a district-level leader. With this thought in mind, he took out his phone and dialed the number of Lu Xuechen, Chen secretary. Such a major case definitely had to be discussed with Chen in person. Of course, as a prominent leader, Chen must be extremely busy. If one wanted to meet him, it was better to make an appointment through the secretary. The call was quickly connected. Hello, is that Mr. Chow? Immediately after the call connected, Lu Xuechen's polite voice came through. Secretary Lu, just call me Xiao Chow. May I ask if Leader Chen is in? I have an urgent matter to discuss with him. Qiao Zhe said. Oh, Mr. Chow, I mean Xiao Chow? Leader Chen is in his office, going through some documents. I'll go and inform him. Lu Xuechen replied. After that, Qiao Zhe heard the sound of 3 knocks on the door. Shortly thereafter, Chen amiable voice came through the phone. Xiao Chow, you said you had an urgent matter for me? As a high-ranking leader, although he presented an imposing external image, he showed a gentle side to Qiao Zhe, the savior of his father. Yes, Leader Chen, Qiao Zhe had just started to speak when he was interrupted by Chen. Xiao Chow, I'm older than you. If you don't mind, just call me Uncle Chen. Calling me Leader Chen makes it seem too formal. Upon hearing this, Qiao Zhe thought it didn't seem a bad deal to call Chen uncle. After all, Chen was already 50 years old, nearly twice his age. He nodded and said, All right, Uncle Chen, here's the thing. I've suddenly obtained evidence of the illegal and criminal acts of Wang Dehuai, the deputy district head of our Jiaqing district. The nature of his crimes is extremely serious. I thought that if I were to post this evidence online, it might have a negative impact on our city. I don't know any other leaders, so I thought I should report it to you. What do you think we should do? Wang Dehuai. Chen was slightly startled and asked in surprise, How did you get the evidence of his crimes? Qiao Zhe replied, I have some personal disputes with his son, Wang Bo. His son sent someone to plot against me. Fortunately, I've practiced martial arts for a few years and managed to subdue the person who tried to harm me. Then I got the evidence of Wang Dehuai's law-breaking and discipline-violating acts from that person. Upon hearing this, Chen nodded and said, Well, since it involves a powerful deputy district head and the nature of the case is extremely serious, you should come to the municipal government immediately and hand over those pieces of evidence to me in person so that I can arrange for their handling. All right, Uncle Chen. I'll come right away. Qiao Zhe replied. Pay attention to safety on the way. I'll ask Secretary Lu to wait for you downstairs at the municipal government. Chen instructed. After that, they hung up the phone. Qiao Zhe brought Xiao Si and the others into the villa, then closed the main door and locked the courtyard gate. He hailed a Didi and headed for the municipal government. The municipal government office is also located in Jiaqing district, and it's only a 10 or so minute drive away. When he arrived at the municipal government building, Qiao Zhe immediately quickened his steps towards the entrance. There, he saw Secretary Lu Xuechen, already waiting downstairs. Young Qiao. Lu Xuechen waved to Qiao Zhe. Qiao Zhe called out to Secretary Lu and walked up to Lu Xuechen. Leader Chen is waiting for you in the office. Let's go up now. Lu Xuechen said with a smile. Qiao Zhe nodded and followed Lu Xuechen into the municipal government hall. They took the elevator to the 6th floor. At the end of the corridor, after Lu Xuechen went in to announce, he led Qiao Zhe into Leader Chen's office. There, Chen was already sitting on the sofa. Looking up towards the door, Uncle Chen, Qiao Zhe stepped forward and greeted. Well, Xiao Chow, take a seat quickly. Chen pointed to the adjacent sofa, and a kind smile appeared on his solemn square-shaped face. Qiao Zhe was not polite and sat down beside Chen. He took out the ledger and the USB flash drive from his pocket and placed them on the tea table, saying gravely, Uncle Chen, all the evidence of Wang Dehuai and his son Wang Bo accepting bribes is in here. Moreover, I have several videos here. They are testimonies from a witness named Qiao Si. I'll send them to Secretary Lu right away. Chen nodded, and while flipping through the ledger, he instructed, Xuechen, open it and take a look. Lu Xuechen responded, fetched a laptop, plugged in the USB flash drive, received the videos sent by Chao Zhe, and then clicked to play. As Chun Jun watched Wang Dahuai entangled with a woman in the video, acting disgracefully without a shred of the demeanor of a district leader, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper, and his face grew increasingly grim. How audacious! Xuechen informed Comrade He, the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Department, to come to the meeting room for a short meeting. After watching only half of the video, Chun Jun couldn't bear to watch anymore. He slapped the table forcefully, looking extremely angry. Yes, Leader Chun. Lu Xuechen immediately put away the notebook, ledger, and USB drive and walked out. Xiao Chao, please sit in my office for a while. I'll make some arrangements. Chun Jin said to Chao Zhe and then got up and left the office as well. Chapter 59. By Yueming in a distracted state, Chao Zhe knew that Chun Jun was going to have the Discipline Inspection Department conduct an investigation. There was no need for him to get involved further. There are national laws and family rules. Since Wang Bo and Wang Dahuai had violated national laws, the punishment they would receive would surely be severe. Sending them to prison would be the best revenge on them, if he were to beat them up outside. Although it might relieve his anger, it would only be a momentary release. Moreover, it might even incite their retaliation. Although he wasn't overly afraid, after all, Wang Dahuai was in control of a powerful department. If Wang Dahuai played dirty tricks on his women, it would truly be difficult to handle. He had first obtained evidence of their illegal and criminal activities through Xiao Si, and then let Chen Jun send them to prison. Later, he could find a way to torment them in the cell and make them wish they were dead. Wouldn't that be even more satisfying? How could he let the main culprits who had forced him to break up with Lu Yao off easily? So he'd just wait for the result of Chun Jun's arrangements. Presumably, the Discipline Inspection Department would take action soon. After Chen Jun and Lu Xuechen left, Chao Zhe was sitting there alone, feeling bored. He took out his phone to kill some time. Looking at this old-fashioned phone, he thought it was time to replace it. Sometimes, it was rather slow when he was watching Douyin. Now, Chao Zhe was no longer short of money. After purchasing a Rolls-Royce Phantom, there was still over 100 million in his personal bank account. Essentially, he could buy whatever he desired. He planned to go to the telecom business hall to get a Huawei Mate 70 Pro later. He must support domestic products. He opened WeChat and saw messages from several people. Lu Feifei said she would be back in a few days and that she missed him terribly. Chao Zhe also missed this young girl who had always adored him. Thinking of the little girl with a veil on her face and teary eyes in the past few days, Chao Zhe felt quite heart-wrenching for her. He replied with a message. Yes, I miss you too. Take good care of yourself. When you come back, I'll give you a surprise. The Queen Husini also sent a message, saying that her relative would leave on Friday and asked if Chao Zhe could go to give her a surprise. Chao Zhe gave a knowing smile and replied, get yourself cleaned up in advance. Wait for me. The last one was from the Douyin female anchor Lemon, also known as Bai Yueming. She sent several messages. The first one was sent at 7 a.m., a simple greeting. Good morning, Brother Chinfeng. Perhaps noticing that Chao Zhe didn't reply for a long time, she sent another message around 9 a.m. Brother Chinfeng, what are you busy with? Of course. At that time, Chao Zhe was dealing with Xiao Si and naturally didn't look at his phone. Bai Yueming's last message was sent just a few minutes ago. Brother Chinfeng, are you also in Shanghai? Chao Zhe gave a faint smile after reading Lemon's messages. Honestly, this young girl with a beauty score of 91, which meant she had 200,000 luck points, was quite useful for his own upgrade. However, in recent days, as I sent gifts to her, our intimacy grew less and less. Last night, it even dropped to 0. It seemed that she took my gifts for granted. No matter how beautiful a girl with such a gift, receiving attitude, not increasing intimacy, it's still in vain. If I let her get used to my daily gift giving, perhaps one day when I stop, our intimacy will decline. Bai Yueming is not as sensible as Husini. I sent her gifts worth over 500,000 yuan for the first time. Apart from a simple good morning, she showed no further gratitude. Moreover, the intimacy increment became less and less. That's why last night I decided to send 200 carnivals in Husini's live stream room, deliberately leaving Bai Yueming in the cold for a while so that she wouldn't think too highly of herself. Does she really think I'm bound to fawn on her? As the saying goes, a love-sick puppy ends up with nothing. Although I have the Cupid system and don't fear ending up empty-handed, I naturally won't deliberately curry favor with a woman who puts on airs. So, I didn't reply to Bai Yueming's messages on WeChat. Instead, I scrolled through short videos. At this moment, Bai Yueming was sitting in the classroom office, in a daze. She had no classes in the morning. But thinking about how Westlake Morning Breeze left her live stream room without saying goodbye last night, and went to the Queen's live stream room to splurge on carnivals. Her heart ached. She still couldn't figure out what she had done wrong to offend Westlake Morning Breeze. Moreover, the 3 messages she sent to him today had all disappeared without a trace, with no replies at all. What on earth was the reason? She propped her chin with her hand and murmured to herself. Xiaoming, what reason? What's wrong with you? A middle-aged female teacher sitting opposite her noticed that Bai Yueming had been listless all morning, seemingly preoccupied with something. Earlier, she had been talking to herself. So, the teacher asked with concern. Oh, Ms. Wu, it's nothing. I just recalled something. Bai Yueming snapped back to reality and replied with a forced smile. Ms. Wu gave Bai Yueming a skeptical look. Seeing that she was reluctant to talk, she merely uttered an "oh" and fell silent. Bai Yueming picked up the water cup on the table and took a tiny sip, then drifted into a daze again. Originally, she intended to ask the Queen if she had contacted Westlake Gentle Breeze today. However, she didn't know how to broach the subject with Husini, so she decided to wait a bit longer. Perhaps Westlake Gentle Breeze would visit her live streaming room again tonight. After sending several messages without getting a reply, she decided to stop sending for the time being. Bai Yueming thought that a woman should be more reserved. Otherwise, these generous viewers wouldn't take her seriously. Thus, she forced herself to regain her focus and began to grade the assignments. Yet, her heart remained restless. Her mind was constantly preoccupied with why Westlake Gentle Breeze was ignoring her, and she felt extremely irritable. In Shinjin's office, Chaoze was sitting on the sofa, browsing through videos. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open from the outside. Old Chen, a charming, delicate voice rang out. Hearing the noise, Chaoze looked up and saw a beautiful young girl standing at the door. She was dressed in a light purple dress and had a thick ponytail. Her delicate eyebrows were knitted as she looked at him questioningly. The young beauty had an oval face with extremely high facial attractiveness. Her willow-like eyebrows were as dark as the finest ink, and her eyes were as bright and black as lacquered dots. Her small nose was exquisitely straight, and her pink lips were delicate. Immediately, the system emitted a clear female voice. A girl blessed with good fortune has been detected. Name, Chenlinger. Age, 22. Facial attractiveness, 92. Height, 167 centimeters. Relationship status, single. Occupation, college student. Luck value, 300,000. Intimacy level, 0. Who are you? What are you doing in Dad Chen's office? The young beauty, after confirming that she hadn't entered the wrong office, fixed her beautiful eyes on Chao Zhe and asked in confusion. A fleeting look of amazement flashed across Chao Zhe's eyes. Chenlingo? Could she be Chen Zhen's daughter? Because among other young people, no one would dare to call a leader of Chen Zhen's level Dad Chen. If she was his daughter and called him Dad Chen instead of Dad, it seemed that the father-daughter relationship was quite harmonious. My name is Chao Zhe. Are you Uncle Chen's daughter? Chao Zhe stood up and asked with a smile. Chapter 60, The Young Beauty. Chenlinger, the young beauty, scrutinized Chao Zhe carefully and asked in puzzlement. Yes, I'm Chen Zhen's daughter. My name is Chenling. You call my dad uncle. So who are you to him? The young girl secretly admired in her heart that this young man was quite handsome. Chao Zhe was wearing a tight, fitting short-sleeved t-shirt. His biceps were as clearly defined as if carved, his pectoral muscles were prominently raised, and the outline of his 8-pack abs was faintly visible on his abdomen. Chenlinger's intimacy level increases by 5. Current intimacy level, 5. After being promoted to a first-class Cupid, Chao Zhe's appearance score had reached 91. His temperament became even more sunny, and his figure was extremely well built. This directly made Chenlinger, who saw him for the first time, add 5 points to his impression. Confirming that Chenlinger was Chen Zhen's daughter, Chao Zhe was extremely shocked in his heart. Unexpectedly, Chen Zhen's daughter is so beautiful. She actually has an appearance score of 92 and is also a girl blessed with good fortune. Just taking one look at me, she has increased her sense of closeness to me by 5 points. It seems that my handsomeness is truly overwhelming. However, apparently, Chen Zhen hadn't mentioned to Chen Lingo that he had saved her grandfather. Otherwise, she shouldn't have been unaware of his name. Chao Zhe said with a smile. It was your father who told me to address him as uncle. He has gone to a meeting. Wait for him to come back later, and then ask him what relation I am to him. After saying that, he sat down and continued to play with his phone, not speaking to Chenlinger anymore. He couldn't just introduce himself by saying, I'm the one who saved your grandfather. Chenlinger uttered an "oh" and then sat down on the sofa beside Chao Zhe. She also took out her phone and started playing. However, her beautiful eyes stole glances at Chao Zhe from time to time, and her heart was pounding. This young girl was a junior in college this year. She came back from Beijing during the summer vacation and rushed to Chen Zhen's office, hoping to give her father a surprise. However, although she didn't wait for Chen Zhen, she unexpectedly found a very well-built and handsome young man sitting in her father's office. This was also a great surprise for her. Men like to look at beautiful women. Women also like to look at handsome men. Although Chen Linger was 22 years old, this young girl had never been in a relationship. Although there are some very handsome boys in school who always like to act cool, she finds them extremely childish. They are far from as mature and charming as the elder brother in front of her. However, out of a young girl's reserve, seeing that Xiaozhe didn't talk to her, she didn't feel good about initiating a conversation with him either. She thought to herself secretly, let's see what kind of relationship this elder brother has with Dad when Dad comes. Please don't let him be an elder brother with blood-related ties. Xiaozhe was sitting on the sofa playing with his phone. Naturally, he also noticed that Chen Linger stole glances at him from time to time. He felt secretly proud. The love god system not only enabled him to become wealthy and powerful, but also gradually made him more handsome and more charming as a man. Now that he was only a first-level love god, he could already captivate this young beauty. If he were to upgrade to a 10th-level love god, his appearance would surely reach a perfect score of 100. Wouldn't all the beautiful women in the world be infatuated with him? Haha. There might even be a harem of 3,000 then. However, since Chen Linger was Chen Zhen's daughter, Xiaozhe thought it best not to flirt with her for the time being. He didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. Chen Zhen was a high-ranking and powerful leader. Although Xiaozhe currently had over 100 million in funds and was considered a minor tycoon, this amount of money was insignificant in the face of Chen Zhen's great power. Even though he was a first-level love god with a strong physical constitution that could withstand swords and knives, he was still too weak compared to a big shot with immense power. The two young people, each with their own thoughts, sat on the sofa playing with their phones, waiting for Chen Zhen to return to the office. Meanwhile, the locksmith opened the door of Xiaoxi's villa, and several people filed in. Leading the group was Wang Bo, the general manager of Hongfeng Advertising Company. The others were Lu Jin, Yuan Bin, the director of the security station, and several security officers. 20 minutes ago, Wang Bo received a call from Yuan Bin, saying that he hadn't brought Xiaozhe to the security station because there was a problem on Xiaoxi's side. So Wang Bo called Xiaoxi to find out the situation. Strangely enough, he called more than a dozen times, but Xiaoxi didn't answer. This was quite abnormal. Had something happened to Xiaoxi? Then he informed Yuan Bin and asked him to figure out what was going on. Yuan Bin immediately checked several cameras along the road to Xiaoxi's villa and found that Xiaoxi hadn't gone out since morning. However, Xiaozhe entered Xiaoxi's villa with Huang Mao, Maniu, and Xiaorou. After a while, Xiaozhe came out of the villa alone and locked the door. Xiaoxi and the others still hadn't gone out. So Yuan Bin immediately reported to Wang Bo and suggested they go to Xiaoxi's place together. When they entered the villa, they were shocked to find more than a dozen people lying in the living room, seemingly all asleep. Yuan Bin immediately ordered his subordinates to check if they were dead or alive. Wang Bo's voice trembled as he asked, "Who did this? Was it Xiaozhe?" He thought to himself that Xiaoxi and his people were involved in the underworld and had several very good fighters under them. Could it be that so many people were no match for Xiaozhe? It was impossible. Moreover, Xiaoxi and his people had knives and clubs. Besides, he had never heard that Xiaozhe was good at fighting. Wang Bo was extremely frightened. Young Master Wang, Xiaoxi and the others are still alive. They were just knocked unconscious, and it should be the doing of Xiaozhe. Director Yuan inspected the people lying on the ground with his subordinates, then reported to Wang Bo with a furrowed brow. "Is Xiaozhe that powerful?" Wang Bo asked with a deathly pale face. Yuan Bin looked at Xiaoxi and the others lying unconscious on the ground, his expression also grave. This person must have learned martial arts. His offensive power is extremely strong, and he is very dangerous. He paused for a moment, then frowned and said to Wang Bo seriously, "Young Master Wang, he might have learned from Xiaoxi that it was you who were targeting him, and perhaps even more information that is unfavorable to us. I think we must arrest him immediately. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." At this moment, Wang Bo also came to his senses. He nodded with a solemn look and said, "I'll call my dad right away and ask him to order the security bureau to arrest him." After saying that, he took out his phone and dialed his father Wang Dehuai's number. A dozen seconds later, the call was connected. Wang Bo's voice trembled as he informed Wang Dehuai of the situation with Xiaoxi. After hearing this, Wang Dehuai's heart skipped a beat. This Xiaoxi had sent him a lot of money and done some dirty work for him, although he thought he hadn't left any incriminating evidence. What if Xiao Si had kept something in reserve? If Qiao Zhe really obtained something unfavorable to him and spread it or posted it online, it would be very difficult to handle. He also couldn't figure out how Qiao Zhe alone could knock out more than a dozen people on Xiao Si's side. He even resented his son for not heeding his advice and insisting on provoking Qiao Zhe. He was really more of a hindrance than a help. However, now is not the time to talk about these things. He shouted at his son through the microphone. Hurry up and wake Xiao Si and the others up. See if they've revealed any secrets. I'll call Lao Hong at the Public Security Bureau right away and ask him to immediately arrange for people to secretly arrest Qiao Zhe. I hope it's not too late. Chapter 61. Can you even be called a woman yet? After Wang Dehuai finished speaking, he hung up the phone with his son and promptly dialed the mobile phone of Hong Zwei, the deputy director of the District Public Security Bureau. Hong Zwei was promoted by Wang Dehuai himself and was considered his confidant. The two were involved in many shady deals together. Therefore, Wang Dehuai had full confidence in asking Hong Zwei to arrest Qiao Zhe. After receiving Wang Dehuai's order, Hong Zwei was also extremely anxious and wasted no time in taking action. After all, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Wang Dehuai, this towering tree, must not fall. Soon, a large net for arresting Qiao Zhe was swiftly cast across Jiaqing District. Meanwhile, a team from the Discipline Inspection Commission had already set off from the municipal government and was on their way to the district government. Chen Zhen pushed open the door of his office and was about to talk to Qiao Zhe when his gaze suddenly caught sight of a young girl sitting there, engrossed in her phone beside his desk. He couldn't help but feel a surge of joy and exclaimed, "Linger, when did you come back?" Hearing her father's voice, Chen Linger immediately stood up and threw herself into Chen Zhen's arms, coquettishly saying, "Lao Chen, I just got back." He surprised? Amazed? Chen Zhen nodded emphatically. He reached out and stroked his daughter's elegant tresses, then scrutinized her up and down. He complained, "My girl, you've lost so much weight. Haven't you been eating properly?" Hearing this, Chen Linger pushed her father away, gave him a disdainful look, and pouted, "Humph, you don't understand. This is called being slender, not being thin." "All right, it's being slender. Is that okay?" Chen Zhen shook his head helplessly. Qiao Zhe had already stood up, watching the interaction between Chen Zhen and his daughter with a gentle smile on his face. At this moment, Chen Linger leaned close to Chen Zhen's ear and whispered, "Dad, this young man says he calls you uncle. Who is he?" Hearing this, Chen Zhen took Chen Linger's little hand and walked to Qiao Zhe's side. Pointing at Qiao Zhe, he said to Chen Linger seriously, "Linger, his name is Qiao Zhe. He is a great benefactor of our family." Chen Linger was stunned upon hearing this. Her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, he is a great benefactor of our family." There was a look of disbelief on her face. She thought to herself that her father was a high-ranking and powerful official in Shanghai city government. Many people wanted to curry favor with their family. However, due to her father's integrity in office, he always showed a cold shoulder to those who tried to flatter him. Who could possibly do a favor to her powerful father? Not to mention this young man who was only a few years older than herself? Seeing the skeptical look on his daughter's face, Chen Zhen explained in a solemn tone, "Your grandfather almost got hit by a car yesterday. Thanks to Qiao Zhe, who saved him. Otherwise, your grandfather might not be in this world anymore." Yesterday, he watched the video submitted by the Traffic Police Department and still felt terrified when thinking about it. If it hadn't been for Qiao Zhe, his father would surely have lost his life. If something unfortunate were to befall her father, Chen Zhen, being a paragon of filial piety, would naturally be inconsolable in grief. How come I didn't hear you mention this?" Chen Linger exclaimed in great surprise. She playfully tapped her father's arm with her tiny hand and complained, "I just didn't want you to worry while you were away. Thanks to young Qiao, he saved your grandfather. He's truly a great benefactor to our family. Why don't you hurry up and thank Brother Qiao?" Chen Zhen explained while gently nudging his daughter. Chen Linger's intimacy increased by 30 points. Current intimacy, 35 points. Upon hearing this, Chen Linger cast a grateful look at Qiao Zhe with her beautiful eyes. She pursed her rosy lips, bowed deeply, and said with utmost sincerity, "Thank you, Brother Qiao. The kindness you've shown our family, Linger will never forget in her lifetime, and she will surely repay you well." Under her father's exemplary influence, Chen Linger was also extremely filial. She was well aware that it was her grandfather who had arduously raised her father and enabled him to achieve success, which in turn allowed her to lead such a happy and privileged life. Since childhood, she had developed a profound affection for her grandfather. The thought of her grandfather nearly being killed by a car sent a shiver of fear down her spine. Chao Zhe was both astonished and delighted to see that the little girl's intimacy had directly increased by 30 points upon learning that he had saved her grandfather. It seemed that this little lass was a girl who knew how to be grateful and was a kind, hearted soul. Truly, like father, like daughter. He quickly waved his hand and said with a faint smile, "Your grandfather and Uncle Chen already thanked me yesterday. Now you're coming to thank me too. It's making me feel rather embarrassed. It's really not a big deal. You don't have to take it to heart." Chen Linger said seriously, "How can that be acceptable? Otherwise, if I, Chen Linger, am aware of this but fail to express my gratitude to you, wouldn't I be an ungrateful woman?" Chao Zhe thought to himself with a secret smile, "You can hardly be called a woman yet." However, he didn't dwell on this topic. Instead, he turned to Chen Zhen and inquired, "Uncle Chen, have you arranged that matter?" Chen Zhen nodded and replied, "Yes. Just now, I had a discussion with Secretary He of the Discipline Inspection Department. He has already instructed the personnel to detain Wang Dahuai immediately and control Wang Bo and others. The case handling staff have already headed to the Jiaqing district government. It's estimated that we'll get news in about 20 minutes. Hearing this, Chao Zhe felt relieved. Wang Dahuai and his son, along with their clique, would surely be eradicated. Once he became more powerful, he'd arrange for the father-son duo to have a good time in prison. He nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you, Uncle Chen." Chen Zhen also smiled and said, "It should be us thanking you. You've helped us get rid of the black sheep. You're truly a hero in the anti-corruption campaign." Chao Zhe smiled, glanced at his phone, and then said to Chen Zhen, "Uncle Chen, since you've made all the arrangements, I won't disturb your reunion with Sister Linger." Seeing that Chen Linger had previously addressed him as Brother Chao, Chao Zhe simply called Chen Linger sister, which seemed more affectionate. Chen Linger's intimacy increased by 3. Current intimacy, 38. Being called Sister Linger by Chao Zhe, Chen Linger felt a natural sense of closeness to him. When she heard that Chao Zhe was leaving, a flicker of reluctance flashed across her beautiful eyes. But due to her maidenly reserve, she didn't know how to persuade him to stay. Chen Zhen also glanced at his watch and said with a smile, "It's almost noon. It's mealtime. Coincidentally, Linger has also come back. Let's 3 go out for lunch together." "Right, Brother Chao, let's have lunch together. Linger will treat. I've won quite a lot of scholarships this semester." Chen Linger quickly chimed in. On one hand, Chao Zhe was a great benefactor to their family. On the other hand, Chao Zhe was extremely handsome. Chen Linger was eager to have more interactions with him. This was the first time she had developed feelings for a boy. Seeing that both Chen Zhen and his daughter invited him to lunch, Chao Zhe naturally agreed. However, it wasn't because of Chen Zhen, but because of Chen Ling, the girl with a fortune score of 92. He then nodded and joked, "Sure. I have a big appetite. Don't cry if I finish all your scholarship money. Dear Sister Ling, it won't happen. If it's all gone, I'll ask old Chen for it. He has a high salary." Chen Linger replied with a smile, "You little rascal. Every time you say you'll treat, it's always me who pays in the end, while you get all the credit." Chen Zhen said with a smile, casting an affectionate glance at his daughter. Chapter 62. An appointment with me. It was already past 12 noon, the end of the work hour. Since it was a private invitation, Chen Zhen didn't ask his secretary, Lu Xuechen, to make arrangements. Instead, he led Chao Zhe and Chen Linger downstairs. There were many small restaurants near the municipal government, only about 200 meters away. The 3 of them walked there. Unlike ordinary leaders, Chen Zhen was born at the grassroots level. He had endured hardships in his childhood, and his father, Chen Rou, had extremely strict family teachings. Therefore, he didn't care about ostentation and excessive dining. Occasionally, when Chen Zhen takes his father and daughter out for a meal, he always chooses these small restaurants. He always pays with his own money and never uses public funds. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Chao Zhe offered to treat, but Chen Zhen firmly declined. He said that since Chao Zhe had saved his father, it was only right for him to invite Chao Zhe to a meal as a token of gratitude. It would be inappropriate to let Chao Zhe spend money. Seeing Chen Zhen being so amiable, Chao Zhe was deeply touched. Although Chen Zhen appeared imposing and held a high-ranking position, in fact, he was very down to earth. After ordering the dishes, Chen Zhen returned to the private room and said to Chao Zhe, "Xiao Chao, for lunch, I've just ordered a few stir-fried dishes. I'm not a person who likes extravagance and waste. Don't think I'm being stingy." Chao Zhe quickly replied with a smile, "Thrift is a virtue, while waste is a vice." While waiting for the dishes, the 3 of them sat down and started chatting. Chao Zhe learned that Chen Linger was currently studying at a university in the capital, and she was a student at a prestigious 985 university. He was extremely amazed. God had bestowed upon Chen Linger both high looks and high intelligence. She was truly a favored daughter of heaven. Chen Jin also asked Qiao Zhe about his situation. Qiao Zhe briefly mentioned that he had failed in his entrepreneurship in Shanghai after graduating from university and was now making some money through investments. Anyway, the system had said that it had taken care of his money, and it wouldn't cause him any trouble. Even if Chun Jun were to investigate, he wouldn't find out anything. Soon, Chen Linger and Qiao Zhe got along very well during the conversation. They learned about each other's hobbies and exchanged contact information. During the meal, Chun Jun received a call from the secretary of the Disciplinary Inspection Commission. Secretary he informed Chun Jun that their Discipline Inspection Department had detained Deputy District Mayor Wang Dahuai and Deputy Director Hong Zuowei of the Jiaqing District Public Security Bureau, and ordered the Public Security Bureau to immediately stop hunting for Qiao Zhe. Meanwhile, they also took control of Wang Bo, Qiao Si, and others, and began to investigate evidence of their crimes. After hanging up the phone, Chun Jun briefly told Qiao Zhe about the situation. Qiao Zhe thought to himself that after learning where Wang Bo and Wang Dahuai were detained, he would spare some time to visit them. Soon, the stir-fried dishes were served one after another. More than half an hour later, after the three of them finished their meal, Qiao Zhe bid farewell to Chun Jun and his daughter, then hailed a taxi and went to Yulanwan Real Estate Company to buy a house. He spent more than 2 hours in the real estate company and finally selected a large, flat house in Building 16. Building 16 was located in the far east of the community, adjacent to the moat. There were no buildings in front and to the east blocking the view, so the perspective was extremely broad. His house was on the 28th floor, with one elevator serving 2 households. The total area was 310 square meters, with 5 bedrooms and 1 living room, costing him 55 million yuan. The house was exquisitely decorated and ready for immediate occupancy. After completing the formalities, Qiao Zhe bought some daily necessities and then returned to his new home. Lying on the comfortable large sofa and looking at the spacious and well-lit living room, he sighed, "It's really great to be rich. I finally have a house of my own in Shanghai." In the past, he and Lu Yao huddled in a 20-square-meter rental apartment. They always dreamed of one day being able to buy a small house of 60 or 70 square meters. Even an old and shabby one would do. But now, he had bought a 310-square-meter big house. Yet Lu Yao had broken up with him. Alas, he and Lu Yao were destined to meet, but not to stay together. Qiao Zhe heaved a sigh. However, when he thought about his current life, he felt extremely content. He didn't have to go to work and could indulge in eating, drinking, and having fun every day. Moreover, he would have more and more money in the future, and his strength would also grow stronger. Where could one find such a wonderful life? Qiao Zhe was lying on the newly bought sofa, playing with his phone for over half an hour. Then the phone rang, showing that it was a call from his junior female disciple, Mihi. He pressed the answer button, and immediately the sweet voice of the long-legged car model came from the phone. "Senior brother, where are you? I'd like to invite you to dinner tonight." Qiao Zhe replied with a smile, "Didn't you invite me yesterday noon? Why are you inviting me again?" Mihi also smiled and said, "Yesterday's invitation was to thank you for helping me earn a commission of 500,000. Tonight's invitation is a teacher worship banquet." Haha. Qiao Zhe noticed that Mihi's personality had changed greatly compared to her college days. At that time, she used to be very shy when talking to him, but now she was extremely outgoing. Seeing that he brought up the matter of learning martial arts from him again. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. "Why does a beautiful young lady like you insist on learning martial arts? Practicing martial arts is really arduous. I just want to learn martial arts from you, senior brother. Please agree to me. We'll have dinner at Hexianjuan restaurant tonight. Just the 2 of us. Senior brother, you mustn't decline. It's settled then." Mihi pleaded coquettishly. Qiao Zhe had no choice but to agree. "All right." Then he asked, "What time?" 5:40. "I'll call to reserve a seat right away." Mihi said. "Okay." Qiao Zhe replied. The two chatted for a few more words before hanging up the phone. Qiao Zhe glanced at the time. It was already past 5 o'clock. He decided to walk to the restaurant. Hexianjuan restaurant was not far from Yulanwan community, and it would only take about 20 minutes to get there on foot. First, he sent a message to Xu Xuemon, informing the young lady that he had a dinner engagement that evening and wouldn't be going back home for dinner. Xu Xuemon replied with a message. "Then will you come back to sleep tonight?" Qiao Zhe replied, "I'll come back to sleep. Call Chen Rou. We'll still play Do Di Zhu together tonight." Xu Xuemon sent back an emoji of a victory gesture and a lewd-looking one. Then the two ended their message exchange. Qiao Zhe put his phone in his pocket, took the elevator downstairs, and left the community to reach the street. It was already evening, and the sun was slanting westward. The gentle golden sunlight sprinkled on the sycamore leaves beside the road, reflecting a faint glow. A gentle breeze caressed his face, bringing a touch of coolness to the slightly stuffy early summer weather. Chao Zhe stretched his body and walked towards the restaurant. Different from the passers-by who were rushing around for their livelihoods, Chao Zhe strolled on the city streets with a greater sense of ease. This was the benefit of having the system. He had both money and beautiful women. More than 20 minutes later, he arrived at Hexianjuan. From afar, he saw a tall and extremely charming woman standing at the restaurant entrance, looking around. A woman of good fortune has been detected. Name, Mihi. Age, 23. Beauty score, 92. Height, 175 centimeters. Relationship status, single. Occupation, car model. Fortune value, 300,000. Affinity, 50. Mihi was wearing a white spaghetti strap top and had her long hair tied up in a high ponytail at the back of her head. She had on a black miniskirt, and her long legs were wrapped in black stockings, looking extremely alluring. On her feet were a pair of red high-heeled shoes, which were both casual and fashionable. She was like a beautiful scenery, attracting the attention of the passers-by and the diners entering the restaurant. When she saw Chao Zhe coming, Mihi waved at him and called out, "Brother." Then, with her long legs striding, she rushed towards Chao Zhe. Chapter 63. Her first time catching someone in the act, she was a bit excited. He quickly reached Chao Zhe's side and naturally slipped her arm through his. With a beaming smile, she inquired, "Brother, how did you come here?" After all, her intimacy with Chao Zhe had reached 50 points, and their relationship was already rather close. Touching the fair and delicate skin on the girl's arm, Chao Zhe couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart. He replied with a smile, "My home isn't far from here. I came here for a stroll." "Oh, which community do you live in?" Mihi blinked her beautiful eyes and asked. "Yilanwan community," Chao Zhe answered as they walked. Hearing this, Mihi rolled her beautiful eyes and said with a smile, "It's really not far. After the meal, I'll go to your place to get familiar with the way. Would you welcome me?" Chao Zhe laughed heartily and said, "Of course, I'm welcoming. But there's only me at home. Aren't you scared?" Mihi giggled and said, "What should I be scared of? Could it be that my senior brother is going to devour his junior sister?" "That's not necessarily." Chao Zhe raised his eyebrows and smiled. Mihi stretched out her little hand and gently patted Chao Zhe's arm, saying with a smile, "You're not such a person." What she was thinking in her heart was, "I wish you would devour me earlier." Chatting and laughing, the two reached the second floor. The table Mihi had reserved was in the north corner. She and Chao Zhe sat facing each other. The two of them discussed and ordered several dishes, such as braised crayfish in oil, beef with chili peppers, shredded pork and fish-flavored sauce, braised eggplant, and dry-fried string beans. Due to the crayfish, Mihi also ordered 4 bottles of beer. Soon, the dishes were served one by one. The two of them sipped their beer and engaged in conversation. They talked about their college days and Mihi's current job. Mihi also inquired how Chao Zhe had amassed his wealth, and Chao Zhe replied that he was still involved in investment. Mihi then pestered Chao Zhe, insisting on becoming his apprentice to learn investment. Chao Zhe responded with a few perfunctory remarks, smiling. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that the door of a partitioned private booth on the left was ajar. Inside the booth, a young couple was sitting, chatting, and laughing intimately. The man in the booth was fairly handsome. He picked up a piece of beef with his chopsticks and fed it into the woman's mouth. Then he put down his chopsticks and took the woman's small hand in his, gently stroking it. Chao Zhe couldn't help but frown tightly, for he recognized that man. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Noticing Chao Zhe frowning as he stared across, Mihi put down her wine glass and whispered. Chao Zhe picked up his phone, started recording the couple in the booth, and said to Mihi, "I found out that a friend of mine's boyfriend is having an affair." "Huh? Really?" Mihi instantly became intrigued by the gossip. She quickly stood up, sat beside Chao Zhe, and also looked towards the private booth. Inside the booth, the couple began to kiss. Due to the angle of their line of sight, they didn't notice that Chao Zhe was surreptitiously recording them. The man in the booth was Yu Songcheng, whom he had met at the Laurel Mall a few days ago, and who was also the boyfriend of Lu Yao's best friend, Lu Mengzhu. Chao Zhe was filled with great perplexity. Yu Songcheng is now the deputy general manager of Lu Wailu Foreign Trade Company, which belongs to Lu Mengzhu's father, Lu Dehua. It can be said that he has won Lu Dehua's full trust. How could he be involved with a woman less attractive than Lu Mengzhu? Lu Mengzhu's beauty score reaches as high as 91 points, far surpassing the woman before his eyes. Seeing Yu Songcheng having an affair, Chao Zhe couldn't help frowning. He was somewhat conflicted in his heart. Should he tell Lu Mengzhu about it? Lu Mengzhu is a mutual friend of Lu Yao and me. She has helped me several times when my company was in trouble. Moreover, she is a woman of good fortune, possessing 200,000 points of luck. Although her intimacy with me dropped by 5 points when she saw me with Husini in the mall, there are still 15 points of intimacy left. If he tells her about Yu Songqing's infidelity and advises her to be on guard, perhaps their intimacy could increase. Thinking of this, he made a decision. At this moment, Mihi naturally lay on Chao Zhe's shoulder and whispered, "Brother, what are you going to do? Are you going to tell your friend?" Chao Zhe nodded and whispered, "Well, I definitely have to tell her. You use your phone to record a video for me. I'll go out to call my friend. I can't let her be kept in the dark." "Okay," Mihi said excitedly. It was her first time catching someone in the act of adultery, so she was a bit excited. Chao Zhe then got up and walked out of the booth from another direction to avoid being noticed by Yu Songqing in the private room. He went straight to the restroom and dialed Lu Mengzhu's number. The call was quickly answered, and Lu Mengzhu's somewhat amiable voice came through. "Hello, Chao Zhe. Why did you think of calling me so late at night?" Chao Zhe cleared his throat and asked directly, "Mengzhu, have you broken up with Yu Songqing?" On the other end of the phone, Lu Mengzhu was obviously stunned for a moment. "No. Why do you ask?" Chao Zhe paused for a while and said, "Well, I was having a meal at Hexianjuan and saw Yu Songqing kissing a woman. As your friend, I'd feel sorry for you if I didn't tell you. I just took a few photos of them. Do you want me to send them to you?" Hearing this news, on the other end of the phone, Lu Mengzhu seemed to be shocked and didn't respond for a long time. "Mengzhu, are you there?" Chao Zhe asked with some concern. "Yes, send them to me." After a while, Lu Mengzhu's voice came through the phone, showing no emotion at all. "Sure," Chao Zhe replied. He opened WeChat and sent the photos he had taken to Lu Mengzhu. Less than 10 seconds later, Lu Mengzhu asked on the phone, "Chao Zhe, I'm not far from Hexianjuan. Is Yu Songqing still there?" Chao Zhe said, "Yes, he should have just started his meal. He's in private room 333 on the second floor. Come over and I'll wait for you." "Okay," Lu Mengzhu replied and hung up the phone. Chao Zhe also put away his phone and returned to his seat. "Brother, did you tell your friend?" Mihi asked in a low voice while sending the video of Yu Songqing kissing the woman that she had just shot to Chao Zhe. At this time, the door of private room 333 was ajar. "Yes, she'll be here soon," Chao Zhe replied, taking a big gulp of beer. There was a look of indignation on his face. "Will there be a fight later?" Mihi asked worriedly. Chao Zhe shook his head. "I'm not sure. Let's wait until my friend arrives." Mihi whispered and inquired about some more details. Learning that Yu Songqing, who had received great favors from the Lu family, was still philandering outside, she was so enraged that she wished to rush up and give Yu Songqing a good slap. 7 or 8 minutes later, a beautiful woman in an OL uniform rushed upstairs in a hurry. The woman cast a sweeping glance around the hall and then quickly made her way towards Chao Zhe. The daughter of fortune has been detected. Name, Lu Mengzhu. Age, 26. Appearance rating, 91. Height, 167 centimeters. Relationship status, 1. Occupation, owner of a small business. Fortune value, 200,000. Intimacy level, 15. Chao Zhe also stood up, nodded to Lu Mengzhu as a gesture of greeting, and then pointed at box 333. Lu Mengzhu turned her head and glanced at Mihi. Seeing that Chao Zhe had brought another beautiful woman with him, she was extremely surprised. However, with her mind in a complete mess at the moment, she naturally didn't bother to inquire about the relationship between Chao Zhe and this beautiful woman. Instead, she nodded and headed towards box 333. Chao Zhe and Mihi exchanged a look and followed suit. When they reached the door of box 333, Lu Mengzhu suddenly pushed open the half-ajar door. Chapter 64. The Woman with Peculiar Predilections. After pushing open the door of the box, Lu Mengzhu wore a frosty expression on her face and fixed her steely gaze on the man and woman inside. When the door of the box was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and then 2 women and a man walked in, Yu Songqing, who had his head buried in the woman's bosom, immediately turned around. When he saw that the woman at the front was actually Lu Mengzhu, he obviously paused for a moment, then said in a trembling voice, "Mengzhu, why have you come here?" When that woman saw Lu Mengzhu, she simply tidied up her open collar, then looked at Lu Mengzhu indifferently and said sarcastically, "Oh, isn't this Deputy General Manager Lu? Don't you see that we're having a meal? Pushing open the private room so rudely, you're really ill-mannered." Hearing this, Chao Zhe and Mihi were stunned. So this mistress was actually an acquaintance of Lu Mengzhu? How could she be so arrogant when stealing someone else's boyfriend? Lu Mengzhu tightly clenched her delicate fists. cast a cold and fierce glance at Yu Songcheng and that woman, and said hatefully, "Yu Songcheng, my father and I trusted you so much and entrusted you with the great power of the company. I never thought you'd be so shameless as to get together with this slut Xiao Yan, a woman of loose morals." Mengzhu, I. Yu Songcheng looked a bit awkward and didn't dare to look into Lu Mingzhu's eyes. Hearing this, the woman called Xiao Yan snorted and said, "Humph. Lu Mingzhu, you say I'm a woman of loose morals. Haha, I have the ability. Your Luelu company's cash flow is about to break, and it will soon be acquired by our Shangping Foreign Trade Company. You won't even be able to work for our company then. What right do you have to act like a high and mighty young lady in front of me?" Songcheng is a sensible person. He has already defected to our Shangping company, and I'll arrange a deputy general manager position for him, and you'll be nothing. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingzhu shivered all over. Biting her pink lips with her pearly teeth, she quavered, "Humph, it won't be that easy for you to acquire our Luelu Foreign Trade Company. My father and I will soon raise the funds." Xiao Yan burst into laughter. "You'll raise the funds? In your dreams. You've lost 2/3 of your overseas orders. The remaining ones are at risk of default because you lack the funds for production. Who would lend you money? In Jiaqing District and even the whole Shanghai City, our Shangping Company is the leading enterprise in this industry. I've already informed everyone in the circle that no one is allowed to lend money to your Luelu. You have no other option but to be acquired by our Shangping. Without Luelu, do you still think you're the deputy general manager and the wealthy young lady? Nonsense. You're nothing." Ha. At this moment, Yu Songcheng, who had always felt guilty, also came to his senses. Straightening his clothes, he said coldly, "Lu Mingzhu, a wise bird chooses the best tree to perch on. I've decided to join Shangping and follow General Manager Xiao. Your Luelu company will soon cease to exist, and you'll end up as a beggar. Stop acting high and mighty in front of me. I declare that we're breaking up." Hearing the words of Xiao Yan and Yu Songcheng, Lu Mingzhu's pretty face flushed with anger. "So you two despicable people have been scheming against our Lu family all along. I'll fight you." After saying that, she rushed forward to slap Yu Songcheng and Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan was indeed a tough one. As soon as Lu Mingzhu took a step, she immediately threw a plate at her. The plate was full of leftover food and grease. It seemed that the plate and the food were about to smash onto Lu Mingzhu. With a shrill scream, Lu Mingzhu felt a sudden tightening around her waist and a lightness in her body. Her figure shifted slightly, just narrowly avoiding the plate and the leftover food and grease. As soon as Chao Zhe saw Xiao Yan's hand move, he scooped Lu Mingzhu up and moved her away from the original spot, sparing her from harm. Lu Mingzhu's Intimacy 5, Current Intimacy, 20. Grateful for Chao Zhe's timely rescue, Lu Mingzhu's intimacy with him immediately increased by 5 points. After uttering a word of thanks, her beautiful eyes glared at Xiao Yan with hatred. She was about to charge at Xiao Yan again to fight, but found that her slender waist was firmly held by Chao Zhe's large hand, rendering her immobile. This helped Lu Mingzhu regain her composure. Realizing that violence was not the solution, Xiao Yan was slightly stunned when she failed to hit Lu Mingzhu and saw the latter being saved by a man. She scrutinized Chao Zhe carefully. Noticing that the man was extremely handsome and had quick reflexes, a glint of greed flashed across her eyes. As Lu Mingzhu had said, Xiao Yan was a woman of loose morals and had many men outside. Xiao Yan was 29 years old. At the age of 20, she married Shang Guan of Shangping Foreign Trade Company. At that time, Shang Guan was already in his early 50s and had nearly 1 billion yuan in assets. However, despite having been married several times, he had no children. After going to the hospital for examinations, the doctors all said that the problem was not with him. So, in his 50s, he remarried Xiao Yan. The following year after their marriage, Xiao Yan gave birth to a healthy baby boy for him. Fearing any deception, he secretly did a paternity test, and the result confirmed that the child was indeed his. Naturally, Shang Guan cherished the child as if he were a precious gem and doted on Xiao Yan immensely. Just 3 years ago, Shang Guan suddenly passed away in a car accident. As he had no siblings, Xiao Yan and her son naturally inherited Shang Guan's company and all his assets. Xiao Yan was quite shrewd in business. She managed to expand Shangping Company, which had gradually become the leading foreign trade enterprise in their industry and gained a wide influence. However, Xiao Yan had a well-kept secret. Her desire in terms of the opposite-sex relationship was rather strong. Moreover, she had a particular penchant for married men or those with girlfriends. She was not at all discreet about it, so most people in the foreign trade circle were aware of her situation. Xiao Yan's motto was to break up as many couples as possible. Over the years, she had been seducing other men to satisfy her own desires. She had just noticed that there was a very beautiful woman beside Qiao Zhe and guessed that she might be his girlfriend. At once, she developed a keen interest in Qiao Zhe. "Handsome guy, you're quite skillful. May I know your name?" Xiaoyan gave Qiao Zhe a thumbs up and asked with a beaming smile. Although her beauty was far inferior to that of Lu Mengzhu and Mi He, her appearance was still quite charming. Otherwise, Shang Guan wouldn't have chosen her back then. So her smile was quite alluring. Before Qiao Zhe could reply, Yu Songcheng, who was standing beside Xiaoyan, spoke up. "General Manager Xiao, this guy is Qiao Zhe, just a penniless wretch. He was dumped by his girlfriend before." Seeing the smitten look in Xiaoyan's eyes when she glanced at Qiao Zhe, Yu Songcheng was consumed by jealousy and couldn't help but remind her. After all, Xiaoyan had a thing for married men. Therefore, Yu Songcheng reminded Xiaoyan that Qiao Zhe was currently single, no longer had a girlfriend, and was just a penniless loser who was not her type. Meanwhile, Yu Songcheng saw Qiao Zhe's big hand constantly around Lu Mengzhu's slender waist, and a dangerous glint flashed across his eyes. Chapter 65. Mengzhu, I'm not being frivolous. Although Yu Songcheng had just announced his breakup with Lu Mengzhu, it was merely something he said in front of Xiaoyan. After all, Lu Mengzhu was so beautiful that no normal man would be willing to let her go. Yu Songcheng wanted both to amass wealth and to embrace a beauty. Unexpectedly, when Xiaoyan heard from Yu Songcheng that Qiao Zhe had been dumped by his girlfriend, she didn't lose interest. Instead, she said with a beaming smile, "It's because his girlfriend has no discernment. Your name is Qiao Zhe, right? Well, from now on, you can follow me. I guarantee you'll lead a life of luxury. Of course, you can also rely on me." Hiki. As soon as she said this, Yu Songcheng's face changed, but he didn't dare to say a word. After all, Qiao Zhe was much better looking than him. If Qiao Zhe joined Shangping, he would surely be more favored by Xiao Yan than himself. When Mi He and Lu Mengzhu heard what Xiao Yan said, expressions of disdain appeared on their faces. How shameless could Xiao Yan be? So blatant. Qiao Zhe gave a calm smile and said, "Haha, I don't have such a big appetite. You'd better save it for Yu Songcheng. Miss Lu Mengzhu is my friend. I'm afraid it won't work for President Xia to acquire Miss Lu's Lu Walu foreign trade company as you mentioned just now." Hearing this, Xiaoyan was taken aback, frowned and asked, "Oh, do you object?" Qiao Zhe nodded and said, "Yes, as long as I'm here, you won't be able to acquire the Lu Walu company, for I'm planning to invest in it." Before Xiaoyan could say a word, Yu Songcheng, as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke, let out a sneer and taunted, "Ha! How laughable. Qiao Zhe, you're a bankrupt pauper. What can you use to invest in Lu Wailu? Do you know how large the current capital gap of Lu Wailu is?" Hearing this, Lu Mengzhu also looked up at Qiao Zhe in puzzlement, thinking to herself that Qiao Zhe must have gone crazy after breaking up with Lu Yao. How could he claim to invest in her family's company? She felt a bit embarrassed, and Xiaoyan shook her head with a smile and said, "Handsome guy, you can ask Lu Mengzhu herself about the current capital gap of their company and whether she can raise 1/10 of it. You still want to help her invest?" Haha. Qiao Zhe still smiled faintly and said, "Well, no matter how large the gap is, I'll make up for the capital of her company. If you want to acquire Lu Wailu, you're probably just daydreaming." Then he looked down at Lu Mengzhu tenderly and said, "Mengzhu, tell me how much money your company is short of, and I'll transfer it to you right now." Lu Mengzhu was stunned by what Qiao Zhe said. She stared into Qiao Zhe's eyes, trying to see if he was really out of his mind. A week ago, Lu Yao had told her that Qiao Zhe's company had a deficit of over 10 million. At that time, her own company had also been in crisis for over a month and urgently needed 30 million in capital to turn things around, but she hadn't told Lu Yao. In just 1 week, could Qiao Zhe have paid off his debts? And now he was saying that he wanted to invest in her company and transfer the money to her right away? She couldn't help shaking her head and smiling bitterly. "Qiao Zhe, stop causing trouble," she said. Seeing that Lu Mengzhu didn't believe him at all, Qiao Zhe gently patted the beauty's arm and said in a soft voice, "Mengzhu, I'm not joking. Do tell me." Lu Mengzhu had no idea what Qiao Zhe was up to. 30 million. But you. There's no but. I'll transfer 30 million to you right now. Qiao Zhe interrupted Lu Mengzhu. He took out his phone, opened the bank app, and found Lu Mengzhu's account. Lu Mengzhu had helped Qiao Zhe many times before, so there were transfer records in it. After he entered the room. She stood there calmly all the time. Among the people present, only she had no doubt that Qiao Zhe could solve Lu Mengzhu's huge capital gap. Xiaoyan didn't know Qiao Zhe before. Hearing from Yu Songcheng that Qiao Zhe was a penniless loser, she naturally didn't believe that Qiao Zhe had the ability either. After all, 30 million in cash was no small amount. When Xiao Yan saw that Chao Zhe was holding a shabby phone, a playful smile appeared on her face. Yu Songcheng, of course, didn't believe that Chao Zhe could make the transfer at all. After all, he knew all about Chao Zhe's company. He gave a cold laugh and spat out. What a disgrace. Lu Mengzhu was a bit nervous. She was sure that Chao Zhe couldn't transfer the money. Later, Xiao Yan and Yu Songcheng would surely laugh their heads off. Chao Zhe, let's go. She was worried that she couldn't face the ridicule of those two immoral people later. So she pulled Chao Zhe's arm and whispered. However, how could she pull Chao Zhe away? Mengzhu, I've just transferred 10 million to you. Alas, there's a limit on each transfer for my bank card. The maximum amount for a single transfer is only 10 million yuan. Please wait a moment. I'll transfer 2 more sums to you. Chao Zhe complained. Hearing this, Yu Songcheng let out a disdainful snort from his nose. What a show-off. However, the next second, the phone of Lu Mengzhu rang with a notification. 10 million yuan has been credited to your bank card with the last 4 digits. The current balance is yuan. The clear voice prompt surprised Xiao Yan, Yu Songcheng, and Lu Mengzhu. They all looked at Chao Zhe in disbelief. Miss Lu, you don't have to doubt Brother Chao. You can check your phone. There must be 10 million yuan in your account already. At this time, Mihi, who had been silent all along, looked at Lu Mengzhu with a calm smile on her face and said. Only then did Lu Mengzhu come to her senses. She widened her beautiful eyes and tremblingly opened the bank app with her small hand. After checking the transfer record, there was indeed 10 million yuan. Ah, Chao Zhe, you actually transferred 10 million yuan to me. Lu Mengzhu's intimacy 30, current intimacy 50. Immediately afterwards, 2 other transfer notification sounds of 10 million yuan each rang out in the private room. Lu Mengzhu's intimacy 25, current intimacy 75. Lu Mengzhu's intimacy 20, current intimacy 95. Hearing the system prompt, Chao Zhe realized that Lu Mengzhu's intimacy had directly soared from 20 to 95. Goodness. Spending 30 million yuan was really worth it. After seeing the received transfer records, Lu Mengzhu was first stunned, then excited. Her intimacy with Chao Zhe rose rapidly. With this 30 million yuan, the enterprise could be saved. After all, this was like providing timely help in the snow. She stepped forward and hugged Chao Zhe tightly, burying her face in his shoulder and sobbing. She murmured, "Thank you, Chao Zhe. Thank you so much. Lu is saved. It's you who saved it. It's you who saved me and my father." Wu, regardless of the other people present, including her ex-boyfriend who had just broken up with her, she held Chao Zhe tightly in her embrace. Chao Zhe wrapped one arm around Lu Mengzhu's slender waist and gently patted her back with the other, consoling her in a soft voice. Mengzhu, rest assured. From today on, no one will ever be able to bully you again. Those who have ever bullied you will pay the price. After saying that, he cast a cold and menacing glance at Xiao Yan and Yu Songcheng. This look was full of killing intent, causing the two of them to shiver involuntarily. Xiao Yan and Yu Songcheng were completely stunned by the 30 million yuan that Chao Zhe had directly transferred. Coupled with Chao Zhe's threatening words and icy gaze, the couple was rendered speechless. Chapter 66. What benefits can I get? At this moment, the system emitted a prompt tone. Lu Mengzhu's affection level 5. Current affection level 100. Congratulations. You have obtained 200,000 luck points. Current luck points 600,000. Once you accumulate 800,000 luck points, you will be upgraded to a second level Cupid. You will receive a cashback of 1 billion yuan and the mental control technique. Just now, after hearing Chao Zhe's words defending her, Lu Mengzhu's affection level increased by another 5 points. This was quite normal. When a woman's boyfriend betrayed her and her family's company was on the verge of bankruptcy, a wealthy and handsome man stepped forward and spent a huge sum of money to save her company. Moreover, this wealthy and handsome man also promised to protect her, ensuring that she would no longer be bullied by others and would avenge her. Could she remain unmoved? Any woman in her place would surely be devoted to this wealthy and handsome man. A 100-point intimacy actually indicates that Lu Mengzhu has completely fallen in love with Chao Zhe, the man who saved her and her father. She would no longer spare a single shred of love for other men. After saying that, Chao Zhe put his arm around Lu Mengzhu and left the private room. He disliked engaging in verbal sparring, so he chose to leave with Lu Mengzhu and Mihi. As for how to help Lu Mengzhu take revenge on Xiao Yan and Yu Songcheng, he thought it was a piece of cake. The money from his God of Love card was inexhaustible. Now that Lu Mengzhu had contributed 200,000 luck points to him, he only needed to transfer some money to her with a flick of his finger. With a large sum of money, Lu Mengzhu could surely bring down Xiao Yan's Shangping company easily and take revenge on Yu Songcheng along the way. After the three of them left, Xiao Yan and Yu Songcheng were left in the private room, looking at each other in bewilderment. Songcheng, didn't you say that Qiao Zhe was a penniless loser? Xiao Yan plopped down on the stool, staring intently at Yu Songcheng and asking. Yu Songcheng was also utterly confused. Then he told Xiao Yan about Qiao Zhe's previous situation. After listening to Yu Songcheng's account, Xiao Yan frowned and murmured, could this man surnamed Qiao be an illegitimate child of a prominent family? Him? An illegitimate child of a prominent family? Yu Songcheng shook his head, somewhat incredulous. Xiao Yan let out a sigh of relief and looked at Yu Songcheng, saying, Songcheng, the social circles you usually interact with are of a relatively low rung. What you don't know is that in some prominent families, men play around with women outside but can't marry them. They leave behind some children in the common folk. Once these children find their biological fathers, they immediately become wealthy, far beyond what we small merchants can attain. You said that Qiao Zhe went bankrupt. Yet now he suddenly has so much money that he can transfer 30 million without batting an eyelid. Moreover, the woman he brought with him is extremely beautiful. If he weren't the illegitimate son of a prominent family, how could an ordinary person burdened with huge debts stage a comeback? Hearing this, Yu Songcheng nodded, with a look of fear in his eyes. His voice trembled slightly as he said, General Manager Xiao, if Qiao Zhe is truly the illegitimate son of a prominent family, will he take revenge on us for Lu Mengzhu's sake? Xiao Yan shook her head, dejectedly saying, I'm not sure. Let's just take it one step at a time. From now on, let's not provoke them anymore. Let's not mention how worried Yu Songcheng and Xiao Yan were inside box 333. Qiao Zhe Mihi. And Lu Mengzhu left Hexianjuan and found a coffee shop to sit down. Before, Qiao Zhe and Mihi had almost finished eating, and Lu Mengzhu had already had her dinner, so they just sipped coffee and chatted. On the way, Qiao Zhe had introduced himself to Mihi and Lu Mengzhu, and vice versa. After chatting for a while, Mihi received a call from her aunt, Milan, saying that there was something at the auto show center that she needed to go back and handle in the evening. Mihi reluctantly bid farewell to Qiao Zhe and left first. After Mihi left, Lu Mengzhu looked at Qiao Zhe affectionately and said gratefully, Qiao Zhe, I'm truly indebted to you. But how did you suddenly become so wealthy? Could it be that you're also a scion of a prominent family? Previously, Qiao Zhe had told her that Lu Yao was the daughter of a well-known family in the capital. Since Qiao Zhe could date a daughter of a prominent family and easily transfer 30 million to her when he was in debt of over 10 million, her first thought was that Qiao Zhe's identity must be extraordinary. She then recalled seeing Qiao Zhe with a beautiful woman at the Lower El Mall last time. And tonight, he brought another beauty out for dinner. If Qiao Zhe were just a penniless wretch, how could so many beautiful women be willing to accompany him? Therefore, she surmised that Qiao Zhe was probably a scion of a prominent family. Hearing this, Qiao Zhe laughed and said, Haha, why do you care whether I'm a scion or not? It suffices that I'm your dearest friend and elder brother. Upon hearing this, Lu Mengzhu immediately gave Qiao Zhe a disdainful look, pouted her lips, and said, I admit that you're my best friend, but I can't accept that you're my elder brother. I'm a month older than you. They had once compared their IDs. Qiao Zhe was born in June, while Lu Mengzhu's birthday was in May. Lu Mengzhu had always hoped that Qiao Zhe would call her elder sister like Lu Yao did. But how could Qiao Zhe agree? Instead, he wanted Lu Mengzhu to call him elder brother. Since Lu Yao and Lu Mengzhu addressed each other as sisters, and sometimes Lu Yao called Qiao Zhe elder brother Zhe, Qiao Zhe sometimes playfully asked Lu Mengzhu to call him the same. Naturally, Lu Mengzhu wouldn't agree. Today, upon hearing Qiao Zhe's implicit desire to be addressed as elder brother, Lu Mengzhu promptly corrected herself. Hee, it won't do you any harm to call me elder brother. It'll be quite nice to have an elder brother looking after you from now on. Qiao Zhe quipped with a gentle smile as he took a sip of his coffee. Hearing this, Lu Mengzhu found his words reasonable. A blush crept onto her pretty face as she pouted and said, Fine. Considering you've helped me so much, I'll call you elder brother. She thought to herself that with Qiao Zhe's care, neither she nor her father would have to fear being bullied. When Lu Mengzhu actually called him elder brother, Qiao Zhe happily responded. Seeing that he had truly accepted the address, Lu Mengzhu playfully tapped Qiao Zhe's arm with her fair hand, flashed a smile, then squinted her beautiful eyes and sighed, Elder brother, Yu Songcheng betrayed me and my father like this, and that Xiao Yan schemed against our Luelu company. I really can't let this go. She tightly grasped Qiao Zhe's large hand and pleaded, Elder brother, will you help Mengzhu get revenge? At this moment, Lu Mengzhu had already regarded Qiao Zhe as the scion of a prominent family in her heart, so she hoped that Chao Zhe could avenge her. Especially when she thought about how her father had trusted Yu Songqing so much, but was stabbed in the back by that scoundrel, she felt extremely aggrieved. Her father, in order to keep Yu Songqing dedicated to working at the Luoylu company, had actively tried to match her with Yu Songqing and even made him the deputy general manager. However, after getting hold of a large amount of the company's core secrets, he defected to a competitor. It was truly like inviting a wolf into the house. Yu Songqing must have played a significant role in enabling Xiao Yin to easily deal with the Lu family. Lu Mengzhu felt extremely uncomfortable if she didn't vent this pent-up anger. Feeling the delicate and boneless little hand of the beauty, Chao Zhe's heart fluttered, and he blurted out, "It's not impossible for me to help you, but what benefits can I get?" Chapter 67. Brother, I will surely reciprocate you in the best possible way. Hearing this, Lu Mingzhu's pretty face blushed, biting her pink lips with her dainty teeth. She stared blankly at Chao Zhe. After a few seconds, she nodded emphatically, "Brother, you can ask for any benefits you want, including myself." Before replying to Chao Zhe, she was also in a mental struggle. After all, Chao Zhe was Lu Yao's ex-boyfriend. If she had something going on with Chao Zhe, she felt somewhat guilty towards Lu Yao. However, upon further reflection, Lu Yao had already broken up with Chao Zhe. Moreover, when she tried to contact Lu Yao these days, she found that Lu Yao's original mobile phone number had been cancelled, and she couldn't reach her on Douyin or WeChat either. It seemed that Lu Yao was completely cutting ties with her old circle and going back to be the pampered young lady. In that case, if she had something with Chao Zhe, she wouldn't have any psychological burdens. Seeing the tenderness in Lu Mingzhu's beautiful eyes, Chao Zhe couldn't help but be smitten. He pulled the beauty into his arms and lowered his head to kiss her delicate and alluring red lips. The beauty couldn't help but let out a soft moan. A few minutes later, their lips parted. Chao Zhe reached out to lift Lu Mingzhu's delicate and rounded chin. Her face was as red as a blooming rose. Extremely charming. "Brother, if you want me now, we can go to a hotel," the beauty murmured softly in Chao Zhe's arms. Chao Zhe reached out to caress her delicate little face and said tenderly, "Mengzhu, now your company is in a critical situation. First, go and solve the problems with your father. After a few days when all the matters are settled and you're in a better mood, then accompany me well." Hearing this, Lu Mengzhu was deeply touched in her heart. Indeed, as Chao Zhe said, the company was on shaky ground at present, and there were many things in urgent need of handling. Chao Zhe had just given her 30 million, which was to be used immediately to pay off the goods payment, distribute salaries, and resume production, etc. If some things were delayed, the consequences would often be quite serious. Lu Mengzhu nodded gratefully and said, "Brother, you're so kind." After that, she lowered her charming head and gave Chao Zhe a gentle kiss on the lips, then said warmly, "Then I'll leave first. Once the company's affairs are stabilized, I'll surely repay you in the best state." Chao Zhe nodded with a smile and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you." Lu Mengzhu got out of Chao Zhe's embrace, opened her bag, took out a small mirror to tidy up her hairstyle and clothes, and then walked out of the coffee shop with Chao Zhe. On the road, the two embraced each other and then waved goodbye. Lu Mengzhu drove back to the company, while Chao Zhe walked back to the Yijiangnan Hotel. It was already 7:30 when he arrived at the hotel. At this time, Chen Rou and Xu Xueman had already finished washing and were lying on the big bed in the master bedroom, watching TV and chatting. Seeing Chao Zhe come in, the two girls' beautiful eyes brightened with joy. They bounced off the bed and said coquettishly, "Brother, you're back." After that, one on each side, they supported Chao Zhe and helped him sit on the nearby sofa. Chao Zhe laughed and said, "You two smell so fragrant. Have you taken your baths?" The two young women replied coquettishly, "We've been waiting for you to finish your bath. Let's play landlord." In the past few days, the two girls had become increasingly addicted to playing cards. If they won, Chao Zhe would send them red envelopes. If they lost, they would just give Chao Zhe a massage. Naturally, they also enjoyed the perks of being Chao Zhe's women and found it extremely delightful. Their desires in that aspect had also been fully awakened by Chao Zhe. Chao Zhe, of course, was also eager. He went to the bathroom to wash up and then climbed onto the large bed, which was about 3 meters in both length and width. Xu Xueman took out a deck of playing cards from the head of the bed. The three of them played for over an hour. When the two girls got tired, they went to take a bath and then fell asleep with satisfied smiles on their faces. Although Chao Zhe still felt a bit unfulfilled, he didn't continue to pester the two girls. After all, there would be plenty of time in the future. He wasn't sleepy yet. In order not to disturb the girls' sleep, he got up and went to the second bedroom. He opened Douyin and found that Queen and Lemon were having a PK. It was almost 9 o'clock now, and the two girls hadn't ended their live broadcast. He wondered if they were waiting for him or for some other reason. At this moment, both of their health bars didn't have much left. Lemon had more than 3,000 dough coins, while Queen had more than 13,000 dough coins. Chao Zhe chose to enter Queen's live broadcast room. When Hu Sini, known as Queen, saw Chao Zhe come in, she said in surprise, "Welcome back, Brother Chinfeng." Chao Zhe typed, "I just came up to take a look and will leave soon." Then, he sent out 100 carnivals in quick succession. Immediately, Queen's health bar showed more than 3 million dough coins, completely overwhelming Lemon's health bar. The Queen in the live streaming room kept expressing her gratitude, yet she was extremely amazed in her heart. Since yesterday, Chao Zhe had started to show coldness towards Lemon. It seemed that Lemon had done something that made Chao Zhe greatly dissatisfied. Fortunately, she was blessed with a sudden flash of inspiration. After discovering Chao Zhe's potential, she immediately attached herself to him. She had reaped both wealth and charm. At this time, the popularity in Husini's live streaming room soared. Some water friends were thanking Brother West Lake Morning Breeze. Flattering words scrolled across the screen. Naturally, Chao Zhe didn't care. Before long, this round of PK ended, and Lemon suffered a crushing defeat. Seeing that West Lake Morning Breeze went to the Queen's live streaming room and spent 300,000 yuan, Lemon's heart sank to the bottom. Of course, all the water friends in the live streaming room also noticed that Brother West Lake Morning Breeze had started to treat Lemon coldly, so she was in a very bad mood. However, they didn't have the financial ability to give Lemon gifts, so they could only offer some feeble words of comfort. Some people in the live streaming room were indignant, saying that West Lake Morning Breeze was a fickle and philandering man. Nevertheless, Lemon ignored them all and then closed the live stream on the pretext of feeling unwell. The moment she turned off the camera, she leaned back on the chair, and tears streamed down her face. Why? She had been in a state of depression from last night until this evening. But she really couldn't recall where she had offended West Lake Morning Breeze. She had originally thought that West Lake Morning Breeze would come to her live streaming room again tonight. Instead, he went directly to the Queen's live streaming room and splurged on 100 carnivals to defeat her, making her extremely embarrassed in front of the water friends. However, the money belonged to the big brother, and he could spend it as he pleased. She couldn't resent him either. In just 2 days, she had earned hundreds of thousands less than the Queen. What about tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the next month, or even years? It was certain that West Lake Morning Breeze wouldn't come to her live streaming room. How much money would she lose then? This generous patron would casually spend hundreds of thousands on gifts. Yet, she had missed him. The most agonizing thing in life was having the chance to seize sudden wealth, but squandering it. Since West Lake Morning Breeze had given the Queen hundreds of thousands in gifts for 2 consecutive days, it was highly likely that the Queen had met him offline. Otherwise, why would he only shower the Queen with gifts and ignore her? She was younger and even more beautiful than the Queen. Do I really have to take that step? Bai Yiming murmured as she wiped away her tears. Chapter 68. It turns out Bai Yiming is a beauty lover initially. Bai Yiming only aimed to earn some extra money through live streaming to ease the burden of life. She planned to find a boyfriend and start a family when her salary improved. However, after Chao Zhe showered her with over 500,000 in gifts one night, she was utterly stunned. It dawned on her that she could encounter such a generous benefactor. Gradually, she became ensnared in the dream of getting rich. If she could seize the opportunity, she might strike it rich and spare herself decades of arduous struggle. After a moment of deep contemplation, Bai Yiming bit her rosy lips with her pearly teeth, and her gaze gradually hardened. If the Queen could take risks, why couldn't she? One can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Even if West Lake Morning Breeze was an old man, she could simply close her eyes and turn a blind eye. Judging from his spending spree on gifts, if she met him, she would surely rake in at least 1 million. Moreover, after building a good relationship, he would come to her live stream room to send gifts. Once she had earned millions or even tens of millions within a year or two, she would part ways with him. Then she could be a small-scale anchor or find a regular job and lead a quiet life. After calculating, Bai Yiming finally made up her mind. Although she had sent a message during the day and West Lake Morning Breeze hadn't replied, she still had to take the initiative. So she wiped away her tears vigorously, adjusted her emotions, smiled at herself in the mirror several times, and then gave a soft cough to clear her throat. Then she picked up her phone, opened WeChat, and initiated a voice call to West Lake Morning Breeze. As the ringing tones sounded, Bai Yueming's heart was filled with trepidation, and she couldn't help clenching her little hands tightly. She wondered if Westlake Morning Breeze would answer. She knew that Westlake Morning Breeze was holding the phone at that time because she had logged into the Queen's live stream room with another small account and found that Westlake Morning Breeze was chatting with Husini and other viewers. At this moment, Chao Zhe noticed the voice call request from Lemon on his phone. He couldn't help but smile knowingly. Finally couldn't hold it back, huh? Well, it's not my fault. It's you who are useless. I sent you gifts, but you didn't increase our intimacy. It's like you're taking advantage of me for free. After the voice call had rung for quite a while, he pressed the answer button and said in a calm voice, "Hello," on the other end of the phone. Seeing that Chao Zhe had finally answered the voice call, Bai Yueming's heart trembled with excitement. She was slightly stunned for a second and then quickly said in a clear voice, "Sorry, Brother Evening Breeze. I'm sorry to disturb you so late. I just want to apologize to you. If there's anything I've done wrong, please be magnanimous and don't take it to heart. Okay, Ming Ming?" True to her profession as a teacher, despite her excitement, she managed to convey her thoughts in one breath. Chao Zhe gave a gentle smile. This wasn't about right or wrong. It was just that she was reluctant to increase the level of intimacy. Nevertheless, he replied, "You haven't done anything wrong at all." What? Bai Yueming was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. She thought to herself, if I haven't done anything wrong, then why don't you come to my live stream room anymore? However, she didn't dare to voice this question. But from the phone call, she could tell that Chao Zhe's voice was youthful and full of magnetism. So, it turned out that Westlake Morning Breeze wasn't an old-fashioned middle-aged man. Bai Yueming's intimacy 5. Current intimacy, 63. Immediately afterwards, she said delightedly, "That's great, that's great. It really scared me. Ming Ming was so afraid of offending Big Brother Morning Breeze somewhere." She added, "Big Brother's voice sounds so young." Seeing that Bai Yueming's intimacy had suddenly increased by 5 points, Chao Zhe suddenly got interested in continuing the chat with this young girl. So he laughed heartily and said, "You didn't mistake me for an old man, did you? I'm only 26 years old this year." Upon learning that Westlake Morning Breeze was only 26, Bai Yueming was once again in a daze, and then her intimacy increased by a few more points. Bai Yueming's intimacy 6. Current intimacy, 69. Chao Zhe thought to himself, it seems this girl was worried that I was a greasy middle-aged man. No wonder even though I've given her hundreds of thousands of gifts, she never asked to meet me offline. After the pleasant surprise, Bai Yueming said, "I really never imagined that Big Brother Morning Breeze is so young. You're only 3 years older than me. You're truly young and promising. I wonder if it would be convenient for you to have a video call, Big Brother Morning Breeze. I imagine Big Brother must be a paragon of grace and charm." Hee. Since she knew that Chao Zhe was quite young, she wasn't overly worried. Even if the other party was a bit plain looking, as long as there was money to be made, she could accept it. After all, they belonged to different social strata. What did she have other than her beauty? When the young girl proposed a video call, Chao Zhe naturally agreed. As a first-class Cupid, his appearance was rated 91 points, which could be said to outshine the vast majority of men. "Sure, but if I scare you and you have nightmares tonight, you can't blame me," Chao Zhe said deliberately. "Haha, Brother Late Breeze must be a handsome guy." Hearing Chao Zhe's words, Bai Yueming replied somewhat guiltily. In fact, this young girl was a beauty, lover, and had never had a boyfriend. The Prince Charming in her heart was tall, handsome, and ideally wealthy. "Okay, then let's have a video call. You should brace yourself." Chao Zhe deliberately frightened her. Then he hung up the voice call and switched to a video call. At this moment, Bai Yueming was both expectant and afraid. In case this Westlake Late Breeze was really ugly, she'd just close her eyes then. She felt like she was opening a blind box as she accepted the video call request. The girl stared at her phone, and a strikingly handsome face appeared on the screen. The man seemed to be reclining against a large bed. His features were extremely handsome. His long eyebrows extended into his temples. His eyes were bright and piercing. His nose was as straight as a tube, and his thin lips were slightly pursed as he looked over with a half smile. "Wow, Brother Late Breeze is so handsome." Bai Yueming stared at the phone for a few seconds and let out a surprised shriek. Bai Yueming's intimacy 20. Current intimacy, 89. She was extremely excited. Such good looks could easily outshine many popular young actors in the film and television industry, right? Wasn't this her dream lover? She had even thought that Westlake Morning Breeze was an old man before. When Chao Zhe saw that the girl's intimacy towards him increased by 20 points directly, he guessed that this girl was a looks-oriented person. He curled up the corners of his mouth and said with a gentle smile, "Did I scare you?" Bai Yueming stared at Chao Zhe's profile picture and swallowed hard. She said delightedly, "Brother Chenfeng, you didn't scare me at all. You've given me an overwhelming surprise. Even more delightful than winning 5 million in the lottery." Looking at the infatuated look in the little girl's eyes, Chao Zhe was even more certain that this girl was a looks-oriented person. "Haha, you're giving me such high praise." Chao Zhe laughed. Then the two of them started chatting casually and told each other their real names. Bai Yueming regarded Chao Zhe as a super-rich second generation, so she didn't inquire about his specific situation. Instead, she honestly told Chao Zhe her occupation and basic information. They also talked about some of their hobbies. "Brother Chao, could you spare some time tomorrow evening? Let Ming Ming treat you to a meal," Bai Yueming asked tentatively after chatting for a while. Chapter 69. Chen Rou goes out for training. Chao Zhe thought he had no plans for tomorrow evening, so he nodded and agreed. "Sure." She 11. "Thank you, Brother Chao, for giving Ming Ming this chance. It's getting late. I won't disturb you from having a rest," Bai Yueming said with a happy smile. She also knew that as a super-rich second generation, it was quite a show of respect for Chao Zhe to accompany her in chatting for such a long time at night. She couldn't pester him to keep chatting. "All right. Good night," Chao Zhe replied with a smile. Bai Yueming also bid Chao Zhe good night and then ended the video call. In the single teacher's dormitory, the little girl suddenly sprang up from the chair, raised her right fist high, and couldn't help cheering. Yeah. The depression from last night to today vanished like mist. Since Chao Zhe had agreed to meet her, it meant that he still cared about her, although she didn't know why he hadn't sent her gifts last night and tonight. As long as she got on well with him, would she be short of gifts? Humph, the queen must have made her move. However, thinking of Chao Zhe's extremely handsome appearance, Bai Yueming felt that even if the queen had had some sort of relationship with Chao Zhe, she shouldn't care too much. After all, a rich second generation like Chao Zhe, who was both wealthy and good looking, definitely couldn't belong to just one woman. Chao Zhe's good looks far outshone that so-called national husband. If she had some interaction with Chao Zhe tomorrow night, even if he didn't give her any gifts, it seemed that she wouldn't lose out. Instead, she might even gain a little. The girl who was a slave to good looks had high standards for men. Not to mention that Bai Yueming was so excited that she couldn't fall asleep after turning off the video. Here, Chao Zhe was also overjoyed. He originally thought he could no longer improve Bai Yueming's affection level towards him. Unexpectedly, a voice and video call had increased the girl's affection level by 31 points, reaching 89 points. If he were to buy the girls some gifts and offer them some wonderful experiences after meeting them the next day, would he be able to win the hearts of the girls? Chao Zhe was extremely eager to find out. He took a shower in the bathroom and then returned to the master bedroom to lie down. At that moment, the two girls were still sound asleep. They had truly been exhausted during the previous hour or so. With Chao Zhe's current skills, the two girls were no match for him. The next day, Chao Zhe woke the two girls up early. After some indescribable activities, it was 7 o'clock in the morning. After taking a bath, the three of them had breakfast in the canteen. Chen Rou told Chao Zhe and Xu Xuemon that starting from today, she would be going out for a 1-week business training and wouldn't be able to play do Diju with them during these days. Hearing this, Xu Xuemon grabbed Chen Rou's arm and pretended to be sad, saying, "Xiao, you're going out for such a long training. You're leaving me alone. How can I beat Big Brother by myself?" Chen Rou replied with a smile, "Well, there's nothing I can do about it. If not, you can ask Lu Feifei to join. Isn't she coming back soon?" Xu Xuemon frowned slightly and said, "I'm just not sure if Lu Feifei likes playing 3-person do Diju." As Chao Zhe listened to the girls chatting, he took a big bite and swallowed the meat bun in his mouth. Then he said with a smile, "Haha, is my skill so terrifying?" Both Xu Xuemon and Chen Rou gave Chao Zhe a disdainful look, thinking to themselves, "Don't you have a clue about how terrifying you are? We're no match for you. Moreover, you're getting even better. Although the process of playing do Diju is indeed quite enjoyable, we can't withstand your excellent skills." After the three of them finished their meal, Chao Zhe transferred 500,000 yuan to Chen Rou, saying that since she was having training outside, she could buy whatever she wanted. Naturally, he also transferred the same amount to Xu Xuemon, treating them equally. During these days of playing Chinese poker, Chao Zhe had already transferred nearly 1,000,000 yuan to the two women. Thus, the two ladies had now become well-off women. However, which woman would ever complain about having too much money? Chen Rou went to work at the bank, and Xu Xuemon also began to attend to the affairs of the hotel. Chao Zhe, staying alone in the hotel, felt bored, thinking that Lu Feifei was about to return. He was filled with great anticipation. The two of them would exchange a few words on WeChat every day. As for whether Lu Feifei would be willing to play Chinese poker with Xu Xuemon and him, Chao Zhe didn't really care. He intended to buy each woman a house so that they could have their own independent lives. When he missed them, he would invite several of them to his large apartment for a dinner and some drinks. After that, things might just happen as expected. In the capital city, at Ufu Villa, a critical meeting was being held in a tense atmosphere in the living room. Yu Yao, do you intend to anger me to death? Yu Zhongnan, Yu Yao's father, slapped the table heavily and stared intently at Yu Yao with his fierce eyes, shouting sternly. Yu Yao was sitting on the sofa, biting her lower lip with her pearly teeth and wringing her hands together. Her voice trembling, she said, Dad, if you hadn't forced me to date Zhang Tong, would I have been at odds with you? Ungrateful girl. You're truly an ungrateful girl. Yu Zhongnan was so angry that his whole body trembled. He pointed at Yu Yao and slapped the table again forcefully. Mother Lu, Chen Rou, quickly grasped her daughter's little hand and said, Yao Yao, do hold your tongue. Look how angry you've made your father. Alas, Lu Yao's heaving bosom rose and fell violently. Her peerlessly beautiful little face carried a tinge of stubbornness and grievance as she turned her head aside, no longer looking at Lu Zhongnan. At this moment, Lu Yao's eldest brother, Lu Dong, spoke up. Yao Yao, father, mother, and I all have your best interests at heart. You're reluctant to date Zhang Tong. Could it be that you're still pining after that penniless wretch, Chao Zhe? To be frank, when I fetched you back from Shanghai City the other day, I felt utterly exasperated upon seeing Chao Zhe. How could the young miss of our Lu family take a fancy to that bumpkin? Lu Dong, hold your peace. Lu Yao immediately interrupted her brother. Chao Zhe has merely had ill-timed fortune. On what grounds do you call him a bumpkin? Her beautiful eyes fixed upon her elder brother like arrows. Seeing the murderous look in Lu Yao's eyes, Lu Dong heaved a deep sigh. Alas, who could have thought that my once obedient and well-behaved little sister has grown up to be a love-struck fool? After saying that, he exchanged a glance with their mother, Chen Rou, and both of them shook their heads helplessly. Lu Zhongnan frowned deeply, his gaze cold as he stared intently at his daughter. You're being utterly unreasonable. Fine. Since you still have that scoundrel Chao Zhe on your mind and are unwilling to date Zhang Tong, then don't blame me for being heartless. From this moment on, I'll no longer guarantee Chao Zhe's safety. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao suddenly raised her head. Her breathtakingly beautiful face instantly turned ashen, and a flicker of panic and disbelief flashed across her eyes. Her lips quivered slightly, and her voice was tinged with a hint of choking sobs and fury. Dad, how could you do this? You promised me that as long as I left him, you'd definitely guarantee his safety. I've kept my promise and broken up with him. How could you go back on your word? You can't harm him. Chapter 70. Lu Yao's arduous choice. Lu Zhongnan let out a cold sneer. Humph. It's you who forced my hand. As a member of the Lu family, you have the responsibility and obligation to contribute to the family. Let me tell you, if you want to ensure Chao Zhe's safety, you must marry into the Zhang family. Otherwise, you know my temper. I won't tolerate your repeated challenges to my bottom line any longer. Lu Yao felt another jolt in her heart as she met Lu Zhongnan's frigid gaze. Her slender hands clenched tightly into fists, with her fingernails nearly digging into her palms. Her full chest heaved violently, and her breathing became rapid and unsteady. After looking directly at her father for a while, her expression shifted from initial shock to firm resolve, her eyes ablaze with a determined light. Staring straight into Lu Zhongnan's eyes, though her voice trembled, it was incredibly clear. If you dare to harm Chao Zhe, I'll never forgive you in my lifetime. If he dies, I'll follow him in death. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhongnan was stunned. In a fit of rage, he laughed instead. Fine. Lu Yu, I never thought you'd really amount to something. You'd actually follow a penniless wretch to the grave. Well, you're really something. If you do that, I'll act as if I never had a daughter like you. After speaking, he suddenly slapped the table, sprang to his feet, and fixed his arrow-like gaze on Lu Yao for 5 seconds. Then, he swept his sleeves and left the living room. Reaching the front door, he halted his steps and said icily, Lu Yao, if you don't make a change, I'll keep my word. After that, he strode out. Lu Yao gnashed her pearly teeth against her rosy lips. Gazing at her father's unwavering back, she felt utterly dejected. On one side was her own biological father. On the other side was the one she loved dearly. Why, after I separated from Chao Zhe, do you still not let him go? Why do you insist on forcing me to love someone I don't love at all? Powerlessly, she closed her eyes, and a trail of clear tears trickled down her peerless cheek. Seeing Lu Yao in tears, Chen Rou tenderly embraced her daughter's arm and said in a soft voice, Yao Yao, Mom knows your heart, broken, but there's no future for you and Chao Zhe. Our family has been more than kind to Chao Zhe, repaying over 10 million in debts for him. If you refuse to date Zhang Tong because of Chao Zhe, you know your father's stubborn nature. If you don't make a concession, it'll really harm Chao Zhe. Even for Chao Zhe's sake, you should get to know Zhang Tong first. Lu Yao made no response. Yet her tears gushed out like a flood breaking through a dam. Lu Dong cast a glance at Lu Yao, his face expressionless, then walked out into the yard. The yard of Le Mansion was over 1,000 square meters, resembling a garden with an orderly arrangement of scenic views. There were neatly trimmed lawns, meticulously maintained flower beds, an artificial lake with clear water, and an orchard planted with seasonal fruits. Ledong strolled along the slate, paved path until he reached the artificial lake. While admiring the beautiful koi fish leisurely swimming in the lake, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Soon, the call was connected, and a warm, toned voice came from the other end. "Hey, Brother Dong." Ledong glanced back at the villa's main gate and whispered, "A Tong. My father has issued an ultimatum to Yao Yao. If she still refuses to date you, he said he won't guarantee Chao Zhe's safety anymore. I reckon Yao Yao will choose to compromise to ensure Chao Zhe's well-being." Inside a private room of a luxurious club, a handsome young man was reclined on a plush sofa. He was holding a cigar in one hand and the phone in the other. Upon hearing Ledong's news, his eyebrows arched involuntarily. "Ah, that's excellent, Brother Dong. If Liu gives in, please inform me immediately." Ledong's voice came through the phone. "Sure, don't worry. I'll hang up now if there's nothing else." "Okay, Brother Dong. We'll keep in touch. Bye." The young man bid farewell to Ledong and then ended the call. This young man was Zhang Tong, the legitimate son of the head of the Zhang family. The prominent families in the capital were divided into 3 tiers: first class, second class, and third class. The Lu family was a top-notch second-class family, while the Zhang family belonged to the first class. The first-class families included the Luo family, the Ning family, the Zhang family, and the Qiao family. Each family boasted an extremely powerful influence and had made remarkable achievements in the political, business, and military arenas. However, the power distribution among the 4 families was not equal. The Luo family was the most powerful, followed by the Ning family, then the Zhang family, and the Qiao family ranked last. In recent years, the Zhang family has developed rapidly and is faintly showing a tendency to surpass the Ning family, becoming the second largest family. However, the Qiao family is on the decline and is being chased by the top-ranked second-tier families. Among them, the Lu family is developing at the most rapid pace and gradually has the ambition to replace the Qiao family. Zhang Cheng, the head of the Zhang family, has 5 daughters but only one son, Zhang Tong. Zhang Tong returned from studying in Maple Country not long ago. By chance, he learned that Lu Yao, the daughter of the Lu family, was extremely beautiful. He got a photo of Lu Yao and found that she was indeed peerlessly beautiful. Thus, he fell in love with her at first sight and proposed to his father, Zhang Cheng, that he wanted to marry Lu Yao. Zhang Cheng knew Lu Zongnan, the head of the Lu family and Lu Yao's father. So, he put forward the idea of a marriage alliance between the 2 families. Naturally, Lu Zongnan was willing. If the Lu family formed a marriage alliance with the Zhang family, it would receive great support. And the possibility of replacing the Qiao family and becoming one of the 4 top-tier families would be even greater. However, he couldn't hide the fact that Lu Yao was in love with a penniless man named Chao Zhe, and it was impossible to keep it from the Zhang family. So, he could only regretfully tell Zhang Cheng about Lu Yao's actual situation. Zhang Cheng then informed his son, Zhang Tong. Unexpectedly, Zhang Tong told his father that he would marry no one but Lu Yao in his life. Although Zhang Cheng thought that Lu Yao, who had been in a relationship before, was not quite suitable to be the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family, he couldn't persuade Zhang Tong. After all, it was all up to this precious son to carry on the family line in the future. So, he agreed to continue the marriage alliance with the Lu family and asked Lu Zongnan to bring Lu Yao back to the capital as soon as possible. Coincidentally, Lu Yao had returned to the capital to ask her parents for help in order to pay off Chao Zhe's high debts. Lu Zongnan took this opportunity to sign a contract with Lu Yao. The Lu family could help Chao Zhe pay off his debts. But Lu Yao had to promise to break up with Chao Zhe completely, return to the capital, and cut off all contact with him. If Lu Yao dared to contact Chao Zhe privately, the Lu family would make Chao Zhe disappear from this world. For a prestigious and wealthy family like the Lu family, it was a piece of cake to make a penniless commoner vanish. Is there anything in this world that money can't accomplish? With assets exceeding 500 billion, the Lu family could effortlessly spend a few million or even tens of millions to buy a life of an ordinary person. In fact, when dealing with someone as insignificant as Chao Zhe, They didn't even need to spend money. There were numerous other means at their disposal. Previously, they hadn't taken action against Chao Zhe because Lu Yao had stated that if the Lu family dared to harm him, she wouldn't continue living either. To safeguard Chao Zhe, Lu Yu had included a clause in the contract with her father, stipulating that after their breakup, the Lu family had to ensure Chao Zhe's safety and refrain from doing anything detrimental to him. Initially, Luo Zhongnan thought that after his daughter broke up with Chao Zhe and returned to the capital, she would surely sever all ties with the past and marry into the Zhang family as per the family's arrangement. However, Lu Yao didn't fulfill his expectations. Therefore, just now, he threatened Lu Yao with Chao Zhe's life. If she didn't comply, then sorry, Chao Zhe's fate would be nothing but destruction. Chapter 71. By Yueming arrived Luo Zhongnan believed that Lu Yao would make the right choice. And Luo Dong immediately informed Zhang Tong about the pressure Luo Zhongnan was putting on Chao Zhe. Naturally, Zhang Tong was overjoyed at this moment. If Lu Yao succumbed to Lu Zhongnan's pressure, he would be able to embrace the beauty. He had ridden foreign horses abroad and had affairs with many domestic women. He didn't particularly care that Lu Yao had been in a relationship with Chao Zhe, as long as Lu Yao could become his wife. However, he wouldn't let Chao Zhe off easily, because Chao Zhe would become an obstacle, even a knot in his future marriage. As for how to deal with Chao Zhe, he hadn't figured it out yet, but he believed that Chao Zhe must disappear from this world and also from Lu Yao's life. After finishing his cigar, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. In the living room of the Lu family, Chen Rou picked up 2 tissues and gently wiped away Lu Yao's tears, sighing repeatedly. Lu Yao closed her beautiful eyes tightly, her heart in extreme turmoil. Why? Why did all these happen? She hated being born into a wealthy family, which prevented her from being with the one she loved. Thinking that Chao Zhe might face her father's retaliation, her heart trembled. Lu Yao knew Lu Zhongnan's personality well. Once Lu Zhongnan made a decision, it was extremely difficult to change. Previously, when she was in a relationship with Chao Zhe, although Lu Zhongnan was extremely disappointed, out of father-daughter affection, he had obeyed her wishes and refrained from harming Chao Zhe. But now, the Zhang family wanted to form a marriage alliance with the Lu family, which was of vital importance to the future and fate of the Lu family. So Lu Zhongnan would definitely take all means to force her to marry Zhang Tong. Lu Yao clenched her delicate fists, tears streaming down continuously, and her heart waged a fierce battle within. If I don't follow his arrangement, although he won't do anything to me, he will surely think that I still miss Chao Zhe and thus refuse to date Zhang Tong. Then he will definitely shatter this thought of mine and get rid of Chao Zhe. Even if I were to die for love for Chao Zhe, Lu Zhongnan wouldn't care. For Lu Zhongnan's character is that of rather having the jade shattered than intact. Once he makes up his mind, there is no room for negotiation. Lu Yao bit her pink lips and heaved a deep sigh in her heart. What should I do? Should I just watch as father kills a Zhe because I refuse to marry into the Zhang family? A Zhe is innocent. But if I marry into the Zhang family, I don't love Zhang Tong at all. There is only a Zhe in my heart. Oh God, what on earth should I do? Should I compromise myself or save a Zhe's life? After a long time, Lu Yao finally opened her eyes. She gave her mother, Chen Rou, a cold look and said in a frigid voice, "Go and tell Lu Zhongnan that I agree to marry into the Zhang family. But he mustn't lay a finger on Chao Zhe. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning my back on my kin." After saying that, she got up, clenched her fists and returned to her bedroom. With a loud bang, she shut the door. Chen Rou stared at the closed bedroom door, her delicate eyebrows knitted tightly. She let out a long sigh. Alas, what a sin. On this day, Chao Zhe had nothing much to do. He either lay on the sofa playing with his phone or watched TV. When Xu Xueman finished her work, he called her over to play games. Xu Xueman's face remained rosy and charming almost the whole day, yet she seemed a bit exhausted. Fortunately, in the evening, Chao Zhe said he had something to do outside and might not return to the Grand Hotel. This news allowed Xu Xueman to heave a sigh of relief. Without Chen Rou by her side to fight tonight, she was certain to end up in a complete debacle, like a puddle of mud. At 5:10 p.m. Chao Zhe's phone rang. Seizing this opportunity, Xu Xueman wriggled out of Chao Zhe's embrace and said, "Brother, I'll go downstairs to attend to some business. Do let me know if you won't be coming back tonight." After saying that, she scurried away from the presidential suite in a clumsy and hasty manner, as if fleeing. Watching Xu Xueman's disheveled figure, Chao Zhe couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. He picked up the phone and saw that it was a voice call from Bai Yueming. He pressed the answer button. "Hello, Brother Chao, it's me, Ming Ming. I've finished work. Where are you? I'll come over to see you," came the sweet voice of the girl from the phone. "I'll wait for you at the entrance of the Yijiangnan Grand Hotel," Chao Zhe said as he made his way towards the bathroom. Bai Yueming was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. She thought to herself, is this big brother so straightforward? He's already chosen a grand hotel. But I'm not even prepared yet, she sighed inwardly. However, since it was so difficult to get the big brother to talk to her again, Bai Yueming didn't dare to raise any doubts. She quickly replied, oh, okay. I'll be there in about 20 minutes. All right, then I'll hang up, Chao Zhe said. He took a shower in the bathroom, which took him a dozen minutes. Then he changed into a new set of clothes and went downstairs to the hotel entrance. At that moment, a young woman was standing gracefully at the entrance, craning her neck and peering into the hotel. The girl was extremely beautiful. She had an oval face with soft contours, fair and jade-like skin, a high-bridged nose, cherry-colored lips, and a slightly upturned chin that exuded a hint of playfulness. She was clad in a light chiffon dress. The delicate mint green shade emitted a soft glow under the sun, and the skirt fluttered gently in the breeze, like a gentle summer breeze. On her feet were a pair of strapped sandals, revealing slender ankles and fair toes, which were extremely alluring. The system issued a prompt. The daughter of luck has been detected. Name, Bai Yueming. Age, 23. Appearance score, 91. Height, 169 centimeters. Relationship status, single. Occupation, middle school teacher. Luck value, 200,000. Intimacy level, 89. Seeing Chao Zhe come out, Bai Yueming waved at him. Her charming face blushed slightly as she greeted him joyfully. Chao. Brother Chao? Chao Zhe strode up to Bai Yueming and said with a smile, you came quite quickly. How dare Mingming be late when meeting Big Brother? Otherwise, Big Brother will punish Mingming, Bai Yueming said playfully, blinking her beautiful eyes. Since the girl already had an intimacy level of 89 with Chao Zhe, she was quite familiar when talking to him. Haha, what would you like to eat tonight? Chao Zhe asked with a smile. Brother Chao, a young gentleman like you must have had enough of delicacies. How about we go for barbecue tonight? Let you experience the life of us common folks. The barbecue near the Nanshan Workers' Activity Center is quite good, the girl said with a beaming smile. Chao Zhe nodded and said, sure. I've been craving skewers too. Since the Southgate Workers' Activity Center was still 4 or 5 kilometers away, Chao Zhe called Xu Xuaman and asked her to arrange for Lao Yang to take them there. Soon, Lao Yang drove the car out of the parking lot. When he saw that Chao Zhe had brought another beautiful girl, he couldn't help clicking his tongue again. How wonderful it was to be rich. Changing women was as easy as changing clothes. He respectfully opened the rear door and invited Chao Zhe and Bai Yueming into the car. Lao Yang, go to the Southgate Workers' Activity Center, Chao Zhe commanded. Chapter 72. Attacked at the night market. Very well, Mr. Chao. Lao Yang responded respectfully, then got in the car and started the engine. In the car, Bai Yueming pursed her rosy lips, then timidly wrapped her arm around Chao Zhe's. She laid her delicate head on Chao Zhe's shoulder. Sensing Bai Yueming's initiative, Chao Zhe also reached out and gently embraced the girl's slender waist. Bai Yueming's delicate body trembled slightly, and her pretty face blushed pink. The two seemed to be in perfect harmony. They both turned their heads to look at each other simultaneously. Their eyes met, and they both saw the deep affection in each other's eyes. Bai Yueming closed her beautiful eyes, her body quivering slightly. Her pink lips moved closer to Chao Zhe's. Sitting in the front row, Lao Yang tactfully adjusted the rear view mirror. Chao Zhe tightly held the beauty in his arms, breathing in the delicate fragrance emanating from the girl's hair. A tremor of excitement coursed through his heart. He lowered his head, reciprocating the girl's passionate kiss. Chao Zhe could tell that the girl was both nervous and inexperienced, yet she was extremely devoted, driven by her true feelings. After a long while, their lips parted. Bai Yueming's cheeks were flushed red, her eyes were hazy, and her breathing was still erratic. However, a sweet ripple stirred in her heart. As if the whole world had become tender and warm, she raised her eyes and stared at Chao Zhe blankly, whispering like a mosquito, Brother, this is my first kiss. Chao Zhe gently patted the beauty on the back and said tenderly, Thank you, Mingming, for giving me your first kiss. Don't worry, I'll treat you well. Hearing this, Bai Yueming nodded vigorously. Bai Yueming's intimacy 3. Current intimacy, 92. She knew that since she had taken the step of meeting Chao Zhe offline, she must be prepared for what would happen next. However, she didn't regret it. The experience Chao Zhe had given her just now was so wonderful that she was more than willing to accept it. If she hadn't been really out of breath, she would have wanted to continue. The two hugged each other, whispering to each other. Soon, the car arrived at the Workers' Activity Center at the South Gate. Chao Zhe held Bai Yueming's small hand and got off the car. He told Lao Yang to drive back first and not to wait for them. This area was on the outskirts of the city, yet it was extremely bustling. The neon lights on the street lit up, dyeing the whole street in a riot of colors. There was a constant stream of people near the activity center. "Brother, there's a Cheng's barbecue stall over there. The food there tastes really good. Let me take you there to have a try," Bai Yueming suggested. "Okay, I'll entrust my stomach to you tonight," Xiao Zhe replied with a smile. "Brother, don't worry. Tonight, Mei Ming guarantees to satisfy your stomach completely," Bai Yueming said with a charming smile. The two held hands tightly and walked towards the Cheng's barbecue stall that Bai Yueming had mentioned. An open space of about 2 or 3 to 400 square meters was cordoned off around the workers' activity center. Every evening, there would be hundreds of night market stalls here vying for business. There were barbecue stalls offering delicacies like roasted pig trotters and whole roasted lambs, as well as fruit vendors and milk tea sellers. It was extremely bustling. This was because the development zone was adjacent to the workers' activity center. Every evening, and even late into the night, after the workers in the development zone got off work, they would come here for supper. Of course, it wasn't just the workers from the development zone. Many city dwellers also flocked here to enjoy the barbecue. The snacks here tasted wonderful and were also affordable, which was highly suitable for the working class consumption. Bai Yueming and her colleagues had visited this place for barbecue quite often. Xiao Zhe had also been here before, but in the past, he usually came here to pick up take-out orders and never indulged in a full barbecue meal. For a barbecue meal, although relatively inexpensive, still cost at least several dozen yuan, which was a great luxury for him when he was on the verge of bankruptcy. After walking for about dozens of meters, the two of them arrived at Cheng's barbecue stall. It was a small night market stall run by a couple. There was a canopy, and several small square tables and more than a dozen small plastic stools were placed beside it. At this moment, several small square tables were already filled with diners. Fortunately for Xiao Zhe and the other, there was still an empty small square table, and they took their seats. Bai Yueming greeted the landlady, then inquired about Xiao Zhe's preferences and ordered some lamb kebabs, chicken wings, eggplants, chives, glutinous rice cakes, and so on. She also ordered 2 bottles of beer, opened one for Xiao Zhe and one for herself, and poured them into paper cups. Then, smiling at Xiao Zhe, she said, "Brother, I'll accompany you to have a bottle of beer tonight." Xiao Zhe also nodded with a smile and replied, "Sure. It is a must to have some beer when having barbecue." Haha. Before long, the lamb kebabs and chicken wings were served one after another. The two of them were munching on the skewers, sipping beer and chatting. Bai Yueming was extremely considerate. From time to time, she would pick up a skewer and hand it to Xiao Zhe, or add some vinegar or cumin for him, just like a very caring young wife. Xiao Zhe also relished this feeling. Wow, so spicy. After eating for a while, Bai Yueming stuck out her pink tongue and waved her little hand repeatedly. After saying that, she picked up a paper cup and gulped down a whole cup of beer into her little mouth. As a result, because she drank too fast, she choked and started coughing. Most of the beer was spilled on the ground. Xiao Zhe reached out and gently patted her on the back, scolding lovingly, "You silly girl. No one is competing with you. Why are you drinking so fast? Look at how uncomfortable you are from choking." Bai Yueming coughed a few times before her breathing became a bit smoother. She said with a smile, "Alas, it's really too spicy. Brother, let me borrow your beer to moisten my throat." After saying that, regardless of whether Xiao Zhe agreed or not, she picked up Xiao Zhe's beer glass and took a big sip. Xiao Zhe smiled and of course didn't mind, after all. The two of them had had a passionate kiss in the car before. Wow, this beauty can really hold her liquor. Come, have a drink with us, guys. At this time, a burst of boisterous laughter came from behind Xiao Zhe. He looked back and saw that 5 or 6 young men with dyed yellow hair were staggering over. They all held beer bottles in their hands, and some had cigarettes in their mouths. The exposed arms of these yellow-haired guys were either tattooed with dragons or engraved with the character endurance. One could tell at a glance that they were hooligans. The leader was dressed in a flowery shirt and baggy shorts, with a long knife scar on his face. His lecherous eyes were fixed intently on Bai Yueming. The man in the flowery shirt walked over to Xiao Zhe's table and plopped down on a stool. He slammed a beer bottle onto the table, his breath reeking of alcohol as he said to Bai Yueming, "Beauty, come on, have a bottle with me. If you make me happy, I'll take you out for fun tonight." Bai Yueming was extremely frightened. Her body trembling, she leaned closer to Xiao Zhe, nervously eyeing the man in the flowery shirt and daring not utter a word. Xiao Zhe put down his chopsticks forcefully, his eyes turning cold. Staring into the flowery shirt man's eyes, he said icily, "Get out of here." The man in the flowery shirt was clearly taken aback upon hearing this. Then he sneered and said, "Oh, you're quite audacious, daring to tell me to get out." After saying that, He picked up the beer bottle and smashed it towards Chao Zai's head. Bai Yueming let out a terrified scream. No. Chapter 73. It doesn't suit my Yueming's demeanor. Bai Yueming was worried that Chao Zai would be injured by the beer bottle. She reached out to grab the bottle from the man in the flowery shirt. However, Chao Zai moved so fast that it was a blur. He shot out his hand and grabbed the man's wrist. With a crack, the man let out a pig-like scream. His hand was broken. Seeing this, the other hooligans exchanged glances and then picked up the beer bottles and charged forward. Before Bai Yueming could even let out another scream, she saw Chao Zai stand up. Facing the first man charging towards him, he delivered a karate chop to the man's neck. The man let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground. Immediately afterwards, his figure flitted like a specter among the hooligans. Crack, crack, crack. With a few swift karate chops, he instantly brought down the remaining hooligans to the ground. They lay there, howling in agony. As Chao Zai knocked them down, he also broke their arms. The hooligan in the flowery shirt, dragging his severed arm, staggered to his feet. His face pale and his eyes filled with terror, he stared at Chao Zai and stammered, Who are you? Chao Zai remained silent, fixing him with a cold, steely glare. Meeting that frigid gaze, the hooligan in the flowery shirt shivered with fright. He didn't dare to ask further and turned to flee, fearing that if he hesitated a moment longer, Chao Zai would break his legs. The entire night market fell into a deathly hush, and everyone held their breath. Only then did Bai Yueming notice that Chao Zai, this incredibly handsome and super wealthy man, was exuding an intimidating aura. The men lying on the ground, groaning in pain, scrambled away on their own, dragging their broken arms, not even bothering to help their companions. Chao Zai didn't bother to pursue them. They were just a bunch of petty pests, and breaking their bones was enough. He reckoned they wouldn't be able to cause trouble on the streets for a long time. Turning around, he saw Bai Yueming still standing there, looking a bit pale. He stepped forward, helped the girl sit down, and asked with a smile, Are you not frightened? As he spoke, he waved his hand in front of Bai Yueming's face. Only then did Bai Yueming come to her senses. Grasping Chao Zai's arm excitedly, she exclaimed, Brother, I never thought you were so good at fighting. She thought that if Chao Zai hadn't been so capable, she might have had that hooligan in the flowery shirt's filthy hands on her face just now, and might even have suffered his humiliation. Moreover, Chao Zai might even be injured by those hooligans. It's surely a common occurrence for these hooligans to engage in brawls. Even if they were arrested, they wouldn't really care. Haha, there are still many things you can't imagine. Not to mention just these few hooligans, even if there were dozens more. I'd still beat them until they cry for their parents. Chao Zai laughed heartily. Hearing this, Bai Yueming's beautiful eyes fluttered as she said, Really? Then in the future, if anyone bullies Ming Ming, you must protect me. Bai Yueming's Intimacy 5. Current Intimacy, 97. Chao Zai nodded emphatically and said with a smile, Of course. Bai Yueming nestled beside Chao Zai like a little kitten, her face brimming with happiness. No woman dislikes a man who is extremely powerful. During the fight just now, Chao Zai made precise moves and easily subdued those hooligans without destroying the small couple's business stall. Those who set up stalls at night are generally from the lower strata. In order to earn a living, they often have to stay up all night. So Chao Zai was particularly careful when he took action. After Bai Yueming finished calculating the accounts, the two of them left the workers' activity center. Since you treated me to barbecue, I should reciprocate and buy you some gifts. How about buying you a few handbags? Chao Zai said while embracing Bai Yueming's slender waist. Okay, then thank you, brother. Bai Yueming nodded and replied. As the saying goes, there is always one handbag missing in a woman's wardrobe. No woman would having too many handbags. So Bai Yueming was no exception. The two took a Didi and returned to the urban area. The car stopped at the entrance of an Hermes mall. Chao Zai held Bai Yueming's delicate hand and stood in front of the shopping mall. The glass door opened automatically, and a tall and charming female shopping guide walked towards them. She was dressed in a standard black uniform skirt that just covered her thighs, revealing a pair of straight and shapely long legs. The moment she saw Chao Zai, her eyes lit up conspicuously. Welcome. I'm delighted to serve you. The shopping guide said in a saccharine voice, her eyes lingering on Chao Zai's face. After being promoted to a first-class Cupid, Chao Zai became even more handsome. Like a moving embodiment of charm, exuding an irresistible allure that made people naturally want to get closer. That's why even Xiao Yan, the general manager of Shangping Foreign Trade Company, took a fancy to him upon meeting. Chao Zai nodded to the beautiful shopping guide and inquired, Beauty, where are the latest style handbags here? The shopping guide withdrew her infatuated gaze from Chao Zai and then said with a smile, Please follow me this way. Sir and Miss. Chao Zai put his arm around Bai Yueming's fragrant shoulder and followed the guide to a row of shelves. The beautiful shopping guide pointed at the 100 or 200 handbags displayed on the shelves and addressed Chao Zhe and Bai Yueming, Sir and Miss. These are all the latest style handbags of this year. Chao Zhe uttered an affirmative sound and then turned to Bai Yueming, saying, Yueming, choose any handbag you like here. Bai Yueming's beautiful eyes sparkled when she looked at the brand new handbags on the shelves. These handbags were all extremely expensive, with prices ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, or even 1 or 2 million yuan each. Bai Yueming stared at them in disbelief. Usually, she bought handbags that cost only 1 or 200 yuan each, and the cheapest bag here could buy more than 100 of the ones she usually bought. She merely cast a fleeting glance at the bags priced at 1 or 2 million yuan before naturally making her way to the shelves with bags costing 20 or 30,000 yuan each. She picked up a creamy, white chain, strap bag, slung it over her shoulder, and sized herself up. Then she walked up to Chao Zhe, smiling, and asked, Brother, do you think this bag looks good on me? Chao Zhe took the bag and saw that it was priced at only 29,000 yuan. He immediately shook his head and said, a bag worth just over 20,000 yuan can hardly match the elegance of my Meimeng. It should cost at least 1 or 2 million. After saying that, he turned to the salesgirl and said, Miss, could you kindly select several of your most expensive bags for my girlfriend? Unexpectedly, the salesgirl was so engrossed in admiring Chao Zhe's handsome profile that she seemed not to have heard him clearly. Huh? She leaned in closer to Chao Zhe, and somehow one of the buttons on her blouse had come undone, revealing a glimpse of her fair cleavage. Chao Zhe just cast a quick glance at her creamy, white bosom and promptly averted his eyes, saying indifferently, Please select several of your most expensive bags for my girlfriend. If this salesgirl were in the general public, her looks would be above average, with an estimated appearance score of 80. But in Chao Zhe's eyes, she didn't measure up. The only girls he took a fancy to were those lucky girls with an appearance score of over 90. The young salesgirl seemed to have finally come to her senses and quickly nodded, saying, Oh, okay. Chapter 74 Ming Ming, as long as you strive. Hearing Chao Zhe's words, the salesgirl couldn't help but feel a flutter of joy in her heart. He thought to himself, the most expensive Hermes bags in our store cost over 2 million each. If this handsome young man buys one for his girlfriend, I can get a commission of over 60,000. I'm going to make a fortune. The most expensive bags were placed on the highest shelf. The beautiful salesgirl quickly fetched an A-frame ladder and started climbing it. She smirked to herself and didn't even bother to press her legs together in her miniskirt. Instead, she straddled the ladder widely as she ascended, a glimpse of something translucent faintly visible. The beautiful salesgirl silently prayed, Handsome guy, I'm giving you a treat. You must seize this opportunity. It's often said that handsome men like beautiful women, but in fact, beautiful women are even more smitten with handsome men, especially wealthy ones like Chao Zhe. However, Chao Zhe didn't even spare a glance at the beautiful salesgirl. Instead, he was chatting with Bai Yueming. Bai Yueming still felt a bit awkward about letting Chao Zhe spend so lavishly. She whispered in Chao Zhe's ear, Brother, I think a bag worth 2 or 3,000 is enough. It's a waste to buy an overly expensive one. Chao Zhe smiled and replied, What's the waste? Does your brother lack a bit of money like that? Stop being so polite to me, or I'll get angry. Upon hearing this, Bai Yueming didn't insist anymore. She wondered if she dared to go out with a bag worth 1 or 2 million. She thought it would probably just sit at home and used. But since Chao Zhe had put it like that, she could only accept his kindness. Seeing Chao Zhe chatting with his girlfriend below without even looking at her, a flicker of disappointment crossed the beautiful salesgirl's heart. She selected 3 of the priciest handbags, then descended the stepladder and placed them on the small table in front of Chao Zhe. With a smile, she said, Sir, these 3 handbags match your girlfriend perfectly. Their total value amounts to 61 million yuan. What do you think? Chao Zhe nodded. He only cared about the high price, not whether they were a good match. However, upon seeing these 3 handbags, Bai Yueming's beautiful eyes instantly sparkled with delight. She glanced at Chao Zhe and, noticing his encouraging look, immediately picked up a handbag and slung it over her shoulder to see how it looked. Although the pretty salesgirl was infatuated as a professional salesperson, her taste was quite discerning. The handbags she chose were not only expensive but also truly suited Bai Yueming's temperament. When Bai Yueming slung on a beige handbag worth as much as 9 million yuan, the pretty salesgirl stepped forward and exclaimed in admiration, Miss, with this handbag on your back, your elegance is simply matchless. It's as if it was custom made for you. By saying this, she naturally hoped that the handsome male customer would buy it for his girlfriend. And indeed, what she said was true. Hearing this, Bai Yueming was overjoyed. She stood in front of the mirror, scrutinizing herself carefully, and her beautiful eyes were brimming with happiness. However, she was too shy to suggest buying it. After all, it was extremely expensive. Qiao Zhe stepped forward, placing his hands on Bai Yueming's fragrant shoulders, and also took a good look. He nodded firmly and said, "Well, it's truly excellent. Let's buy it." Hearing this, Bai Yueming was extremely excited. She could actually carry a handbag worth 9 million yuan. Hugging Qiao Zhe's arm, she said joyfully, "Thank you, brother. You've spent so much money on me." Bai Yueming's intimacy 1. Current intimacy level, 98. Qiao Zhe gently pinched the fair, skinned girl's delicate cheek and said with a smile, "Not only this one, but also the other two. I'll buy them all." After that, he said to the salesgirl, "Miss, please pack these 3 bags for me." Bai Yueming's intimacy 1. Current intimacy level, 99. Hearing this, Bai Yueming's intimacy increased by 1 point again. The young salesgirl was slightly stunned for a moment, and then her petite lips curved into an uncontrollable smile. She quickly said, "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I'll pack them for you right away." For selling these 3 bags, her commission would be more than 160,000. At this moment, she was both overjoyed and envious. Alas, if only she could find a boyfriend as handsome and wealthy as the young man in front of her. Unfortunately, he didn't even spare her a glance. Qiao Zhe went to the counter to pay, then took Bai Yueming's dainty hand and walked out of the mall. The beautiful salesgirl stared at Qiao Zhe's receding figure, lost in a reverie. "Brother, you've bought me bags worth over 5 million. I don't know how to express my gratitude." "Ming, Bai Yueming murmured. "Maybe we could go." Outside the mall, Bai Yueming nestled against Qiao Zhe, her little face flushed with a shy glow. Under the streetlights, a gentle breeze blew, fluttering the girl's silky long hair, making her look incredibly charming. That evening, Qiao Zhe had been in close proximity to Bai Yueming several times, and now, holding the beauty's soft and delicate hand, his heart skipped a beat. Although Bai Yueming didn't have the nerve to finish her sentence, he understood her unspoken affection. He tightened his grip on her hand and whispered tenderly in her ear, "How about going to my place? I haven't even moved into the house since I bought it." Bai Yueming gently bit her pink lips and nodded slightly, saying, "All right." The two hailed a taxi and arrived at Yulanwan Community. The car drove directly to Building 16. After getting off, Qiao Zhe put his arm around Bai Yueming's slender waist and they entered the elevator, reaching the 28th floor. After unlocking the door with his fingerprint, Qiao Zhe gently pushed open the heavy solid wood door. Bai Yueming followed behind Qiao Zhe and stepped into the 310 square meter penthouse. The spacious living room came into her view. The crystal chandelier cast a soft glow, which was reflected on the marble floor, refracting a resplendent play of light and shadow. Bai Yueming's gaze was drawn to the floor-to-ceiling window that spanned the entire wall. She walked over and leaned against the railing, admiring the prosperous city night view outside. The city was ablaze with lights, as if the whole world lay beneath her feet. She couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. "The night view here is truly enchanting." Her beautiful eyes were brimming with delight. Qiao Zhe stood shoulder to shoulder with Bai Yueming and said with a smile, "Indeed, this location is excellent. The view is extremely expansive, allowing one to savor the urban night view." After gazing at the night view for a while, Bai Yueming toured the entire house. Seeing that the living room and each room were all exquisitely decorated, she couldn't help but ask, "Brother, this house must have cost a fortune, right?" Qiao Zhe shook his head and replied with a faint smile, "It's not that expensive. It's fully furnished, and I only paid 55 million yuan in full." Hiss. Bai Yueming couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The young girl exclaimed in astonishment, "What? 55 million yuan isn't considered expensive. The world of you wealthy people is forever beyond the reach of us common folk." Qiao Zhe thought to himself with a sly smile, "Just a few days ago, I was in the same position as you, unable to even dream of such a life. Now, it's a piece of cake for me." He gently wrapped his arm around Bai Yueming's slender waist and said with a smile, "Yueming, as long as you work hard, maybe one day you'll be able to buy a house like this, or even a bigger one." Hearing this, Bai Yueming pouted and retorted, "We commoners are born at a disadvantage. No matter how hard we try, we can never match those born into wealthy families." "Really? I don't quite agree with your view." Qiao Zhe replied with a smile. Just as Bai Yueming was about to argue back, she looked up and saw a mischievous glint in Qiao Zhe's eyes. Chapter 75. The impulse to jump. Bai Yueming felt a sudden thud in her mind. Staring blankly at Qiao Zhe, her voice quivered as she asked, "Brother, do you mean that as long as I work hard with you, maybe one day I'll be able to live in a big house like this?" Qiao Zhe nodded with a smile, his eyes full of encouragement. This girl currently had an intimacy level of 99 points. Just one more point and it would reach 100, allowing her to contribute 200,000 luck points to Qiao Zhe. Once Qiao Zhe accumulated a total of 800,000 luck points, he would be promoted to a second level Cupid. He could then cash out 1 billion in wealth and gain a superpower of mental control. It wouldn't be a problem to buy Bai Yueming a house worth 55 million, or even a house worth 200 million. After all, he would stand to gain even more. Bai Yueming seemed to understand Qiao Zhe's hint. Blushing prettily, she looked at Qiao Zhe and said, "Brother, I understand. Don't worry. I'll definitely strive hard. It's just that I'm so inexperienced. I might disappoint you." Qiao Zhe shook his head, put his arm around the girl's slender waist, and said with a smile, "Do you think I'm such a shallow person? What I want from you is that." After saying that, his eyes glanced at the young beauty's perky bosom. Hearing this, Bai Yueming's face flushed even more. She silently complained in her heart, "You're practically a lecher. Isn't that shallow?" However, she didn't dare to voice it out. Instead, she reached out her delicate hand to grab Qiao Zhe's big hand and placed it on herself. Qiao Zhe realized the girl had misunderstood and quickly withdrew his hand. He cupped the girl's pretty face and said gently, "Girl, you've misunderstood. What I meant was I won your heart." Hearing this, Bai Yueming was so embarrassed that she buried her head tightly in Qiao Zhe's chest and said coquettishly, "Oh, brother, you didn't make it clear. Now my whole heart belongs to you." Qiao Zhe said with a smile, "There's still a little more." After all, the girl's intimacy level was 99, not yet 100. After saying that, he picked up the girl in his arms, strode quickly to the spacious couch, and then sat down. Bai Yueming put her arms around Qiao Zhe's neck, gazed deeply into his eyes, then closed her beautiful eyes and pressed her soft lips against the man's thin lips. A few minutes later, Bai Yueming caressed Qiao Zhe's handsome face, breathing softly like the fragrance of an orchid. "Brother, I'll go take a bath first. Tonight." After saying that, she lowered her delicate head, too shy to continue. The passionate kiss just now made the girl even more charming. Qiao Zhe nodded, got up, carried the girl into the bathroom, then stepped out and closed the bathroom door. He himself went to another bathroom to take a shower. After finishing his shower, he went to the master bedroom and waited for the girl with the light on. Qiao Zhe secretly speculated that perhaps the last point of intimacy was just a short step away. More than 20 minutes later, Bai Yueming, wrapped in a bath towel, entered the master bedroom after her bath and casually closed the door. An hour and a half later, with a soft moan from Bai Yueming, Qiao Zhe also received the system prompt tone. Bai Yueming's intimacy 1. Current intimacy, 100. Congratulations. You have obtained 200,000 luck points. Current luck points, 800,000. You have been promoted to a second level Cupid. You have received a cashback of 1 billion yuan. Reward, superpower, mental control technique. The maximum consumption limit per transaction of the Cupid card is 50 million yuan. Current luck points, 800,000. Accumulating to 1. 6 million luck points will upgrade you to a third level Cupid. And you can get a cashback of 2 billion yuan with a reward of healing technique. Qiao Zhe was overjoyed. He covered the girl with the quilt and said tenderly, "Ming Ming, you're tired. Take a little rest first. You can take another shower after you wake up." Bai Yueming nodded feebly, her gaze towards Qiao Zhe brimming with affection. However, soon she wearily closed her beautiful eyes and drifted off to slumber. After Bai Yueming emitted a steady rhythm of breathing, Qiao Zhe got out of the bed, walked into the living room, and seated himself on the sofa. He opened the system panel through his mental command, and there he discovered a small book resembling a secret manual, on which was written spiritual control technique. Upon opening the book, the ability of spiritual control naturally flooded into his mind. Nevertheless, the secret manual also noted that spiritual control was only applicable to those other than the daughter of Fortune. The host was not allowed to use spiritual control to enhance the daughter of Fortune's affection towards him. Subsequently, Qiao Zhe felt the cells in his body were being reorganized, and his bones were making cracking sounds. Before long, the reorganization was completed. The system issued a prompt sound. You have mastered the spiritual control technique. You will find it an extremely fascinating superpower. Currently, you are a second level Cupid. Ordinary bullets can no longer pose a threat to you. Even a speeding train cannot cause you fatal harm. You can traverse high, rise buildings as if walking on flat ground. Qiao Zhe's eyes lit up. A second level Cupid could already resist ordinary bullets. As his level continued to increase in the future, did it not imply that he would no longer need to fear cannons or rocket-propelled grenades? Once no one could pose any threat to him, he would lead a life of ease and comfort. Moreover, being able to traverse high, rise buildings as if on flat ground? Chao Zhe walked up to the French window and looked downstairs. The 28th floor was approximately 80 meters above the ground. Yet, Chao Zhe gazed at this great height without the slightest trace of fear. At this moment, he noticed that his vision had also become exceptionally sharp, enabling him to perceive every detail downstairs. Below was a stretch of lawn. With the aid of the street lamp's glow, he could even distinguish each blade of grass clearly. This was a place 80 meters high. The Cupid system had not only strengthened his physique but also enhanced the capabilities of his facial features. There was no one around the lawn at present. Since it was a newly built and high-end residential area, the occupancy rate was not high. It was already past 10 o'clock at night, and only a few windows in the nearby buildings were still lit. Gazing at the empty lawn downstairs, Chao Zhe felt an overwhelming urge to jump from the building. He was eager to find out if he could truly land on the ground, as if walking on flat ground. Well, let's give it a try. Chao Zhe still had faith in the system. He opened the window and gave a gentle leap, finding that his body was airborne, and he was standing on the windowsill. Then he jumped downward. At that moment, Chao Zhe felt as light as a swallow. Although he couldn't fly, he could freely change his movements in the air. Moreover, he could control his falling speed and even move several meters forward, backward, left, or right. An object falling from a height of 80 meters usually takes about 4 seconds. However, Chao Zhe managed to control his body and landed on the ground in approximately 20 seconds. He felt as if he could manipulate his body to land as gently as a snowflake. When he landed on the lawn, he made no sound, just like a leaf fluttering to the ground. Seeing that he landed unharmed, Chao Zhe was overjoyed. Chapter 76. Let's see if you dare to be so distant from me in the future. This Cupid system is truly extraordinary. Just being a second-level Cupid allows oneself to be unafraid of falling from high altitudes. If it reaches a higher level in the future, wouldn't one be able to fly? Chao Zhe was extremely eager in his heart. Moreover, could he also leap between the high rises in the city? He decided to give it another try. As the thought emerged in his mind, he immediately started to leap. Chao Zhe sprinted at an extremely rapid pace, then stepped on the wall of an opposite building. With the help of inertia, he reached the rooftop of the opposite building, a 37-story platform. Within a few seconds, when he passed by the window on the 21st floor, a young couple was kissing beside the window. Suddenly, their eyes flashed as if something had flown by. The girl said, "Away, I seem to have suddenly seen a person flying up past our window. Did you see it?" The boy named Away replied, "I also seem to have seen something flash. Are you sure you saw a person?" Hearing this, the girl shivered all over and screamed, "Ah, if it wasn't a person, could it be a ghost?" Bobo also trembled. He quickly drew the curtains and hugged the girl tightly, consoling her. It might be a big bird. There are no ghosts in this world. However, as he was drawing the curtains, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure resembling a person flying from the rooftop of their building to the opposite one, and then the figure disappeared. He didn't dare to tell his girlfriend and simply supported the girl to sit on the bed. Their amorous mood was completely gone. How could Chao Zhe know that he had just interrupted the sweet moment of a couple? He discovered that he could freely leap between high rises. He could cover a distance of 100 or 200 meters in just a few seconds. Well, it'll be much more convenient to go out from now on. Chao Zhe stroked his chin and said with a smile. However, this skill can't be used during the day, or it'll scare others. Moreover, if he's discovered by powerful departments, he might be captured for dissection and research. Although his body is now strong enough to resist bullets, it's still no match for powerful departments. What if they use rocket launchers, missiles, or laser weapons? They could easily overpower him. Therefore, he better use it only at night when there's no one around and in case of emergencies. He isn't strong enough yet. He has to keep a low-key development. Maybe after leveling up a few more times, he'll become invincible in terms of force. By then, perhaps no one and no group in this world could pose a threat to him. If anyone dares to threaten him, he'll quickly teach them a lesson. Chao Zhe stood on the rooftop of Building 26, surveying the nocturnal scenery of the city, which was still brightly lit. A gentle night breeze blew, bringing a touch of coolness. High in the deep sky, the full moon hung like a luminous disk, its silvery light pouring down on the earth like a stream of water. Chao Zhe's thoughts drifted back to Lu Yao in the capital city. He wondered how she was doing at the moment. Had she ever thought of him? Would she be forced by her family to marry into another wealthy family? Thinking about these questions, a twinge of bitterness welled up in his heart. It had only been 7 days since Lu Yao left, yet he already had 5 women. Lu Feifei, Hu Xinyi, Chen Rou, Xu Xueman, and Bai Yueming. Moreover, he'd managed to raise the intimacy level of Lu Mengshu, Li Yao's good friend, to 100. It was almost certain that Lu Mingzhu would become his woman. If Liao knew about this, she'd probably be extremely despairing, contemplating that the 2 billion yuan in cash rewards and 2 superpowers he could obtain all stemmed from these 6 ladies blessed with good fortune. Chao Zhe felt both gratitude and a twinge of guilt welling up in his heart, for he was still deeply in love with Liao. The fact that the intimacy levels of these 6 women towards him had all reached 100 points signified that there was only room for him in their hearts, and no other men could find a place there. However, he was unable to offer them a complete family. One should never forget the source of one's blessings. All that he had at present originated from the ladies of good fortune. Since he couldn't give them a whole family, he ought to treat them better, not only materially, but also in terms of safety. Perhaps he could hire some female bodyguards in the future to safeguard the safety of the ladies of good fortune with a 100-point intimacy towards him. The system should reimburse the cost of hiring bodyguards, considering it was an expense on the ladies of good fortune. Even if it couldn't, he had withdrawn a substantial amount of money and could fully afford to hire a female bodyguard team. Next, he needed to accumulate another 800,000 fortune points to upgrade to a level 3 Cupid. The reward would be 2 billion yuan in cash and the healing technique. This healing technique should be a powerful skill as well. It could be used to heal himself or others. But where could he acquire the fortune points? Currently, he had 800,000 fortune points, and he still needed 800,000 more to reach 6 million. Among the ladies of good fortune he knew but hadn't yet courted, Mi-hee, a car model, had a beauty score of 92 and 300,000 fortune points. Their current intimacy level was 50 points, so there should still be a great hope of increasing it to 100. Chen Linger, the daughter of leader Qin Zhen, also had a beauty score of 92 and 300,000 fortune points, and her intimacy level towards him was 38 points. However, her identity was quite special. If he had designs on Qin Zhen's daughter, would Qin Zhen arrange for someone to send him to prison? Chao Zhe let out a bitter laugh. He'd first take a look. If pursuing Qin Lingo proved to be too troublesome, he'd give it up. At present, he only knew 2 women, Mi-hee and Qin Linger, and the combined fortune value from them was only 600,000, with a deficit of 200,000 still remaining. He had to find more women with fortune as soon as possible. After pondering for a while on the rooftop, Chao Zhe leaped off the building and entered the living room through the window of his 28th floor apartment. He closed the window, took a bath in the bathroom, and then returned to his room. When he lay on the bed, Bai Wenming was sleeping soundly. The young girl seemed to sense the movement and stretched out her small hand as if groping for something. When she felt Chao Zhe's broad chest, the little girl seemed to feel at ease. She stroked his chest a few times with her small hand and then fell back into a deep sleep. A warm feeling welled up in Chao Zhe's heart. After giving a kiss on the girl's flawless forehead, he also closed his eyes and fell asleep peacefully. The next day, at 6:30 in the morning, Bai Wenming was awakened by the alarm she had set on her phone. Seeing that Chao Zhe was also awakened, she looked at him apologetically and said, "Brother, I'm sorry. Because I'm afraid of being late, I set the alarm for 5:30 every morning." Chao Zhe embraced the girl and said with a smile, "Now that you're my woman, why are you still being so polite to me? Do you want me to spank you?" After saying that, he really gave a light slap. Bai Wenming's delicate face blushed, and her whole body trembled slightly. She gently stroked Chao Zhe's face with her small hand and said with a lovesick smile, "Brother, you always like to bully Ming Ming." Chao Zhe stroked the smooth back of the girl and said with a smile, "Let's see if you still dare to be so distant from me in the future." Bai Wenming felt a tingle of numbness from his touch and giggled, "I dare not. I dare not." Chapter 77, Brother. Do you think this kind of repayment is all right? After they had lingered in bed for a while, Chao Zhe didn't do anything more to the girl. After all, it was the girl's first time last night, and she couldn't withstand excessive indulgence. Bai Wenming turned on the light and prepared to get out of bed to take a bath. Suddenly, she stared fixedly at Chao Zhe, carefully scrutinizing his handsome face. Seeing the girl looking at him in a daze, Chao Zhe couldn't help but feel a bit curious. He waved his hand in front of the girl's eyes and asked, "Ming Ming, is there something on my face?" The girl's delicate face was full of confusion. She exclaimed in surprise, "Brother, I feel that you are even more handsome than yesterday this whole night." Hearing this, Chao Zhe was momentarily stunned. Then he understood. Now that he was a second-level Cupid, his appearance score had increased by 1 point, rising from 91 to 92. Don't underestimate this 1-point difference. It had added a great deal to his temperament and image. Naturally, it surprised Bai Wenming, who was a beauty enthusiast. Xiao Zhe tilted his mouth and said with a smile, "It must be because Ming Ming pampered me so well last night that I've become even more handsome." Hearing this, Bai Yueming's delicate face blushed. She pursed her small lips and said with a smile, "Does Ming Ming really have such an ability?" However, seeing Xiao Zhe become even more handsome, she was still extremely delighted in her heart. After dressing up, Bai Yueming took a bath, put on a light makeup, then bid farewell to Xiao Zhe and headed to school first. Xiao Zhe had nothing to do in the morning, so he stayed at home, playing with his phone and watching TV. As noon approached, he thought of Lu Mengzhu. He wondered how things were going in her company. If the 30 million he gave her was not enough, he would give her some more. After all, this girl had contributed 200,000 points of luck value. So Xiao Zhe took out his phone and called Lu Mengzhu. The phone rang only a few times before the other end picked up. Lu Mengzhu's busy voice came from the phone. "Xiao Zhe." Xiao Zhe immediately interrupted her and pretended to be angry, saying, "What did you call me? One more chance." Lu Mengzhu obviously paused for a moment, then came a long, coquettish voice, "Brother." "Hey." Xiao Zhe replied contentedly, then asked, "Have the matters of the company been settled?" Lu Mengzhu also resumed her normal tone and said softly, "Well, almost. Thanks to the 30 million you gave. We've paid off the money to the suppliers and the workers' wages. Some customers have said they're willing to continue cooperating with us." Xiao Zhe nodded and said, "That's good. Has there been any movement from Shangping?" Lu Mengzhu replied, "Maybe the imposing manner you showed the night before last scared Xiaoyan. She came specially to apologize to my father and me yesterday morning. But my father and I didn't forgive her because she initially intended to destroy our Luelu. Moreover, she colluded with Yu Songqing, which brought about extremely serious consequences to our company, like pulling out the firewood from under the cauldron." Hearing this, Xiao Zhe said, "Since she and Yu Songqing have inflicted significant harm on your company, how do you plan to retaliate against them?" Lu Mengzhu sighed and said, "Alas, the strength of our Luelu company pales in comparison with Xiaoyan's Shangping company. What can we do to retaliate against them? Unless you take action yourself." Xiao Zhe smiled and said, "Haha, it's no problem for me to take action. How do you plan to repay me?" On the other end of the phone, Lu Mengzhu coquettishly smiled and said, "Brother, I already owe you 30 million. I'm deeply in debt and have nothing to offer in return for your kindness." Xiao Zhe laughed and said, "Then use yourself to pay off the debt." "Haha." Lu Mengzhu smiled and said, "I'm not worth 30 million. By the way, brother, it's already noon. Let me invite you to a meal." Xiao Zhe checked the time. It was already past 11 a.m. So he nodded and said, "All right. Find a restaurant and I'll come right away." "Well, let's go to Fuyuan restaurant. I'll arrive in about 10 minutes, Lu Mengzhu suggested. "Okay." Xiao Zhe agreed. Then he said goodbye to Lu Mengzhu and hung up the phone. Fuyuan restaurant was relatively close to Lu Mengzhu's company and quite well known in Jiaqing district. Xiao Zhe hailed a taxi and took it there. He arrived at the hotel entrance in 15 minutes. After getting off the taxi, he saw Lu Mengzhu standing at the hotel entrance, waving at him. The young lady was still dressed in an OL uniform, apparently having just rushed over from the company. She wore a black suit jacket on the upper body, which outlined her slender waist. Her fair and delicate wrists were exposed from the cuffs. Inside the suit was a simple white shirt, with a dark silk scarf around the collar, looking extremely elegant. On the lower body, she had a blue knee-length skirt that accentuated her perky hips and straight legs. Her feet were paired with a pair of black pointed high heels. Her oval face was fair and delicate, glistening with a silver sheen under the bright daylight. "Brother, you came quite quickly." Lu Mengzhu stepped forward briskly, put her arm around Xiao Zhe's, pursed her red lips, and said. Her affection for Xiao Zhe had reached 100 points, so these physical gestures came very naturally to her. Xiao Zhe kissed the fair forehead of the girl and said with a smile, "Huh? Of course, I have to rush here quickly when my sister is treating me." Seeing some people around looking over, Lu Mengzhu blushed slightly. She pulled Xiao Zhe towards the restaurant and said tenderly, "Yes. What would you like to eat for lunch?" Xiao Zhe thought for a moment and replied, "Let's just order a few simple stir-fried dishes." During this period, Xiao Zhe had been eating very well, bidding farewell to the days of eating instant noodles and steamed buns. So he wanted something lighter. Lu Mengzhu responded, "Okay, then I'll just order casually." Although she said she'd order casually, she still ordered several high-class dishes. After ordering, they entered the private room reserved in advance and closed the door. Xiao Zhe pulled Lu Mengzhu to sit down on the stool and said warmly, "Xiaoyan is targeting your Lu Wailu company, and Yu Songqing betrayed you and your father. I'm planning to invest another 200 million in cash flow in your company to help you get your revenge. If it's not enough, I can continue to invest." Upon hearing this, Lu Mengzhu's beautiful eyes widened in shock. "Ah, brother, Are you going to invest another 200 million for us? Then we'll have the confidence to compete with Shangping. Our company was revived by you. I've discussed with my dad, and we'll give you 51 of the shares. She really couldn't have imagined that after Chao Zhe gave her 30 million, he could still come up with 200 million. He must be a super rich second generation for sure. Chao Zhe gently inhaled the delicate fragrance from the beauty's hair and then said with a smile, whether having shares or not doesn't matter. Just tell me how you'll repay me? Hearing this, Lu Mingzhu blushed prettily. Then she closed her beautiful eyes, moved her small lips close to Chao Zhe's thin lips and murmured, Brother, do you think this way of repaying is okay? Chao Zhe gave a soft grunt. Okay. After saying that, he opened his mouth and captured the beauty's pink lips. His big hand covered. Lu Mingzhu let out a soft moan, and the two passionately kissed. Chapter 78. Lu Mingzhu gains both wealth and beauty. 15 minutes later, there came a knocking sound of dong 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 outside. Lu Mingzhu quickly pushed Chao Zhe away, tidied up her disheveled sideburns, buttoned up the open buttons of her chest shirt, and forced herself to calm down, and said, Come in. The door of the private room was pushed open. Two female waitresses wheeled in the dining cart and began to serve the dishes one after another. Lu Mingzhu watched the waitresses serving the dishes guiltily, fearing that they would notice her abnormality. Fortunately, the waitresses were merely focused on serving the dishes and didn't notice her. Her anxious heart finally settled. Apart from making substantial progress, she had experienced everything else just now. Lu Mingzhu's charming face was as pink as a peach blossom in March, and her heart still fluttered wildly. She stole a glance at Chao Zhe and saw that the instigator was as calm as an old monk, inquiring about the names of the dishes from the waiter. After the waiter left, Lu Mingzhu's heart found its place. She extended her delicate hand and gently patted Chao Zhe's arm, complaining tenderly, Brother, you really can't be so bold outside in the future. What if someone takes our pictures? We'll become famous. Chao Zhe grabbed the beauty's delicate hand and smiled. If we don't play outside, where shall we play then? Hearing this, Lu Mingzhu was momentarily stunned. She pursed her rosy lips and murmured in a mosquito-like voice, Well, after the meal, shall we go and get a room? After saying that, her face flushed red, and she dared not look at Chao Zhe anymore. Chao Zhe grasped the girl's hand and kissed it. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Let's hurry up and have our meal. Lu Mingzhu bit her pink lips gently and let out a soft She withdrew her hand and began to serve Chao Zhe rice very obediently, just like a docile little wife. While having their meal, the two discussed the plan to bring down Shangping Foreign Trade Company. Chao Zhe would provide 200 million yuan in funds, and Lu Mingzhu and her father, Lu Dehua, would be responsible for launching a comprehensive attack on Shangping Foreign Trade Company from the business level. Chao Zhe knew nothing about foreign trade business. Now that he had his own upgrade task, he naturally didn't want to bother with it. He only needed to be responsible for providing the funds. Half an hour later, the two had finished their meal. Lu Mingzhu went to the counter to settle the bill, then wrapped her arm around Chao Zhe's and left the restaurant. There was a Yangtze River Hotel, also a 5-star one, 100 meters in front of Fuyuan restaurant. Brother, let's go to the Yangtze River Hotel. Lu Mingzhu said softly, tucking the loose strands of hair behind her ear. Sure. Chao Zhe replied with a smiling nod. They walked there and rented an hourly room. After getting the room card and taking the elevator to the room, Lu Mingzhu immediately locked the door behind them. She glanced at Chao Zhe, a bit nervously. Chao Zhe pulled the young girl into his arms, planted a kiss on her charming cheek, and said with a smile, Why is your body trembling? Lu Mingzhu blushed and stammered, Brother, I'm still a bit nervous. Chao Zhe picked the girl up horizontally and carried her into the bathroom. He whispered tenderly in her ear, Don't be nervous. I'll be very gentle. Let's take a bath first. Does that mean we're going together? Lu Mingzhu became even more tense. Don't say that. It'll get censored. Chao Zhe quickly covered Lu Mingzhu's small mouth. Oh, but I'm not quite used to it. Lu Mingzhu pried open Chao Zhe's big hand and looked at him timidly, then learned to get used to it. Chao Zhe stroked the girl's charming face and then reached out his hand. Soon, their clothes were hanging on the hanger beside. The girl, like a child who had made a mistake, hung her noble head low and covered her lovely assets with both hands. The sound of gushing water filled the bathroom. 2 hours later, on the spacious bed, Lu Mingzhu let out a soft moan, as if finally liberated. She tightly clasped Chao Zhe's arm with both hands, and her lovely teeth almost bit a blood mark on her pink lips. Chao Zhe also let out a long sigh, as if having obtained great relief. The arduous task was finally over. Lu Mingzhu trembled as she got out of bed and rushed towards the bathroom. Immediately afterwards, the gurgling sound of running water echoed from the bathroom again. 10 minutes later, the young lady was neatly dressed in an OL uniform and sat back on the edge of the bed. She gazed at Chao Zhe tenderly and said softly, "Brother, you're truly amazing." Actually, before this, she had only been with one other person, of course not Yu Songqing. Although she had been in a relationship with Yu Songqing for over a year, they hadn't had an intimate relationship. The man she had been with before didn't bring her much pleasure. Instead, it even caused her some discomfort. However, today, Chao Zhe gave her an extraordinary experience. After all, Chao Zhe had the God of Love system, which contained some indescribable techniques. Coupled with Chao Zhe's own remarkable good looks, he truly combined charm with ability. Therefore, Lu Mengzhu, having tasted the sweetness, truly understood the joys of being a woman. After coming out, she couldn't help but praise Chao Zhe. As a certain well-known figure once said, the path to a woman's soul is. It seems that it's indeed true. Chao Zhe put his arm around the delicate face of the uniformed beauty and gave her a kiss, saying, "Huh? Just tell me, isn't it worth calling me brother?" Lu Mengzhu pursed her lips and giggled, "It's totally worth it. I've gained both wealth and love." Chao Zhe burst into laughter and said, "I've just given you hundreds of millions. There are still 200 million left for you. I'll transfer the money to you right away." Hearing this, Lu Mengzhu's charming face blushed involuntarily. She raised her eyes and cast a somewhat plaintive glance at the handsome man. It was her safe period today, so. When Lu Mengzhu saw Chao Zhe take out that old mobile phone worth 1,000 yuan again to transfer money to her, she couldn't help asking in puzzlement, "Brother, you're so generous. Why are you still using such a shabby mobile phone? It spoils your image." Hearing this, Chao Zhe smiled faintly. "I've had this mobile phone for a long time and developed an attachment to it. I've always been reluctant to throw it away. Since you brought it up, I'll go and buy a new one this afternoon." "Well, you should really get a better one." At this time, Lu Mengzhu began to receive text messages from her bank card indicating the arrival of money. Every time she saw 50 million had arrived in her account, she was extremely shocked. How wealthy was this man in front of her? Transferring 50 million was as easy as her transferring 50 yuan without even frowning. It was really a great fortune in 3 lifetimes for her to get acquainted with such a generous and wealthy man. Although she was also very puzzled why Chao Zhe insisted on transferring 50 million each time, which meant he had to make 4 transfers for the 200 million. It was rather troublesome, but perhaps it was Chao Zhe's secret, so she didn't ask. Soon, Chao Zhe finished transferring the 200 million. He secretly grumbled in his heart that the system's limit on each transfer was really a hassle. However, he thought that other people's systems initially only had a limit of tens of thousands of yuan and could only increase through gradual consumption. His own system was quite good. At the start, he had an infinite loop of 2 million, and the money seemed endless. It was just rather troublesome to transfer large amounts. Currently, he was at the second level Cupid, and the upper limit for each transfer had been raised to 50 million. Transfers were also much more convenient than before. Perhaps when he reached a higher level in the future, he wouldn't have to worry about transfers anymore. He put away his phone and said to Lu Mengzhu, "Mengzhu, if you run short of money, just tell me. You must drive the Shangping Foreign Trade Company into bankruptcy and make Yu Songqing pay the price. Of course, if you need my help during the process, inform me in time." Hearing this, Lu Mengzhu nodded. "Brother, don't worry. I will." She thought to herself that, as she had suspected, Chao Zhe was from a wealthy family. The two embraced and lingered for a while. Then Lu Mengzhu left first and returned to the company. Chao Zhe washed up, put on his clothes, and left the hotel. He decided to buy a new phone. Chapter 79. What a coquette, to be honest. The old phone Chao Zhe currently had was more of an issue in terms of its performance rather than just affecting his image. Sometimes it even lagged. After some thought, he decided to go to the flagship store of the Jiaqing District Telecommunications Company to make the purchase. The flagship store was not far from the Yijiangnan Hotel, so he could directly return to the presidential suite after buying the phone. Chao Zhe hailed a taxi and went straight to the flagship store of the Jiaqing District Telecommunications Company. He pushed open the door of the flagship store, and a gust of cool air rushed towards him, dispelling the mid-summer heat. After entering the store, a young lady in uniform noticed a handsome young man walking in. Her eyes lit up involuntarily, and she stepped forward excitedly and inquired, "Sir, may I ask what service you'd like to handle?" "I'd like to buy the latest model of Huawei mobile phone." Chao Zhe replied with a smile. "Very well, this way, please." The young lady courteously led Chao Zhe to the Huawei mobile phone counter. There were also 4 or 5 young ladies in salesperson uniforms standing inside the counter. At this moment, a slender figure caught Chao Zhe's attention. It was a girl in a white professional suit. She looked quite young. Her long, raven, black hair was coiled into a bun at the back of her head, with the ends slightly curled. She had an oval face with delicate and soft facial contours and extremely refined features. Her eyelashes were very long, casting a tiny shadow under her eyes as she blinked. The young girl was lowering her head to arrange the display phones on the counter. One could see that her fair skin was incredibly delicate, almost translucent under the store's lights. Her fair, slender fingers glided gently across the phone screen with an elegance that was simply astonishing. Just then, the system issued a timely prompt. The Lady of Luck has been detected. Name, Jiang Yingxue. Age, 21. Appearance score, 91. Height, 165 centimeters. Relationship status, single. Occupation, part-time college student. Fortune value, 200,000. Intimacy level, 0. At this moment, the young beauty looked up and saw a handsome man staring at her. Her pretty face blushed involuntarily, and she murmured softly, "Sir." However, before she could finish her words, several other saleswomen noticed a handsome young man approaching. They all flocked around him, looking at Xiao Zhe with infatuation on their faces. They enthusiastically inquired one after another, "Sir, what kind of mobile phone do you want to buy?" Xiao Zhe pointed at Jiang Yingxue and said, "Please let this young lady introduce the latest Huawei mobile phone to me." Although the other saleswomen were also quite good-looking, they were not the girl with good fortune, so he decided against them. When these saleswomen saw that the handsome young man directly chose Jiang Yingxue to serve him, a flash of disappointment crossed their hearts. They cast unfriendly glances at the young girl. Their dissatisfaction with the girl was not merely about the commission from selling a mobile phone. More importantly, having a conversation with a handsome young man like Xiao Zhe could really lift one's spirits. Perhaps they could even get his WeChat and have a chance for further development in the future. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yingshue's beautiful eyes sparkled with joy, and she replied, "Sure, sir." Jiang Yingshue's intimacy level 5, current intimacy level 5. The girl's intimacy level increased by 5 points directly, and Xiao Zhe couldn't help feeling delighted. The young girl extended her delicate fingers, pointing at the Huawei Mate 70 Pro beneath the counter, and introduced it to Xiao Zhe in a sweet voice, "Sir, this Mate 70 Pro has a 12 gigabytes running memory and a 1 terabyte storage capacity. It is equipped with a 50-megapixel main camera and a 40-megapixel ultra-wide angle lens. The price is a bit steep, 7,999 yuan. However, if you purchase it, I can apply for a national subsidy for you, which can save you 500 yuan. Xiao Zhe shook his head with a smile and said, "I don't need the national subsidy. I'll pay in full. Please help me change the SIM card." Hearing this, the young girl was momentarily stunned and then quickly replied with delight, "Certainly, sir. May I ask if you've brought your old phone?" Jiang Yingshue's intimacy increases by 10 points. Current intimacy, 15. Jiang Yingshue's intimacy increased by another 10 points. Selling this phone would earn her a 300 yuan commission. She was working part-time during the summer vacation to support her family. Earning a few hundred yuan from selling a phone was a substantial amount for a student like her. The other salesgirls looked at Jiang Yingxue with envy, stealing furtive glances at Xiao Zhe from time to time, yet they couldn't find a good reason to strike up a conversation with him. After all, Xiao Zhe had straightforwardly declined their offers of service earlier. One salesgirl mumbled in the distance, "Humph, what a flirt. She's only been here a few days and has snatched several deals from us." Hearing this, Jiang Yingshue's face showed a hint of, but she dared not retort. After all, she was just a student working part-time during the summer vacation. Compared with those seasoned employees who had worked there for several years, she was still rather inexperienced. Hearing the envious words of that woman, Xiao Zhe sneered inwardly. As he took out his old phone and handed it to Jiang Yingxue, he inquired of her, "Miss, how much commission can you earn from selling one mobile phone?" Upon hearing this, the young lady was momentarily stunned but still replied truthfully, "Sir, the prices of mobile phones are quite transparent nowadays. For a phone priced at 7,999 yuan like this one, I can get a commission of 300 yuan, which is nearly 4%. Xiao Zhe nodded and smilingly said, "Oh, then I'll buy more mobile phones from you to let you earn more. How about that?" After all, the young lady had increased her friendliness towards him by 10% after earning just 300 yuan. If he bought more, her friendliness should increase even more. Moreover, that woman was very jealous that Jiang Yingxue had made a sale. So, if he bought more, it would make her even more envious. Hearing this, Jiang Yingxue covered her small mouth with her hand in surprise and asked, "Sir, how many phones are you planning to buy?" Xiao Zhe held up one finger. Jiang Yingxue quickly asked, 10, right? Chao Zhe shook his head and said, 100 Huawei Mate 70 Pro phones. Jiang Yingxue was greatly shocked upon hearing this. She trembled all over with excitement and stammered, 100? Sir, can you use up so many phones? She calculated that the commission for selling 100 phones would be as much as 30,000 yuan. Earning such a substantial amount from just one order could cover one's tuition and living expenses for over a year. Jiang Yingshue's intimacy has increased by 30 points. Current intimacy, 45. Her family was in poor financial condition. Her hometown was a rural area in Xizang province, and her parents were migrant workers. They worked away from home all year round with meager incomes, making it extremely difficult to support her education. Jiang Yingxue was very sensible. Every winter and summer vacation, she would take on part-time jobs to earn some money for her tuition and living expenses, thus alleviating the burden on her family. If she came from a well-off family, which young girl would be willing to work in public? Seeing that Jiang Yingshue's intimacy had increased by 30 points, Chao Zhe was overjoyed. This girl's intimacy was rising quite rapidly. So, he said with a smile, you don't need to worry about this. I'm buying these for the company's employees. Chapter 80. Brother, my name is Jiang Yingxue. Chao Zhe had invested 230 million in Lu Mingzhu's building Dream Bamboo Company. One could even say that the company was his. Moreover, since Lu Mingzhu was now his woman, buying 100 Huawei Mate 70s for her company cost only 800,000 yuan. And since the purchase was made in Lu Mingzhu's name, the system would reimburse him. He was also supporting domestic products, which was truly a win-win situation. When Chao Zhe said he wanted to buy 100 Huawei Mate 70s from Jiang Yingxue, all the sales clerks in the flagship store were in an uproar and started whispering among themselves. 100 units. That's a commission of 30,000 yuan. Goodness, that coquette is so lucky. So, this young and handsome guy is actually the company's boss. Their gazes fixed on Chao Zhe were filled with blatant allure. The bolder ones approached him, wearing an obsequious smile as they cooed, handsome sir, would you consider purchasing some mobile phones from me? I'll do my utmost to fulfill any other requests you might have. Another salesperson chimed in, sir, Jiang Yingxue is just an intern. She can't possibly handle such a large order on her own. Could you spare some quota for me? I guarantee top-notch after-sales service. The implicit suggestions in their eyes were as clear as day. Chao Zhe offered a faint smile and replied, I'm sorry. I'll only buy mobile phones from this young lady. Please keep your distance. With that, he activated his mind controllability. Instantly, the salesgirls seemed to have glimpsed something utterly terrifying. They scurried away from Chao Zhe and Jiang Yingxue, too frightened to utter a single word. Jiang Yingxue was utterly bewildered by how obediently the sales staff had heeded Chao Zhe's words and fled. However, she was also relieved that they were no longer pestering her and vying for the business. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Chao Zhe, and her voice, still tinged with excitement, said, Sir, if you wish to purchase 100 Huawei Mate 70 phones, I need to consult our store manager, as we don't have that many in stock at the moment. Chao Zhe nodded with a smile and inquired, Is your store manager here? Could you please invite her over? Certainly, sir. Jiang Yingxue nodded briskly, then took out her phone and began dialing the manager's number. The phone was quickly connected, and the young girl said a couple of words on the phone. Shortly afterwards, hasty footsteps echoed from the second-floor staircase. Immediately following, a charming young woman in a well-tailored uniform descended the stairs and arrived in the lobby, standing in front of Jiang Yingxue. As the young woman was walking in high heels in a great hurry, she even sprained her ankle, yet fortunately she didn't fall. She was Lu Lin, the manager of the flagship store. Having learned from the phone call that someone intended to buy 100 units of Huawei Mate 70, she promptly put aside what she was doing and trotted downstairs. This was no small business. For the sales profit of mobile phones in the store, the salesperson and the manager each took half. It meant that if these 100 mobile phones were sold, she could net a profit of 30,000 yuan. So how could she afford to neglect it? Manager Lu, this gentleman wants to buy 100 units of Huawei Mate 70. Jiang Yingxue quickly informed the beautiful young woman. Oh, good day, sir. My name is Lu Lin, and I'm the manager of this store. The young woman manager introduced herself with a smile and then politely inquired, May I have your esteemed surname? Chao Zhe replied with a smile, My humble surname is Chao, the same as Chao Chao's. He scrutinized Lu Lin carefully. Although she was quite pretty, her beauty score was just a bit over 80, so the system didn't give any prompt. Hello, Mr. Chao. We only have 47 units of the mobile phones in stock at present. For the remaining quantity, We'll immediately contact the manufacturer and the goods will arrive tomorrow. How does that sound to you? Chao Zhe nodded and said, no problem. However, I hope you can transfer the profit from each mobile phone sale to this young lady. Brother, my name is Jiang Yingxue. When Jiang Yingxue heard Chao Zhe call her little sister, she blurted out involuntarily. After calling him brother Chao Zhe, she felt a bit embarrassed and her pretty face flushed. After all, he was the boss of a company, and it was indeed rather presumptuous of her to call him brother. However, what Jiang Yingxue didn't know was that she now had an affinity of 45 points towards Chao Zhe, and naturally, she wanted to call him brother. It was truly beyond her control. Chao Zhe nodded at Jiang Yingxue with a smile and complimented, what a lovely name. Upon hearing Chao Zhe's praise, Jiang Yingxue gave a gentle smile. Manager Lu rubbed his hands and quickly assured, please rest assured, Mr. Chao. The commission for 100 mobile phones is 30,000 yuan. I'll give every single cent to Yingxue without fail. He also noticed that this handsome man in front of him was quite interested in the little girl Jiang Yingxue. Indeed, Jiang Yingxue was extremely beautiful. Many customers would directly ask this young girl to help them buy mobile phones once they entered the store. And the transaction volume was quite high, which had significantly improved the store's business. Chao Zhe nodded and said, that's good. He stroked his chin and then asked Jiang Yingxue, Yingxue, how do you handle the 5G packages here? When the young girl heard Chao Zhe call her Yingxue, she was first stunned, and then her heart filled with joy. Jiang Yingxue's affinity 5, current affinity 50. She quickly said, brother, we have several 5G packages here. However, I think the unlimited package at 199 yuan per month suits you quite well. Lu Lin also quickly chimed in. Yes, a company boss like Mr. Chao using an unlimited package won't have to worry about running out of data. Chao Zhe said with a smile, well, I'd like to ask how much commission Yingxue can get from the 199 yuan package. Manager Lu was slightly startled for a moment. We give the salesperson a commission equal to the price of the package. For each 199 yuan package handled, Yingxue can get 199 yuan. Chao Zhe commented. That's not much. Manager Lu explained with a smile, the commission for the clerks isn't high because our company has made a huge investment in 5G base station construction. And the operating cost is also high. So, the profit isn't that substantial. Chao Zhe nodded. He knew something about 5G. The speed of 5G is indeed extremely fast. Yet the base station equipment is extremely costly and also consumes a great deal of electricity, several times that of 4G base stations. He originally thought that Yingxue's commission for each 5G package would be quite high, at least a few hundred yuan per household. He intended to handle more 5G packages to let Jiang Yingxue earn more money and increase their familiarity. However, upon learning that the commission was only 199 yuan, he found it rather meager. Nevertheless, if he handled 100 such packages for her, she should be able to earn nearly 20,000 yuan. After getting to know the young girl better, he would then use his financial power to significantly boost her affection for him. After all, it was their first meeting today. If he resorted to using money, he was afraid it might scare the young girl away, and she might misunderstand his intentions, which wouldn't be good. After pondering for a while, Chao Zhe said to Lu Lin, Manager Lu, well, I'll handle 100 more 5G packages here, and all the commissions will go to Yingxue. Chapter 81. You rascal. Hearing that Chao Zhe intended to subscribe to 100 5G packages, both Manager Lu and Jiang Yingxue were stunned. It was truly a stroke of good fortune that had fallen from the sky. What did 100 5G packages signify? In the highly competitive telecommunications market at present, these 199 yuan 5G packages were equivalent to, or perhaps even exceeded, the monthly new subscriber volume of their entire flagship store. Seeing that the two women remained silent and dazed, Chao Zhe frowned and inquired, what's wrong? Is there any problem? Lu Lin was the first to regain her senses. Her little face blossomed like a chrysanthemum in full bloom. Looking at Chao Zhe with excitement, she said, Mr. Chao, there's no problem at all. Thank you so much. Regarding Chao Zhe's proposal to give all the commissions to Jiang Yingxue, she naturally had no objections. After all, this man had purchased 100 mobile phones and subscribed to 100 packages out of consideration for the young girl. Moreover, as the team leader, her performance was tied to the overall development tasks of the store rather than individual piece commissions. The more new subscriptions there were, the higher her personal performance evaluation would be. Thus, she wouldn't vie for commissions with her employees. Besides, if they failed to meet the targets, they would face performance assessment penalties. She mused to herself that not only would she give all the commissions from these 100 subscriptions to Jiang Yingxue, but she would also give the young girl an additional reward. Without this little girl, such a large-scale business deal wouldn't have been possible today. At this moment, Jiang Yingxue also came to her senses. Looking at Chao Zhe with affectionate eyes in her beautiful orbs, her voice quivered as she said, "Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother." Jiang Yingxue's intimacy level 15, current intimacy level 65. A package deal for 100 households would earn her an additional 20,000 yuan. It was like picking up money off the ground. At that moment, her heart was pounding wildly. As a young girl from an ordinary family, 50,000 yuan was definitely a fortune for her. If there hadn't been people around, she would have given Chao Zhe a passionate kiss on the cheek to express her overwhelming excitement. Seeing the two girls' excited expressions, Chao Zhe thought to himself that it seemed even a small amount of money could bring great joy to ordinary people. Since he didn't have the time to handle the mobile phone business himself, he decided to let Lu Mingzhu arrange someone to do it. After all, the phones and packages would be used by the employees of the Weilu company, and he only needed to foot the bill. He then said to Lu Lin and Jiang Yingxue, "Well, I'll arrange for someone from our company to come and handle this." Both Lu Lin and Jiang Yingxue nodded and replied, "Okay." After all, a big boss like Chao Zhe surely didn't have the time to handle such business personally. Chao Zhe stepped aside and dialed Lu Mingzhu's number. "Hey, bro. It's only been a short while since we last met. Do you miss me already?" Came Lu Mingzhu's cheerful voice over the phone. Chao Zhe let out a chuckle and said, "Yes, bro has developed a taste for it and wants to give you a good spanking with a stick." Lu Mingzhu was taken aback. "Huh? Why do you want to spank me with a stick?" Soon, she realized what he meant and coquettishly retorted over the phone, "Humph. You naughty rascal. Come on, I'm busy. What's the matter?" At that moment, Lu Mingzhu was sitting in her office, engrossed in formulating a plan to deal with Shangping Company. Reminiscing about what Chao Zhe had just said and recalling all the events when she was with him at the hotel at noon. A blush crept onto her charming face involuntarily. She tightened her legs, and her breathing grew rapid. Chao Zhe ceased joking with Lu Mingzhu and resumed in normal tone, saying, "Well, I've purchased 100 Huawei Mate 70 Pro phones from the telecommunications flagship store in Jiaqing District for our company. I'm planning to subscribe to 100 5G unlimited data packages at 199 yuan each. This will make your office work more convenient. I'll cover all the expenses. You don't have to worry about it. Just arrange a person in charge to come here for the hand, over." Upon hearing this, Lu Mingzhu complained in a plaintive tone over the phone, "Humph, what do you mean by your company? It's clearly our company, okay?" At present, her affinity towards Chao Zhe had reached 100 points. Moreover, since Chao Zhe had invested 230 million yuan in Weilu, she felt as close to him as one's own self. Hearing this, Chao Zhe burst into laughter and said, "All right, our company. Is that okay? Hurry up and arrange someone to come here." Lu Mingzhu retorted, "It's supposed to be so. Wait there for a while. I'll send Director Jiang Min from the General Affairs Department over." Chao Zhe nodded and replied, "Fine." Then he hung up the phone. He walked up to Lu Lin and the other woman and said to Lu Lin, "Manager Lu, you can go back to your work first. I'll have Yingxue help me return the phone cards." Lu Lin was about to say that she wasn't busy. After all, staying with a handsome and wealthy boss like Chao Zhe not only made her feel delighted, but also allowed her to feast her eyes on his good looks. However, she also grasped what Chao Zhe meant, which was that he wanted to spend some time alone with the little girl. So she quickly said with a smile, "Sure, Mr. Chao. If there's anything, just let Yingxue call me directly." Chao Zhe nodded and replied with a smile, "All right." Lu Lin pursed her lips, bowed to Chao Zhe, gave a faint smile, and then went upstairs. Chao Zhe handed the old-style mobile phone to Jiang Yingxue and said to the little girl, "Yingxue, help me replace this one separately first. It's not included in the task of 100 units." Jiang Yingxue nodded obediently, pursed her lips and said, "Okay, brother." She reached out to take Chao Zhe's phone, but inadvertently touched his hand. Her pretty face blushed involuntarily, and she quickly lowered her head. Chao Zhe looked at the pure face of the beautiful young girl and felt a flutter in his heart. Although he had encountered several beauties, whenever he had physical contact with a girl of good fortune, he couldn't help but feel a strange agitation, especially when the girl of good fortune hadn't been won over. Perhaps this was the nature of the Cupid system. The little girl skillfully removed the SIM card from Chao Zhe's old phone, then disassembled a Huawei Mate 70, installed the battery, turned it on, and started operating. Her slender fingers were extremely nimble, constantly sliding across the screens of the new and old phones, which was really dazzling. After operating for a while, she looked up at Chao Zhe and asked, "Brother, do you want me to download WeChat and Douyin for you?" Chao Zhe nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, download them all." Jiang Yingxue moistened her red lips with her fragrant tongue and said, "Sure. You'll need someone to verify your WeChat later." Chao Zhe gave a grunt. He was sitting on the stool, with his head almost touching Jiang Yingxue's. However, Jiang Yingxue seemed oblivious. Her pretty face remained flushed, resembling a perfectly ripened red apple, delicate and alluring. The young girl wore no makeup, yet there emanated a faint fragrance from her face. Chao Zhe's heart skipped a beat, thinking that this must be the pure and sweet sin of a young maiden. At this moment, as Jiang Yingxue was sitting so close to Chao Zhe, she could sense the mature aura of this handsome man before her. Her heart was filled with excitement and even a tinge of elation. Various thoughts were swirling in her mind. Chapter 82. Husini encounters a crisis. There were also handsome boys at Jiang Yingxue's school, but compared to Chao Zhe, they seemed like mere boys, so immature. Moreover, Chao Zhe seemed to possess a natural magnetism. Whenever she saw him, she felt an urge to get closer to him, almost wishing to give her entire being to him. She wondered why Chao Zhe had been so kind to her since their first meeting. Was it simply because she was relatively good looking? But surely a handsome and wealthy man like Chao Zhe must have met girls who were more beautiful and elegant than her. He definitely had. Then why was he so nice to her? Could it be that he had taken a fancy to her? No way. It was absolutely impossible. She was just a poor girl from the countryside. How could he be interested in her? "Oh, Jiang Yingxue, what are you daydreaming about? You're just a Cinderella, still indulging in the fantasy of meeting a Prince Charming. How shameful." Naturally, Chao Zhe was unaware that while Jiang Yingxue was deftly operating her phone, her mind was wandering far and wide. From time to time, he carried out WeChat verification as the little girl asked, such as entering the password. "Brother, may I add you on WeChat? If there are any after-sales service issues, you can contact me then." After finishing with the phone, Jiang Yingxue tucked the loose hairs behind her ears and smiled as she proposed to Chao Zhe. Chao Zhe readily agreed. Sure. Seeing that Chao Zhe was willing to add her on WeChat, Jiang Yingxue couldn't conceal the joy on her pretty face. "Then let me scan your QR code." Chao Zhe nodded, brought up his WeChat QR code for the little girl to scan, and then approved the verification. "Mr. Chao, hello. I'm Jiang Min. Manager Lu sent me here to handle the telecommunications package." At this moment, a respectful female voice sounded beside him. Chao Zhe turned his head and saw a woman with short hair, wearing an OL uniform and looking extremely capable, standing there. He nodded and said gently, "Director Jiang, you've come just in time. Let me introduce this young girl to you. Her name is Jiang Yingxue. You can directly communicate with her about the purchase of 100 Huawei Mate 70 Pro phones and 100 5G packages. I'll pay all the fees at once." Jiang Min quickly stepped forward and shook hands with Jiang Yingxue, sincerely complimenting, "Sister, you're so beautiful." Jiang Yingxue blushed slightly on her pretty face and smiled. "Thank you for your compliment, sister." Chao Zhe said to Jiang Yingxue, "Yingxue, call shop manager Lu down here." The little girl obediently replied, "Okay, brother." Then she dialed Lu Lin's phone, and soon Lu Lin rushed down. Chao Zhe also introduced Jiang Min to Lu Lin. The process of purchasing mobile phones and handling package services was rather cumbersome, and Chao Zhe didn't have the patience for it. So, he entrusted all these matters to Jiang Min, the office director. A total of 100 Huawei mobile phones cost 800,000 yuan, and a 2-year agreement for 100 5G packages at 199 yuan per month cost 240,000 yuan. Chao Zhe transferred 1,040,000 yuan to Lu Lin. Once the 1,040,000 yuan arrived in the account, the smiles on Lu Lin and Jiang Yingxue's faces reached the corners of their mouths. Jiang Yingxue's intimacy level increased by 5 points, reaching 70 points. Chao Zhe lifted the mental control on the other salesgirls. However, even if he hadn't removed it, the duration of the mental control was almost up. The mental control duration of a second-level Cupid was only about 20 minutes. The salesgirls suddenly came to their senses. When they learned that Jiang Yingxue had closed another deal for 100 5G packages, the envy, jealousy, and hatred in their eyes intensified. But the deed was done, and they were helpless. They were all thinking about how to ostracize this vixen in the future. After giving some instructions, Chao Zhe prepared to return to the hotel first. Jiang Yingxue, Lu Lin, and Jiang Min accompanied Chao Zhe out of the store. They didn't enter the store until his figure disappeared around the corner, reluctantly starting to deal with the relevant procedures. Chao Zhe returned to the Yijiangnan Hotel. Just as he was about to invite Xu Xueman to the presidential suite for a profound conversation, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He took it out and found that it was a call from the Queen Husini. Chao Zhe was quite puzzled. Although he had communicated with Husini every day in the past few days, it had always been through WeChat messages or voice calls. The two parties also agreed that Chao Zhe would go to Xiaking district on Saturday afternoon. That day, Husini entered the safe period, and they could. Could it be earlier? A pleasant surprise welled up in Chao Zhe's heart. He answered the phone and said cheerfully, "Sini, is Big Brother coming early to bring you a surprise?" However, the anxious voice of Husini came from the phone. "Brother, can you come to Xiaking this afternoon?" "I'm scared." Startled by her words, Chao Zhe quickly asked, "Sini, what's wrong?" "Brother, young Master Yin Weiming, came to Qinghe today. He insisted on seeing me and asked me to sleep with him." "Whoa." Husini sobbed. "Who? Young Master Yin?" Chao Zhe was momentarily stunned. Frowning, he inquired, "Is he the one who sent gifts during the first PK?" On the phone, Husini sniffled and replied, "Yes, brother. I didn't agree. I told him I was willing to return all the money he spent on gifts, but he said he didn't want the money. He demanded that I be his girlfriend. If I didn't agree, he said he'd let me read the news about female internet celebrities being killed by their top donors recently." Hearing this, Chao Zhe knitted his thick eyebrows tightly. "Damn it. What young Master Yin? More like a young Master Chicken. How dare he have designs on my woman? He's courting death. Since you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish." "Has he met you?" Chao Zhe asked, clenching his fists. Husini replied, "No, I dared not meet him. But I once told him the community where I live. It shouldn't be difficult for him to find me. His family has quite a lot of influence in Shanghai." Chao Zhe felt relieved. It was good that they hadn't met. "Sini, don't be afraid. I'll rush over right away. With your brother here, no one dares to bully you." Chao Zhe consoled. "Okay, brother. I'll send you my location. I'll stay at home and won't go anywhere. Please come quickly." Sob. Husini replied tearfully. After all, she was just a 24-year-old young girl. Naturally, she was extremely frightened when faced with someone's life threat. Moreover, with a 100-point closeness to Chao Zhe, she only had Chao Zhe in her heart and definitely wouldn't be willing to have any physical or emotional entanglement with young Master Yin. Besides, that young Master Yin was ugly in appearance. After offering a few more words of comfort, Chao Zhe hung up the phone. Then, as he descended the stairs, he dialed Xu Xueman's number, asking her to arrange for the driver, Lao Yang, to take him to Qinghe district. Without inquiring about the reason, Xu Xueman immediately agreed. 2 minutes later, Lao Yang called, informing Chao Zhe that he was waiting for him in the parking lot. Chao Zhe rushed downstairs towards the parking lot. Lao Yang had already opened the car door and was waiting for him. After exchanging greetings, Chao Zhe got in the car and forwarded the location sent by Husini to Lao Yang. Then the two immediately drove off to Qinghe district. Chapter 83. Young Master Yin comes to threaten on the way. Chao Zhe called Husini. On the one hand, he comforted her, and on the other hand, he learned some information about young Master Yin. Young Master Yin's real name was Yin Weiming. His family was quite wealthy. He studied in the United States and returned to China yesterday afternoon during the summer vacation. Previously, young Master Yin had spent more than 2 million on Husini. But in fact, Husini only received a little over 1 million. Before Chao Zhe made an appearance, Husini had promised to meet Yin Weiming. At that time, young Master Yin didn't put forward any requests either, merely suggesting having a meeting and having a chat. Since the night of June 25th, after young Master Yin suffered a crushing defeat in a PK battle against Chao Zhe, he hadn't shown up again. Husini sent him a message that day but received no reply, so Husini came to find Chao Zhe. Actually, since the night of June 27th. Every night young Master Yin logged into Husini's live streaming room using a secondary account. He witnessed Chao Zhe sending a great number of gifts to Husini and having extremely enthusiastic interactions with her, which couldn't help but arouse a surge of jealousy within him. Starting from the day before yesterday, young Master Yin actively contacted Husini, expressing his desire for Husini to be his girlfriend. He also demanded that Husini sever all connections with Shihuchen phone and stop live streaming. Husini disagreed, stating that she already had a boyfriend. She was willing to return all the 1 million yuan worth of gifts she had received from young Master Yin. After all, half of it had been taken by the Douyin platform. However, young Master Yin flatly refused. Husini had no other choice and said that she would also cover the portion taken by the Douyin platform and was willing to give young Master Yin 2 million yuan, only pleading with him not to harass her anymore. In recent days, The gifts Chao Zhe had sent to Husini were also close to 1 million yuan. And with the gifts from other fans, she could scrape together 2 million yuan to pay back all the gifts from young Master Yin. But young Master Yin still disagreed, insisting that Husini must be his girlfriend. Otherwise, he would make her beauty fade away. At first, Husini didn't quite believe it, thinking that young Master Yin was just scaring her. When Miss Yin revealed her family's influence and sent multiple gory photos to Husini in succession, Husini finally succumbed to fear. Particularly, this morning, Yin Weiming took a selfie in Husini's residential area and sent it to her, along with a message stating that if she didn't come out, he would soon track her down. Husini was completely terrified. She also proposed to call the police. Yet Miss Yin retorted that even if she reported the matter, once Miss Yin was imprisoned, her wealthy and powerful family would secure her release promptly, and she'd still come after Husini. Now, you've only one option left: obediently become my girlfriend. Moreover, you must come out on your own this afternoon and let me have you. After hearing Husini's account, Chao Zhe surmised that either Miss Yin had suffered some psychological trauma or was inherently psychopathic, and this time, the true nature was fully exposed. Husini, keep your phone on. I'll be there in about an hour. Just lock your door from the inside. After grasping the entire situation, Chao Zhe said to Husini, "All right, brother. Do watch your safety on the way." Husini exhorted. After the call with Chao Zhe, her mood visibly improved, and her tone was no longer as frantic. Chao Zhe then urged driver Yang to drive as fast as possible while ensuring safety. His reminder to Yang about safety wasn't due to concerns about a car accident. With his current constitution as a second-level Cupid, he wouldn't flinch even if colliding with a heavy-duty truck, and he was confident enough in his speed to rescue Yang. However, if Yang's Mercedes were damaged, it would impede Chao Zhe's journey to Qinghe. Thus, safety remained the top priority. It is unknown what level his running speed will reach when the Love God card is further upgraded in the future, and whether it can surpass that of cars or even high-speed trains. However, Chao Zhe knows that his current running speed has far outpaced that of the world's sprint champions. A 100-meter distance only takes him 3 or 4 seconds, equivalent to a speed of over 100 kilometers per hour. He once conducted a test in Yulanwan community, and that was while leaping between buildings. If running on flat ground, his speed would be even faster. Nevertheless, it is still rather energy-consuming for now, and he may not be capable of long-distance high-speed running. From Chao Zhe's previous phone call, Lao Yang also learned that Chao Zhe was going to protect his woman, so he merely murmured in assent and then concentrated on driving without disturbing Chao Zhe and Husini. The journey was silent. More than 50 minutes later, the car drove into Qinghe urban area, and it was only a little over 1 kilometer away from Hongqi community where Husini lived. Fortunately, it was not the rush hour yet, and the traffic was not too congested. Suddenly, they heard Husini say on the phone, "Brother, I hear someone knocking on the door." Sure enough, there came a somewhat indistinct pounding sound of knocking on the mobile phone. Chao Zhe frowned and said, "Husini, don't be nervous. Go to the peephole and see who's outside." Husini obviously hesitated for a moment and then replied in a soft voice, "Okay, brother." There was silence on the phone for a while, presumably because Husini had gone to the door. A few seconds later, the pounding sound of knocking came again on the phone, along with a roar. "Husini, open the door quickly. I know you're inside." Upon hearing this, Chao Zhe felt a pang of unease in his heart. This should be that young Master Yin. At this moment, Husini's trembling voice came from the phone, "Brother, it's Yin Weiming outside. He's also brought a guy with yellow hair and another with blue hair. Should I call the police first?" Chao Zhe said in a solemn tone. "There's no need to call the police. I'll arrive in a few minutes. Stay quiet at home." Previously, Chao Zhe had analyzed the situation with Husini. People like young Master Yin, who had some influence, usually had connections. If the police were called, as long as he didn't cause any substantial harm to Husini, there would be nothing that could be done to him. Even if the police arrived, they would only mediate. However, he might harass her even more afterwards. After all, young Master Yin could spend 2 million on Husini without asking for the money back. He must be a man of wealth. If he were to use some money to influence the situation and employ some unconventional means, a little girl like Husini, without any power or background, would only be at his mercy. This society is so realistic. Having justice on your side doesn't necessarily mean you can prevail everywhere. There's still a long way to go in building a society governed by the rule of law. Otherwise, how could there be so many unjust and false cases? So, Chao Zhe decided to handle it himself. There was no need to trouble a high-ranking official like Chen Rou. He was always occupied with numerous affairs. If he were to ask Chen Zhen to intervene for his woman, it would not only be a waste of such an important resource, but more importantly, Chen Zhen wouldn't be of much help either. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Could the mind control technique be useless? On the other end of the phone, Husseini replied cautiously, "All right, brother. To be careful on your way here and avoid any conflicts with them. I think those two guys with dyed hair look like hooligans." Chapter 84. Teach young master Yin a lesson in response to Husseini's reminder. Chao Zhe smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, even if the leader of the underworld shows up, he'll still end up in the hands of me, Chao." Hearing Chao Zhe's words, Husseini felt a bit more composed. In her heart, Chao Zhe must be the scion of an ultra-wealthy family, whose influence far exceeded that of young Master Yin, a mere second-generation rich kid. After all, Chao Zhe stayed in a presidential suite that cost over 200,000 yuan a night, bought her gifts worth millions, and splashed out hundreds of thousands on live streaming platforms every day. If he wasn't from an ultra-wealthy family, could an ordinary family afford such extravagance? All right, brother, I hope you can make Yin Weiming stop bothering me forever. I'm even willing to return all the money he gave me. I'll only be your woman for the rest of my life." Husseini whispered again. Chao Zhe replied calmly with a smile. "There's no need to return the money to him. Moreover, he'll never have the chance to bother you again." Upon hearing this, Husseini naturally had full confidence. In TV shows and novels, she had read a lot about the decisive and ruthless nature of powerful families. Wiping out a small family was just a piece of cake for them. Perhaps Chao Zhe would directly mobilize his family's influence to make Yin Weiming's parents come and apologize and severely punish Yin Weiming. Although she was just an unacknowledged woman of Chao Zhe, she felt extremely blissful that Chao Zhe rushed to Qinghe for her at the first moment. Even the continuous pounding on the door by young Master Yin and those two hooligans outside didn't scare her as much. Hongqi Community was an old neighborhood. Husseini lived in room 402, Unit 2, Building 1, where there was no elevator. At this moment, Yin Weiming, the so-called young Master Yin, who was obese with a face full of freckles and pustules, was standing in front of Husseini's door with the yellow-haired, nicknamed Xiaofei, and the blue-haired, nicknamed Xiaoqiangmiao, kicking the door vigorously. One of his classmates worked in the local police station, and it was quite easy for him to find out Husseini's address. So after several attempts to get Husseini to come out voluntarily failed, he came to her place with Xiaofei and Xiaoqiangmiao. The second uncle of young Master Yin was involved in the underworld, and Xiaofei and Xiaoqiangmiao were both his second uncle's minions. He was determined to get Husseini out today. However, there was no response after knocking and kicking on the door. Yin Weiming grew impatient. He stared into the peephole and roared loudly, "Husseini, if you don't come out, I'll break the door open." But there was still no reply from inside. "Xiaofei, Xiaoqiangmiao, break the door open for me. I must drag this girl out today," Yin Weiming said angrily. He came from a well-off family and had been born with a silver spoon in his mouth. As the only son of his parents, he was extremely spoiled, which led to his overbearing personality. Since he saw Husseini in the live streaming room, he had fallen in love with her and thus spent 2 million. Now, seeing that Husseini had been taken away by another man, he simply couldn't swallow this humiliation. Before coming, he had already asked Xiaofei and Xiaoqiangmiao to prepare the tools for prying open the door. The doors here were all of the old-fashioned type, relatively easy to pry. Xiaofei and Xiaoqiangmiao were both in their late 20s. They spent their days in idleness, having no proper skills, but were quite adept at the task of prying open doors. When Yin Weiming asked them to pick the lock, the two young hooligans responded with a grunt, their faces beaming with excitement. They took out a crowbar, inserted the tip into the keyhole, and began to pry the door open. Husseini also detected the commotion outside the house. Hugging her phone with both hands, she stood at the bedroom door, peeping towards the front door, her heart filled with both shock and fear. If Yin Weiming broke in, would he force himself on her? "Brother, where are you? They're prying the door open. I'm so scared," Husseini said to the phone in a trembling voice. "Sini, don't be afraid. I've already arrived at the community. I'll be up soon," came Chao Zhe's calm voice. "Okay, I'll lock the bedroom door," Husseini said, then locked the bedroom door from the inside. With a clicking sound, the lock on Husseini's front door was pried off. Xiaofei pulled the door open and then invited young Master Yin into the living room. Yin Weiming let out a cold sneer. After entering the living room, he glanced around the room and then stared in the direction of the bedroom, shouting, "Husseini, if you're sensible, come out right away. Don't make me pry open your bedroom door too." Husseini was hiding behind the small bed in the bedroom, shivering with fear and not daring to make a sound. At this moment, she heard a cold voice suddenly ring out in the living room. "How dare you? You have the nerve to pry open my girlfriend's door." The sudden voice gave a great shock to Yin Weiming and the other two who were about to continue prying open Husini's bedroom door. They all let out a startled cry. "Ah, who is it?" Looking back, they saw a tall figure standing behind them. It was none other than Chao Zhe. Just now, after getting off the car, Chao Zhe quickly darted from the first floor to the fourth floor. His speed was comparable to Duan Yu's lightness skill of treading on waves. If it weren't for the fear of being seen during the day, Chao Zhe could have simply climbed up the wall from the first floor to the fourth floor in just a few steps, which would be many times faster than the top notch parkour. When young Master Yin saw a handsome young man claiming to be Husini's boyfriend, he thought this might be that damned Westlake morning breeze. He couldn't help but be enraged. He cursed loudly, "Damn it! You dare to compete with this young master for Husini. You're just asking for trouble." Before his words faded, he suddenly threw a punch at Chao Zhe. Chao Zhe let out a cold sneer. He seized Yin Weiming's fist and gently pulled, causing Yin to fall flat on his face. Young Master Yin's forehead hit the ground heavily, making a loud thud. He endured the pain and got up from the ground. After touching his forehead, he ordered his two lackeys, "Damn it, Shafei Zioqiangmio, beat him up mercilessly. Beat him to death. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong." Seeing that Yin Weiming had suffered a setback, the two hooligans immediately fished out spring-loaded knives from their pockets, clicked them open with a swish, and then stabbed at Chao Zhe. Chao Zhe gave a faint smile, and with two swift kicks, sent the two men flying. "Ouch! Ouch!" Xiao Qiangmao and Xiao Fei clutched their stomachs and rolled on the ground. Chao Zhe didn't use much force. He just gave them a gentle nudge with his feet. Yet the two fellows couldn't bear it. At this time, Husini heard the commotion outside and knew that Chao Zhe had come. She was somewhat worried about Chao Zhe's safety and immediately opened the door and rushed out. As a result, she saw Chao Zhe standing with his hands behind his back in the living room, while the yellow-haired and blue-haired guys were lying on the ground, groaning. And young Master Yin was looking at the tall and handsome man in front of him with a look of fear in his eyes. "Brother, are you okay?" she asked as she quickly stepped forward. Seeing Chao Zhe alone, she was a bit puzzled. Why did Chao Zhe come here by himself? Didn't he bring any bodyguards? Chapter 85. Since that's the case, then you shall die first. Chao Zhe put his arm around Husini's slender waist and calmly said, "It's okay. Alas, I still couldn't hold back and started a fight in your house, making it dirty. But from now on, you don't have to live here anymore. Come back to Jiaqing District with me." Hearing this, Husini was overjoyed and nodded vigorously, saying, "Okay, brother." After that, she looked at young Master Yin fearfully, worried that he might still retaliate against her in the future. She leaned close to Chao Zhe's ear and said, "Brother, what should we do about this young Master Yin? Will he keep harassing me in the future?" Chao Zhe smiled and said, "Don't worry. Today, I'll make sure he can never threaten you again for the rest of his life." Seeing Chao Zhe putting his arm around the woman he fancied, Yin Weiming was extremely resentful. However, being in awe of Chao Zhe's physical prowess, they dared not step forward. Then, feigning bravado, the young Master Yin blustered, "You impudent lad. You are indeed quite skilled in combat. But let me warn you, Husini was the one I set my eyes on first. If you're wise, skedaddle at once. Otherwise, once I summon my second uncle, you'll be as good as dead." Upon hearing this, Chao Zhe replied with a smile, "You'd better concern yourself with your own plight first." Having said that, he turned to Husini and murmured tenderly, "Sini, go and pack your things in the room. Tonight, come back with me to Jiaqing District. I'll have a cordial chat with young Master Yin and his companions downstairs and persuade them not to harass you any longer. Otherwise, I won't show them any mercy." Husini was a trifle worried. "Brother, let me go downstairs with you. His second uncle is a ruthless gangster boss. Maybe we should call the police instead." Chao Zhe gently patted the young girl's shoulder and soothed her, "Have no fear. I'm not intimidated even if his uncle shows up. Be a good girl and go pack your things. Just take what's essential." Although Husini was still anxious about Chao Zhe, seeing his calm demeanor, she managed to compose herself. Perhaps his people were already waiting downstairs. Earlier, she had witnessed how effortlessly Chao Zhe had subdued Yin Weiming and his two companions, which deepened her admiration for him. Her man was not only wealthy and handsome but also incredibly powerful. A wave of bliss washed over her. Nodding, she exhorted, "Brother, do take care." With that, she retreated to the bedroom to pack her belongings. Young Master Yin was at a loss as to what Chao Zhe had said to Husini, which prompted her to enter the room. Could it be that this young man was about to take action against him? He fished out his phone and was about to call his second uncle, asking him to bring more people over. At this moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Go downstairs. Young Master Yin was initially stunned, then nodded, put away his phone, and went out and downstairs. Meanwhile, a voice also rang in the ears of Xiao Fei and Xiao Qiang. Let's go downstairs. Both of them replied with an "oh," got up, clutching their still-aching stomachs, and went downstairs. Xiao Zhe smiled faintly and shouted towards the bedroom, Cinny, young Master Yin is willing to come downstairs with me for a negotiation. Come downstairs after you've sorted yourself out. Husini responded from inside the room and then exhorted Xiao Zhe to pay attention to his safety. Xiao Zhe agreed and quickly went downstairs. The reason he didn't let Husini go downstairs with him was, of course, that he didn't want the young lady to witness the bloody scene later. Moreover, he couldn't let the young lady discover his superpower. Just now, he had activated the mental control technique on Yin Weiming and the other two, ordering them to go downstairs first. Soon, Xiao Zhe followed them downstairs and walked to the wall far away from the building where Husini was. Xiao Zhe took a glance at the three from a distance. Suddenly, a scene appeared in Xiao Fei's mind. Just as he reached his doorstep, he heard a woman's sobs and cries for help from inside the house. He listened intently, and it was his mother's desperate cries. He was extremely frightened. What had happened to his mother? So he called out Mom and tremblingly took out his key to unlock the door. There, he saw his mother lying naked on the floor, struggling painfully, with her hair in disarray, and beside her were the torn clothes. And a fat man was assaulting his mother. Xiao Fei fixed his gaze and saw that the man who was raping his mother was none other than Yin Weiming. Meanwhile, a similar scene also emerged in Xiao Qiangmao's mind. Only this time, the woman being violated by Yin Weiming was Xiao Qiangmao's wife. Seeing his wife pinned under Yin Weiming and emitting heart-wrenching cries for help, Xiao Qiangmao's heart seemed to shatter. By the wall, young Master Yin was bewildered as to how he had ended up downstairs with Xiao Fei and Xiao Qiangmao. Xiao Zhe and Husini were still upstairs. Oh, right. He recalled that he had intended to call his second uncle and have him bring people to teach Xiao Zhe a lesson. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that the looks in Xiao Fei and Xiao Qiangmao's eyes had changed. The looks they cast upon him were filled with fury and humiliation. Moreover, the two of them simultaneously took out their switchblades and charged towards him, roaring in a fierce voice, Yin Weiming, you brute. I'll kill you. Young Master Yin was utterly taken aback. He stepped back while shouting angrily, Xiao Fei, Xiao Qiangmao, what are you doing? You're crazy. Put down the knives quickly. However, like men possessed, Xiao Fei and Xiao Qiangmao wore expressions of boundless hatred on their faces. They tightly grasped their switchblades and stabbed fiercely at Yin Weiming's corpulent body, uttering angry roars all the while. You bastard! How dare you come to my home and harass my wife? Do you think you're superior just because you're rich? You damn scoundrel! You actually raped my mother. You're even worse than a beast. Go to hell. Yin Weiming let out shrill screams. Help! Murderer! His agonized cries instantly caught the attention of the residents in the neighborhood. Some people on the upper floors noticed the commotion near the wall. Others in the yard witnessed a man stabbing someone with a knife. Who would dare to step forward to rescue the victim? There was a risk that the scoundrel might stab them too. The brave ones promptly dialed the emergency number, yet they only watched from a distance, too scared to approach. Soon, Yin Weiming collapsed in a pool of blood, motionless. Xiao Zhe regarded the scene indifferently, his eyes remaining calm. He sneered inwardly, thinking, well, you've brought this upon yourself. Why couldn't you just enjoy your life as a wealthy second generation? Instead, you harassed my woman and even threatened to kill her if she didn't comply. Moreover, you intended to have your uncle deal with me. In that case, you shall die first. Near the wall, Xiao Fei and Xiao Qiangmao stripped Yin Weiming of his trousers and then, with a swift slash of a small knife, severed his private part. After killing Yin Weiming, the two didn't flee but sat there, still cursing Yin for bullying others by abusing his power and harassing their mothers and wives. Minutes later, the police on patrol in the vicinity arrived after receiving the alarm. They saw that the two had stopped their violent act and were babbling incoherently. The police immediately stepped forward to subdue the two suspects and inquired on site about the motive for the murder. Chapter 86. I haven't had enough of the sight, and you've hidden yourself away. Xiao Fei and Xiao Qiangmao angrily recounted the reasons for killing Yin Weiming. Xiao Fei claimed that Yin Weiming had raped his mother, while Xiao Qiangmao asserted that Yin Weiming had raped his wife. The police officer, after learning the situation, despite harboring a tinge of sympathy for the two suspects, handled the matter impartially and handcuffed them into the police car. Subsequently, the police officer examined Yin Weiming's condition and found that his carotid artery had been severed. He was thoroughly deceased. They had no choice but to inform the funeral parlor to come and report to the bureau. aiming to ascertain the identity of the deceased as soon as possible and notify the family members to handle the affairs. The onlookers in the vicinity gradually dispersed, and Xiao Zhe, as an onlooker, also left. He returned to Husini's rental house. As for how Xiao Qiangmiao and Xiao Fei would explain themselves to the police officer after the mind controllability expired, Xiao Zhe couldn't be bothered. Let them explain however they wished, although he and Husini did have a feud with young Master Yin. What did it have to do with Xiao Qiang and Xiao Fei suddenly going crazy and killing someone? There were surveillance cameras nearby, and he was at a considerable distance from Yin Weiming and the other two. Even if the Public Security Bureau launched an investigation, they wouldn't have any evidence. At this moment, Husini was tidying up her clothes and the cosmetics she had previously purchased. When she saw Xiao Zhe coming back so soon, she inquired, "Brother, have you reached an agreement with them?" Xiao Zhe plopped down on the bed, put his arm around the young lady, gave her a kiss on the lips, and said with a smile, "Yes, I had an excellent conversation with Yin Weiming. He promised that he won't harass you this lifetime and even the next." Hearing this, Husini was overjoyed. "Brother, I knew that after Yin Weiming learned your true identity, he definitely wouldn't dare to compete with you for my affection anymore. Just now." Xiao Zhe said he would go downstairs to have a good talk with young Master Yin. So, Husini really thought that Xiao Zhe had intimidated young Master Yin into backing off by flaunting his wealthy family status. Little did she know that in a short while, young Master Yin had gone to the afterlife and would never pose any threat to her again. Xiao Zhe also guessed what Husini was thinking, yet he didn't deny it. Instead, he caressed the young girl's delicate cheek and asked, "Haha, I've solved such a big problem for you. How are you going to repay me, huh?" A blush crept onto Husini's charming face. "Brother, after we return to Jiaqing district tonight, Sini will repay you properly, okay?" Xiao Zhe shook his head, raising his eyebrows as he said, "No, I want my reward right now. But the outside door is broken." Husini naturally understood what Xiao Zhe had in mind. She glanced out of the bedroom and said timidly. Xiao Zhe smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Isn't there a lock on the bedroom door? I'll just leave the outside door ajar. Who would dare to come in during the daytime?" Hearing this, Husini bit her sexy little lips and nodded, whispering like a mosquito, "Okay, if brother isn't afraid, then I'm not afraid either." Xiao Zhe nodded, grinning widely. He got up and went to the living room, closed the door, and propped a stool against it. Then he returned to the bedroom and locked the door from the inside. At this moment, Husini got up and threw her arms around Xiao Zhe's neck. The two passionately kissed. Truly, a short separation makes the heart grow fonder. After being apart from Xiao Zhe for a few days, when Husini saw the man she loved again, it was like a parched seedling encountering a timely rain, getting well nourished and moistened. An hour and a half later, Husini was radiant, her charming face as delicate as a peach blossom in March. She lay in Xiao Zhe's arms, caressing his handsome face, and said tenderly, "Brother, after not seeing you for a few days, I find that you've become even more handsome and capable." When Husini parted ways with Xiao Zhe a few days ago, Xiao Zhe was still a first-class Cupid. Now he had advanced to a second-class Cupid, and his temperament and good looks had improved further. Moreover, his moves in the body, strengthening technique were more proficient, which naturally gave Husini a better experience. Xiao Zhe gently kneaded at the plump part of the young girl and said with a smile, "Maybe it's just that love is blind." He picked up the girl's clothes and said, "Come on, put on your clothes. Let's go back to Jiaqing. Tomorrow, I'll take you to buy a house. From now on, you'll live in Jiaqing." Hearing that Xiao Zhe was going to buy her a house, Husini was overjoyed. Her voice trembled with excitement as she asked, "Brother, is what you said true?" Xiao Zhe pinched her dainty nose and said indulgently with a smile, "Of course it's true. When has your brother ever lied to you?" Husini kissed Xiao Zhe on the lips, then excitedly threw off the thin quilt and jumped out of the bed. When she realized that she was naked and all her charming curves were in full view of Xiao Zhe, her pretty face blushed bright pink. Then she quickly hid back under the covers and picked up the clothes beside her to put on. "Brother, don't laugh at me. I'm just too excited." She shyly glanced up at Xiao Zhe and explained, "Haha, I haven't had enough of the view yet, and you've hidden yourself." Xiao Zhe said with a smile and started to put on his clothes. After packing up, Xiao Zhe carried his suitcase downstairs, with Husini closely following behind. The house here was rented. Xiao Zhe told Husini that after arriving in Jiaqing district, she should transfer some money to the landlord to have the door lock repaired and then return the house. Later, Xiao Zhe would transfer a large sum of money to Husini and asked her to give it to the other two female streamers, requesting them to visit the elderly in the nursing home more often. If Husini had free time, she could come back for a visit. When they reached downstairs, Husini was about to go to the garage to drive her little Mercedes. Chao Zhe grabbed her firmly and said domineeringly, "Cindy, just let go of that car worth just a few $100,000. You can give it to whoever you want. Tomorrow, I'll get you a car worth millions. As my woman, you can't drive a shabby car." Hearing this, Husseini was both delighted and a bit reluctant. After all, she had spent so many nights streaming to earn enough money for this little Mercedes. However, thinking that her man didn't want her to drive it anymore, she decided to be obedient. One has to make way for the new. "Okay, bro." She nodded and nestled beside Chao Zhe, looking extremely happy. Soon, Lao Yang drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom over. Seeing that Chao Zhe had brought another beautiful woman, he was already used to it. Lao Yang got out of the car, helped Chao Zhe put away the luggage, and very respectfully opened the back door for Chao Zhe and Husseini. After they got in, he closed the door, adjusted the rear view mirror position on his own initiative, and then started the car. He guessed that, according to young Master Chao's style, there would surely be some amorous affairs between him and this beauty in the car. Sure enough, as soon as they got in the car, Chao Zhe's large hand began to wander among the jade, like peaks. Husseini's breathing gradually quickened, and her rosy lips involuntarily pressed against Chao Zhe's. Oh dear, I can't describe it any further. An hour later, the car stopped in front of the Yijiangnan Hotel. Chao Zhe helped the blushing girl out of the car. After Lao Yang retrieved Husseini's luggage, the two entered the hotel and then took the private elevator to the presidential suite.